flash, and Dice jumps. Oh my god! The kill, the hook from Buddy Fufu.
We just want to show that we can compete with the top 3 in NA, and beating CLG would be a big milestone.
We finally beat Curse. They've been the ones that have been destroying us every time.
Cruiser can't find him. It's going to be kill after kill. Oh, a 2-man hit there. Tibbers is there. Golden Glue QW Quadra. Well, here comes the ulti coming in high. Looks in for Link. Link taking a whole bunch of pain silence as well. Down he goes.
Beating TSM locks us in first place, so it's super important.
NACS gets hooked in, kicked in the team, pops the Zonius, Pavelter into the back line, he finds Bjergsen but trades his life for it. GG, TSM.
Both Cloud9 and us are looking strong right now in the Superweek, but this last game is going to determine who's first place, and we want that first place.
Welcome to day 2, week 11 of the North American League Championship Series Spring Split. We're coming to you live in front of this OP audience for more Super Week action. Hey everyone, I'm David Frick-Turley. With me is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. What's your favorite color?
Favorite color, turquoise.
Turquoise, great choice, I like it. It's already been an explosive week so far as teams sprint toward the finish line, so let's break down the big news. Starting at the top, Cloud9, for the first time since week 1, is sitting in sole possession of first place.
They're currently half a game ahead of TSM, but the two teams will face off in our final game of the day today to settle who holds that top spot heading into the last day of the split.
Then in the middle of the pack, Dignitas, Curse, and Coast have all secured their spots in the playoffs.
And these teams are now playing to avoid a first-round series against Counterlogic Gaming, so all 3 will be fighting to take 4th or 5th place. And right now, the difference between these teams is only 2 games, so it's still anybody's for the taking.
Yeah, and while Evil Geniuses and XDG have been eliminated from the playoffs, the stakes are still incredibly high for them as they fight to determine who takes 7th.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking to avoid the possibility of facing LMQ in the spring promotion tournament. Every win counts.
And of course, there were some huge moments that had you guys blowing up hashtag LCS big plays.
All right, let's read some tweets and then see some players making some plays.
It's gonna be fun. At Dagus2 says Kiwi Kid's Annie ult in the last Baron fight was very clutch and stopped Curse's dominating objective steals.
At No Sympathy says, watching Afromu is like a breath of fresh air. Incredible plays and precision hooks kept CLG a real threat.
It's so fresh. Love it. At Toy Ammo says Bjergsen the God, Dark Sphere kill with the flash to dodge Boba, which is charm, just deserves the hashtag LCS big plays.
All right, roll them plays.
That Baron's falling real fast, but Dominate is in steal range.
He does have Repel, does not have flash. Tibbers comes down, locks him out. Blue team picks up Baron Nashor. You can see right now, Meteos still actually trying to take these, but CLG not ready to let this one go. Good dodge by Meteos. Smite comes through, gets it flayed. The chunk gets flayed. Meteos has nowhere to go. Afromu, LCS big play. Gonna get out with this one. Link. Yellow Pete looks for the damage. The net, not quite enough damage. Pavelter does not land it. Flashed away after the kill.
Oh, the last one right there. Bjergsen just so flashy. He flashing away from the charm. He could have even just walked left. But
Let's
he got
go
the
this
kill
way.
first.
Looks way.
And I noticed that you cheated a little bit.
Why?
Number 2.
Yeah.
Calling it an LCS big play during the game.
Yeah, that just means I'm smarter than
That's
you.
just bias.
No, that's just being more involved. I don't even use Twitter. I just use the screen for it. Remember to hop onto Twitter and share your favorite moments from the day using hashtag LCS Big Plays. Now let's see how those plays affected the North American LCS standings, brought to you by the new season of Game of Thrones. Like we mentioned earlier, it's first Cloud9, followed by second TSM.
Then in third, it's CLG with 16 wins and 9 losses. Dignitas holds 4th place with Curse on their tail with 10 wins.
Next, it's Coast, who slipped into 6th, and tied for last, Evil Geniuses and XDG Gaming. Now, just like life in the Seven Kingdoms, the standings are unpredictable and constantly shifting from battle to battle. Playoffs are coming. Here now is a special look at the new season of Game of Thrones.
If you want justice, you've come to the wrong place.
Now, guys, don't miss the season premiere of Game of Thrones tomorrow night on HBO, but before that, we've got plenty of action on the Rift today with 6 more games, starting with XDG versus Dignitas.
Then Team Solo Mid will battle it out with Coast, followed by Curse taking on Counterlogic Gaming.
After that, Dignitas faces off against Coast, who will be looking to climb out of 6th place, then CLG versus Evil Geniuses.
And in our final LCS game, TSM takes on Cloud9 in a battle for first place. But stay tuned for the North American Challenger Series Spring Qualifier Quarterfinals immediately following LCS coverage.
Of course, the crowd pretty excited for the game so far. Now, remember to let us know which team you think will win each of our matches today. Head over to lolesports.com, click on Schedule, select Week 11, and give a thumbs up to your choice.
And in addition to all the North American LCS, there you can also find all the international coverage from Europe, China, Korea, and Southeast Asia that will make you a continental connoisseur of League of Legends.
And reserve your seat here to join us in the studio for the summer playoffs and cheer your favorite team to victory. Just click on the tickets link for all the details. Then head over to Twitter and share your answer to our question of the day. We want to know which North American LCS player is the most innovative and why.
Be sure to write us at LOL Esports and use that hashtag LCS so we can highlight your tweet later in the show.
Now let's send over to Riv and Jat at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bison III alongside Joshua Jat Leesman. And Jat, I actually want to get your favorite color because I don't think turquoise was a good one.
I thought you'd never ask. It is maroon. So I'm pretty happy with the shirt today.
Better choice. I like it. Analyst desk 1, caster desk. You guys know the answer. We want to take a quick minute to talk about condition that has been plaguing the NALCS this year.
Yeah, it's important to share the symptoms with our viewers at home so you can quickly diagnose the problem and treat it should you start to experience it.
We're, of course, talking about KS.
One game in C9 versus C9, the first one we played in the first week, dead kill. The guy was one auto attack away. Kiwi walks up, misses hook, misses play, then autos him and kills him.
I don't have mana. I do not have mana.
All you.
Nice.
Kiwi, you mother. Come on, man. I'm getting...
if there's anybody that is really thirsty for the kill, it's definitely PewDiePie. Like, Kitty will just flash and, like, you know, throw a great result at it. He's one of those people. It's just so dumb sometimes. I just look over to my left and just... Is he serious?
Like, my team will, like, waste everything to KS you. Especially if it's top lane. Like, if you have it sealed, he's ignited, Cutie flashes over the wall and just, like, hits him once, and it's just like... Please stop. I'll definitely give him something.
Welcome back, everyone. We're joined by who would like to call KS the kill secured. It's going to be CLG's Doublelift and Bjergsen from Team Solo Mid. Gentlemen, what are your feelings on kind of KSing? Let's start with you, Bjergsen.
I don't know. Like from solo queue, you just kind of like as a carry role, you just learn to like kind of like take all the kills and try to like take the game in your own hands. So that kind of like sometimes translates into competitive play when I'm like, oh, I really want this kill so I can get more gold and win the game.
Yeah, it's actually really hard to kind of break solo queue habits where you like flash to get a double kill, and sometimes like you just worth on like 1v1 kills because you just want to get as fed as possible so you can carry your team. But in competitive, it's not so smart sometimes to like flash into people to try to get kills or just like try to hold your abilities to KS your team. It's just hard to break those habits.
So you guys have had amazing splits together. Obviously, things had to change with teammates coming in and out. Visa issues with Team Solo Mid, kind of breaking away from KS right away. Since we're in Super Week, what have you guys done to bolster all of those, what might have been problems when they came in? When you guys didn't have Dexter and when you had to go back to Europe for a while?
We're not talking like kill steal problems, right?
No, yeah. We're kind of jumping off of that.
Mainly just how you found so much success despite going back and forth between Europe.
I think like Reginald's playstyle is a lot like mine. Like he plays like pretty aggressive. He might roam a little bit more. Like he might be like slightly more of like a team player and shot caller, where I'm like kind of more like just kind of like my own like player, and I try to like just like win my lane and like snowball that into like a win for the team. But then like he played some of the same champions, and it was just pretty easy to like translate. Other than like having like a worse shot caller with me coming back, because I feel like Reggie is a really good shot caller.
Well, early in the season when we didn't have Dexter, it was Link kind of switching roles to jungle, and it was actually really good for us even though we lost all our games because we got used to Link being the shot caller. Because in the jungle position, he can look at the map more, he can read the map a lot better, and he can make calls throughout the game. And so him and Afro kind of work together to like build that synergy and like learn how to shot call together. And I actually didn't really care too much that we had a bad record coming into the season, because I knew like as long as we were the best team at the end of the split, that's all that really matters. Like playoffs is really all that matters. That's what our eyes are set to. As long as we're not like relegated or something, it's not a big deal. So then as soon as Dexter came in, we're like, okay, we're in a good spot now. Since then we've only dropped games to C9 and TSM, and I feel like it just feels nice, you know, like just knowing that we can only drop games and we're a more consistent team. It doesn't matter to me so much like, oh, our early like failures or whatever, our bad record. I'm pretty happy with 3rd place as long as we're going into playoffs strong.
Well, W11, talking about your game yesterday against Cloud9 just a little bit, and your games today, you guys are locked into 3rd place.
Yep.
But you also say that you want to be really strong going into playoffs. How are you mentally preparing after that loss to Cloud9 yesterday for your games today, knowing that you're locked into 3rd?
Oh, well, we just took it as like a learning experience, more like to just kind of scout what Cloud9's been doing. That game, like it could have went either way, and
the red buff may have been.
Yeah, the red buff.
Was that a learning experience?
I think it was worth, honestly.
That's a learning experience.
It was worth. We made a lot of mistakes, and like that was a really dumb way for me to end the game, and I know it was really bad, but we learned like, oh, like Cloud9 plays this and this, and we shouldn't have gotten outpicked here and there, because like they obviously had the much stronger team comp when they outplayed us mid game. That's how they got like a Baron and like a 10k gold lead. We never want to be in the position where we have to come back, and Cloud9 has to like throw at our Nexus turrets for us to win. So it was really valuable for us to play Cloud9 right there. And I think that any game between the top 3 teams is a 50-50.
You know, speaking of games against Cloud9, Bjergsen, this one that you guys have at the end of the day could potentially decide the #1 seed in North America. Talk to me what it's like playing against TSM. Or Cloud9.
I wouldn't know much about playing against TSM, but
yeah.
I don't know. Like playing against C9, there's always high pressure. I feel like all of my teammates, including me, are a lot more emotional. If we get ahead or if we get behind, it's a lot more like of a roller coaster when we play them, because they're kind of like I feel like personally they're like the strongest team. So just playing against them is like they're just really good, and I just like playing against them, and we really want to beat them.
All right, and as we approach the end of this split, obviously relegation is coming up. LMQ is a very big name going into the relegation for some of these teams. How do you guys feel about them coming out of the Challenger Series?
Well, we scrimmed them a pretty decent amount, and there's a lot of hype surrounding them. You know, like Vasily and Xiao Xiao, like, oh, they're so good, and they have this top laner that made World Finals. But honestly, Nien beats Ackerman like probably 6 or 7 times out of 10, and their mid laner is strong. But their bot lane like plays really weird, because Vasily is like a solo queue monster, and he crushes me in solo queue. He crushes me in scrims a lot of the time too. But recently I've realized, and I started watching LMQ's games, and I think they choke in LAN, actually. They have a really big problem playing LAN, or just playing tournament games, because they don't really play LAN in the Challenger Series, but they don't play the way they do in scrims, for sure. They have like pressure problems, I feel. Their bot lane specifically. They don't play as aggressively. Vasily doesn't care. He doesn't go like 20-0 like he does in solo queue, which is really strange, because when you watch his solo queue games, he's playing against LCS bot lanes. So you'd think that he would be able to translate that in the Challenger Series, but he doesn't really do that.
Yeah, and Bjergsen, you're actually someone who's translated your success in solo queue very well to the LCS. Have you noticed any type of increase in pressure now that you are on the #1, #2 team in North America and pushing towards playoffs, which could even give you a shot at the All-Star Challenge? Is there any pressure difference there?
I felt like a lot of pressure in the beginning. Like right as I got here, my first couple of games were like really pressured, especially since the first one was against C9. I didn't really take any risks that game, which I probably would if we played it now, because I'm a lot more comfortable. But it just took me like a couple of games, and now I'm a lot more used to it. And it's only like really against C9 and CLG where my heart like really starts racing before the game, and I feel really pumped.
Right on. Right. Bjergsen, W11, thank you very much for the interview, guys. Best of luck in the rest of your games in Superweek. All right, we need to take a quick break, but first, back to the Shout Desk, where Kobe has a score to settle.
Yes, thank you, Riv. And Freak, I do have something special for you today. A couple weeks ago, we had a series of bets, and technically, you did win. Yep. So here is your funny hat, Freak. Congratulations. Well-deserved. However, even though you won the bet, you said nothing about me getting my own funny hat, and I have decided that I am a winner as well. So,
but not
congratulations to me.
Well, thankfully, I'm the technical winner, which is the best kind of winning. You just decided you were, but you know it's okay. Inhibitors eventually do die. Now, guys, we're going to take a quick break, but keep your browser where it's at. When we come back, we're going to jump into our first game of the day, XDG versus Dignitas. Don't go anywhere, because we look really good.
I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Ride, 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 ride. Ride, 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 ride. Come on. Ride, 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 ride. Come on.
All-Stars is going to be in Paris this year. Bonjour, Paris.
The All-Star event is just pretty much like every region coming together.
I love competing against the best players. I don't care where they're from.
So going to Paris would be like, whoa, like I'm in like this alien place.
All-Stars would be the perfect place to prove how good I am.
Pick me.
Pick me!
Vote for me.
Last year's All-Stars was epic. I need to be a part of that.
I need your help to get there.
We need your votes.
Vote today at lolesports.com.
So make sure your favorites are represented.
I want to go to showcase one of NA's best.
It'd be a really big honor to go, and I'd be so excited, and I'd be so down.
I was born and raised here. I want to represent.
I really want to go to Paris, dude. That'd be sick.
North American LCS, everyone. And you know, Kobe, my head's a little bit cold now. We're kicking off our day with XDG Gaming versus Dignitas. Now, Kobe, Dignitas have to be feeling pretty good coming into this match after their win yesterday.
Yeah, they defeated Curse for the first time this year and successfully defended their 4th place position. But individually, nearly all the members of Dignitas have a reason to celebrate. Golden Glue, who's only in his 2nd week in the North American LCS, got a quadra kill on Orianna and helped turn the tide of the game with a big team fight around Dragon Pit. Cruiser also had a big game, returning to a champion that he first... that was his first champion, basically, that got him famous, Lee Sin. And he looked very comfortable. He had a big impact on the game.
Yeah, of course he did. And of course, the stakes are incredibly high in this match for XDG as well. So far the split, they're 1-2 versus Dignitas, so they've shown that they can beat Dig before.
This is one of the games where XDG will need to pick up a win if they hope to take 7th place and avoid the terrifying prospect of facing LMQ in the summer promotion tournament. But the whole year, they have been trying to find their groove. At the start of the split, Zuna and Smithy swapped roles. It didn't work out, but it doesn't look like the swap back has really worked either. To give you an example, Smithy has averaged a 2.0 KDA in his 3 wins and 8 losses since he returned to the jungle, but Zuna averaged a 2.4 KDA in his 3 wins and 9 losses as a jungler. So Smithy is definitely going to need to do a better job of bringing the jungle pressure to help XDG's lanes get going and end their season in 7th.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do that, of course. We'll check out the starting lineups before we get into the game. On the blue side, it's XDG. Benny in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, ManCloud in mid, Zuna on AD carry, and Sheep at support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top is Cruiser. In the jungle, Crumbs. Golden Glue at mid. Cutie Pie AD carry. And supporting, Kiwi Kid.
And we're getting ourselves in a champ selection in just a couple of seconds here. And the question now is, you've kind of got this interesting sort of matchup of the mid laners as well, honestly. You've got the old guard of ManCloud, who's having an unfortunate sort of slump split right now, but was an incredible force and one of the big reasons for XDG's success last season. Golden Glue, kind of the new guy who's supposed to revitalize the team and kind of get Dignitas going. And it's been sort of hit and miss. Like, he got the quadra kill, but he missed all his shockwaves.
Yeah, right before the quadra, he starts it off with hitting 0 people with a shockwave. So you're like, well, he got a quadra at the end.
Yeah.
Good job.
You take QW. That's the important part. The ultimates are overrated. It's more about sending a message. It's on cooldown. Still kill you guys.
The message should not be that I'm going to miss all my ultimates, so don't worry about shockwave, though. That's not a good message.
Well, thankfully, he can go back to Zed if it's not banned here. It's impossible to miss Deathmark.
What if they Zanya's?
You still hit it. They just outplayed
All right. We're getting into the semantics.
You forced
here.
a Zonia's. That's cooldown blown. Positive.
Another worth right there?
Right there.
Well, he can't use it because Zed's banned, freak.
Yep.
He will not be able to hit Deathmark.
I think it's a smart choice right there. The Kha'Zix, the Lulu, and the Evelyn banned away from XDG. 2 at Smithy. One of them at ManCloud. So Benny's going to say, well, Cruiser had a really good Lee Sin game, so let's give that to Smithy here.
Yeah, I like that one because we just went over how good Cruiser did with Lee Sin. As we said, it's the champion that got him famous in League of Legends. Like to see him on something comfortable, and he is definitely much happier when playing that champion too. So, oh no, it's the wrong team. Dang it, freak. Got me off track here. Smithy, same story here. Okay, Smithy loves Lee Sin too.
Yes,
all the same points are true.
All the same points are still true. Great champion, great player. Dignitas. Rush picks the Thresh here for Kiwi Kid, getting Sheep a little bit less comfortable on his champions. Crumbs also picks up Elise, so Dig saving their solo lanes right now.
Yeah, that's pretty common. I mean, Dignitas have the advantage of the last pick here, so they will be able to counterpick at least one of the lanes. Just going with jungle and support does not show anything. I like this start. It's very interesting, though, because Kiwi Kid has had so much success with Annie, whereas his Thresh play, he's definitely not, he's not on like the Afro Muek special level for Thresh quite yet. He did get that kill steal, though, that we just saw in the video.
It was a great kill steal. He didn't actually miss the flay. Crumbs lied in the interview.
Exactly. He did. That's how he got it.
Yeah, with the flay. Is the steal right there. XDG, though, picking up a different bottle lane for themselves. They just fought against Karma Corki. They're going to grab it here.
So, Karma Corki, it's a lot of damage potential, though, because a lot of the damage relies on skill shots, hitting all these skill shots. Corki's Phosphorus Bomb, it was buffed in damage, but it does take longer to hit. It has a little bit longer range. Same thing with Karma, though. You have to be able to land those Qs. However, we've seen if you land the first 2 or 3 of them in a row, then you can bully a lane pretty early here. So now it looks like they have become fans after facing Cloud9 and seeing Cloud9's favor of this bottom lane.
So we'll see what else Dignitas goes for. It's going to be interesting to see if they can keep the Thresh from doing much to him. I'm a Cutie Pie. says, I'm going to play Draven here. Dig really picking a lot of champs that they just enjoy individually.
Yeah, and I said yesterday too, I really like this Thresh and Draven lane because they both like to get control of the lane pretty early and they both benefit greatly from it. Also, somebody tweeted at me, they have matching dances that work really well together, apparently.
Yeah, they spin their respective bladed weapons around.
So there's complete synergy right there. But most interesting in this section of the pick bans is the Jace with the improved tier. This has actually been banned a couple times against Dignitas.
Yeah.
Trying to keep that away from Cruiser.
Yep.
He talked about how much he loves Lee Sin. However, he's a big Jace fan as well. Strong poke champion for the top lane. It definitely changes the dynamics. It's not this standard tank up top. We're just going to have a regular team fighting team. Puts a lot more emphasis on poke here. Already with Thresh, Elise, and Jace, they have so much that they can do when they siege up.
Well, this is interesting, though, because XTG right now look at Trundle as the pick against Jace, and that's, I feel like, a fairly tough one for Trundle without help, because catching that guy is so difficult. In the mid lane, though, they do go for Ziggs to help wave clear. It'll defend some of the siege situations, let some poke back as well. So XTG, a lot of damage, but not a lot of engage tools for this team.
Yeah, they don't have any hard engage, really. It's going to be up to Smithy, Lee Sin to make a play. It's definitely easy for the rest of the team to assist him. Like, you can set him up with pillars and Karma speed boost, but it's still going to come down to, can Smithy make that play? Because otherwise, they have no hard engage. It's all slows here.
Yeah.
I guess you can call Karma's root a hard in CC, but not really.
You have a Lee Sin kick and a tethered root, basically. That's Satchel charge. Zuna can knock, or not Zuna, but Mancloud can knock him back.
Yeah, Mancloud definitely really loving this Ziggs, though, because he's often put in the situation where their team is behind and he has to wave clear, so it's perfect champion for that. Very good at defending and stalling out. This is a very similar team to Cloud9, where they ran very low hard CC, but then high damage lanes, high AoE damage lanes as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can keep the aggression on and kind of piggyback the aggressive Lee Sin jungle we typically see. Dignitas, their last pick. Orianna again for Golden Glue. Decides Shockwave's aside, still wants to play that champion.
Yeah. Now, he doesn't have a really strong ball delivery system here. I guess Elise is decent at it, but it's not one of the preferred methods, so he will be a lot of the time setting up his own shockwaves, I think, and using the ball more for zoning and peeling because their team is so range heavy and they're so poke heavy. I think it's going to be a lot more about zone control this time around from Golden Glue.
Yeah, Dignitas have 0 true tanks in the lineup. The only melee-ish champions are Jace, Elise, and Thresh. And even then, like, none of them build super tanky. So we'll see what happens with the front line here. We're going to see what you guys have to say about this game. Going to check the online predictions, and according to LOLesports.com, 86% see that Dignitas is going to take the first win of the day. XTG only 14% of the vote.
Not a lot of believers for XDG. We did go over the problems that they've had with all the swapping and, you know, how swapping back didn't immediately fix those problems either. But, you know, Smithy on Lee Sin should be feeling very comfortable. As we said, he really likes that champion. It's going to be up to Dignitas. If they are able to deny Smithy the engage that he's looking for, I like this poke squad. I mean, they've got Orianna slows and Thresh boxes to disengage. And, I mean, we haven't seen the Jace poke in a long time, but it's comparable to Nidalee poke.
Yeah, it is very strong, honestly. I think his laning phase is kind of comparatively better than Nidalee's would be. You've got some AoE, some pushing, kind of better auto attacks in general. We'll see what they can do with this one. We are onto the Rift, the Sheep family. I gotta say, I love all the guys with the sheep hand puppets, the signs up there. If you can hear them, they just yelled in the background.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I'm a fan of you guys being fans. Sheep Nation is what they call themselves, to be specific. I don't know what it takes to be a citizen, but I trust XTG.
You have to own a barn.
It's the requirement. I wonder if there's a test.
No, you just, a little bit of delayed invade here. I like how they are leaving Golden Glue up here. He can use his ball for scouting, and they haven't had to actually purchase any early ward here.
He's just dancing, though.
Yeah, it looks like it will be delayed invades from both sides. XTG did purchase early wards. They've placed them at the red buff, so they will be alerted if Dignitas do go for that late invade on the red. And this is a little bit of extra money that they've invested so that Smithy will have a good jungle early game here. They've got extra information over Dignitas. All right, try number 2 here. Crumbs might not have been playing Elise in a while. She did get nerfed, however, the range on the Spiderling did not get nerfed. So.
Yeah.
Oh man, try number 2. He needs to encourage.
Yeah,
he needs to encourage.
Cruiser checks.
Cruiser's got this one.
XTG. They actually opened 2 wards, by the way. Smithy only has, I think, 2 potions in his opening buy. Because they have one at red buff and one on the top river. And judging by the opening items, that could only have been a Smithy and Sheep.
That's what I was saying, yeah. They're investing in the early vision to try and get good early jungle from Smithy. It is going to cost them in a little bit of HP.
So the whole team's here to help Smithy out. You got a posse, you don't need potions.
Well, ManCloud is not part of the team then by Freak's by Freak's logic.
There you go. He's off farming race the whole time.
Very interested to see what they do with Benny because we've seen so many teams try weird things with their top laner. The top laners always feel out of place in these 2-1 switches. They can't hang around the turret because they're probably going to get killed really early, especially if there's an Elise jungle. So they always have to find some extra farm in the jungle, try and get something else done, maybe push with the other team and go with a 4-man push. But this time around, it will be Benny just trying to find scraps in the red side jungle up here.
Yeah, they're doing a bit of counter jungling though. They took 3 of the 4 race. I'm guessing Benny only takes the big golem here, so maybe Crumbs pays for it later on. KiwiKid actually sharing XP though with Crumbs in the red buff here, which means no level 3 yet for the Elise.
Interesting. So they have the double jungle as actually the support, and their solo top laner was trying to soak up experience here with Cruiser.
Zuna goes good damage.
Zuna goes pretty deep there, getting some extra harass. I think this is the time where Cruiser might have to start worrying about that dive. Because Elise, I mean, even though Lee Sin is no Elise, can't get rid of the tower aggro, he definitely has the execute power. And Cruiser's going to have to settle for a mini golem.
15 gold, 1 CS on the map. Basically with a caster minion. Not too horrible. It's also going to let it respawn for Crumbs, so he's going to say thanks from across the map. Looks like the standard 3-on-1 setups, though, at the start of this game. ManCloud and Golden Glue going to be stuck in a 1v1, but Zuna, Sheep, and Smithy will take this turret down pretty shortly.
Yeah, it looks like they're about even on the timing for the turrets. Tapa is actually going down first.
Wow.
So
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, good damage there, but it was because, you know, Crumbs and KiwiKid were jungling for the beginning part, so maybe they missed out a couple auto attacks. Regardless, though, both teams on pace here, and Cruiser has been finding small areas to try and leech experience from.
Yeah.
That's basically the new game for top laners. Benny's doing the same thing down bottom. Just trying to find little spaces in Fog of War where they can leech experience from minions dying.
And that's like the new common ward spot, too.
Yeah.
Oh, is he
no,
the caster?
he stepped into vision.
All right, but
will they go for it, though?
They give up turret pressure if they did, so I'm guessing that right here. So XTG going for the turret rather quickly. I got to point out the Spell Thief's edge pickup for Sheep is helping him knock the turret down a little bit faster, even though Corki is honestly a very slow turret pusher.
That's one of the benefits for being the team that knows going into this, you're doing the 2-1 switch. Taking that Spell Thieves. You know, Thresh does not really benefit from it, so it's not really one of the items that he would want to start with. But yeah, that definitely gives an advantage to whichever team support can start with that item. And they also shove it all the way into the turret so that the minion wave will not be frozen super deep.
Okay, so both teams get the 2 turrets down. You got equal gold pretty much here. CS pretty equivalent across the teams.
I have to point out, though, that Dignitas did not do the same thing. They didn't shove it all the way into the turret. And if Benny wants to, he can keep that wave down there, freezing it. It looks like both of the top laners are actually going to be freezing the lanes.
All right, which means the dual lane's going to go to the mid. We're going to see Draven, Thresh, Corki, and Karma all going down. Barreling in. We'll see if the 4-on-4 does much here.
Yeah, another important thing to keep in mind if you're looking for 2-1 switches is the wave clear of your mid lane champion that you're choosing. If you're choosing a champion like Nidalee, she's not strong early for 2-1 switches. Orianna and Ziggs are both very good in this, though. The 3-3 mid situations that come up at 5 minutes because AD and supports are roaming. So they both actually have pretty comparable wave clear here in the mid. And it might be, the game will probably slow down here, even though we got off to that nice quick boost with the extra 2 turrets going down.
Yeah. XTG actually slowed it down as well because the Orianna of Golden Glue recalled, and XTG had a small numbers lead, and they didn't even attack the turret. They kind of respected the KiwiKid engage and said, you know, never mind, we'll just trade minions for now. Small level lead for QDPie. We'll see if that matters much.
So the XCG 3-man squad here is just pure damage, whereas Dignitas have the advantage of, you have to worry about my death sentence. Somebody might die. You have to worry about my cocoon. If one of these things lands, then we can lock somebody up. So there's a little bit more kill potential there from Dignitas side.
Yeah, well, looks like you're going to stay in the 3v3. The hook lands on Azuna. Good dissonance damage as well. Shield from Karma keeps him relatively safe. Gonna get some more wave clear in from ManCloud. Not too many concerns here for these guys.
Now,
trade gold.
With both of these mid laners highlighting their wave clear. Oh, the flash from Kiwi Kid!
Play the cocoon as well. Sheep not a good spot. Flash away from this one. The ability still come down. Shockwave lands on a ManCloud. TP comes in. Benny will join the fight as well. First blood goes over. Zuna's got nowhere to go as well. 2 kills picked up for 1. This is a great start for Dignitas.
Yeah, Crumbs also got the first blood there. He was just barely able to kill Sheep before he went down. Exciting little chase there. I said that there's the kill potential on Dignitas' side. We saw it in action, and it was actually because Crumbs got into that little bush and got some good positioning onto Sheep, and then Kiwi Kid with his flash over with the Flay. Point blank Flay, not gonna miss that one.
The second time in a row, Kiwi Kid's gotten his team first blood with a flash, like basic ability here, in like the same location on the map too. So, gotta say, so far, Thresh questions being answered. We've seen Kiwi Kid hit a number of good hooks so far. Watch that again.
The other thing that we saw was both teleports were used. So yeah, they caught out Sheep. He has to use all of his summoners trying to get away. Oh, actually, that was another good hook, by the way, from Kiwi Kid that we didn't mention. But he got it onto Zuna. All right, there's the damage potential. Now Kiwi Kid, no flash!
And he's on the wrong side. Down he goes. Sheep secures the kill for the team. Put one on the scoreboard here. Looks like ward coverage. The attempt for XDG, they've got that over the blue.
All right, so they are going for the Dragon here. Down 1 member, hard for Dignitas to contest this. Crumbs would go on a suicide mission if he went for that because he has no flash. Nice chunk onto Smithy.
Cutie Pie 6 puts the ulti down. The smite comes in, but Smithy's one hit from dead. 320 bonus gold to I'm a Cutie Pie. ManCloud forced to run away. Sheep still around.
No flash for him either.
Yeah, he's going down. Oh, Golden Glue takes the kill. It's fine. I guess it's okay.
Yeah, Cutie Pie already cashed in, so that's
You
fine.
still get 50 bonus. It's been like a 56 gold bonus kill. Why would you not give it to him? Oh well. He's going to be taking the bottom lane minions right here. Dignitas down the Dragon, but hey, 4-2 in kills.
I have to say, the early Dragons are definitely a trap for a lot of teams because it's not worth that much money and it still does a lot of damage early game. It was just one little harassment move from Golden Glue that gave Dignitas the confidence to go in and clean up some extra kills there. Because they were able to get kills, they also got control of the map. And I have to say, I don't think that Dragon was worth it.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 kills are worth about 900 gold in total. Early Dragons aren't worth that much, absolutely. You can see
around the 600 mark.
Yeah, 625, I believe, is the lowest tier Dragon gold value. I'll get corrected at some point, but it's about right. XCG Benny in the top lane, level 7 for him, 50 to the 49 minions of Cruiser's Jace. So now that they both get 1 recall and some items, I want to track how the lane goes from there. BF Sword, the first picket for Cruiser. So even though the tier changes went through, tier is not the common build for Jace.
Yeah, he's going full damage. He wants high impact poke. Not looking for the early tier to stack up. Now, blue buff, this is the second blue buff for both these guys. The third one is going to be a point of contention because, as I said, the mid laners are really the big wave clears for both these teams. And not only do they need it for wave clear, but Dignitas also, since Cruiser is not going with that tier, they'd like to eventually start giving blue buffs over to Cruiser so that he can make use of all this attack damage that he's stacking up, and he will be able to continually siege up. So blue buffs, we're going to have to watch the warding around those as the game progresses.
Let's see, these guys can keep controlling it. They're just on the bodies right now, so we got 3 minutes to go till they come back up anyway. Even longer in some cases. Sheep is making his way around the map. It's like a weird rotational game where Zuna's freezing the bottom lane, just getting some farm for himself and trying to keep that in a safe place. Smithy dodges hooks, doesn't hit the Q either though.
Yeah, see the difference between these two teams. Dignitas, they keep Cruiser in the side lane farm, whereas XCG actually switch over. They put a lot of their power into Zuna. This is an active choice that they're making right now, trying to get Zuna a lot more powerful. Pings down on the Kiwi Kid. They know he's there. He's got to be a little bit careful here.
Well, Crumbs, Smithy is going to jump in actually for a bit of damage. Crumbs needs the lantern, does take it. Kiwi Kid gets him out. Benny with the ulti on, puts a pillar. Some good slows, but they might not get much more for this. XCG does stop the push, though. They're still buying time for Zuna to farm.
They also are going to lose some tower damage, though. So because they drew him away from the turret, they drew Benny away from the turret, Cruiser with this BF sword is doing a lot of work on the turret. Now he's got to worry, though.
He's got a couple hits to go. It's going to take that down soon enough. So maxing Q, 3 points in hypercharge right now. The W. It's the normal build for Jace's here for those wanting to pick the champion back up. Just keeping the acceleration gate at 1 point. Same for the ultimate. Smithy going to start off on this white. Level 7, going for the Lizard Elder, standard fare. Crumbs already has Golem, though.
That's also because minion wave control is so important in these games where the towers go down early. I want to point out that Zuna, in his pushing down bottom, left the wave right before the tower, so it was an easy rotation for Dig to call. They send Cutie down there, and he's got a giant blob of minions just to soak up and charge up his adoration stacks. He can continue to just catch every single one down here uncontested. He's going to have another big payoff if he gets another kill later in the game.
And he's taking his time killing the minions as well. Now he wants to freeze the lane, keep it from pushing down, buy plenty of time right here. You can see him just, he pops a new axe just to refresh the duration on the stack, basically.
Yeah, he's at 100 right now, by the way. Back up. That was even after that kill reset it.
He's at happy place. 126, I believe, the count so far on adoration. You'll see him move around, just chilling. Or am I just totally wrong right here? 100-something. We'll see. Zuna and ManCloud chilling in the mid lane. Let's see if they can put the push on. Of course, now that I'm a Cutie Pie stuck in the bottom lane, you say, okay, can XDG make a power play? They've got 4 guys here. Benny's coming up from the rear as well. Cruiser has TP. We'll see if he can join up. Hook's going to land on a sheep.
They can't go on it, though. Shockwave. This is mostly for wave clear.
Yeah, not much more, but they do stop the push.
Good 2-man defense there, though. It is going to be no ultimate here for Golden Glue. XDG, let's see what they can do knowing that, because they need to make a move. They've committed all 5 members to mid lane. Both side lanes are getting pushed in right now. XDG are losing out on gold as we speak. They need to make a move here at mid. If Dignitas can successfully defend this one more time, then it's a pretty big win for them.
Well, Dravenholt comes across the map. There comes a Shock Blast, lands on a 2. Dravenholt, he does not quite hit. More like whirling nothing.
Oh god!
I didn't have a good joke for
yeah,
not
you gotta think before you speak, Freak.
That's not how I do things.
It looks like they're looking for a pick here in the jungle. Some extra vision would be very nice for Dignitas on the bottom side, because that's a vulnerable area for them. Having both turrets down.
Cutie Pie. Oh, Smithy's gonna face check him. This is
Can he
not
catch
good.
in?
One more attack to go. Oh, the flash back. Plus 356 for that one. There you go, man.
Cutie cashes in again.
153 stacks of adoration. Sheep, ManCloud, Zuna forced to run away. Just with a BF sword, these shock blasts from Cruiser are winning the map.
He's putting the BF in that BF sword right there. Big chunks out of 2 members. And now they've got complete control over this. They can easily take up Dragon. There's a huge wave bottom. So the next person coming out of XCG is probably going to have to clean that up. And they should probably lose not only this Dragon, but the mid turret as well. They really need Ziggs to come up big here. He's got his ulti. ManCloud's got his ulti.
And 0-0-2 right there on ManCloud. 111.
Goes back to base, though, because Dig do not show.
Yeah, the wave is gone for now, at least anyway. Cutie Pie taking a bit of punishment. Benny goes in with the pillar, but Cruiser's here for the backup. Kiwi Kid there as well. Looks like it's going to be the slight disengaged. Rocket's not going to hit. Shock Blast nearly takes Zuna off the copter.
Everybody putting all this emphasis on poke lately. Oh, there's the ulti.
Can we get rid of it? Benny, can he find another engage?
It was really close to biting his coattails. Now, everybody putting all this emphasis on poke teams lately has turned the LCS into, the team comps very similar to ARAM team comps here as we get towards the 15-minute. And we just see 5 members mid. Everybody's just trying to throw out skill shots. Wait till one lands. Do we get the good poke down? Then we can get engaged.
I mean, they're preparing for the future of League of Legends. You heard what Sneaky said about it. He said pick poke, get Jace, right? Get the Ziggs in there. He got banned in that matchup. They're preparing for the next season already.
All right, so seriously, though, we do have to emphasize the itemization from Dignitas is also focused towards this 16-minute mark. 2 Bloodthirsters, those are great for taking down turrets. It's just pure damage that they're getting for Cutie Pie and for Cruiser. And they also have early Sork boots from both their mid laner and their jungler. So they're going for some pretty high impact mid-game here for Dignitas. They want to make the plays now while they have control.
Yeah, well, thankfully for XGG, they're catching up in some of these items. Unfortunately, Smithy is behind Crumbs right here, but you've got at least a T-Mat for Benny. You've got the Athenes at least done for ManCloud. Zuna's got his BT. They can fight back a little bit. This 3,000 gold lead showing in a couple of places overall. But honestly, neither team finding openings for a short time. Ah, he just dropped both axes. Shame on you. But yeah, it's just ManCloud. I mean, you said, right? They're the one who's behind. He's going to be the one wave clearing, and ManCloud continues to accrue minions. I gotta say, despite the fact that they're not having the best season, XGG, ManCloud is always able to find farm.
Yeah, well, he is Ziggs, and he is it is sort of a ramp, so it's pretty much Ziggs' duty when they're getting shoved like this to do the wave clear. So ManCloud pretty happy about that, but there's been a lot of time spent by, say, Crumbs and Kiwi Kid roaming through the jungles where they have not been doing a whole lot with the last like 10 seconds here. Crumbs has been sitting over there just biding his time, waiting for the time to go in. Cruiser though, he's the target down on the bottom side.
Pillar
Not
comes
great
down.
vision, so
Flash, the Q lands, goes in, Cruiser goes down. Nice pickup there, Benny Smithy. Making it happen.
do they sacrifice this bottom lane kill for a mid lane though?
Uh-oh, the hook on a ManCloud, Cocoon on a Sheep, Shockwave, flash by Sheep, but down goes ManCloud, Box comes in, another kill goes through. Zuna the only one alive in this fight. It's gonna be no engage, so the hook! Ooh. Kiwi Kid playing awesome.
All right, Zuna's gonna try and defend this turret. It's very low, but he gets everyone off of it. Bottom will go down to XGG, so one extra kill for Dignitas. However, the tower is actually already down for XGG, so a slight win there if they can continue to defend the remnants of this mid turret.
Teleport for Benny, not gonna do too much, but force the Lantern out. Zuna gets the rest of these minions here with his teammate, and it is gonna survive.
All right, let's watch again the mid play. Both of the skill shots land from Kiwi Kid and Crumbs. That was amazing. They both chose different targets and were able to get both of them right there. Instant couple kills. Zuna did end up flashing that hook that was about to go off.
Yeah, he was safe, but we're back now on the map. 3,500 puts Dignitas ahead. Cruiser did get ganked in the mid game, but
so
he's scaling up.
Yeah, look at the pathway through the jungle here on the red side. There's no red wards yet, and that's where Cruiser has to worry about. If he wants to push on this bottom side, they need a little bit more vision down there.
Well, unfortunately, XDG is already ready for that. You can see the pink ward was already placed. Smithy using that to push away Golden Glue as well as kill the ward he just bought. So XDG aware of that rotation, or aware of that push, and already preparing for it a little bit. Waveclear comes in from Zuna, not going to be enough. Mid-turret goes down, Hook's going to land! Zuna has nowhere to go, Blaze the Valkyrie! Puts down the barrier, but it does not matter. Shockwave claims the kill.
Kiwi Kid just annihilates Zuna right there. Landed the hook into the flag. Good job by Golden Glue capitalizing as well. And the ARAM continues.
Benny puts the pillar down, hooked again, in comes the jump. Not a lot of places to go. Kiwi Kid taking a bunch of damage. He is going to trade his life for this one, but they do get the kill in there in the end of it, and the mid lane siege still happening. Crumbs takes a Q, Flash Cocoon's not going to land. Looks for ManCloud, some more damage comes through, doesn't quite do enough. Whirling Death just misses, but the mid turret does go down.
I have to say, if that was pre-nerf Elise, I think that's a dead ManCloud. Really close right there, though. Crumbs goes all very deep for it. Not able to finish him off, and neither is Cutie Pie.
Doesn't quite land that one, but 305 on Golden Glue, 303 on Cutie Pie. Great.
This is the best part, though, because you know that he's going to go right for the Valkyrie. So Kiwi Kid cues up the flay, and then Shockwave kills secure from Golden Glue. Gets through the barrier. He actually needed to use everything there because Zuna could have waddled, or what kind of...
Float?
Yeah, float away.
Copter? Is copter a verb?
No.
Okay. Then fly. Yeah, just fly away.
We're getting a little fancy here. Just keep it basic.
Hey man, copter's a sweet word, all right? I'm making it a thing. Copter is now a verb.
There's two members going for the blue buff here. So well-timed from Dignitas. Taking Dragon first.
Good pickup there. Dragon goes to Crumbs right here. The ward's going down. So a 5-kill lead, and man, 6,000 gold. Nice shock blast hits ManCloud as well. Now, I want to point out, actually, because we've seen the replays of it as well. So we talked about sort of new players a bit with like Golden Glue, and whatnot, and Dignitas picked up Cruiser and whatever, but Kiwi Kid, new to support, had a very rough season as a top laner last year, and is playing.
Oh, wow, that's how you steal something.
Well, there you go. Cruiser making it happen.
Smithy has been schooled
Yes,
by
he
Cruiser.
has. Nice. But yeah, I just gotta say, like, Kiwi Kid's having such a phenomenal year so far. Newly to support role, not even on the same side of the map as he was before.
Yes,
but
Kiwi is doing outstanding.
Real good player.
I questioned his thresh at the beginning too.
Yeah, we're unbelievers.
Shame on me.
Right? Never doubt the Kiwi Pie. Benny pushing up this side lane. No one's there to stop him at all. So XDG at least finding some things to do across the map. Trying to hold on to what gold they can. Sheep losing about 40% of his health from a shock blast. Bloodthirster, Brutalizer done for Cruiser. Gigantic damage available to him.
Crumbs going with the team build as well. We see another Locket coming out. Very rare that we see that Locket, but they take the opportunity. Benny's up top. They force this Baron. Teleport's available for Benny, though.
Well, we'll see what they can do with this one. The damage still coming through. Crumbs taking a bit of pain. There comes the Ascension. Use Smithy on the backside. Kicks him back. Gets away from the hook. And Hip Turret is dead. And Benny is still pushing.
Oh, not worth it for Dignitas. Even if they could catch Smithy, it wouldn't be worth it. They give up on the Baron. They lose the inhibitor turret.
Wow. So Cruiser finally shows back up. But yeah, 2 turrets for nothing. The split push XTG is working. The root not going to land on a Cutie Pie. He's got to back off. Zuna putting some damage in. The Lantern's still there. Cutie goes back to behind his turret.
Yeah, great performance under pressure here from XDG. They force Dignitas to make the call. It looks like the engage comes, but a disengaged pillar from Benny just in time.
And a great minefield set off Kiwi Kid and Crumbs from getting able to jump in as well. ManCloud made a good decision there to put the E in that location. The rest of the team's going to back off here. Still 5 kills down, but clawing their way back in is XDG.
Yeah, Dignitas cannot afford to make that same mistake again because the inhibitor is exposed now. If you're going to give up on that Baron and go for the kill, then you have to make sure that you can actually kill the person. Lee Sin's a very slippery character. Even though Smithy's hasn't started out that great, he knows what to do with Lee Sin. It's very easy for him to jump away.
102 CS going towards Aranduin's Omen as his first big item off of the jungle build. See if he can tank things up enough. The ball comes out, nearly cocoons Sheep. Shock Blast gonna hit though. I gotta say, Cruiser's accuracy with these is rather high. You can really tell he plays a lot of Jace.
And definitely happy with that pickup. Has worked out for them so far. Even though, by the way, we're talking up this XGG play that they just made, they're still definitely down in gold. So when you match up like this, 4 versus 5, or even if it was 4 versus 4, Dignitas have the extra firepower.
And Benny still has teleport though. He's been pushing the bottom side, forcing a couple of recalls actually to defend the inhibitor.
Yep, said they can't make the same mistake twice. They don't even want to let him get close this time. Inhibitor actually going down would be devastating. That's the farthest one away from Baron. Then it would flip the tables, and Dignitas would have to be fighting for this vision around Baron while defending an exposed inhibitor. Very difficult to do.
Yeah. Well identified by XDG. They realize Dig goes back, and so Sheep wanders out across the map, takes down a pink ward, getting himself 30 gold, upping his CS to 17 here on the map. He's got Sightstone going towards Mikhail's. I believe that's a completed Frost Queen's claim as well.
Yeah, I like the Moby boots on him too. Get around, clear wards quicker. Place wards quicker as well. It is indeed the completed Frost Queen's claim. See if Benny can actually make this bush gank work. Because Cruiser's got his flash up. So he's got some pretty good disengage. Is Benny even still in there? Oh, there he is.
It's Benny. Well, wise choice. You're watching the VODs of Fnatic and you're like, that brush could have people in it. Back out. The troll hiding not under the bridge, but in the leaves. It's going to be ManCloud.
Grass? Grass count as leaves?
Sure.
Yes.
We're going to go with yes. We're inventing science.
We need a botanist, please. Cutie Pie. Pretty dangerous player. They've got a little bit of warding. Oh, I guess he sees everybody mid.
Yeah.
So he's able to get that.
It's a turret kill. We'll see if Benny can actually lifesteal up enough to do okay in this fight. He's getting some health back, but giving respect to Cruiser, giving respect to Dignitas being partially off the map here. Looks like this red team is grouping towards the top side. Blue buff is their consideration right now.
The blue buff focus here. They would love to make Smithy smite it. They don't even want to steal it. That's fine, as long as they deny it from ManCloud. Even though Dig don't get it. Victory for them right there. It's not going to be a Ziggs blue buff that they have to deal with.
Keep in mind, only Benny has TP right now. Cruiser does not have it.
He's going to have to keep vision then, because Jace can interrupt, but you have to be pretty dang close.
The hook's going to land on Smithy. PewDiePie's going to go in for this one. Jace on the wrong side of the map. You've got Crumbs on the side, gets the Q in the face. Smithy gets Cocoon. The hook comes through after the jump. This could be Smithy going down. He does. Crumbs picks up the kill. Zuna forced to run away. Crumbs on the chase as well. The run across the map. PewDiePie, 448 for the kill on that one. Getting rich through these. Big
Hooks
fight for Dig.
landing, Cocoons landing, people dying. That's the story for Dignitas here. 2 members down, no smite available for XDG. Another Baron call. This time Benny's not in position to go for that inhibitor. He would have to run really far to get up there and try and answer. Looks like the pings are actually down on Dragon. Benny gonna try and solo it, but he doesn't have a smite either. Dig could easily rotate down there after.
Well, Baron Asher does go down to Crumbs. Benny's starting it. He's getting help from Sheep as well. Watch those hooks again.
So the hook lands, and they get some good harass. They blow his flash. Then Crumbs comes in, and even though Smithy sees Crumbs, hits him with the Q, another hook from Kiwi Kid, and then the play. I just feel like every Thresh that we've been seeing in the LCS is amazing. We've seen so many plays come from this champion. Who actually ended up with that dragon?
I think
Jace was heading over there, so I don't know. I'll give the credit to Benny.
I'm almost certain.
But Cruiser was heading down there. It's possible.
Oh, Smithy's going to grab himself the big golem here. You got a 7.3 thousand gold, putting Dig ahead. Pretty substantial margin here. XQG still just trying to scrape together what farm they can. ManCloud has his death cap done now, and he actually has a second Doran's Ring. I forget when he actually grabbed that one, but it will give him some extra mana regen when he's wave clearing. So even if blue gets stolen repeatedly, he has a good chance of killing off the minions.
Yeah, however, Golden Glue is a full needlessly large rod above ManCloud right now.
Yeah.
So he's got power. He doesn't need the mana regen because they control blue buffs, and he doesn't have to deal with his jungler having to smite his blue buff because of an invade. Golden Glue very happy about his situation.
I gotta say, I'm sad that PewDiePie isn't buying any Yomu's Ghost Blades anymore. It was his Lucian build. I've seen a couple of Dravens buy it as well. But he's just going, you know, standard. Grabs a cowl, he's going towards Infinity Edge. I don't know. I like seeing it.
High DPS build here from PewDiePie. If that is going to turn into an Infinity Edge, that other pickaxe, which in all likelihood should definitely be an Infinity Edge.
Gitsu's Rage Blade.
He's going to have huge damage towards the end game. And it looks like he's also going to be building up that Banshee's Veil. So, Draven, extremely scary.
But honestly, Dig taking their time. They're sieging up towards the mid lane. They're getting most of the lanes under control, and they're basically letting Benny push for a while.
Yeah,
they're on a short clock every time, but
remember that they do have a teleport. They could have Cruiser go over there, but they haven't needed him. It's very impactful for Cruiser to be with the rest of the team to throw out the Shock Blast, and then once this minion wave gets close to the inhibitor, they actually can afford to send him back. Dignitas are the ones with the kill potential. Again, they've got those skill shot CCs. However, they have lost sight of Benny. You need to play more cautiously. Could turn into a 4 vs 5.
Yeah, he's going to show back up for the bottom lane, though. Cruiser is going to be defending him here. And honestly, without that poke, like Dignitas, playing much farther back, they don't quite find the openings. Of course, there's wards down that spot. Cruiser on the side, or Crumbs out on the side. Top lane not pushed into yet. Mid lane they're going to try again, but the wave clear, we'll see how good it is from ManCloud. Hook comes through, not going to land. Bit of damage from Crumbs. Dignitas are slowly working down the turret. Lost about a quarter of its health now. The rockets come through, but just don't do that much.
Now, in a lot of these poke comps where they're running Elise as their jungler and a shorter range AD carry, Elise actually puts down just as much tower damage as the AD carry would, or even sometimes more, because it's much safer for her to get into that range, often building more tanky, as well as being able to rely on Repel. Teleport coming in from Cruiser. They want to make this tower count. Oh, they don't
get it. Gonna go down. The fight's gonna begin. Benny flayed into the team. Corky did fall down. Kill picked up for Cruiser on this one. Gonna see if Dig can keep moving the inhibitor now in a 5 versus 4. Baron buff still on them. Mid inhib is gonna go down 31 minutes in. Hook's gonna go out, not quite landing onto Sheep. Gonna shear him a little bit, but he's all right. Just some wool missing. Gonna move on now to the top lane. Inhibitor turret, that's gonna go down as well. Shockwave finds Sheep. Couple hits from Dead. Q comes out. Flash is gonna dodge some of it, but he's still gonna go down. Looks like it's gonna be Draven picking up the kill. 5-0-4 for Cutie Pie. 2 inhibs dead, now pushing for the Nexus.
All right, Dignitas, well-played game this time around. It looks like they won't be able to finish it just yet, though.
We're gonna see Crumbs forced towards the back, the Q. Whoa, stand aside, stops Smithy. Can they find anything more here? Benny going around the box, looking for the next engage. Distance not yet landing, the acceleration gate. Gonna get Dignitas out of there. Picking up kills, no deaths, 2 inhibs.
Yeah, not able to end it yet. 2 inhibitors down, though, is pretty big. As soon as they go back and buy, they'll probably resume the assault on XCG's base. We just saw our first glimpse of a couple panic spells from Kiwi Kid there. He had the Q from Smithy on him, so he threw up the box and play as soon as he was able to. But Smithy didn't decide to take the Q. And Kiwi Kid gets away with his life.
And Kiwi Kid's going for a bit of a tankier build as well. Giant's Belt picked up on the man, so it's going to be a bit tankier of a Thresh. The Locket Haunting guys, Ancient Golem, Elise from Crumbs is just big enough to go into the front line and weather the storm for the most part. He did get out with a Lantern in the last fight. Cruiser is going full squishy. Armor pen build to fill up here. Adding the cooldown boots and then the standard armor pen items off his Bloodthirster, so very Shock Blast focused.
Yeah, now who are they going to give this blue buff to? Because Golden Glue's sitting by it too. They got Cruiser and Golden Glue.
It's a competition.
Pinged for it.
Who can secure it?
Away, yeah.
Cruiser does.
There you go. I mean, he's the one. He does not have the luxury of an Athenes. Whoa, they have 2.
He already had it.
2 blue buffs, Freak?
Yeah. Blind pick. It's the only way.
All right, so resume their assault on the bottom side. They will get reinforcements from those super minions, and Dignitas look to be ending this game pretty soon.
And they look down for the bottom side. Cruiser does have acceleration gate max. You can get the team in and out a little bit quicker than before.
Yeah.
I'm going to move in now for the bottom lane inhibitor turret. Damage comes through, down to half HP already. Benny puts the pillar down, Hook not quite going to land. Ziggs Bomb comes in, Cutie Pie losing his Banshee's Veil. But that turret is like 3 attacks from gone. 1, 2. You owe me another hat. All right, here we go. Bottom inhibitor, the siege has begun. Dignitas, 5-on-5. Inhib not even going to get stood for. There it goes. Cutie Pie takes the inhib. Man-Cloud, Satchel retreat. Gonna run back towards the base. Golden Glue kicked into the team, but maybe too little too late. The Lantern comes out, he is safe. Benny goes down, Golden Glue is alive. Shockwave secures the kill out of Smithy. A bit of repayment there. Down goes Zuna as well, 3 for nothing in the fight so far. Man-Cloud, the R comes out, another kill for I'm a Cutie Pie, and this is going to mean the Nexus, 34 minutes in, Dignitas secure 4th place even more.
Solid performance there from Dignitas. And they picked the poke comp that had a lot more kill potential because they had hard CC that they could land on that. That really turned out to be the difference. They just waited around a long time in mid lane until a couple of those things land.
The crowd really getting behind Dignitas for that game as well. Just when Golden Glue sat down, a cheer came out, and they're like, all right, Dignitas, all right, Golden Glue. And I mean, he had a 0-death game, 4-0-10. Better shockwaves, the crowd behind the whole team, of course, for a great performance. The 6-0-7 Draven for I'm a Cutie Pie, also a great performance here.
Yeah. Did you see that last kill?
Yeah.
The Ziggs in every skin, does he kind of, his death animation looks like this balloon that's sort of been popped?
Yeah.
He flies around like that?
Yeah, he always actually flies around.
Every single one?
Like he's a misfired firework.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I enjoyed it.
It's great. It's one of the better death animations. I die as Ziggs on purpose just to watch it.
Yes, on purpose.
Yes.
That's how Freak dies.
In co-op versus AI, never in rank. That would be silly. I don't want to get reported. Yeah, so Dignitas showing, of course, a great result there. 34 minutes, fairly quick game. Pretty standard, I suppose, actually. And yeah, to come out with things that are a bit unique to them, right? Draven, aside from Cop, no one plays it that much aside from I'm a Cutie Pie. It's kind of his signature champion. The Jace, I feel like it's... Was that one of the first picks that we got, actually? Have we yet to see the Jaces?
We did see it in Champion Select, but it was banned.
Yeah.
I don't think we've actually seen it played.
Yeah. Well,
At
it
least
came out
not by him.
Came out very well, 2-1-6. You know, stuck in a 1v2, wave cleared the best he could, lost 2 turrets because you're gonna in the 3v1 setup.
and then, yeah, transitioned into the game, sat there in the lane, put the pressure down, protected the split pushes, landed it.
Let's bring up a replay from that mid lane, because most of this game happened in the mid lane. Everybody was grouping up for the poke wars. Let's roll this one through, and remember, Crumb spent a lot of time waiting in this bush. This was actually just after Cruiser died down bottom. They go in, they land a cocoon and a death sentence on 2 different targets, which both end up getting them kills. So Dignitas really making those skill shot CCs work for them in the tower dive. Now, they weren't able to get Zuna right there because he flashes away, but that was 2 kills for them, and they gain control of mid lane.
It was still a sweet no-look hook, too. He was like running backwards and goes like, I see Zuna behind me. It was sweet looking. If this was like an action movie,
too.
It was. I'm learning from Zyrene, man. The sound effects make the game better. It's just how you do it. So, I mean, what else can we say about Dignitas? They're in the playoff race for 4, 5, 6. Yeah. 4 or 5 is really where they want to end. They've shown that if they play Curse,
because 4 and 5 play each other, right?
Well,
so
yeah,
it's very similar.
You get choice of side, which can be very valuable for teams if you have blue side strats like CLG in Season 2. But honestly, yeah, like so. Dignitas, right? They've shown they can beat Curse. They did that yesterday. They've shown that they can beat Coast. Yeah, they can show they beat XCG, but they won't play them in the playoffs. They've shown they can beat Coast, though. Yeah. If Coast takes the 4th, 5th spot right against them, they have a winning record against these guys as well. Dignitas right now are on a roll. We heard what Doublelift said about CLG. Said we don't care if we started out badly. If we know we're strong at the end, we're okay hitting playoffs. Dignitas right now are able to take on all comers going into playoffs.
What we're really looking for are teams from the bottom 5 that are able to actually take games off the top 3, though.
Yeah.
So Dignitas is going to run into their real test if they can take a game off TSM, Cloud9, or CLG. That's when we know that this was a good change with Golden Glue coming in.
Yeah.
This game, it did look pretty good. You know, he definitely performed a lot better on Orianna this time around than last time. I don't think he had any completely whiffed shockwaves.
Not that I saw. I mean, they would maybe not deal a whole like crap ton of damage, but overall, like he hit all of them. Sometimes he secured kills. I mean, like a level 6 shockwave doesn't actually do more than like 200 damage anyway. But yes, all of them hit. His team was in control the whole time anyway. So gotta say, good performance. Solid. Well. Yeah, there you go. Solid for Golden Glue. Now remember to let us know what you thought the standout moment was by tweeting at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCSBigPlays. For more Dignitas' win, let's send it over to Riven Chat.
Thank you very much, Freak. We are joined by Diggs, Kiwi Kid, and Crumbs. Gentlemen, congratulations on the win. A 16,000 gold lead there as you racked up a few more thousand to end the game. Very definitive and a play style that's definitely changed for you guys. Coming into that game, however, we have to touch on the 2v1. We've been seeing it a lot in back-and-forth games. What's the switch now that teams are doing this to kind of put each other on edge?
I think the idea behind 2v1ing is simply so that you accelerate the gold lead early on, so you can have more items on your champions earlier on. So you get the 2 towers, and then you simply rotate the lanes out and then try to deny the opponent. So who can outmaneuver? It's basically creating the game so that it's more strategic rather than, oh, the jungler found a good gank in this lane and actually managed to win now. So it's a different play style. I'm not too fond of it, but we pretty much see it every game. So.
And Kiwi, you're obviously one of the ones that has to be fond of it or be a part of it. The mid laners get to kind of sit at home. How do you feel about being able to swap back and forth in these lanes or have to swap?
I really like it. It keeps the game really refreshing because I really love laning, especially laning with Cutie. But whenever it's 2v1s, I get to roam a lot more, and I just, man, I don't. That's really fun to me too. Yeah, I get to kill steal, man. What's better than that? You get that, 3-minute sight zone.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday on Annie, you were like level 4 or something. 7 minutes
I was level 3 at 10 minutes. We watched it. So that was a struggle, but it was fun.
So you guys, you took this game to 7-3 in 18 minutes. Do you feel like this 2v1 kind of fast style play actually works with your team comp?
I think it does work with our team comp, but the issue was that we got 2v1 yesterday against Curse. And we made a big mistake in the early rotations that we seem to have made in scrims quite a bit. And we're like, okay, look, this is a mistake that happened. And then Sky was like, this is what you need to do instead. And we're like, oh, that would have been so great if we did that instead. Oh, that's so good. And then we actually did it this game, and it worked out. That's when we got the 2 kills for 1, the first blood. Yeah. So we actually learned from what our mistakes were yesterday and applied it to today, which is a huge thing for us to actually learn from one day to another.
That's actually really interesting how you mentioned Scar helping out, because I'm a little curious how his coaching role has been doing. He's here all the time. How has it been going with him in a new role now?
He's like a god of coaching.
Yeah. Oh God, did I say it out loud? I freaking love Skara. Yeah, just having him here and just, man, yeah, he's probably been the biggest help we've had in a while. I think, yeah, he's pretty much what we've been needing. Like, let's say if we had 2 Skaras and he was playing and he was coaching too, nah,
they'd drive each other.
Things to be different. Yeah, they probably slit each other's throats, but. That's something else, but
let's jump ourselves into a replay. We can see just how much that coaching is coming into play. This one's around 26-20. You got the fight coming in, and this one's for Dignitas here towards the mid lane. Just walk us through this fight a little bit and how you guys were able to grab the positioning.
So right here, we know Lee Sin's coming around, and we want to take a fight. We have a really fed Draven. Kiwi lands a great hook, and then he starts getting a lot of damage on him. And at this point, okay, he flashed out, but I'm still coming in, and I want to go on this again. And I land the cocoon, and he lands another hook on us, and we CC him to death. And then this just spirals out of control now, because Raven flashes for the kill. We ended up getting Corki, and then I tried to go for Ziggs. That would have been great if I got Ziggs, but he flashed out too. In the end, this allowed us to take Baron, and then the game was over from this on.
Yeah.
And Kiwi, your Thresh was rather impressive this game. A bunch of hooks landed dead center, really good plays as well. Why haven't we seen more Thresh out of you this season?
I think it's because our team kind of has trouble closing out without hard initiates like Annie and Leona, and we kind of just clutched on that. And fairly, I think my Thresh has been pretty inconsistent.
Okay.
But I've been playing it a lot lately, so we just like gave it a go. Because Annie was up, but we decided to just pick Thresh instead. I was like, I'm feeling Thresh this game, and you know, I just kind of
just a
was
feeling.
on point.
Also, Golden Glue is 3-1 now. You can say 3-1 with Scar in the coaching role, 3-1 with Golden Glue in mid lane though. How do you guys feel like he's been doing in adapting to the LCS pressure?
I don't think that means much, whatever the record is, but I think he's definitely getting better. And maybe a little too excited because he was blurting out some strange things that last game. But
what's an example of something?
I don't even remember. He's imitating voices. Like he's 17. We get it. So. Like he's getting used to it, and it's good because he's definitely getting a lot more confidence. We're helping him out with that, and then his Orianna was 2 different shades from comparing the game against Curse to this new one. Once as he progress, we'll have the 2 weeks to prepare for playoffs and 2 more games in LCS. That should hopefully give him the confidence and the skill and just adapt enough to the LCS environment to be able to perform at playoffs.
And with next game, I believe if CLG beats Curse, you guys lock in 4th. How are you feeling about that whole big picture of the playoffs?
Locking in 4th, I mean,
I think locking in 3rd to 6th has no difference. Like, I don't mean to rag on Riot or anything, but I feel like this kind of 2 weeks a little underwhelming in the perspective of like playoffs, because it's kind of like. Top 2, yeah, that's great. You get job security. And top 3 to 6 is like kind of whatever. So,
no, 6 and 7 really matter though.
But even
6 and 7 really matters. I feel
even your matchup against Curse, if that is the way it falls, because that's where it's trending towards. What do you think about your chances in that game?
The thing is, going into this, we got a really good thing coming on, which was a new patch is going to be played with playoffs, and that changes everything because now that means I can play Master Yi every game or Shaco, which means that. That new playoffs is going to be just completely new slate as to what happens. So I think any record that we have against any team will barely matter. So going into, we're going to play either CLG, Curse, or Coast, not a big deal. Like it's just so new that whoever comes out with the best strategy is going to win.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Congrats on the win, and best of luck in the rest of the 2 games you guys have this Super Week. All right, we've got a flash away, but when we come back, Team Solo Mid will battle it out with Coast. The NALCS continues in 3.5.
Oh, he got a hook.
There's Lee Sin flash. Lee Sin flash.
I'm going for Lee.
Can you cocoon him? Yo.
I'm looking.
Yo, y'all fighting, man.
Yeah. Corky.
Lantern.
I have nothing. I'm flashing on Ziggs.
Trundle's coming.
All right. No, I don't.
Go to Ben. They have no. I got this. Like, I'll keep him away. Just go.
Welcome back to the North American LCS, and our next game of the day, Team Solo Mid versus Team Coast. And we can't forget that Coast is one of only 3 teams to actually beat TSM this year, and the only team from the bottom 5 to pull off such an upset.
Yeah, and to climb out of 6th place and avoid facing CLG in the first round of the playoffs, Coast have to be looking at this game as a place to pick up a win. We saw yesterday that they went back to their comfortable split push and poke strategy. They were looking good, but ultimately Curse made some hard engages and were able to take the win. If Coast go back to that same tactic again, though, TSM knows how to deal with it already, and they excel at hard engaged team fighting compositions.
Yeah, we definitely saw TSM flipping the script yesterday, actually, in their game against Evil Geniuses. Dyrus played Lee Sin, and Bjergsen picked up Syndra, both the first time picks for them this year in the LCS.
Though we don't see Dyrus having much of an impact the way that we've seen, Inox and Zion taking charge with the Blind Monk. The odd one also seemed to be having a hard time coordinating with the rest of the team as Pantheon. There were several instances where his Skyfalls were just not timed quite well, and the positioning was a little bit off.
Yeah, but no surprise, the crowd's still behind them very much here. Gonna check out the starting lineups. On the blue side is Team Solo Mid, and pretty much everyone here knows it already, but Dyrus in the top lane, Auden in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle and AD Carry special on support.
And on the red side, it's Coast. Up top, Zion Spartan. Jungle, Nintendo. Mid Shifter, AD Carry Wiz Fusion, and support is Daydreaming.
So we're gonna get ourselves the game shortly, but the thing is to sort of think about is, I think back to Coast's actual last game, where they did lose to Curse. It was the Vi Yasuo that chopped them up, and I'm like, okay, so if you're Coast and you know you're gonna play this sort of strategy, right? You know you're gonna go for split push and poke.
You ban Vi?
And I think that, but I'm like, how many things do you have to actually ban to secure yourself the poke? Because it's like, okay, you could try to ban Vi and Pantheon.
I don't think you have to ban Pantheon. So here's my take on Pantheon.
Okay.
I love Pantheon. However, if you're relying on Pantheon for your hard engage, then the other team can pick very high impact skill shots, which you can land before Pantheon hits the ground. One of the few things that you can easily take advantage of a Pantheon gank, if you see the big circle coming, you throw your skill shot right at the center before he even lands, it will still register as a hit before he even shows up there. It's the same reason how he can start casting his W before he lands, and he'll still jump to you even if you get out of range.
Yeah. I've seen people like, the circle comes out and they're like Caitlyn Trap.
Yeah, so you jump down as Pantheon, and they know exactly where you're going. So they could set out traps, they could set up bindings, they can do all kinds of terrible things to where you're going to land, and it's just a bad feeling. That's why I kind of have gone away from that champion.
Okay.
Because you look really dumb, too. When you jump in there and you just, I'm on a trap and I'm binded. I don't have any life either because I built all damage.
I mean, he always wanted to be a baker. Why wouldn't you jump on top of a cupcake? It's just, he's sad that Caitlyn makes better treats than he does.
So a few people will get that because they know both the Pantheon joke as well as the cupcake. But for those people, definitely worth it. Good job, Freak.
Yes, there we go. You just say enough jokes, eventually some of them are funny to people.
Oh my God, the spectator is getting out of control here. Secret messages. They're sending them to him right before pick bans?
He was talking to the Korean spectator. This is our
Bjergsen's
spectator.
out of his seat.
Oh man, doesn't even need it. He's just really high up, actually. He's just lifted all the way, wants to get kind of look down to the monitor.
Good posture is very important. So is banning Kazakhs. So
yes, it is.
Kazakhs down. Nidalee and Lulu, very happy with those bans. We won't be seeing the very annoying poke of Nidalee coming in. I'm sure Coast are not happy with that, though. They've had a lot of success with Shifter on that Nidalee.
Yeah, as well as Zion Spartan's Lee Sin here. TSM not saying, we'll first pick it away from you, but they're going to remove that option from Zion. I wonder if a Renekton ban comes through in a Jax pickup. We have not seen Zion play Jax in a very long time. And he just stopped pulling bans, stopped playing it. I'm surprised to see a successful champion like that disappear.
Yeah, and TSM approach the pick bans pretty much the same all the time when they play teams like Coast and teams in the lower side of the brackets. They just span out what the team was successful with last. They're like, okay, well, last time we saw Zion with Lee Sin, it did pretty well, ban that out. Nidalee, he did well on that as well, ban that out. Take away the Zed, don't want Shifter making plays, and they leave Jax, that's kind of in the past for them. But yeah, it's a very real possibility if Coast still want to go with their split pushing. However, like I said, TSM are a very, very good team for team fighting and hard engaged compositions. I don't know if a split push and poke will be successful against them.
Well, we'll see. I mean, TSM are definitely the big team fighting group. We'll see what they look for in this one. Taking their time with the first pick. Renekton is my first gut check, where Dyrus wants to dominate the lane. Not only is it a good champion for him, but it'll shut down Zion in any of the 1v1s he goes into.
That's an interesting
but
little point.
There's a lot of
about the top lane, how all these top laners, even with, we're getting up there in the patches. The patches are still coming out, yet some of the top laners are still playing the older go-to picks of Renekton, Shyvana, Trundle.
Yeah.
There's a lot of new picks that are really strong. We just saw it, Jace. I am a big fan of the champion because he can beat up people that are melee. He gets a good advantage early. He can start a Doran's Blade. He's got range. He can knock you back if you try to engage on him. And he also has gate. Yes, a long time ago, the cooldown was increased on gate, but it's still great for poke comps. It's great disengage. It's utility later in the game. It's all around pretty good champion for the top lane.
I'm waiting to see Kennen come back as well. I know Riv is too.
Yeah.
At some point, that guy's
Kennen especially.
Show back up.
There's so many more options. I'm glad that we've kind of gotten past the point where we're locked into everyone with the 3 bruisers.
Yeah. Of course, the Rengar rework hit 4.5, so maybe we'll see him in about a month.
All right, don't get ahead of yourself.
Hey, man.
We're on the 4.4 right now.
We're talking about the future, okay? Lucian, Evelyn picked up here for Team Coast. Wiz Fusion's really go-to AD carry. And intended with Kha'Zix off the table, says Eve.
Eve, pretty popular jungler right now. I guess, Eve, Kha'Zix, and Vi are very, very popular at the moment.
Yeah.
Odd one, even with Elise being nerfed. Still very happy to go back to her, as many others have been.
This is interesting. TSM just allowed themselves to get counterpicked in both mid and top right here. They picked Shyvana pretty early on in the rotation. It gives Zion room to pick something to beat it.
And they're going to have to pick mid before the last pick of Coast. That's where you're going with that. So yeah, 2 solo lane counter picks, a possibility for Coast here. I don't feel like Darius is going to be surprised by anything that Zion pulls out, though. Yeah, no surprise there.
So I want to see this, though, because I think solo mid made a good choice in rushing the Thresh pick here, because I think Thresh works well against Leona. You can stop the Zenith Blade engages, or Zenith Blade, depending on who's talking about it, with Flay. And of course, talking about good Thresh players, you got a special all-star support last year. Amazing player overall. He's going to get this champion here. Wild Turtle looks to Jinx, and Bjergsen Ziggs is just a good, safe pick.
Yeah, the whole team just feels kind of safe for TSM right now. Very, very standard set of champions for TSM. They've all played these champions before. Comfortable on each of them. This is pre-rework Gragas. No talking about that 4.5.
Nope.
So yeah, so they still do have the barrel combos they can come out with. High burst potential. Still interested to see. I don't think Coast are going for a 4-man split. They're just going to use Zion as that solo lane Jack, try and get him beefy, and then go for team fights.
Yeah. And we'll see what the pick ends up being for Coast's mid laner here. We do see Zion Jax. We're going to see Eve running around looking for some extra special ganks.
All right.
Well, Ahri was the champion that Coast beat TSM with. And they are going to go for it here. So Shifter, actually, this was the matchup I think he was in, where Shifter was actually beating up Bjergsen in the 1-on-1. Ahri versus Gragas.
Yeah, Bjergsen was not happy after that Gragas game. We'll see if he can redeem himself, because he doesn't have very many more Gragas games to play before the rework does come in. So this will be one of the last chances. And as I said, TSM's team looks very standard TSM. Same thing for Coast here. Pretty much classic picks for both of these teams. Zion's going to be on Jax, Shifter on Ahri. I do like this matchup. However, traditionally, TSM has the edge. So if we're going with traditional champions, then again, TSM looking pretty good coming into this one.
Well, Coast going to have to rely on their wheelhouse of get your solo lanes fed, make them carry super hard, and make it happen. The one thing I want to point out, though, is when Zion does well on Jax, because he bullies his lane opponent. But now that everyone's running teleport top lane, you have less ability to push someone down. There's less kill threat.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a little bit more farm.
It's interesting because they're both running teleport here.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Zion last second change.
He did. Okay.
Over to Ignite. So Zion has switched it. He's looking for kill on Dyrus. He's not going to match the teleport. I don't know, man. Teleport right now is so good with the teleporting to towers, reducing it.
Yeah. I think TPing to a turret has less cooldown than Ignite. I think by 10 seconds.
If it's reduced by 100, then
200 versus 210. Yeah, well, there you go. And as the teams load into the Rift, let's take a look at the voting from LOLesports.com. 92% of you think that TSM is going to come out on top. Not surprised by those odds, but underdog wins do happen.
Yeah. Daedra been getting in on the TSM chant. Everybody on Coast. Yeah, TSM. Oh, wait. Yeah, I mean us, right? Coast. But yeah, this game, definitely going to be watching the jungles because junglers are how the solo lanes are going to, it's going to tell how the solo lanes are going to perform.
Yeah.
And Nintendo on Evelynn has a very good chance of actually snowballing one of these solo lanes. So we'll have to see if Odd One and the rest of TSM can coordinate to get vision inside of Coast Jungle at the small camps. Can they keep track of this Evelynn? Will they have defensive pink wards up towards the mid game? Those are the two things that they'll be looking to do. Cloud9 is so good at getting deep wards into the enemy jungle when they face Evelynn, getting defensive pink wards and picking her off. Will TSM be able to do the same? I mean, they practice a lot against Cloud9, but they do not have the same coordination. And it doesn't seem like they have the same conversation when it comes to jungle strategy that Cloud9 do.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if TSM can learn a thing or two as they get themselves into playoffs, of course. Now's kind of the time to put everything down, see just how strong you really are, and say, look, you want to win the spring split, you want to get first place in the playoffs, go to the All-Star. And hey, every team you face is a good way to test yourself and say, did we play this perfectly? What do we see go wrong? We'll see this. Battle lines drawn so far. Zion, of course, does have Ignite, as you point out. Doran's Blade for him, Doran's Shield for Dyrus. Dyrus kind of the epitome of a consistent top laner here in North America. We'll see if Zion can bully him out.
Yeah, that is a little bit interesting. A lot of people right after the Doran Shield nerf switched over to Cloth 5, but Dyrus has returned to the Doran Shield. It does look like they won't be meeting each other as their 2-versus-1 swaps are coming in.
This is interesting to me, because I remember back when Jax was a really popular pick last season, there was some discussion around Jax in 1v2s and whatnot, where, well, he needs items to scale 1v2ing him is a really good choice because you'll knock him down. Ooh, hold on, TSM looking to stop this swap attempt. Look at that, Nintendo forced away. Started on the greedy side of the jungle. Tried to start with a solo lane. Didn't pay off.
Yeah,
Gets out.
they are the ones who lane swap, and they still start their jungle on the bottom side. They were hoping that they could burn this golem down before the duo lane from TSM come to check. However, TSM are on the ball, immediately come for the invade to see what's up, and they do put Nintendo a little bit behind. Zion's going to be buddy jungling with him, though.
Yeah, not
Meanwhile,
much XP, though.
Yeah, look at the opposite side, though. Dyrus on Shyvana can take care of his own camps because he has decent AoE himself, and the Odd One has actually been jungling bottom side jungle. So a little bit of advantage early on from TSM. And I have to again question, Coast doing the lane swap, they have Evelynn. Oftentimes you lane swap against Evelynn so you can get vision of her.
Yeah.
But they're the ones who pull it off, and we'll have to see how it plays out. Will Nintendo actually be able to make plays anyway?
Well, you know, last Coast game we saw, they had sent Zion Spartan try to steal the blue buff by himself. Walked by a ward, gave away first blood. Level 1s right now for Coast looking a little bit shaky.
And those...
Nintendo not spotted, though. Uh-oh. He's going to run into a Dyrus.
He's level 3 to level 1 Dyrus, though. Even though he's at half HP, he's got double buffs. He's level 3. He's got teammates.
All right.
Dyrus can't afford to get frisky. He is sitting on a ward, though, and he need. Okay, so he knows that he's sitting on a ward because he just saw Daedra move. You got to be careful about telegraphing what kind of information is available to your team by your movements. Oh, Dyrus still gets caught.
He did hit level 2, though, from leeching XP. Good play by Daedra to push him away from this one top lane turret, taking plenty of damage. His fusion, and Dyrus is like basically pulling damage away from the turret by doing this.
Yeah, I really like this sort of play when you have a top lane Lee Sin who can kind of bait the enemy team away from doing damage to the turret and try to get them to chase him. Dyrus doing a similar thing on Shyvana, though, able to bait them away for a little bit. The tower delay could actually afford them the opportunity to switch their dual lane because they also had Jinx on the undefended turret down there, the turret that does not have champion damage reduction. TSM are very happy with the way that Coast decided to go for the lane swap.
Yeah, they've just destroyed the turret game here, getting a tier 2 turret
before
their
T1's
efforts.
even done. It's not even done yet.
No, they took it down. I thought.
Is it? All right.
Yeah, Coast is 1 turret kill.
Okay. Getting a little crazy here.
It's okay. 2-1 on turrets, though. Overall, gotta say a great thing for TSM so far. We look at the mid lane matchup. This one actually is going well for Coast, though. Shifter up 5 minions, pushing Bjergsen around a little bit. Bjergsen is out of potions already. Ignite is available for Shifter. He can land some kind of charm combo. Both Elise and Leona waiting around in the wings, trying to help people out. Evelyn not far either.
Now, this is one of the most exciting points of the game when the entire map is covered by fog of war right now. There's no vision. Everything has been blanketed in darkness, and it's really up to the junglers. It's actually everybody who gets to roam now. It's not even just junglers because turrets were taken down so early. So now is when you see the sneaky plays come out. Can we get an AD carry gank or something like that? Up top, though, everybody from TSM just shows as normal.
Well, we've got 3 guys top lane right here. Dyrus lurking around through the tri-brush. Daydream's Leona coming to support with Fusion, who has been stuck in the solo lane for a short time. Zerk Greaves rushed by Wild Turtle here.
Yeah, he wants to annihilate turrets. Jinx already with great attack speed buff from her Q. Wants to add a little bit more and increase this turret lead that they have.
Well, Zion is going to freeze over on this lane, though. Does not have teleport. He's on the correct side of the map for a dragon, but cannot join fights like Dyrus can. 21-11 in minions. Honestly, there's a minion lead for Coast because of the way the lanes are set up.
Okay, so a little bit of minion lead, but that's another point you just said. There's no teleport on Zion, and they are the ones who initiated a lane swap. Why would you take a combat summoner early, no teleport, if you're going to be doing the lane swap?
Well, damage on a Daydream and not in a good spot. Flay comes in. First blood goes to Wild Turtle. 6 minutes in. Top lane under fire. 4 vs 2 now.
Questionable play from Coast so far this game. TSM doing a great job capitalizing. I mean, their reactions, they wasted 0 time. They had the correct reaction to the 2 vs 1 initially, stopped that cheeky little blue buff, then they went in to take it. I think TSM have just been playing very well for the beginning of this game, reacting to everything that Coast is doing.
Book and Cocoon both dodged right there by Coast, but top lane turret down to half HP. Coast trying to hold this one alive for now, but this turret might not be long for the world, though at the same time, Zion Spartan is still farming in this frozen lane. Level 5 to Dyrus' level 4, 36-11 in minions. TSM does not pay off with a turret here soon. There is a scary Zion Spartan to keep in mind, but here comes round number 3. 4 vs 2 again out of the turret. Hook's gonna go out, does not quite land. Daydream rejoins the team, finds the stun. Good play, Wild Turtle staying alive. Minions going down as well. Coast are holding this turret.
Yeah, so because there are so many things that are making me question Coast's early game, I think that they were guessing for a TSM lane swap, and they mind game themselves. Like, I mean, they're doing it against the Jinx team. They have Evelyn, and their top laner has Ignite. I have to think that they were just overthinking the situation and were trying to catch TSM with their lane swap.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. All right, we'll stop talking about the early game, though. Dyrus is teleporting down bottom to catch Zion with his big minion wave and stop it at the turret.
There's about 10 minions here at most that he'll be able to catch up with.
6 to 4.
Yeah, it's a big lane lead. The satisfying thunks are coming through as he hits the caster minions. He's got enough minions here to push in and take aggro. And the turret damage commences here. Zion Spartan with Ignite. Thunk, thunk, thunk. All right. Oh, he lost the stacks. Pushed away.
I do commend TSM for not trying to go for an early dragon, even though they have the towers down. As I said before, I don't think it is quite worth the damage that you take this early in the game. Coast trying to keep up their blue invades.
Nicely done, though.
From
just
the level 2, yeah.
Steal.
Able to get the second one away, and Odd One not making a move to answer.
You know, it's worth pointing out, Coast should have a pretty sizable experience lead, because Zion was getting free experience in the bottom lane by himself, whereas then TSM was sharing top lane among 4 people, whereas Coast was sharing it among 2 or 3. So as far as total levels go, Coast, I think, have an experience advantage. They're down 600 in gold, but I mean, an individual level is worth, what, 800, 700 gold worth of stats? So unless the levels actually catch up, Coast kind of betray the scoreboard and are leading on the map.
Zion definitely does have a decent upper hand against Dyrus. However, Dyrus has a pocket special.
Shows him, though, pulls him out of the pocket. He's there hanging out, and actually all of TSM, or most of TSM now,
rotating towards the bottom side. Oddone not far away at the Wraith camp. Wild Turtle holding mid for now. Bjergsen could move over as well, but the fact that Xpecial's down there is TSM hoping to set up Dragon. Wards come out. Coast aware of this. They've pulled their whole team down to the bottom side. The pings come out. Coast try for ward control. Xpecial doing the same. Bjergsen taking a bit of damage here. Shifter trying to knock him away.
I guess things are going according to plan for Coast here because they've got their split pusher fed. They were successful in getting Zion all that lane farm. And, you know, with everybody down bottom, they should be able to get this turret since Darius used his teleport to try and get to lane.
Nice
They're
job
able
by
to get
Ghost.
back in this.
Okay, well, they group up for the bottom side there. They've walked by a couple of wards on the way. Xpecial and Total should know about this, but it's a 4-man group. We've seen this before. It was 4 minutes ago in the top lane. And Coast.
Reverse situation, though. Can TSM defend 3 versus 4? This is going to be on Xpecial to land a good play here.
Looks like Coast don't want it. Even though they know Darius is there and they could guess the summoner spell cooldown. Bjergsen on the inside track down to the bottom side. Looks like he'd get there before Shifter. They back off. Mid lane, Shifter has enough AP to one-shot caster minions. He's actually grabbed first item, needlessly large rod. Lands the charm. Bjergsen down to half, but he's going to regen.
Yeah, Bjergsen in this matchup, at least he hasn't died this time around. Last time, Shifter was able to get a kill from doing this exact move where he goes into the little fog of war, the lip on that side of the river.
Yeah, that is one big thing I see from the top level mid laners is they use the fog of war that you can get. On top lane turret does go down. No local gold given away, but 100 gold to every member of the team.
I feel like Darius has forgotten about that new local gold of turrets.
Yeah. It's basically a minion wave and a half worth of gold.
It's a lot, yeah.
It's half a kill worth of gold.
But yeah, if nobody's around, then it does go to waste. He is scared, though, because if he meets Zion out in the open with no turrets to fall back on, he'll probably get bullied, especially since Zion did go with that Ignite.
See where the teams start moving now. Zion, Phage, Sheen on Jax. He's 2/3 of the way to the best item in the game. Ooh, the engage comes in, Shifter ults. Trading flashes away with Bjergsen there. Ignite is down as well, but gets some dominance in the lane.
Yeah, the Shifter Ari, once again, coming up pretty big. And he's moving towards that mid game. With all these turrets down, once Shifter does get to start roaming, it's going to be the rest of the members of TSM that have to worry about being picked off. Vision of their own jungle now going to become increasingly more important.
Wow, Zion Spartan going in for the fight under the turret on Darius. Ignite goes in, ult comes in, forcing the flash away. Flash Q would have taken him out. Darius limping away with low health. Zion still in control of this turret here.
Well, we talked about solo lanes from Coast having to carry this game if they were going to win it. They've done just that, even without Evelynn intervention. The solo lanes from Coast, because they're able to feed a lot of extra farm to that Jax, and just because Shifter was able to win his mid lane by himself, knowing that the junglers were not going to come interfere due to the 2 versus 1 switch, this is pretty much what Coast were banking on, even though they're down in gold right now.
Is that enough of a reason for Coast to initiate a 2v1? Just to throw a feather
just
back in
to get
the hat?
their solo lanes.
Just to let Shifter 1v1 Bjergsen.
Jungles.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's tenuous, but hey, we're just gonna go back to it. Repel used by Elise.
Making sure that Nintendo does leave the area. So that's that warding that I was talking about around their own jungle. TSM are setting up perimeter wards. Keep track of Evelynn here. A couple defensive pinks. That's down to 3 hits though, and Team Coast know that it's there.
See what they can find with this one. Daydream waiting around in the brush. Eve forced back, Elise near the bottom side. Top lane actually got reset, and it's in a really good spot for Zion Spartan, actually. Right in front of his turret. Darius has to go back into the jungle here. Level, what, 9 versus 8? Is that correct for the top lane? 10 now for Zion Spartan.
Yep.
So a level lead there. He's got money in the pockets as well. He's about 20-ish gold away from finishing Triforce there, so a big spike. Gonna come in soon for Zion Spartan's Jax. Bjergsen does get his first blue buff of the game, though. Coast did not set up a trap for that one. No invade came through, but their own blue buff is up. Looks like it should be going to Shifter pretty easily. Shifter did pick up a Deathfire Grasp versus the Athenes of Bjergsen. We'll see if Shifter can knock down champions quickly.
Remember that TSM love the team fights, though. They thrive in dragon fights. 1 minute 40 seconds till the next one. And they have a Jinx. Jinx has been able to complete her Bloodthirster. A lot of damage, but is vulnerable to dives. Will Zion be able to get deep and kill Turtle? Will Turtle be picked off by Shifter before the fight even starts? All these questions and more will be answered in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Special could also flay him. There's more questions. Hypothetical answers. All the above. Who knows? Thought we were done with tests.
Now we're going to keep farming for another minute here.
It's fine. Zaps a minion. The Cork dealing plenty of damage. I feel like there should be a special interaction with this
top
skin.
Spinner or a bot or a...
I was going a different way with that one.
Spinner.
I have no idea.
Okay, so Zion, though, he is definitely exerting his will on Dyrus. You can see he chased him past the
Looking for Wild
wave
Turtle.
over
Misses
there.
the ult, though. Wild Turtle flashed away from that one pretty cleanly. There will not be a solo flare for the initial dragon fight. Coast would have to buy some time if they want it back. Shifter looking for the roam.
Again, he wants the pick, and he got it
the
again!
damage. Look at the burst comes through. Can Bjergsen get away with this? A lot of damage. Shifter, he's gonna go down, and Bjergsen lives.
The odd one hanging around mid lane. Bjergsen gets caught out the exact same way as he did last time, but they come up with the kill because he stands and fights. An odd one comes to his rescue.
Man, great play by Bjergsen. I was surprised Shifter was ulting in a melee range the whole time, but Zion still looking to fight onto Dyrus, half HP on the Shyvana.
They still have another solo laner, and he's still extremely powerful here. Even though they didn't kill Bjergsen, he was forced back to base. So no dragon for TSM. Coast are going to start it off. This is a 3 versus 3 situation. They're tanking dragon. That's not a good situation to be in.
Especially with Moby Boots, won't go for the hook. He will.
Turtle has no flash though, and he's getting cornered from the rest of the team. He's split up. He does not want to be far away from his Thresh. Needs that peel.
Especially with the preemptive lanterns. That if they catch you, go left.
Yeah, now he's going around. Okay, he circles all the way around the dragon pit. Everybody needs to come in from the same side. Both mid laners have returned.
Yeah. Bjergsen has ulti. Shifter does not quite. Bjergsen is going to have flash soon, though. Shifter already has his. We'll see if the summoners make much of a difference. Cork comes out again, doesn't quite land. Pink ward going to get swept by TSM. Jack still winning in his top lane. Dyrus actually very, very low up there. He's going to be actually maybe going down. The engage comes in. Turtle with barrier. He's going to be going down. Also, Dyrus drops. Shifter's going to fall as well. Fight still goes on. Oddman low on health. He is going to go down. Draven running. Body slam will land. Nintendude on the runaway. Can he get out? Special. 2 hits from Dead Wiz Fusion. Looking for it. The kill does come through for Bjergsen. The hook's going to come out. The W won't put land. The flame backwards. Wiz Fusion can't catch him. He's got nowhere to go. Bjergsen takes a drink. Takes him down, 300 gold.
Whoa. All right. TSM thrives in dragon fights. Did we go over that? Yes. All right. So Zion up top, though. He just takes down Dyrus. This is not one dragon fight. They're going to win. Did he get out? Yeah, he got out from the turret as well. Down towards the dragon. We did see 2 people go down, but everyone's so low. Bjergsen's able to clean this one up. Couple of body slams. He has that blue buff now. And the flash one. He actually got the auto off as the flash went through. Special dodging that.
Yeah. The W barely missed and the flay completely well timed.
Yeah, it's a star burst W too. So if you're either way towards one of those points, towards one of the corners, it would have stabbed him.
Well, actually, to point out, Zion did get killed by the turret.
Oh, he did go down to that last turret shot.
The golden kill credit did go to Dyrus. But you're just seeing Zion happy to turret dive. I mean, he's forcing the issue in that lane.
Oh, yeah, he is. Because he knows he has to make some sort of play. The rest of his team dying around Dragon.
Wild Turtle stunned up, though, has nowhere to go. Gives the kill away to Zion Spartan, but the mid lane, Nintendo goes down. Bjergsen not even have to ult for it.
Well, 1 for 1 there, but Jinx off the table means she cannot continue to CS at this time. This gives Wiz Fusion the opportunity to try and catch back up. However, they are shoved under the turret. Hard for him to grab those CS.
Yeah, Zion pushing towards the bottom lane. The ulti still available for Bjergsen. Wave clear pretty clean here for Shifter. 156 minions now for both mid laners. And to point out, Bjergsen is 5-0-1. He is a significant reason for why TSM are doing well in this game now, having such a great impact in team fights.
Uh-oh. No wards deep in the jungle for Zion, and not that many members of TSM were visible on the map. Does not want to fight this one. Dyrus, though, should be careful about pressing his luck. Looks Looks like Zion's going all the way back to base, though. TSM running on mid lane.
3 versus 3. Jinx joining the fight, though. Cocoon's going to miss right there. Dodged away by an intended mid lane turret. Is going to go down, making that 4-2 right here. TSM getting now all 3 outer turrets for themselves. You're going to see them sitting on a 3,500 gold lead as well. When they got Bjergsen around, TSM are winning every single fight here. And they're using that to good effect.
How early do you think Jinx will go for a Banshee's Veil? Because
it could be after Last Whisper.
He's got to worry about so many things picking him. The Leona and the Ahri will both be looking to grab him, and Banshee's would be a good combo breaker for either of those. Even though he does have X Special on Thresh to rely on, it's not going to cover all of the angles.
Yeah, well, the one good thing for TSM is because Bjergsen's doing so well, not only is no one going to buy a lot of armor early on because they're buying MR, but also if Wild Total does go a little bit tanky, like in getting a Rush Banshee's Veil, they still have the damage from Bjergsen. So I think he can get away with like 3rd item Banshees.
Looks like they also got a Mikhail's too, so not only can X Special Lantern Turtle, but he can get him out of that Solar Flare if it does land on his head again.
Aegis also is going in for the out one. We're seeing a lot more Aegises. Still in 4.4. It doesn't actually have the change going through yet in 4.5, but the items just come back recently.
Wants to protect everybody. Odd One has been known to be a utility jungler, trying to do what's best for the team. Good control over the Baron side here. You can see that TSM's jungle is completely devoid of coast wards right now. So they are not in danger of having any of their buffs controlled. And it's really up to TSM. They've been doing a great job with all these sweepers. They've actually got a really good foothold around this Baron side of the map.
Which also means they have a foothold on the flank towards Zion Spartan. He actually backs up right there, realizing TSM's off the map.
Exactly.
Coast have a couple defensive wards there. They do see that one. Take the Wraiths too. Whatever you can. TSM kill away another ward right there.
That
So
might
Coast
be
knows they were
the
around.
most common bush to camp in now.
Yeah.
That one on the backside of red buff right before Baron. Oh, and this is a classic ward.
Who's going to come through the jump over. A nice flash from Daydreamin'. But it is still a summoner spell burned. Well done, X Special. Spiderlings, just they don't like brush today.
They need some encouragement.
Yeah.
They're volatile Spiderlings, but they seem to be a little wary. Oh, vision control on Baron doing work here. They do have Elise and Jinx putting out really strong damage. Now Coast are getting pretty bold here. They face check it. Baron's at half. Zion's at bottom. This would be a 4 vs 5.
Okay, well, Nintendo has Flash, so they need to play for this one. Daydreamin' losing half his health bar, though. Dyrus looking towards the front. Cork not quite going to land. Zion still pushing the bottom side. TSM forced to recall.
Zion gets so much work done here because TSM gave up on the objective that they were going for. It is a big win for Coast. Can he finish it off before? Dyrus comes in.
Zion popped his dodge just to get a Trinity Force proc.
Turtle.
I think he's safe. Chompers eat nothing but air. They're dead. What if Flame Chompers could feel?
So if they're Flame Chompers, then they should eat air, right? They need oxygen.
Yeah. They spit out carbon dioxide.
Really, though, I'm worried about this bottom. I really I want to see another duel between Dyrus and Zion. Dyrus does not have much in the way of offensive capabilities.
Yeah.
So he's always got to be scared about Zion's all-in. Zion does have his slow now. Cutlass completed.
I feel like this is a significant lead for him. Lands a stun, decent damage, puts a slow down as well. He's got to watch for rotations. He's well surrounded by TSM.
Pretty much what it is. The only thing that's keeping Zion from going full force ahead, worried about collapse from the rest of TSM. He doesn't have great ward coverage inside the jungle. Pretty much his ward coverage, if you see a member of TSM that close, it's too late.
Yeah.
His wards are really, really close to him.
Well, Coast right now putting pressure towards the mid lane, kind of holding TSM from rotating out. If they collapsed on Zion's Jax, mid lane turret would probably fall. So you're seeing...
Oh, Dyrus. Zion waits. Zion bides his time, waiting for Dyrus to come back, but they make the call for Dragon, and Dyrus lives.
Coast ping towards Baron a little bit. They're actually moving towards it. I don't know if they can kill this nearly in time. This Dragon's going to be uncontested, and they're going to leave just Avon to take it.
I think they're pulling them away from Zion so that Zion can actually split bottom. They want to threaten TSM around Baron, trying to buy more time for the split push.
Now it's going to be Dyrus sent back to base. No teleport for him, meaning if he makes the recall, it's just a 4-on-4 on the map. But keep in mind, most of, well, I shouldn't say most, but a large portion of Coast Gold is on Zion Spartan's Jax here. You can see 8,500 gold is the richest member on the team, whereas Dyrus is beneath Bjergsen's mark by 1,700. These top laners being down here is actually a relative advantage for TSM.
Especially since Dyrus does have teleport. However, he will most likely not have the opportunity to use it. If he leaves the lane, Zion will get that turret.
The stun's going to land. Zion still farming up a 20-minion lead Coast.
They're forcing it here. TSM have to engage.
Good cocoon from the odd one. Stops Shifter, though. Nintendo dude, he's going to watch for the hook. There's the hook. It's going to land. Nintendo taking a bunch of damage. He pops the ulti. Can they kill off the odd one? There goes the repel. He's trying to run. Killed off by Bjergsen's ulti.
Baron heals back up. Got to be careful. Oh, special flirting with death here.
Red buff. With a red buff, he's going to look in. Thresh actually goes down with Fusion, does get the kill off the back of the charm. Dyrus does not have Dragon Form, does not yet have Flash either. Zion on the chase. Dyrus cannot get away from this one. Zion gets the one-on-one kill. 2 kills for 1 on the map.
Intense game again here. The split push is working out. See what happened to Special.
That's just greedy.
Yeah.
Even Daydreaming took part right there. Jumped over the wall, had to walk back. Shifter got to dash back over. Wild Turtle killing away the wolves. Poor Copenhagen. The odd one, chilling with Elise. Gonna kill away some of these lizards. Not a problem, they're the little ones. That got stolen away by Jax, not letting go. Zion Spartan there. Mid lane turret still alive. TSM keeping that one in good repair. A 3-kill lead, and I believe every dragon on the map as well is TSM's. Farm split fairly even across the teams. I'd say there's maybe like a total of like 10 to 15 minions separating the entire team rosters here. So it's really the kills and dragon control right now that are putting TSM in such a good spot. Oh, red buff still blue. Shifter queued early. Zion Spartan double buff.
That was the plan all along. He needs lower cooldown on his jump so he can kill Dyrus again.
Yep.
Man, he is definitely, there's no single person who can stop him right now either. Trinity Force plus Blade of the Ruined King is ridiculous. So TSM, they really need to make use of the small advantages that they have. They commit Dyrus up to top. Whoa, very dangerous. Leaving that bottom inhibitor open to Zion.
Well,
whoa.
127 minion, 3-1-0 Jackson. Immediately the recall. The hook didn't land. TSM thought they could get a catch off this. They didn't. Coast playing the defensive game so well. Zion in on the inhibitor. Good damage comes through. Will he ignore Dyrus?
He's committing to it.
He's trying, but here comes the Thresh. The hook's gonna land. Zion Spartan, not a good spot. Jumps over to minions. Lurer than King Use. Special kills him, takes the double buffs. A little bit more than Zion could chew.
It's so chancy. I mean, Coast, they rely 100% on keeping vision of the whole team from TSM. They need the 4-man squad to pressure TSM around Baron while Zion commits for that. He can't commit to that turret if they don't have vision of the entire team. Yes, if it's just Dyrus, he can tank Dyrus damage while he finishes off the turret. But Xpecial comes in as well. The rest of Coast were not able to hold on to TSM. Biggest member down for Coast. TSM have free reign of the map.
Well, right now, TSM are still waiting on Wild Turtle to show up mid, though. And Zion Spartan up in about 7 seconds as well. Wild Turtle will be there first. Yeah, this turret should be going down with the numbers lead there. Here comes Wild Turtle's Jinx. Phantom Dancer is done on top of the Bloodthirster, and there they go. Good stuff out of that one. Wave clear from Coast, but of course TSM now growing their gold lead. 5,000 for them. Spiderling gets through the brush this time.
So
not so pensive.
One little mistake there of not being able to keep track of every member on TSM, not being able to inform their split pusher, cost them a turret mid.
Yeah.
He did get it very low though. Yes, the inhibitor turrets regenerate, but not quickly. So if Zion can get back down there, he still has a good chance of bursting that turret down.
Let's see what he can get on this one. Killing away these minions. We'll see who shows up. The recall from Dyrus. Bjergsen is drinking out of the cask. Back goes the Shyvana.
It's the exact same decision that they have to make. Who's going to be recalling? They have to have very good communication from Coast to actually pull this off.
Thresh is around as well, Xpecial waiting in the wings. This could be the exact same combo as last time. He's going to wait for the engage. Has the Talisman of Ascension. Zion Spartan starting in towards, I'm guessing, a Banshee's Veil, his next item. But the extra MR will certainly help a lot against Dyrus. But the rest of TSM now off the map once again. Zion, a little bit in danger getting surrounded. Another ward comes down.
MR helps against pretty much the whole team. Shyvana without Blade of the Ruined King, so magic damage heavy.
Yeah.
And really, all he has to worry about is Jinx. Jax also has the Counter-Strike, so auto attacks will not affect him for a large portion of a team fight, and he's probably going to be looking to kill Jinx. If they get her off the map, the only defensive stat he has to worry about is magic resist.
Well, here comes the engage. Odd1 is there with Dyrus. Zion Spartan gets stunned up. Ignite comes down, looking for the engage, chases Odd1 down. Does he have the damage? One hit to go. Zion inside the base finds one. Now stuck in a duel with Dyrus. Not gonna go far. Does jump to a ward, but kills him off. Dyrus getting the gold credit for it. Mid lane turret does go down though. Coast use the distraction. They lose an assist, but they get a turret for it. And now they set up around Baron.
Zion was able to take the smite down. So he knew that even though a little bit, it wasn't a great trade as far as the power is concerned, trading Jax for Elise. But there's nothing that TSM cannot take the Baron without their smite. It'll be very risky.
Some good wards by TSM, get them controls. They push down the mid lane. Dyrus gonna secure them, the dragon. It's gotta feel bad having to kill your own race, but Dyrus will do it for TSM. Bjergsen tells him to do it, and Dyrus obliges. While Turtle makes pain a little bit easier, actually does the killing blow, so Dyrus can feel good about himself on that one. He did not slay his brother.
He just beat him to within an inch of his life,
hey,
and then let him get shot.
It's not murder.
All right. Dyrus gets off on a technicality here. He's acquitted. No jail for Dyrus today.
On his birthday. Xpecial and Bjergsen.
All right. Back to the ward control, freak.
You're holding your magnifying glass.
Yeah, man. I was investigating the Dyrus case. He's innocent. However, the case of the vision around Baron, still hotly contested. Both teams trying to get their wards in place. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4 sweepers here for TSM. Still sitting on 3 for Coast, but they're buying plenty of pink wards.
Well, back to the bottom lane. Zion Spartan, no longer a top laner.
I don't know. If TSM make the call to shove everybody top, Zion has to be with the team. This is an inhibitor turret. He cannot get down to that bottom inhibitor turret for Coast because he has no teleport. He ran with the combat summoner, the Ignite.
Yeah, and he's actually waiting around on the side. He's like, buy the white, can't buy the wolves. He's waiting to flank, actually.
If he comes in and he flanks Wild Turtle, he takes out Turtle at the beginning of the fight. Doesn't matter how much gold lead TSM have. Coast will be able to win that. All eyes going to be on Turtle. He has Flash and Barrier and Xpecial.
And look at all the engagement potentials for Coast. Nintendo off on the left-hand side. Zion Spartan on the right-hand side, waiting around outside of ward vision. TSM have to be afraid of how hard they push for this.
Yeah, they've got to know, though, that Coast are trying to flank them from both sides. It's an Evelyn. They've got to be aware that Evelyn's always trying to flank, and they don't see Zion on the map. That means he's probably waiting in the fog of war as well.
All right, barrel roll comes out. Dyrus in the front lines. No real turret damage to speak of for TSM. There's a gigantic minion wave towards the bottom side. Poke comes out.
Interesting timing on that one. Usually teams like to do that when they have AD carries in position to get turret damage.
Yeah, it's going to get about half the cooldown for the next minion wave. So, like, it's not far away from being back up. But, yeah, the regen, very easy to reach. Zion Spartan goes to defend the bottom lane right here. A lot of minutes for him. He'll hit level 18 before too terribly long. TSM used that to run towards Baron. They will run through a ward, though.
Yeah, didn't get much done here. They're going to have to clear out the vision, but that will signal Coast.
There are wards Xpecial. If you can play into hook, it could land. Good juke by Nintendo.
Yep, Nintendo has learned the ways of the zigzag. Did you know, if you encounter a crocodile in the wild, you are also supposed to run zigzags because while they are extremely fast in bursts of speed in one direction, they cannot turn very quickly.
That's good to know.
Survival tips.
So if you want to get away from Renekton... Oh wait, he has Slice and Dice.
Turret goes down from TSM. Good rotation because they got all this control of the vision around red side.
Nice job by these guys. 6 turrets to 5 now. TSM up 4 kills, up a turret, up all the dragons even still. But Coast did sneak a ward back down into the Baron pit. TSM knows about it. They just don't seem to care very much. Gonna take this one out as quickly as they can. Ascension use Coast. Ooh, that nearly caught Zion Spartan.
Trinket ward saves the day for Zion right there. TSM go right back to the Baron though, forcing this one hard.
The explosive cast gonna knock back Wiz Fusion. Here comes the box. Zion in the front lines, a good solar flare. Zion still winning around, dodging in towards the front. It's gonna be Dyrus taking a bunch of pain, forced to flash back. Wiz Fusion still around, hook on the Nintendo. Shifter takes out Dyrus, but loses his life in the process. Wiz Fusion staying alive. Rocket nearly takes down the Lucian. The flash hook is gonna land on the Nintendo. The Coast jungler is gone. 4 versus 3 now in the combat. The flash.
Oh, he hit it!
Ooh, Pork on a Wiz Fusion. He's gonna stay alive though, pops the barrier for it.
Believe.
Well, the mid lane going to be sieged now, though, by Zion Spartan. TSM goes back towards the Baron pit.
Zion can heal up off these minions. He can come right back in here. Daydreamin does not want to give up on it.
2/3 the way towards Solar Flare is back. Half HP. Here comes the engage.
Got
Wild Turtle taking
Turtle.
some damage. He's trying to do anything special. Low on health as well. Zion trying to run away. He's ignited. Ruin King used Odd One, not in range to chase him down. Nearly the kill for the Odd One. Wiz Fusion. Daydream is still running away. The flash body slam is going to land. Kill comes through for the Odd One. 14-8 TSM.
And they return to Baron.
Oh,
Bjergsen
down
doesn't
goes
give
the
up.
kill. Bjergsen versus Zion Spartan. Zion wins that fight. Trades 1 for 1. 80 carry does die though.
Zion extremely low though. Dyrus teleporting in. They still want to finish this Baron.
We're gonna try for about the 6th time right here. The ward will be going down, and it looks like the Baron will as well. Zion Spartan, no health to speak of.
He's coming back again.
This seems
Try
a little
number 3.
greedy.
That's hook. That's just crazy.
Dodge. Zion, please. Baron does go down. Zion's got nowhere to go. He's gotta watch out for the flay. The rocket comes out. Goodbye, Zion Spartan. Kill goes to TSM.
So over the duration of that Baron fight, 2 super mega death rockets.
Yep.
Striking the field. TSM do not give up on an objective once they set their sights on it. That's what we have learned today.
You're not quitters.
Bjergsen went for the kill, which actually cost him his life, but ends up with the Baron for TSM in the end. However, Bjergsen will not be wearing that Baron buff as a mark of shame for dying.
7, 1, and 4. The KDA this game doesn't go down, but you still add the death to that column there. Making him a little bit sad, but Bjergsen hitting 7 kills per game. I want to get the tracker back up on how many more kills he needs for the single split kill record, because we're down to his 2nd of his last 4 games of the regular season. He's got very few left to play, and he's got 7 kills here, so.
And they still got another team fight to go, so there are plenty more opportunities for kills this game. It's looking to be a long one here. TSM with the Baron buff, just looking to grab up all of the extra gold left on the map here. Subsidize their item purchases here. A couple more elixirs coming out just to top them off.
You know, interesting thing actually, you talk about item builds. I didn't realize this till now, but Nintendo went for Spectral Wraith actually on Elise.
Whoa.
We don't see that very often. Now mathematically, as far as the numbers go, you get way more ability damage by going Spectral Wraith instead of Elder Lizard. Obviously people getting Lizard for attack damage and
right.
jungle clear speed, but...
Here's my thoughts on that. With the new Evelynn, if you're gonna go the ability power route, you need to max your cooldown reduction. Because on any champion where you're constantly spamming an ability for damage, even if Q has a very short cooldown, the percentage cooldown reduction is a percentage damage increase because you're constantly spamming that spell whenever it comes up. If you find yourself doing that on any champion, then yes, cooldown reduction is the right buy for you. So if you go ability with Evelynn, you need cooldown reduction.
Let's see if you can get any more on this one. Banshee's build does not give any, nor does anything that builds out of a Giant's belt.
That's what we're getting at here.
Yep. Finished the thought. Just making observations. See if Nintendo can add more to his abilities later on here. Charm not going to land on much. Shifter trying to wave clear, but the Baron buff TSM going to be pretty good at making the siege happen.
Yeah. Lantern goes out, go to rocket form. Okay, now they have to wait on the cooldown for Lantern, or else Turtle cannot extend like that.
Yeah. But the good thing is it syncs up really well with minion waves. You should always have it once per wave. You just try again later. The turtle heals the turret heals 90 health between waves. We'll see TSM try for it again. Dyrus actually will tank the turret damage here for a bit.
Turtle goes in, takes the hook, actually onto Zion. Spartan pulled back into the box. Dodge comes through. Will they find special? No stun comes out. Rocket on the side.
Ulti
Not
down
gonna
for
hit Shifter.
Nintendo as well. This is going to be the turret.
And there goes the mid inhibitor as well. TSM 16-9. 39.5 minutes in. They're satisfied with just the mid inhibitor and they back off.
Yeah, Coast not able to continue to split push because if they leave a 5 versus 4 fight in mid, then they will just get run over. End up losing the inhibitor anyway, though, and TSM just siege right back up on the bottom side. Same exact situation here. Use the lantern to cover Turtle while he tries to rocket this turret. Bjergsen zones with his barrels.
Let's see what these guys can find. Looks like minions dying down here in the bottom lane. It's going to be TSM still attempting. Baron buff just on for a couple more seconds, but it's about to go down right here.
Interesting how Zion is flanking, but Nintendo is not flanking anymore. Nintendo doesn't have his ulti anymore, so even if he does go in, he's just going to be walking at them and going with this ability power build here, just trying to get Q damage mostly.
I'm surprised by the Sork Shoes actually as well, since the E is physical.
Yeah, I mean, it's all on the
Q
Q
engage
damage.
for Shifter, finds a bit of damage there. DFG off on towards the Gragas, but not going to be enough. The disengage comes through from all sides. Bjergsen still holds on to his ultimate. Shifter now without his and without the flash. That play make did not work.
Uh-oh. Big wave top 2 is getting damage down there.
Well, this is going to be an important wave for Coast then. They do not decide to defend the top lane wave. Zion's going to lose his Banshee's Veil.
I feel like they have to pull the trigger if they're going to do it at all, because another inhibitor turret down. There we go.
Flash forced engaged from the Evelyn. There's the hook in towards Zion. Spartan puts out the abilities. The nice knockback kills off Shifter. Daydream's got nowhere to go as well. 2 kills so far, TSM. Health bar's low for Coast. They're on the run right now. Bjergsen. And he finds more of the hook on the Nintendo. He's got nowhere to go. Kill comes across. 2 more for Wild Turtle. Double kill for the man. Bottom inhibitor goes down. There's minions ready to take down the base.
Solid game from TSM.
With the engage for Zion Spartan, he's trying to hold the game up there. Hits wall, Turtle, the life steal keeps him alive. Dyrus doing the deed. Bjergsen picking up his 9th kill of the game. 9-1-6, 21-9 the game overall. Down goes the Nexus. TSM had to work for it, but 42 minutes in, take down the game.
They had a good little run in the mid game with the split push. Team Coast there. Zion. Every little decision that you make while you're split pushing, though, could mean the difference in the game. One extra second committing to a turret, where Xpecial happens to be able to get away. Xpecial got out of vision. He was down bottom 2. It meant the death of Zion. Yeah. That was one more turret. That was a chance for TSM to clear out the wards. It's those small mistakes. Split pushing is a very, very fragile strategy to go with, especially if you don't have teleport.
It is. So TSM reclaiming first after this match. Bjergsen also settled the score in the mid lane. Kind of fired back in the matchup.
He needed help from Odd1 to do it, though. That was close.
It was actually unassisted.
Oh, he actually didn't even get
Odd1 showed up with Repel and couldn't land an ability in time. Bjergsen actually did get the solo kill on that one. But yeah, he leveled up off it. Healed just enough to live through the Ignite. There you just got to see Bjergsen on your screen. But he made it happen. Honestly, Bjergsen 9-1-6. Shifter, as well as he played, went 1-4-3 that game. He never got anything going. It was the Zion Spartan show. Unfortunately, not enough co-stars.
Yeah, it was. I mean, both solo lanes performed pretty well at the beginning. Yeah, Coast did put a lot of effort into getting them strong, but it didn't pay off this time.
Yeah. So TSM now back to tied for first place. They and Cloud9 both have 2 wins. They're going to play again, of course, at the end of today. And the winner is very likely to guarantee first place. If Cloud9 wins, they do guarantee first place. If TSM wins, at worst, they tie break for first. But again, an important match for these guys. First place seed, pretty nice. It means you dodge the winner of the 3rd, 6th place match, which the prediction is CLG there. Kind of gives you a little bit of an easier padded bracket if you get the first place seed. You can see that, you know, Odd1's happy. He's like, all right, we had to work for it. Took a while. Dealing with Jax was difficult, but yeah. I mean, they played around a champion who could 1v1 anyone on the map. And a team that was disengaging over and over again. Not a lot of hard engage for TSM, and they still played it strategically correctly.
Yeah, it's hard for Coast because they have to keep track of everyone at all times if they're going to be able to pull that off. Come down to those late game high pressure shot calls that you have to make. And it really, all the pressure was on Coast to be the ones initiating the move.
Yeah.
And TSM, really, they just have to react. And since they're all veterans of the scene, they've played so many of these high pressure situations. They've gotten through to these late games. They've actually had practice with games that go this late and where they have to make these decisions between your bottom inhibitor and your Baron. And they played it well.
Yeah, and I mean, you talked about Coast, the one who has to force the issue and make the plays, actually. We have a replay of the fated 1v1 there, Shifter versus Bjergsen, if we can get that up there. This one's fun.
So this is exactly the same story as the last time the teams played, but last time, Shifter actually killed him. So let's see, Charm lands, that's important for Ari, he needs to get increased damage for everything else, and he gets into melee range, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
So Bjergsen was able to go offensive there, and as he said, Odd One actually didn't even touch her.
Nope.
So.
But yeah, Bjergsen got 2 auto attacks there. His W was on 130-ish damage auto attacks. Like, that was the difference in that fight.
Yeah.
Like, if literally just like dashing a little bit farther away and getting out of range. Because after the body slam and the explosive cast was used, Bjergsen couldn't have caught back up. So unfortunate misplay by Shifter. That might have actually turned the game very differently.
Close.
I mean, it was that close. It was like the rest of the Ignite ticks and like one more auto attack would have done it. But of course, well played by Bjergsen, well played by TSM. Let's send it across the studio where Riv and Jad are joined by a member of the victorious TSM.
Thank you very much, Freak. We want to welcome TSM's X Special to the desk. Congrats on the win. The Thresh Bays have been quite crazy. Can we attribute it to the new haircuts you and Bjergsen have?
Sure, you could say that. I mean, I would think that it's partly because we've been practicing a lot.
All right.
But I mean, the haircut obviously is mainly it. Yeah.
Absolutely. So with that, going out getting haircuts together, trying to get the bonding, we've seen struggles in the 4.4 patch for Team Solo Mid. Talk to us about that.
Initially, it was mainly the 2v1s that we were trying to figure out ways to avoid 2v1ing, but we ended up pretty much saying that, okay, purple side, we're going to have to 2v1, we're going to have to invade, and we're going to have to just suck it up. And we actually don't like purple right now. I think purple has a huge disadvantage, and we actually only lose games on purple generally, like in scrims and stuff. I mean, we do lose on blue too, but purple generally has a disadvantage in that you have to pretty much 2v1, invade blue, go top. Yeah, not a big fan of that, but in these games, it isn't really the 2v1s. It's that because we're 2v1ing and we don't win lanes that early, it means that our transitions in the mid game and our Baron calls have to be on point in order for us to just snowball games. And we aren't able to do that yet. And it's a big problem for us, especially in this last game and the game before, actually.
Yeah, something that was interesting about this game is traditionally in the LCS this year, you guys have dominated all the lower teams, but Coast is the only one to beat you. And again, you guys kind of struggled against them. What happened in this game, and why do you struggle against Coast?
I don't think it's really Coast in general. It's really just the last few weeks. We haven't really been snowballing games at all. Only times we do is when we actually 2v2. And when you don't 2v2, Turtle and I, we aren't able to snowball our bot lane. Darius isn't able to show off his top lane mechanics, and Bjergsen, he's just Bjergsen. But overall, it's just that we don't have our lane, so we can't snowball early. So we have to snowball mid game, which is a lot harder, a lot more teamwork, and we didn't make the right calls. Like last game and in the game against EG, we just Baron was almost MVP in both these games, and that's not good. It's kind of showing just how bad we are at Baron, and it's something that Cloud9 has done way better than us, and it's something that we still need to strive towards. And in our next game against Cloud9, it's going to show if we don't do it correctly.
Well, let's look at some of where TSM really prevails, and that's Dragon Fights. 17 minutes here. We're going to pull up a replay where Bjergsen comes out with his triple kill on this one. What was the communication going into this fight, knowing that you guys are kind of struggling with this patch?
Honestly, right here, we were just trying to get position. So they were trying to start it. Usually when you start Dragon, you're at a disadvantage. We had more rushes. Triplet came from the side, but luckily, Turtle died really early, but fortunately, he managed to do a little bit of damage, and Bjergsen was really strong here. Gragas, you think about game-changing ultimates. He had a pretty good ultimate there. And I think the really lucky thing was I managed to survive by, I don't know, I flashed.
Sneaky play.
Yeah, it was kind of lucky in a way, but at the same time, it's just one of the nice things about Thresh. It's just that you can do stuff like this, lose vision, and just run away, and he's slowed. And Bjergsen, I was pretty much yelling at Bjergsen, "Hey Bjergsen, can you please help me out here?" Except not those nice words. And fortunately, he got there in time and he managed to save me. So I was pretty happy with that. It looked pretty cool.
That was one of those mid-game team fights that you guys are going to actually have to excel on a little bit more, especially when you guys are facing up against Cloud9 later today. What's it like playing against Cloud9 now that you guys are battling for that first place spot?
it's really scary. It means that every mistake can really snowball the game. And it really hurts us because we feel like right now our objective and Baron control isn't good enough. So that even if we do get a couple kills early, it might not mean the end of the game. But if they do, it could mean the end for us. It's much like when we face foreign teams, like especially Korean teams in general. It's just that they are really good at snowballing. And even though we get ahead early, we're not able to do what they do. And then what happens is that we get a lead, we throw it, they win. They get a lead, they keep it, they win. And it's a really bad cycle for us, and it's something that we still have a really hard time breaking. And if we don't win early laning like how we've been doing for most of the season, we have a hard time. And it's definitely showing in these last few games.
And speaking of Barons, it brings us into our next replay, I believe at 34 into this one. Special at the pit on Thresh. You had a big play here. Kind of speak to me what it's like being a Thresh at the pit and what your priorities are for this fight.
At the pit, they don't have vision of you. You have to land a hook, but at the same time, they can move out of the way, they can juke it, they have time, and you're just like, okay, please land this hook. And I managed to land one, and I'm not sure Zion falls here, but we managed to get a couple ults down. Darius goes a little bit too deep, but fortunately, Shifter tries going too hard. He actually dies instantly, which is really good. I mean, sure, Darius dies, but Shifter was huge here. He didn't even get 2 charges. He only got 1 charge of his ultimate off, and luckily, we had some really good ultimates, a good Jinx ult, and we just managed to clean him up. And I got Evelyn down, and it was actually really messy.
So how do you guys clean these plays up there? So like in this last play in particular, what is something that like now watching it a second time, could you guys have done much better?
One thing was, it shouldn't have gotten that point in the first place. It was already 35 minutes in, and we had a much bigger lead, and that was slowly getting smaller and smaller. We were losing turrets bottom, we lost the turret mid to minions. It was a really bad situation. We just needed to clear out wards correctly, and then maybe not even go for Baron. Just like go for top turret, mid turret, something like that. And we just didn't pressure correctly. We pressured wrong places, wrong times. We lost objectives, and it wasn't something that was just clean. It wasn't clean at all. And that's why it got to that point. And if we had done that 25 minutes instead of 35 minutes, a hook would mean a kill. But at that point, Jax was so strong, he was able to tank everything, and he didn't die initially, and that was a problem. So pretty much, if we have a lead, we need to keep it, and that's just the big consensus with League of Legends. It's that you have a lead, you keep it, snowball it, you win the game.
All right, Special, as we close out the last few questions, definitely like to touch on what you call home in the bot lane and really the race for the best bot lane in NA. I wouldn't call it a race, but you guys...
The debate,
yeah, CLG, and we also have Lemon Nation and Sneaky from Cloud9 up there. What are your kind of thoughts on these power bot lanes, as people would call them?
So we each have different play styles, I would say. With Cloud9 and Cloud9's bot lane, they kind of go for the more strategic. They go for a lot of CC, team fight heavy. They're willing to 2v1, stuff like that. When you play against CLG, you know they want a 2v2. If they know you want a 2v1, they're gonna follow you, and that's just the difference. It's for us, I don't know, we just kind of flip flop. Sometimes we 2v1, sometimes we like to 2v2, and it's really depending on Turtle. Personally, I'm more of a all right, we're just gonna do the better thing. Turtle's like, all right, let's go 2v1. So we kind of have these arguments back and forth, but at the same time, it just shows that how different you can be, even though you're playing the same role. Even the champions are different. For example, Aframi always Thresh. If it's up, he'll pick it. You go to Lemon, he's probably gonna pick Karma. Don't tell him this, but we think he's gonna pick Karma. And
he wasn't.
Maybe he won't. Oh, yeah, I don't think so at all. Not at all. But that's just the difference in playstyle and difference between bot lanes. It's hard to compare. I think if every bot lane had the 2v2, I think CLG or us would probably be one of the best. But since the current situation is that you often 2v1, I mean, there's team fights involved too. So C9 is actually really, really good at all of those.
Yeah, and I always kind of look at you guys as the more almost rounded bot lane of all of them. And I did want to get your thoughts on Cloud9's bottom lane that they debuted yesterday, because last season they did the Zyra Ashe. And this one was Corki Karma. It's a little bit different. Just what are your thoughts on that lane? It feels like a high damage lane to me.
Okay, so they did really well in the first game, I believe, against maybe XTG. I forget who.
Yeah, it was XTG.
Yeah, and then their second game, they had a really tough time. They were against CLG's bot lane, which was a Thresh Lucian. So pretty much when I watch Karma Corki, it's that their level 1 is strong, but Thresh and Lucian are stronger. And what they need to do as the Corki Karma is just get a couple levels in. Get level 2, get level 3, and then you're really, really strong. But unfortunately, Thresh and Lucian are so strong that they're able to bully out C9's bot lane. And honestly, purple side disadvantage kind of comes in. It's that they had to, they had to just check brushes. They had to, help them with blue or whatever. It's just that purple side, it's almost always better to just 2v1, just go top and just go invade there. And hopefully teams that, play against us don't know that. But that's why we don't really like purple. It's that we kind of are forced to 2v1. I mean, you don't have to, but it's kind of preferable.
Understand.
All right, Special. Yeah. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck to both TSM and Cloud9 in the match later today.
Thank you.
All right, in our next match, Curse faces off against CLG. But first, we are constantly asking our viewers how they LCS, and we're always amazed at the responses we get with people watching in their offices, on their phones, and at the beach.
And we recently caught up with Cloud9 substitute support MIA as he shares his love of the game while helping to make LCS watching a social event in Houston.
I'm Abe, MIA Win, and I'm an ex-professional support player for Team Complexity. I came back to Houston after we didn't qualify for the LCS a second time. I'm the support substitute for Cloud9 now, and I also just kind of do things with the Houston gamers, and so we're getting more involved with League of Legends there as well.
My name's Eric Hulsey. I run a group called Houston Gamers here in Houston. It's a community-driven organization that brings people off the couch and into the bars and lounges to play video games and connect on their common interests.
When I came back to Houston, I contacted Houston Gamers and said, I can help you work with getting more League of Legends people to come out into your events so that we can, just foster more community.
When he approached us about doing an event, we definitely knew that the interest was there, and if Abe was willing to host it, that we could throw one killer event.
I picked the name MIA because I only have one eye. My left eye is a prosthesis. I used to have a lot of trouble getting acquainted with people because I would be really self-conscious about my left eye because I knew it was a little off-centered. And so I tried to turn that into a way that I could talk to people instead. When I had that realization that I wanted to kind of get over that fear of talking to people was when I first became a pro player. I had to meet all these new people, and it was just really hard to talk to them and think about the fact that maybe they're looking like I would stare at their pupils and look to see if they were looking at my eye. And so I was like, this is absurd. I have to get over this. So as I started to meet more people, I didn't want to be as nervous as I was talking to each new person. And so I figured I needed to do something about it. I used to come to downtown a lot for church school, actually. But eventually, when I found out I was gay, I renounced my faith, so I don't go to church or anything like that anymore. Actually, the first thing my mother said when I told her I was gay was, she said she sent me to an all-boys school, and I said, don't you think it's a little counterproductive, mother? Well, she's good with it now, though, so that's fine. She's a very religious woman, so at first it hit her really hard, but then she kind of realized that, I'm still her son, and she still loves me, and so now everything's just fine. My mom likes to sneak all these religious things into my life. She puts them everywhere. I just let her do it, though. It makes her happy. She still wants me to become the Pope. She hasn't given up on that dream. Ever since I was little. She calls me Pope Abraham. She wanted me to lead the people, hence why she really wants me to be the Pope. Hence why my name is Abraham as well. So it's more about the League of Legends experience. So it used to be about how I can improve their in-game experience, but now I want to just help people who play League of Legends have better lives. And so I want them to come out of the woodworks, come to like a party, a watch party, and meet new people instead. So just different ways I can help people enjoy League of Legends experiences.
He drove us 6.5 hours away from Abilene, Texas, down here to Houston.
Yeah, MIA was awesome. Yeah, he has a hell of a personality.
There's obviously a need for this kind of stuff in Houston, and I'm going to be really happy to carry it forward, that we're going to have more events like this.
The turnout was amazing. It went really great. I'm really happy with how this turned out.
going down. Also, Dyrus drops. Shift is going to fall as well. Fight still goes on. Abud low on health. He is going to go down. Drageman running. Body slam will land. Intendude on the runaway. Can he get out? Special. 2 hits from Dead Wiz Fusion. Looking for it. The kill does come through for Bjergsen. The hook's going to come out. The W1 land. The flame backwards. Wiz Fusion can't catch him. He's got nowhere to go. Bjergsen takes a drink. Takes him down. 300 gold.
Welcome back to our Super Week action here at the North American LCS. I am Rivington Biz in the third, and taking over the caster desk with me our next 2 games is Joshua Jat Leesman. That's a quick lane swap we had.
It was a rather quick lane swap, but we still have 4 more games for Super Week.
It's going to be big. Let's get right into our next match. It's Team Curse versus Counter Logic Gaming. So far, CLG is 3-0 against Curse in the split.
Yeah, CLG has been playing well, but we saw in their game against Cloud9, they defaulted to some old habits. You know, Doublelift going for that red buff when his team could least afford it really sealed their fate in that game, and they can't make mistakes like that again. Even though CLG have locked in 3rd place, these matches are valuable opportunities for them to fix and fine-tune their game before the playoffs hit, Riv.
Right, but Curse will know better than most after yesterday's loss to Dignitas, a team that were 3-0. They were 3-0 against this split. Matchup histories aren't always the best indicators of who will win.
Yeah, and if Curse wins here, they will place in the 4th or 5th spot in the playoffs, guaranteed. Curse has cultivated also a reputation for being unpredictable, but sometimes they're kind of too clever and they outsmart themselves with their team comps. They go really far into one niche for a composition, like a push comp, hard engage, poke, or just a bunch of assassins. And while they can play all of them to a reasonable level, they're not exceedingly good at any one of them in particular. It makes them a jack of all trades, but master of none.
It's a really good way to put it. And well, it's exactly that strategy of the week approach that CLG thinks will give them the edge in their next game.
Curse is a team who has always been in the middle ground. They lack team coordination. They sort of need to find someone who can just kind of unify them together.
Our game against CLG last time was actually very close, and we were basically 5-man grouped, and then Link just pulled off like a really nasty play with LeBlanc and basically one-shot me through my whole team, and we just lost the fight after that.
Well, that's going to be a distortion, and Boy goes down instantly. Everything that Link had went onto him.
Curse is really weird because some weeks I feel like they're really strategy focused. They're like, okay, we're gonna run like this comp, do this and this, and we're gonna rotate in these ways. It seems really clean. It seems like they practice it a lot. Other weeks, I feel like they didn't really think about anything and they just were working on their laning, but their laners aren't very strong.
I think that we definitely have a fighting chance against them. Like all the games we've been playing recently against the top teams have been pretty close. So I think if we just play our strong early game, perform well, and just try to avoid those huge blunders, we can definitely take the game off them.
And with all of that in mind, these guys need to start getting some wins here. We're getting too close to the end of the split.
Yeah, CLG's always been one of those teams that has good games against Curse. And if there is a team to kind of move into the top 3 of League of Legends here for the North American LCS, it would be a team like Curse. And they do feel like they can make that next step with Money Fufu, with his amazing Thresh plays, and try and take out CLG.
Those amazing Thresh plays, we're looking at the man on your screen closest. That was Afromu. That will be such a contested pick coming into this game. We've talked about the heat-seeking Thresh hooks coming out of Afromu, but Bunny Fufu has been able to provide the same results. These 2 guys have been playing on fire.
Yeah, the Thresh plays in the North American LCS are becoming rather ridiculous, I'd have to say. People are just getting so good at that champion. I mean, we knew something like this was probably going to happen when Thresh released all the way back in the 2013 season. But the level at which these guys are doing it, seemingly anyone that has dashes just gets screwed over by Thresh over and over again is seemingly what's happening. They're so good with timing their plays and hooks that they're stopping a lot of people right in their tracks.
And even recently, people are, kind of bringing out the videos. It was a month or so ago, but the flash flay with the flash involved to make it kind of hide the charge up of it. They're always finding different things. You got to push it to the limits. We'll see if Doublelift can push to the limits this time. Actually, the only one who wants to play Vayne in the LCS here in the spring split in NA, and people are going to leave him to that. We'll see if it actually stays up this game. Mani even said if Doublelift wants to be on Vayne, we have enough strength and mind that he will be able to do it.
Yeah, and if they wanted to try something like that, they could theoretically do it against Curse here. Now, while COG is going to be taking all these games because they want to carry momentum into the playoffs, honestly, the biggest thing for them is to get comfortable with the strategies that they're going to be using in the playoffs themselves. So I expect them to play with a lot of confidence, maybe even a bit of recklessness in these games, because much like other really good teams, they play as aggressive as possible and find out when far is too far, so that they can tone it back in the hyper-important games. So I expect COG to be very aggressive this match.
Wondering how Nien will fare himself doing some big things on Trundle, but Quas also loves that champion.
Yeah, both of these guys have really had up and down seasons. If I had to talk about Nien, even going back to the big COG versus Cloud9 game we saw yesterday, he got trapped into a pick and actually cost COG a little bit because Renekton, Trundle, and Ryze were all banned out in that game.
Yeah.
And he was forced into picking Shyvana because those four, that is his LCS champion. That allowed, of course, Cloud9 on the other side to take Kha'Zix and Lulu, and then COG had a hard time dealing with that for the rest of the game. So either Nien, he needs to extend his champion pool, really. And this would be a game for him to play outside the box if he's forced into a similar situation.
Dexter also having a little bit of trouble last time. He was kind of focused on to someone he didn't want to play too much. He had his Lee Sin, but it was something else that the team really could have used because his Lee Sin was just number had, I guess, if you want to put it that way. They found him in the jungle all the time, and pretty much that's what he would do on his Evelynn. He'd be in the other jungler's face, so he got a taste of his own medicine last game. We'll see if he does try to go back to that Lee Sin and kind of right the wrong that happened on that champion.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be very curious about the Curse team composition as well. I feel like Curse has their biggest successes when they play very hard initiation compositions. So that's dominate on something like Vi, Voyboy on a Yasuo or an Akali. Obviously, if they can get Thresh or Bunny Fufu, and Quas on things that go in very well. Not when he's on a cute disengaged type champion or anything, but something that dives and just goes or split pushes hard for him. Renekton is a great example of something that fits him just right. So, Curse, if they want to go in against COG, since COG, I think, is going to be playing a fairly similar dive use style, would be, I think, the ideal matchup for Curse.
And I think Link is actually going to get himself into a nice spot this game. We've seen his picks really revolving around a lot of Ziggs, sometimes some Nilly for him, but he's so versatile that I think it will relieve the pressure on Dexter that I was just talking about, if there is any that we try to see coming from CLG, or obviously the other side on Curse. Let's check out the starting lineups, though, as we are ready to get into this game. On the blue side, it is them. It's Curse. The top lane is Quas. Dominate in the jungle. It's going to be Voyboy mid lane as usual. Cop at AD carry, and Bunny Fufu hopping in at support.
And on the red side, of course, it is Counter Logic Gaming. Ned in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid, double left on AD carry, and Aphromoo on support. It's the Rush Hour.
Like you were saying, with that Voyboy on Yasuo in mid, more of kind of a carry champion for him. He roamed quite a bit on that, and we saw him towards the beginning of the split doing that, being in the bottom lane at almost level 4, level 5, trying to do some dive ganks. He will not stop until he starts getting kills on Yasuo.
Yeah, he does get himself in some trouble, over roaming sometimes. I'd say his move from top lane to mid lane wasn't as glorious as he thought it would be. He's definitely struggled a little bit this season, but when he does get going, he still has an amazing ability to snowball games. It's just about getting those first few kills.
He did say in the interview yesterday he was going to bring out that Moby LeBlanc for us. Let's see if he can get himself around the map. It has been tough for him. He knows. He'll play along with it. But see if he can write that as well. 17.3% for Lee Sin. Looks like he gets to add some onto that. Heimerdinger. Being noticed.
Hasn't been banned in the North American LCS until this game. There were some European LCS bans getting hit in for him just because Heimerdinger's a little absurd on the 4.4 patch. You can kind of leave it at that. That would have been a Quas pick in the top lane.
Wouldn't doubt it. He's the one who ventured in different champions.
Ramus also
getting
hasn't been banned
out as well. Yeah, they're going for, can we find 30% support bans? Not support bans, but bans in general.
What hasn't been banned in the LCS before? Let's do that.
Lucian actually has not found himself on the ban list too often.
No, he's always the fallback AD carry for people.
Yep.
But it's something that Double should be picking. COG with the trifecta, going sans bans.
Looking at Quas here. Saying what?
Maybe the Heimer ban wasn't legitimate. I feel like it was. Quas had a reaction after the Heimer ban, but not so much after the Poppy one.
Always know Yacht. Yacht likes to play that Ramus. Maybe they're taking after him. See what Quaz has. 34 seconds as Curse is figuring out what to pick. And you have to consider with CLG banning these, that leaves a lot of what we usually see banned open.
This was all an elaborate ploy so Dexter could get Kha'Zix. You have to leave something up that is considered more powerful than Kha'Zix in order to get him on your team from red side of the map. I'm going to go with that one.
We're just talking a little bit about Lynx Nidalee. You may see that as we do see the Lulu coming in, trying to stay safe in the mid lane. We've seen Golden Glue playing a little bit of Orianna to keep that wave clear up, but we're on the side of CLG. What are they throwing, or Curse rather, what are they throwing in for their 4th and 5th pick here?
Yeah, well, at least they got the Lulu, so they can go any direction with that. Lulu is pretty much good at everything in the mid lane, which is why she's banned so often and then immediately first picked. She has received heavy nerfs in the 4.5 patch, but that is not the patch we were playing LCS on this week. Of course, we were on 4.4. It's a strong one. Curse, however, it's very important to get a strong bot lane against CLG.
You see Cloud9 doing a lot of Corki karma, but it's going to be Curse with a Caitlyn karma after a little bit of a wait.
Yeah. CLG has typically went with very move speed heavy team compositions during most of their success. So taking karma away is actually pretty wise. They can stack the karma move speed with the Lulu move speed and move fast.
Move real fast. Definitely able to catch a Vayne out. Guys mentioned yesterday, I believe it was Kobe and Freak, or Freak and you, actually would have been, that mentioned, you mentioned it, the Double Lift and Afro are now choosing the Thresh lane and Lucian lane because they've lost to it so much. And you can see that Curse realized that as well. They kind of took the Thresh out of the composition, forcing Counter Logic now into a LeBlanc for Link, which would probably be that lock-in. And the Quinn's a little bit of a hover here.
LeBlanc against a Lulu would be...
That's kind of the reason Lulu came about.
Yeah, it would be a very bold matchup for Link to pick into.
Ooh.
Looks like he's going to end up going with it, though. So expect a lot of roaming from Link. He's probably going to try and shove Lulu as best he can, even though Lulu outshoves him. And then roam help. Or they're really going to pick on mid lane since Lulu shoves frequently and try and take him out of the game with LeBlanc, Silence, and Burst.
That Jinx. Think about the 2v1. They
Absolutely.
made themselves forced up.
Shove extremely fast with Jinx. It's the hyper carry style that Doublelift would like to play. However, somewhat vulnerable to dive, but when you look at the Curse composition, there's very limited dive potential as of now, which makes you wonder what the last top lane pick is going to be, whether he can get onto Jinx's face.
Oh man, I would not put this past Quas and would really see if he can get that split push on hard. People have talked about the Swain. He shows the bird, but is it the word? Will he lock it in? Seeing what they have. 2 more picks here, 10 seconds. The Renekton is still on the board. Quas actually has not fared too well going back to a regular pick. It's always what he brings outside the box and innovates with that really puts him in the advantageous position.
I'd say of the conventional top lane champions, though, his best is Renekton. Now Nien has to pick into that. Shyvana's up for him if he wanted to go with that.
Yeah.
That would be the logical pick for Nien. All of his champions are really up here, whether it be Ryze,
Trundle.
Got
a lot.
Shyvana. Or, since this game does not affect COD's playoff implications, it's time to get some stage comfort with a new pick against Renekton, who beats pretty much everyone in lane, so it would be tough training conditions.
What is this smile for? What is this?
Pull it out. You can do it, man. You could pick Maokai top. Go for it.
Level 1 sap? Oh wait, that's the future.
I tried to convince Aphromoo to play support Maokai for quite a while. He was not having it. There we go.
All right.
That's a good one. It's a good one. That's what Balls played against him.
Yeah.
Shen fits the COD playstyle. It also makes the Jinx pick much safer for Doublelift. Nien has played it in the past, just not so far this split.
Yeah. We've seen Shens when they come out now and they have like 5-6 kills at the end of the game. They're ones carrying the one lane that they're in and we're like, what is happening? But we'll see if Nien can do it in the top lane. We know his Trundle went pretty crazy last time. Shen's not really the one to bully out and win a lane. We'll have to see how that goes. Counter Logic Gaming now versus Curse. We remember if Curse loses this one, Dig is able to solidify that position in 4th. So a lot of implications here.
Yeah, well, the implication is mainly the side choice for their playoff series and also the amount of wins they have at the end of the season. I don't know where I was going with that, Riv.
All right, as teams load into the game, let's take a look at the voting from LOLesports.com because you are all awesome and participate with your voting and the left mouse button. 81% of you are tipping this one in favor of Counter Logic Gaming. Came up on the screen before I said it. So.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, man. Your vote doesn't count, Riv.
I know.
Yeah. But right now, obviously, COG big favorites. Everyone is considering COG to be in that tier that TSM Cloud9 exists in, and Curse is trying to knock them out. Really, all these teams that are in Curse's shoes want to be part of that club, right? And they really just haven't been for the past many weeks of the LCS. It's really just been those top three beating up on the rest of the league, which is why the standings are so disparaging. But Curse has looked pretty good in the last few days, and they're getting close.
It reminds me of the Caster comics where everybody's kind of in the middle, chasing everybody up front.
Yeah.
They're running, but it's
There's
just so...
the three way out in the front.
They can't get to it, but this last Super Week gives them a chance. We'll go over some hurdles here and see if they can get themselves any closer to that front position. Right now, Counter Logic Gaming versus Curse. We are well within Super Week now, and we are well onto the Rift to get into this matchup.
Right on. Aframu, of course, with his Health Crystal start. It's his go-to on Thresh. He loves getting Sightstone as quickly as possible. Then he generally goes Mobility Boots, and then he will pick up his Ancient Coin. So he doesn't go for big-time gold generation options. He goes for Tower Shoving and Vision Control early, which will then give his team gold. It's a good thing he warded that.
Bunny Fufu quickly taking Q, but this means they know it's only Bunny. For the flash.
Yep.
And the hook. Missing out on that one, but that's 1 for 1 on supports.
Support hard mode. Neither one gets flash. Aframu initiated that. It was a must flash away for Bunny once Afro flashed. No real danger, though, outside of the flash trade.
30 seconds.
I do like it, though, with the safety of the Thresh Lantern. You do, with the Karma pickup, now have the safety of that shield, so you can go hard on that first bit of health and not worry about losing it. Bunny Fufu now joins with the team after regrouping and patching himself up a little bit. It looks like they're going for somewhat of a late invade, but we already have a back here. Looks like they might have just been kind of personal sentry on the area.
Well, if the Jinx pick is any indication,
it'll be a ward in. Yeah.
It will be a very quick shove in that top lane. Now, here's the question I've been asking people.
Ask away.
Lately, Riv. Since all of these pro teams are doing 3-man stacks in lanes and shoving as quickly as possible, they then have their top laner, like Nyen here, for instance. He's going to go jungle for the first bit of the game once his lane gets shoved. Why not just have the actual laner be part of the 3-man stack and let the actual jungler jungle? Why do they have the jungle pushing the lane all the time instead of the top laner doing it? Then you can actually just summon your spells positively. I think that's the next step.
We'll have to see. They're just adapting every time it changes, and right now this is what the teams really know to be doing. The switch up could come at any time, though. We see Dexter taking the blue, so far orthodox from what we've seen when they want to swap it up and give each other a hard time. We heard Crumbs kind of saying this, it's the increase in gold. Everybody wants that item a lot faster, so if they do go for the turret pushes, we'll see who uses that gold better.
Yeah. Obviously, the junglers do use their smites to get the double buffs, and then they would continue jungling, whereas the laner would just go to level 2. Someone will tell me why they do it this way, but I don't agree with it. Double buffs taken by both guys. Obviously, they did the counter steal because they're just going where their strong duo lane is, so they have backup. And there's a lot of actual roaming going on. It's actually CLG not brute forcing down those turrets extremely quickly. Aframu was just scouting out. Aframu was actually hoping to catch Quas jungling and maybe pick up an easy kill on Thresh. Quas was too far away, though.
Aframu's still level 1. You are completely right about that. And Quas is at the Wraiths, hitting himself at level 2. Curse now onto the bottom turret. It's going to be nice with Dominate being down there. Frenzy on as he gets a ward for safety. Just a little past them. Looks like they're going to get this turret some good damage.
Yep. Jinx, however, with the crazy amount of minigun attack speed bonus right now, taking that turret down a little bit faster.
This is going to be a race now that who can get to the inhibitor turrets before 4. These guys are always trying to put the bar a little bit higher on these takedowns.
Going to be relatively close. Obviously, Curse is ahead because their turret dies faster, because CLG was pretty lackadaisical about jumping on that turret early. All things considered, though, this is most likely just going to be a even two-turret trade.
Karma also really great on the wave clear in these 2v1s. Those Qs coming out doing quite a bit of damage. They're already on the second tier turret. They're going to have a good bit of a lead here. Getting out nicely. Quas just trying to a little bit of distraction as they go for the second.
Cute top laners trying to get a little bit of experience. It's the saddest of affairs for these guys.
All right, well, at least CLG stays on top, 2 for 2 on the turrets. 4 minutes, 20 seconds into the game. Gold's just about even with those turrets down, but now here's the extra gold. What are they going to do with it? It looks like Chronologic Gaming is going to stay for a little bit. They are going to force the move on Curse here.
Yeah, doing this is, we thought maybe he was going to get something.
So close.
Forcing the early dragon.
Yep.
Obviously, the early dragon is actually only worth 650 gold, though. So it's nice. It's a nice chunk of gold. It's much like picking up First Blood, but nothing more than that. It'll also give them the respawn time.
There's a click on it. Link's trying to get himself positioned for a nice chain onto Voyboy in the mid lane. Dexter just waiting, holding his breath to get in on this gank. Curse grabbing a good dragon to put themselves up on gold a little bit. But like you said, it's not that much. Overall, 300.
Yeah, because while they were off doing the dragon, Double has picked up about 200 gold in minions just from the lane. That gives him an edge over top of Comp, and he's going to try and use that to his advantage. Now COG is faster on the next rotation because they didn't have to recall from the dragon.
Oh, zippy indeed, Voyboy! Needs the zippy and flash out of that one. Keeps himself safe. He still has Ignite coming up if anybody gets dove under the turret, so they may be able to come up with something.
I'd say Thresh Hooks still count as successful if they force a flash. Even if he didn't land him, I'd say Afromo's got a really high percentage today. 2 flashes forced already.
Voyboy does back off the situation, now leaving Cop, who's got some Zerker Greaves on, going for that auto attack based as they try to get to this next turret in the game. Level 4 for Cop. Everybody's quite low on farm too. That's one of the things you notice when they swap the lanes like this is mid farm usually stays the same, but outside in those lanes, they are down in farm.
Well, mid farm is completely isolationist. So we didn't get to see the battle because we were tracking the back and forth, but Link has actually came out ahead early on against Voyboy, which is quite an accomplishment in itself against Lulu. He started with the Crystalline Flask to withstand some of the early harassment. Dominus not let him go back.
Really great play there. I like how Cop can get himself into that situation in front of the turret. Bunny Fufu has the shield, or he can speed him up to get him out of a bad spot, along with Voyboy providing the same thing. They can double up on these shields and speed. Listen to Zap. The minion was hiding behind the turret. He didn't really get a zap out of that, but they're still clearing out what they need. Give the turret some breathing room. Finally, Curse doing a very good job of kind of organizing after this whole to-do on the turrets and top and bottom.
Yeah, Curse can actually play this game pretty well, as they're showing right here. Even though COG were kind of doing these fast rotations before everyone else started doing them, obviously the trinket changes have pushed it a little bit farther in that direction because it's very difficult to scout people at the start of the game, and lane swaps are more prevalent because of that. But Curse matching COG very, very well on this. Afterward takes a lot of damage.
Has a big hit for something that might have gotten them a kill as well. Going for that high risk, high reward play. Doesn't come out just in their favor. Coming up onto 8 minutes. It doesn't look like we're leaving the mid lane anytime soon. And that is for Curse. CLG is already trying to get out the pressure on these side lanes, get the split push for Nien in. He doesn't really have to get to these fights. Quas is the one to teleport in, but he's not bringing a shield, so it's going to be quite interesting. Oh, forcing the flash.
Did it again.
It's another hook. Successful.
Flashed himself, however. It's very low. Just trying to get them off of that turret while Link is off trying to get farm. You can see Link has channeled a lot more farm than Voyboy has because Voyboy was with the team pushing, whereas Link was off to the side. So that bit of turret damage, COG effectively sacrificed it so that Link could get more farm.
It's a very good point. Not something we see. Usually everybody just stays mid and shares it.
It's actually not very like CLG this season. They, especially in their victory against TSM, were the ones taking more turret damage over farm for individuals. But this game, they went another direction.
Quas able to soak up minions in the bottom lane, 47 to 64 there, as Nien really hasn't found any trouble and should not on Shen. Voyboy is pretty much waiting on a full freeze here in the top lane as he's trying to get back the CS that Link has just been soaking up.
It's curious how Curse was shoving the mid lane so hastily, yet now they're freezing the side lane. This actually opens up an opportunity for CLG to just shove down mid lane and get it back. Make up their mind what they're going to do.
CLG already getting the wards in just in front of the turret so they can keep an eye on where Curse is trying to flank or engage from. Already saw an early dragon coming from Curse, so it looks like they're trying to clear that. 2-minute clock just comes up, so it looks like everybody's going to start hovering around mid, and bottom is already in the position that they want to be for this fight, so they will stay down. And the hook misses from Afromu. Everybody waiting on 6. It's been a slow game so far with the 2 turrets going down, but CLG pretty much looking to lock down mid turret here. We see the rotation from Link coming down.
One thing I will say about games that have been playing out like this, where there's heavy rotations for the first 10 or 15 minutes, and basically objective trading from team to team, is the team fights are often very explosive. Only because the laning phase didn't really differentiate the team's gold totals or farm values that much, since these teams are actually getting quite good at matching each other's rotations. So the first team fight actually happens with many more items than you're used to seeing.
A lot of flashes this game. Repelled again, hits out the minion. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to actuate much onto this. Quas is going to be trying to take out the blue here. Very nicely played. That's going to be huge for Link if he can take that.
Yeah, Curse is doing the better job at rotating right now. It seems like every time Link is in the top lane, Curse is forcing something well. Yet when Voidboy was in the top lane, CLG was caught standing around turrets. A lot of that has to do with Shen very early on in the game not being strong at shoving, whereas Quas can shove very quickly, as can the Lulu. So Curse in general is just a stronger wave clear early on in the game here.
Allowing them to keep a little bit of pressure, but like you said, they've backed off it now in mid, not getting what they wanted on the mid turret. Very nice job, as we just saw Quas taking that blue away, but I don't know what he's going to be able to do with it other than farm right now. Now to the mid lane, CLG looks like they're going to have good control onto this. Splitting this open will definitely help them get a little bit more control on the map Curse has been holding on to, but they're going to do it little by little.
Slow and steady for these guys. Dragon coming up very soon. I think if it continues to be a trading of farm between the two teams, CLG looks to be the ones that scale much more aggressively, so they're actually fairly comfortable playing this little game of cat and mouse. Having the ultimate evolution onto Dexter is very beneficial. Despite him actually being a level behind I Will Dominate, it's going to be incredibly key for him to dodge damage in this upcoming fight. If they fight, they might just give this away to Curse. The Renekton and Lulu are extremely strong in this mid-game teamfight.
Curse getting some great early positioning on it. Voidboy takes a hit. Here comes the ult. Stand United in onto Dexter. Is he going to make it, though? Yes, Nian is in the fight, and it looks like they're going to try to get this one down strong. Dominate is, and everybody in the pit is on Nian. They are trying to get the focus down, but not enough damage to really secure any of the kills. Afromu just on the edge. Can he thread the needle? Gets the flay in, gets himself in range for the hook, and he hits it through the turret. Nian is there to help finish off the kill as well, but they're still trading back and forth. Quas in double lift now. 2v1 as Bunny Fufu almost gets into range. Link is in a bad spot. They're baiting themselves back into this fight, and they actually couldn't find a good exit from the start.
And a triple kill comes in for Quas, plus the mid turret for Curse. And they got the dragon. That fight was an absolute catastrophe for CLG. Check out this for Curse. They are so strong in this with the Renekton and the Lulu ultimates. Watch how Link burned all his burst onto Voidboy, and they hit the Super Mega Death Rocket, and they still didn't drop him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Quas is an absolute monster. CLG cannot chase down these kills very effectively, and they actually overcommit to get Voidboy here. Look at how low they are, as Quas has Karma Shield flying in. An amazing Culvamik when he flies in there with his Q for Quas, and he could just rip down the rest of CLG. Curse, much stronger in the mid-game. They recognized it, forced the dragon, and then CLG took the bait.
And it was a great job. Cop the whole time had gone mid. Where's that mid turret? It is a pile of rubble right now. Curse really moving off the ball in that fight and getting what they wanted. Bloodthirst is not finished there, but Cop gets himself back up in CS and an assist to start matching with where Double Lift has got himself.
Yeah, it's incredible how much gold COD lost in that last fight. Every single thing that could have went wrong pretty much did.
This is where we question, though. We said Curse may try to take too much after they get a little bit. May this be that point? Because now they feel quite strong, and that's going to play into your next engagement.
Well, at this point, Quas can become an absolute menace on Renekton, but he only has until about 30 minutes to 35 minutes for that to really take effect. Meaning Curse will then have to continue to press this on. They're already doing quite a good job of pressuring. They have very good wave shove, and they have again proven that when CLG does go for a fight, they get obliterated, so they should absolutely use that. And I think Curse should actually feel fairly confident over diving right now and trust their instinct, because they're strong enough ahead, and they need to force this on CLG to prevent a comeback.
Well, they're in great position to do that. You can see him parallel with that top lane, just continuously entering through the brush, and it made Link have to go all the way back to the second tier. Pink wards in that top side of the jungle for CLG. They're not really using them right now. They're just trying to get what they want, and then they will react.
Oh, smart move right there. Quas was freezing the wave ahead of them so minions couldn't get to the turret. CLG got it anyway, but that means the top inner falls for CLG as Curse continues the offensive.
And this is where those wards may come into play. Walking over quite a bit of vision here, but I don't know if CLG can do anything about it. Now to the bottom lane, a good push from Nien.
Red buff steal.
Yeah, they're pretty much doing what they have to keep themselves even par with what's happening.
Yeah, 4,500 gold in the hole right now. Nien really needs to continue this assault, actually. His split pushing is going to be absolutely critical in CLG's quest to stall this game out. They're going to probably make it out just in time. Oh, that was close. Cobb sensed that they were in there, threw in the Peacemaker, and they were gone.
We're waiting for CLG to turn back on that rotation strategy.
Well, it's tough now, is the problem. You know, all the a lot of the rotations have already happened so far, with 9 turrets actually falling across the map. Most of it's just been, instead of rotational matching, just rotational trading for these guys. And Curse has been shoving the waves better. Really, the sole determining factor in this gold lead was that catastrophic dragon fight, where CLG got destroyed, and Quas ended up picking up 4 kills. CLG really needed to play that one smarter. They knew they had the late game strategy, but once again, you know, maybe this is one of those situations where they wanted to see what they were capable of, and they ended up going into a situation that they could not handle.
Never leave Curse out of it. I think it was Dyrus most recently saying that's the wild card team that you can't really kind of sit back on. It's a game you definitely have to worry about because they are going to pull out all the stops. And right now against Counterlogic Gaming, they're looking better than they have in any of their games.
You gotta remember, CLG had a little fun with their bans in this one.
This is true. They put
Ends
themselves
up
in hard
giving
mode.
Voyboy Lulu. That hasn't necessarily been the deciding factor, but it is a definite point of strength. Having Lulu in the mid lane has really kept Link confined to the space in the mid lane and not allowed him to roam on that block.
Usually one of his favorite things to do on the side of Voyboy, get those Moby boots on his champions and go hard. No, Dexter towards the bottom side, just gets himself an Evo on. He's going to head back. Oh, it wasn't Evo, he was just yelling. Slowly but surely, looks like they may try to get some hook and bait in here onto Nien. We'll see if he bites.
Like the last 4 minutes have actually been very good for CLG. They were down 4,500 gold, now they're down 3.7k gold. And Renekton does have the Sunfire Cape, but the clock is approaching that 35-minute mark. You know, once Doublelift has a good set of items, probably Phantom Dancer and a Last Whisper, the Renekton will cease to be as threatening.
Talked about that safety. Nien will also be able to provide for Doublelift so he can get into the fights, but a third dragon now is what we're focusing on here. 17.5 into the game. Curse getting that for themselves as well. 3 for 3 on this matchup. Now a 5,000 gold lead is what they're looking at, and they're going to go ahead and looks like they don't even lose top half of their jungle either. CLG is going to walk out.
Curse is really dictating to CLG the objective game, which is very out of character for CLG this split. It's almost like the old CLG is coming back for this game. Before the acquisition of Dexter and their success this season, CLG, when they've struggled, it's like Doublelift on a hyper carry. It was like an Orianna mid lane and a Shen top, and everyone was shielding Doublelift and just letting him farm and take it to late game. And then other teams would get objectives and basically do to CLG what Curse is doing right now as they continue to push mid with 5.
Great damage going on to the backside. They're able to get a few hit there on the AoE. Cop taking down the turret. Great long-range damage from Caitlyn, and Curse knew exactly what they wanted to do with this composition. They can get as close as they want and still get out safely with all the speed they have.
Yeah, it's a matter of not letting Nien get too much damage on their side turrets. It was smart of CLG to not go for that last dragon just because they had already fallen into a disadvantage. But still just roaming around for Curse. This is it's a very interesting game for CLG because I feel like they went into it just with their picks and bans, not taking it as seriously as they should. And I feel like League is such a momentum-based game, even from game to game and week to week. The confidence of playing well as a team. They're going to lose that if they walk into this game and aren't able to come back. It'll mean 2 losses in a row for CLG. And I know they can justify it to themselves, you know, oh, it's just these games don't technically matter, but they really do. And in talking with some CLG matters, they completely agree, but it's difficult for them because it's in the back of their mind that these games don't actually have a full impact since their spot in third is solidified.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous thing to fight.
Curse is definitely looking to take a bite out of that as well if the mentality is there to be seen. As we come up on 20 minutes, a few core items have been finished, but Curse is really letting up on the pressure they've recently had. It's been about 5 minutes of Curse just kind of farming, going ahead and grabbing up Dragon, which is good for them. They're keeping themselves in the lead. But a middle game team fight could almost equal out all the little things you got as an advantage in the early game.
Yeah. Really tracking the strength of Quas right here. But for that, Curse actually has to force a team fight.
Right.
CLG is laser focused right now and continuing this split push.
Soaking up experience right now before they even want to approach each other in this matchup. Nyan split pushing in the bottom lane, so graceful in his environment here. He's backing them, so he'll be back for more. We'll be sure to hit that up. Quas, level 12, and he's actually level 12 on the end, so everybody's pretty much staying par with the levels in this game. Like we said, the farm would be a little bit lower, but everybody's done a great job at kind of adapting to how you share the CS within these matchups. Remember in the Challenger Series last night, we saw this happen to a very big extent in the 2v1 push, and at 18 minutes, people had 50, 60 CS. Looks like Curse and CLG have figured out a way to distribute all the experience, though. And that's 4,000 or 5,000 gold in what Curse has found while doing that in their adventure here.
Yeah. Curse really needs to find a way as well to just confine CLG to a spot. Right now they feel like they have him, which is why they're charging so heavily in one direction.
As the teleport, the flash, Glitter Lance was just used. He tries to get help, picks on the hook, comes in, but the pocket is not there. Maybe CLG now coming in from the side. They may re-engage. Quas gets the taunt, and he is going to throw down Dominus. Dexter comes in from the back, is forced to ult and defense out, and he may be able to get back in. Cop falls. We already have Afro move down on the fight as well, and it looks like they are going to keep trying to chase. That was a huge hit coming in from Doublelift, and they are going to keep going one after the other. Dexter with the flash, Dexter with the triple coming in on Kha'Zix, looking for the quadra. The chain does not hit, nor does the spikes, and he flashes away Quas to safety. CLG, that's the fight we were talking about in the mid-game.
That fight is exactly what CLG needed. You could tell that Curse was just not knowing how to get a fight onto CLG, so as soon as they saw them together, they dove in incredibly hard. Boy flashed and used everything just to start this one, but they really just got Doublelift low, and yes, they killed Afro, but everyone else was fairly low. Dexter got a flank on a Cop, which was incredibly critical, and honestly, this last little tick of damage was huge, and even though he didn't get all the kills, watch Doublelift play at the top of the map there. Never mind, Baron. They get that too.
Baron indeed. It's because Quas was trying to go hard on that one, but they make him into a new pair of shoes. The Croc is down. Voyboy picks up in the end. So they do lose one of the Barons on that. A few of the Barons, I should say.
No, I think that's what CLG needs to pull ahead in that game. Even though they just lost 2, I think they're winning by a fair margin right now. Despite being 2,000 gold down and down 6 turrets to 4. Just their performance in that last fight, knowing their late game potential, and knowing how well they stalled being down just 5,000 gold, means they can just continue this, and it is actually on Curse to continue to force, whereas CLG can just sit back and wait for Curse to make a mistake.
Beautiful job getting Baron so quick there, even with the pressure of Quas. Now they can kind of breathe a sigh of relief, but they still got to get off their own front step here. They got a good push towards the mid. We see the top and outer 3 turrets are down, I should just say, for both teams. 6-4, and top lane may now be a focus for the team with Nyan in the bottom lane.
Honestly though, if CLG has an exact Dragon timer, or even a very good approximation, they could get this, as long as they group up and don't just have one guy ahead of the rest.
Oh, that's big! Very nice save for the repel. Tries to get back to dodge out the Q on Dominate. He does, but still gets taken down, and that's exactly what Curse needed to do to get themselves a few more kills.
Sloppy game for CLG. You can tell that they have a team composition that is able to beat Curse, but they are not executing. Going in for the first Dragon fight, they got themselves in a whole bunch of trouble. Going in for this one, Link was just a mile ahead of the rest of the team. Obviously, I have to credit Curse for that weight in the brush, but as far as the Dragon actually being up, Link didn't have to go that early.
Be a lot of damage they're gonna have to put on the Croc here. He actually slices towards, doesn't decide to go over the wall. Both of them can gap close it, so he needs his teammate right away. Quad's still going in. Dominus is about to wear off, and he's gonna take a good amount of damage here in this fight. It's not like he loses much, just that AoE damage. They're gonna help him out. Whoa, Rocket coming in from the side, double lift out of nowhere as he emerges from the bush. But then I believe he gets hit up for a little bit of damage. They're still following through. It's Nien's health bar that got chunked out hard there. Aframu also a sliver of health as double lift is saying, don't worry, I got your back, bro.
Hey, it ends in a 2-for-1 for CLGs, so they end up getting a fair bit back. Not the worst of times for CLG. Still, looks a little sloppy in the execution. They're going to try to shove down this turret because everyone on Curse's back.
Chink's not gonna have any trouble with this turret making quick work. 10-8. CLG starting to pick up the kill, starting to close that gold gap. 25 minutes in the game. Land. Oh, that's all right.
Kind of defeats the purpose.
Don't get yourself killed.
He wants it. Got it.
Afro's like, nope, I don't have another lantern for you. So the kill potential's getting quite big. We actually see Link now with the Deathfire Grasp. We've seen him go quite crazy in games before. Actually, it was Void Boy who went crazy in games before, but nonetheless, all LeBlancs go crazy. 42-39, we just spoke a little bit about the gold. It's really starting to even out, which means it's going to be all about how the fingers work and the mechanics in these fights. Last time Dexter went into a fight at that dragon, we saw him get squished. He actually wasn't able to activate his ultimate. A little bit better of a fight, and CLG came out right on top, so going to be a tough one coming into here. Definitely CLG's game now not to lose with Baron.
It really feels like it, you know, even though they're down 2,000 gold, it's actually a really good skill to practice, is just playing from behind here. CLG has been in similar situations to Curse this year even. Oh, Aframu gets caught out as well by himself.
Oh, okay, so they are going to go in for this. That was a lot of back and forth, but they choose to go at each other's throat. Nian's going to be the first one going down as the focus is on the bunny foo-foo from Dexter. They're going to turn back on the fight. Cop does not know he's right there, and he gets a startle surprise, trying to take down Dexter. The headshot was the next one to proc out, and the red buff keeps him in line to get killed. Void Boy's going to get up here. Now this is big. A nice Peacemaker coming over the wall. Cop very low on mana, but has that red buff. They could get double lift on this. Tries to turn the fight around. Gets the hook from Aframu, but it's not enough. And they bring in the quadra kill for Cop. Put down the authority.
Just like that, Curse might be back into control. This game has been very back and forth, Riv, and that was an initiation that CLG should not have taken. They were caught out, and then Yen came in for the save. This should have been a burn Shenolf and a see you later by them, but they saw the teleport, they thought they could turn, and then Yen doesn't really do much. He comes in, taunts Quas, which didn't do anything, and CLG is just split up. Their dive is now gone. Dexter is in a full retreat, so it is literally just the CLG backline dealing with a monster Croc. Yes, they took him down, but at what cost? Their entire front line is gone. And here, since the entire fight was chaotic, they're tunneling onto kills a little bit here. Afro and Double tried to make another play because Double was dead to rights. It was support being a nice friend, trying to help out, but the hook overextended Aframu and allowed Cop to finish off the rest of the kills. That's a scary game.
Goes from, I believe, 2-1-3 now to 6-1-3. That would be a 2 because you got an assist on it. Inside the park home run for Cop. 15-10, 28 minutes on the board, and it looks like they have, again, spread that gold lead, and they're going to use it. Running down the bottom lane, going to get a great clear on here from Cole the Meek and the Glitter Lance. It's going to have to be CLG now adapting to what Curse is doing. Like you said, such a back and forth game. We haven't even hit 30 minutes.
Yeah, but I actually don't feel like this is back and forth for the right reasons. I feel like CLG is playing very sloppy. They made some very nice plays to get back in the game. Then they've just gotten rid of them by making poor decisions. Curse is trying to strangle CLG here and control them into their base now that Cop has gotten that quadra kill. But I think the story is the same as it was about 15 minutes ago. CLG wants to maintain a split push threat. As long as they can keep their inhibitors up, their late game should prevail. It's still only a 4,500 gold lead, and CLG is still in a position where they can win.
Looks like they're roaming right up top behind Link, but I don't think they have any vision on him just yet. He stays safe, thinking everybody's coming up top, and it looks like they're going to need to get some wards down if they really want to get this push back on. 19 seconds on Baron, 40 seconds on Dragon. Curse is actually hovering this spot quite hard.
Yeah, at this point, Cop is, amongst the chaos, played extremely well. He has not been the one out of position. He has not been the one caught out ever. And the late game Caitlyn is absolutely fantastic against here, since Shen is the only one diving on him, and if he can cut through Shen, it's pretty much over. Not to mention, the headshot procs kill this extra fast.
Yep.
So this could be it's a very smart Baron take here. It's going to be a steal chance for Dexter.
Does not get it. Dominate so clutch on all of his smites throughout this spring split. Does it again, pulls out. That hurts.
That's Lulu. Right there is the experience.
It's a little taste of purple
Right there,
for
but
you.
honestly, tons of credit to Curse's team for always securing objectives. I cannot remember a Baron or a Dragon that has gotten taken away from them. They spike damage at just the right time, and since they have now killed the jungler threat with the Baron buff, they could very well push on for a huge advantage here. They probably have caught CLG in the base, and CLG can't realistically defend this.
They cannot indeed. Inhibitor turret goes down. We just hit 30 minutes, and Curse is knocking on the front door of the base. The flash on a double lift. Oh, he was not close to getting killed there. Great save by Afromu. Curse Quastati had it, but this might be the initiation they want. With that damage on the double lift, he cannot fully get into the fight, so it is going to prevail. It gives Curse the advantage they need, and with the inhibitor down, they're going for Nexus turrets.
Yen flash taunted into a 4v5 right there and was adequately killed. Curse will just go out with the inhibitor though, because there are still 4 people alive for CLG, but huge advantages gained for Curse.
I was thinking that would be crazy. They were staying without a minion wave, so they do back, get a good amount of kills for themselves, but now this is what they have to think about. It's just going to be Dragon for them and back. They have Baron. It's so big for them to be in this spot, especially with the way the beginning of the game went. Curse has been able to thwart CLG every time they've gotten that fight to bring them back in. That's like 2 in a row for Curse now, though. 2 of those big fights.
Yeah, and they can continue doing this as long as Quas continues to do work in the front line as he has been doing. Him alone, pretty much, like with the shielding of Carmen Lulu, is keeping the entire CLG lineup at bay. Just the giant Renekton going in there and stunning double lift pushed everything back for CLG, which allowed them to get that inhibitor fairly cleanly. Add into the fact that they've actually picked up a Locket of the Iron Solaria and I Will Dominate just for a little bit extra shielding. It's making it very difficult for CLG to cut through. It's actually really interesting how CLG's defeat yesterday to Cloud9 was against the Lulu Karma. The shields coming out from the mid lane and support are just messing with CLG's focus a little bit in these team fights, and they cannot get down the targets they would want to prioritize.
Dexter seemed to be a little chaotic when he goes into the fights. We've seen the Dragon fight him
Really out of
before
sorts.
without hitting his ult. He's gone for a lot of heavy damage too with the Last Whisper Lizard, throwing that just the Giant's belt in as he's trying to stay alive for a few more seconds in these fights. Curse now to the top lane. They're trying to do this one slowly and methodically because they know CLG can come back at any point in time.
CLG's trying to get a catch right here.
They're going to get what they want. Dominate goes down. It plays right into the hands of Counter Logic Gaming. That's only a step back. CLG still needs more. They are looking for it. This is Dexter going in. Wow, there's the save again from Afromu, and Nien is trying to be a meat shield on the front line as they don't know whether they want to go in or not.
Yeah, well, they got one. Now they have to retreat because that's still 4 people with a Baron. And they did just take down the jungler. It was a nice move by CLG, though, waiting to catch Curse because they probably could not have withstood a siege or a dive with an exposed inhibitor. That was the one way CLG could stall this game like they need to. That is a very dangerous double golem to take, but he gets it.
It's not a red buff. He'll be all right. As long as he stays away from the buffs. Oh, I thought it was going to be the LeBlanc. It is double if this time. They want to try to get as much area clear on that turret as possible, but he stays, trompers up, keeps it safe.
When possible, Cop needs to land Ace in the hole onto LeBlanc, because with the double lift Ace, he can lifesteal up a fair bit off of minion waves. As you can see, he's almost back towards full health here. COG desperately trying to clear these waves off, though, as the siege hits. Now imagine if this was a 5-man siege with an Elise. That's why that catch was so important for CLG.
Cop on the outside, but here comes Dexter. Oh, the submarine onto Cop. The Con's gonna come out next, but they get the wild growth on. Will it be enough? A Glitter Lance goes through first just after a move, but he does go down. Curse is now able to reassess the fight, and it's only Nien they have in their eyes. Look at CLG's health bars. They are bleeding to death right now.
Like a nice force right there, but yet never made it into the fight. We'll see what happened there. Curse pushing at the inhibitor. That looks like another inhibitor down for Curse.
Wow. Very methodical play, not putting themselves in a dangerous position, and they take down another inhib, slowly taking control of the entire map, and the teleport comes in from Quas. The bottom lane is going to get the same treatment.
Yeah, red inhibitor respawn. They're trying to get that one down. They're just brute forcing with their incredibly potent front line and massive amounts of shield. CLG on their back foot.
So much poke these guys have. Dominate can get himself in, out with a repel if he needs to. You can see everything coming in from Bunny Fufu on the Qs, Cops, Peacemakers, and only really the Zap to answer with on the way back out.
Baron buff now gone for Curse, but inhibitors destroyed. Pop another incredibly powerful performance on Caitlyn.
He's 50 CS behind too, not meaning much. Doesn't tell the story. Got all the kills. 5, 4, and 9 from Voyboy in the mid lane, 6, 3, and 7 from Quas in the top lane. Definitely doing his part, even though he fell behind early in the game. He's been doing a great job split pushing and really working off the ball is what Quas does best for the team. They're now trying to poise and get themselves ready to take down this last inhibitor turret. It's not going to be much for CLG to work with if this falls, so they have to make a last stand.
Yeah, very difficult stand here for CLG. They have so many super minions piling into their base. Even if they do find a fight, they will have a limited amount of time to actually fight before the minions would kill their Nexus turrets. So Curse needs to pretty much just stay here until COD does something.
Half HP from just one ace in the hole. Link still wants the Deathfire Grasp hit. Cop gets himself out of range immediately. All the focus of utility goes to Cop, the shields, the wild growth, and then he focuses his sights onto Counter Logic Gaming. Double lift as well from the 80 carry position, trading back a bit of that medicine, and now 19 to 12. Curse cannot
there's the Nexus
what
turret
they want, but they get a Nexus turret, so it's even more than they want apparently. Another one goes down as CLG was tunneling on saving just the inhibitor.
It's exactly what Curse wanted by sticking around there. They're just brute forcing down this turret right now. See how much they can get. This could be a Curse victory.
A game of chaos was the name, and Curse was able to control it the most. The perfect chaos, if you will, as they come out with a win over Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, and even though it may seem inconsequential, that is a huge move for Curse to win this game. They have just knocked out a top 3 LCS team, something that has not happened for quite some time here in North America. Curse, that gives them so much confidence coming into the end of Super Week and the start of the playoffs, especially if they win their first round and get a second round matchup against one of the top 3.
What a great team play coming out. Set themselves up in positions where they could get themselves back in the game more than one time. Not many teams get any chances to pull themselves back into the game. First created that numerous times. Voyboy back to the Lulu with that first pick. Fans from CLG, maybe it was what they wanted, but not taken into consideration. Curse was able to walk over that.
Yeah, that was a very strong performance by Curse, even though the play from CLG was sloppy. At the start of the game, Curse was out-rotating CLG, beating them at their own game, and putting them on edge. And it was only when CLG went for the objectives that they had been beaten to by Curse was when they started to fall behind. So that game was controlled by Curse from a strategic standpoint.
It really was. We actually saw the Caitlyn coming out first, and then Double Lift went on to Jinx. Not actually one of the champions that he has a high win rate on. His Jinx, I can find it right now. It's 3 plays, 2 and 1. So he has 1 on it. But the Vayne he looked at in the beginning, they said, well, if we're going to be into this 2v1, you can't do Vayne. It's not going to work out as well. Once we get into that scary, we have to be at the turret. So like you said, Chris doing a very good job at kind of winning this game from the start and making sure they could hold on to the lead. Cop with another great game, and as well, Bunny Fufu didn't get his thrash, but he was still there to help. Immense amounts on Karma.
Yeah, he couldn't do the Vayne into the AP Lulu either. And that's it's actually a huge step for Bunny Fufu. 0-1 and 16 on Karma. Getting a victory on a champion who's not Thresh is actually really important for Bunny Fufu because he had not really performed very well if Thresh had been taken away from him until this game against a top 3 team in the LCS.
And we got to remember Quas playing quite strong this game. 6-3 and 8 for himself. And I feel like Quas has been one of the guys who says it's all right when this 2v1 lane thing happens. I'll be happy to farm the jungle. He kind of doesn't get himself. Well, we saw Inox kind of doing some tricky things, Inox doing some tricky things. He's like, I'll just go with the easy one, coordinate some jungle camps, and then I'll be in lane. It's nothing strong, nothing too hard, rather.
Yeah, and Quas is a player who I feel like has been struggling with nerves a bit throughout the season.
Yeah.
The performance like this against a team at the caliber of CLG is very important for them as they move on, because nobody doubts Quas's skill, mechanics, or potential.
Right.
They just doubt his performance on the games he's actually been having in the LCS. This was a step in the right direction in so many ways for Curse.
All right, let's bring up the playoff bracket. I'll take a look at this real quick. So many teams now set in place, trying to kind of move things around. Not much could be moved around, but kind of walk us through what we're looking at now,
The
Jack.
thing we're looking at now is that Counterlogic Gaming and Team Coast are locked in that quarterfinal matchup. That is a 3 seed and a 6 seed. The other 4-5 is going to be Curse, Dignitas, don't know the order. The 1 and 2 seeds with buys will be TSM and Cloud9, but that seeding will maybe be decided in the TSM Cloud9 matchup we have later. That's what we're looking at here.
Going to be some very interesting matchups. Superweek, it always pleases. Never displeases. There's always some huge hashtag LCS big plays, which everybody better be kind of tweeting on. You better be getting yourself to lolesports.com and getting your votes in as well, because the teams want to know.
Yeah.
They want everything.
Absolutely. So this game, of course, just one last time, Curse is in the 4-5 matchup.
Yep, 4-5.
Incredibly important. They will play against Dignitas. Coast is locked in against CLG. So, I mean, the big things that we're going to have to be tracking here is obviously the number 1 and the number 2 seeds, then the number 7 and the number 8 seeds, because that's going to be very important as we move towards the Challenger series. It's going to be later.
Yeah, because who wants to face LMQ, one of the strongest
If
teams?
LMQ's
Who Double Lift said he didn't think had too much power, but to these lower teams, I'm sure they're, if you will, shaking in your boots.
Yeah, it's going to be critical for LMQ to make it. Everyone expects them to be in, but it's not a complete shoo-in.
This is true. This is true. To hear more about that game we just saw, let's send it over to Freak and Kobe.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hey, guys, want to welcome Team Curse's Quas and Cop to the lane here, to the desk, whatever. So coming into that game, CLG is going to be a fairly intimidating opponent, I would expect. Were you confident coming in?
Well, we have a 0-3 record against them, so we knew it was going to be a really tough game. But we definitely we knew that we had a chance to win, and if you played right, and we did. So,
what were you guys thinking when the bans came out for this game?
Oh, they caught us off guard because we had our only strat was Heimerdinger.
Yeah,
so they really caught us off guard there. But I don't know, we just went back to our old comp.
Yeah, it seemed to work out for you guys. One thing actually we spoke about in the pregame actually is that you guys seem to run a lot of different types of strategies. Remember there was like a Janna push comp one time with the Nunu in there. Like, you guys run through a lot of different things. Why is that?
I think we just try a lot of things out and see which works best for us, and we just kind of gained like 3 or 4 comps over the time, and now we just have a pretty big arsenal.
And you feel actually confident in those compositions? It's just whatever kind of suits the mood?
Yep, they're all kind of similar in a way, so it's just kind of getting used to that transition.
Okay.
I want to ask you, Cop, as an AD carry with so many different supports, have you had to actually change your playstyle from support to support?
The biggest switch was when Edward came onto the team, just because I don't remember who was before that. But we were kind of passive then, and then it was kind of a big change going from like super passive to super aggressive. So it's really hard to get that transition, but I think it helps me out a lot.
Do you think it changed and improved you as a player? Are you kind of keeping some of that with your current style?
Just because with those 2 playstyles, you can kind of use them both at different times, and now I guess I can just bring out whichever one I need for the game.
All right, well, let's switch the focus to Quas here. Let's bring up a replay where you come up big at the Dragon Pit here. I think you get a triple or a quadra. You get a lot of kills here down at the Dragon Pit. Triple kill for you. Let's see what happens. Explain this one as we roll through.
okay, so we decided to take the dragon since we have dragon control, and they try to jump in. I actually get the dragon with my last hit. So they're trying to fight. Kha'Zix jumps in, so we immediately decided to focus him. I take red buff out of this kill. So right now I know I have red buff, so I can keep focusing whatever's in trying to kill my carry. Now I see their carries and clumping up in the back, and that's what my focus is right now. So I have my flash still, and we're all trying to run back, but I know that I can. They're all pretty low, and I still have my flash up, and so I want to try to help Void, who's getting dove. So here I flash. I use my E on the minion wave. I queued. I didn't get the kill on LeBlanc, but I still go on the other targets. And since I have a red buff from the first kill, the red buff allows me to secure the other kills. And that's Dom just let me have this kill for the triple kill.
Nice. It's actually delayed Quadra because you got the first one way back when. So, Scumbag Voyboy stole your pentakill.
Yeah, it happens in our team.
It just seems to be running with these guys.
Yeah, just some players just like to steal pentakills.
I love stealing pentakills.
Makes you a good person, of course. So, of course, more secure is coming. So then after like some of the mid game, the game started faltered. You guys lost a big team fight around the mid lane. CLG got Baron off that, I believe. What was going through your minds when you're suddenly losing grip of the game?
That was probably my fault. I freaked out, and then I thought Kha'Zix was gonna like solo me, so I E'd into like 4 people, and then just kind of died, and then the rest of us died.
But then how do you come back from that when it's like a giant lead got lost, CLG's got a better late game team with things like Jinx? How do you get back in?
We had a pretty big lead early, so that kind of just helped us. I guess that fight made us even in terms of power on each team, and so we just found a good team fight, and I think I got a Quadra at one point, and we just used that to just take the stride.
All right, this is perfect segue. Let's bring up the clip of your Quadra since we're on the subject here. Let's walk through this one. All right, Shen starts down bottom. You guys are clumped up around Dragon once again.
Is this a Dragon fight?
No, there's no Dragon available. I think you just catch Afromu out here to start it.
Oh yeah, they had no
get the
vision.
Shen ulti.
Yeah, they were just trying to get vision control, and we just saw a good pick, and we saw Shen ulti was coming in. We could just burst him, so yeah, we just look to just train down as many people as possible. And in the end, ease in, and we know he can't get out, so we just kill him and just kill each target one by one.
So then how do you kind of play around this? Are you just like waiting for front lines to go in and set things up?
Yeah, right now Lulu's communicating to me that he has ulti, so I get close to the carry, so I knock them up, and then Dexter's out of position, Cop finishes him off, and then we just try to, oh, this was a nice kill by Cop.
Yeah.
Right when he takes the W back.
And then, yeah, people are calling Doublelift doesn't have flash, so we all just go as aggro as possible. And we managed to pick up all the kills.
Yep.
So you know this would have been a penta if Quas didn't get the first kill. So just so you know.
So many shoulda, woulda, couldas here. Sorry. Yeah, let's talk about the Kha'Zix, though, because that's definitely a big deal for you as Caitlyn. Earlier, there's a fight where he scares you and he forces you actually E into the rest of the team, and you end up dying. How do you, as an AD carry, play around Kha'Zix? He's a very popular jungler right now, very strong. What's going through your mind?
You usually just need people to peel for you when he jumps in. When one of their assassins jumps in, you have to just pull the whole team, just focus that one target, just to burst him down as soon as possible. But yeah, his ultimate damage reduction just makes it so hard to kill him, which is, I guess that's why I freaked out there.
Yeah, I noticed, Quas, you would definitely target him with your stuns, and a couple times you catch him before he's able to use his ulti, so he doesn't get any damage reduction. Is that what's going through your guys' head? Are you trying to get him before he's even able to use the ult, or the Shen comes in?
Definitely. We want to stack all CC that we can on Kha'Zix. There's a major threat, and he had very little armor, so I know if I stun him, I CC him, then Cop can hit him and do a lot of damage, so that's why we went for it in most fights.
Do you think it's important to always have like a pink ward available? You can like see him as he kind of navigates around the fight.
Definitely. We were very conscious of that, and every fight we made sure somebody had a pink for the Kha'Zix so we can focus him down.
Nice. So let's actually move forward then out of this game into the playoff race. You know you're going to be facing Dignitas now in the first round. Depending on the rest of the games here, you might have side choice. Dig might have side choice. How do you feel facing Dignitas?
Well, we do have a good record against Dignitas, but like Crum said in his interview, it's a new patch, so you just have to adapt to it and see which team can come up with the better strategies and better picks.
So you guys as a team, have you started training on the live patch to get ready for playoffs yet, or are you still focused on Superweek 4.4?
I tried to not play that many solo queue games yesterday just to stay focused, just because for AD carries in the next patch you have to take heal instead of barrier, which is kind of a big change. And then I guess tanks are more tanky because to get a Warden's Mail you get Chain Vest now. So I don't know, it's a big change, and so I think MF will be buffed, but I don't think I can play her.
I'll have to check on that. Yeah, I feel like that one counts under the remake thing. Well, I guess we'll check, and of course you guys will know because we give you guys plenty of time to figure it out. So then coming into the playoff race, let's actually forecast forward, right? Are you going for the top #1 spot? Are you going as far as you can? What's the goal with playoffs?
I hope so. I hope we go for first.
All right, but so yeah, have to fight Dignitas, then you're gonna have to fight against Cloud9 TSM afterwards. Like, I mean, how goes the prep for a playoff race? You're gonna have about 2 weeks off after the last day of Superweek. What goes into that?
I think the big thing is just focus on our first game against Dignitas, just because, yeah, if we drop that set, then we can possibly get relegated, which is just stay out of that, which is our main focus.
What are your impressions of the other teams that you guys are going to be facing in playoffs? Who do you think is the team that will pick up new patch changes the quickest? Like in the new 4.5, who are you most scared of coming out with something new that you don't expect?
Well, I would say Dignitas is known for running really weird strategies, like the one with the Quinn and Oriana. So it didn't work out for them that game, but I'm pretty sure they had success with it. So I expect them to come up with really crazy strategies.
All right. Well, that'll be fun to watch. We'll see that all in a couple of weeks, guys. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on your win. Of course, we'll see you guys tomorrow. So we got to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll jump into our 4th game, Dignitas versus Coast. Stay tuned.
Their bear's off like right now, it should be.
They see me. They saw me. They saw me.
I slowed him.
Yep.
I have to be up, but I need a good road.
Yeah,
you got a channel. You got a channel.
Bolting him.
I'm
I'm on the end. I'm on the end.
Yeah. Zed, Zed. Quaz, you can go in. I vote.
Okay.
Dexter's on the side, on the behind us. Dexter's behind us.
Yep.
Look for.
Slowed him.
Dexter's on me. Dexter's on me. I'm chunked. I'm chunked.
Okay. Dexter.
Double is chasing me.
Dexter's dead. Dexter's dead.
Go here.
Just boy.
He flashed. Okay, they got me.
Okay.
Oh, I
you got
killed
him?
Link. Alright.
It's just
we can look.
Jinx no flash.
I missed.
He's
Still gonna go. Fight him.
Yep. Yes, get him.
Nice.
Good job.
Push mid.
Yep.
50 seconds on Chen.
Let's go. Yeah.
I feel like as a player, you never really want to respect someone so much. You need to not be afraid to make plays and be like, oh, I'm probably better than this guy. Because if you give someone too much respect, you're like, oh, he's better than me. I probably shouldn't try this. So, you know, you need to have the mindset of like, oh, this guy's garbage. I bet this is going to work on him. I think having, like, for lack of a better word, cocky mindset is way better to have.
Welcome back to Week 11 of the North American LCS. We will see how Kiwi Kid's fearless attitude helps him and his team in just a few minutes. First, we want to check in with what you've been saying over at Twitter. Earlier, we asked you which NALCS player is the most innovative and why. Here's just a taste of the answers we've gotten in. At Random Stuff to Do. I do too. I think Lemon Nation is the most innovative player in NA because he brought out the Ashe Zyra lane and now the Corky Karma lane.
And how long is the Corky Karma lane going to last? Got to give some credit to Sneaky too. He's got to play all those 80 carries.
Yeah, he does.
Just because he has a notebook doesn't mean he's making the decisions.
There's always two parts to it. At Charlie Koff says, I think Cloud9's High is the most innovative player in the league. He has a great champion pool. Bring him back. Soraka in the mid lane.
Yeah, that was actually the player we discussed when we were talking about the most innovative player. Some people would say that he plagiarizes solo queue, but he's the one who brings it into the LCS, so it's still counts.
He gives credit. He gives credit in his bibliography. As Xander De Ronde says, it's all in the name, Inoxvation. His niche top lane picks have been very entertaining to watch so far with ups and downs.
Yeah, ups and downs. A lot of ups and downs.
A lot of ups.
Good Lee Sin play, though, for sure.
It's a roller coaster ride. Yeah. At Bradtastic, our last response. Bradtastic Craft, sorry. Kobe is the most innovative player in the LCS. The flash for Odd One over the wall is too much.
Yeah, fantastic strategy there by Kobe in the ultra rapid fire future preview we had.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Thanks to everyone who wrote in with their great responses, but we're greedy and we want more. Send them to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS to join in on the conversation. And now without further ado, let's dive into our next game, Dignitas versus Team Coast. Jap, it's another matchup that's gone 3-0 so far, but Dig has this one in their favor.
Cruiser in particular has been very successful against Zion Spartan, an average of 17.0 KDA in this matchup. And for a comparison, Cruiser's 2.4 against the rest of the league, which is incredibly potent for Team Coast because Coast relies so heavily on their solo lanes. Cruiser will be a problem, and they'll have to tackle him in order to take the win.
Right, now we can know that Coast is locked in for the 6th seed, but this game could give them a big confidence boost and an opportunity to work on their game.
Coast is going to have a tough fight tomorrow as well when they face Cloud9. You know, we saw Coast returning to the split push strategy, but they'll need the rest of the team to step up and help carry. Looking at the team, who really needs to step up the most, Nintendo in particular, has not had a big impact for his team, especially in this matchup. His overall KDA in the NALCS is 1.7, and his last 3 games against Dig in particular have been less than stellar as well. I mean, if he were able to make some big plays, I think it could really help Coast in their hunt to prepare for the playoffs and get some momentum, because Coast is such a momentum-based team.
They need it both, and all of these teams need it coming out of Superweek. So with that, we are going to check out the starting lineups and get into the game. On the blue side, it's Dignitas. In the top lane, it's Cruiser. Crumbs in the jungle. Golden Glue in the mid lane. I'm a cutie pie at 80 carry, and there's Kiwi Kid getting a close-up on support.
Yeah, and on the red side, it's going to be Team Coast. Sound Spartan in top. Jungle is Nintendo. Mid is Shifter. Wiz Fusion on 80 carry, and Daydreamin' on support.
And this will actually be the first time Golden Glue gets the matchup against Shifter. He's already had quite a test with Bjergsen and High being some of the first few he had to play against, but this will be another one. Shifter is one of the mids that can actually hit up Bjergsen quite well.
Yeah, Golden Glue, as described by Crumbs and Kiwi Kid. Daydreamin' is sad. Crumbs and Kiwi Kid went a little crazy in the last game. Yeah. They said he's excitable.
Yeah,
so to speak.
Didn't really understand what he was saying sometimes, but it worked.
The whole Dignitas team can be a little bit excitable sometimes. The Scar coaching also coming in pretty handy as well.
Yeah.
And for this matchup, obviously Dignitas is 3-0. And a lot of that just speaks to Coast's inability to beat higher seeded teams this year. They really have not been able to pull off their strategies against top of the LCS or even middle of the LCS caliber teams. And as they move towards the playoffs, even though Coast is locked in for that matchup against CLG, being able to win games against better teams is absolutely crucial for not getting relegated, because the loser of the playoffs will still end up getting relegated.
It's always good to keep yourself in the factor where it can be in any given day for that game, and not just something that consistently, is going to hit on the record.
Yeah, Cruiser Lee Sin.
Cruiser Lee Sin once again.
There's actually a really good comment on Reddit in the game thread after the Dignitas game. It was Dignitas they were trying to figure out like how did Dignitas decide for Cruiser to play top lane Lee Sin, and it was something like Kiwi Kid being like, "Hey Cruiser, don't you play Lee Sin?" Cruiser said, "Yeah, I do." Locked it in, and then next was like Dignitas wins the world championship. Because Cruiser, it's the champion that brought him into League of Legends.
Yep.
He was so good on it yesterday. It got picked away from him in an earlier matchup, and now he's picked it once again. Let's hope that goes top lane and this wasn't all for nothing.
What do you do when it looks like there's nothing to do? You go back to comfort. That's what he's going to be hitting up. Zion Spartan and Nintendo X grabbing the bot lane right away for Coast in this one. Something that really also needs to be picked up for Coast. Wiz Fusion has had a bit better of a performance coming out here, but the whole team needing to step up here in Super Week.
Yeah, he had a fairly ineffective Lucian against Team Solo Mid earlier today. Obviously, Dignitas coming into this game 1-0 on the day, whereas Team Coast is 0-1. Annie going for Kiwi Kid. That's his roam strategy. You can almost tell right now. Dignitas is going to be doing a lot of lane swapping. Kiwi Kid's going to be roaming on Annie.
Crumb's picking up that Evelyn. This is what he played last time that Coast and Dignitas matched up. Obviously coming out with the win, so he's going to try to wreak havoc on Nintendo. Somebody, as we said, a lot of people see as a bit of a weak link in the jungle to be found out quite easily. And it's not a weak link that it's not that he can't do anything. It's that once somebody does do something against him, it's hard for Nintendo to come back, especially with Coast being behind in lanes.
Yeah, it's kind of insult getting out of the injury sometimes, since Shifter demands so much of the team's resources sometimes, as well as Zion not necessarily playing tanks. You factor in the fact that Nintendo gives many of his blue buffs to Shifter, and then that Zion is often a super split push heavy guy himself. It just makes things hard for Nintendo.
Fist bump communication going on as the Pantheon.
Nice lock-in.
And the Dragon are locked in. High level lock-ins. This is how it happens.
Pantheon jungle.
Feels good when you lock in an LCS champion.
Pretty heavy dive team they got going on.
Oh, man.
And then Dignitas as well.
I was going to say, which one are you talking
the old
about?
Zed. So that'll be the second Zed game for Golden Glue. As Crumb said, the record doesn't necessarily speak that well for Golden Glue. He said it didn't matter. It's just about him improving game over game. 2-1, Dignitas' schedule has actually been fairly easy since they picked him up, but if they win this one, pop them up to that. They're already 3-1, I believe. They would end up going 4-1 with him, which would be quite a streak. Is that going to be Zinzawi to carry?
Oh,
wait, no. What's going on?
God, even the Rise lock-ins.
Rise mid?
That's true. We have the Shyvana. Yes.
That's
around
actually...
They're still swapping this. This is going to be a first Rise coming in for Shifter if it gets that lock-in.
It would make sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's all about how quickly he can start getting his armor itemization. Otherwise, he's going to be a piece of paper for Zed to rip through once he hits level 6. But the eventual build of Rise with the Glacial Shroud and even the shield from Seraphs is really, really strong if he can get to that point. I like that choice against Zed. I really want to see how it plays out with Shifter versus Golden Glue.
You're laughing, or I saw laughing. And that might have been Golden Glue being quite loud.
Dignitas always laughs, even in defeat.
This is true.
They're just a happy bunch of guys.
Gotta have good communication to know what's going on. You see Dignitas, Coast facing off on the screen, and now we face you as the champion. Stride onto the Rift. Let's see who you voted for to win this one. According to LOL Esports, 74% of you think that Dignitas will come out on top of this game versus Coast. See what happens. Golden Glue's been getting a lot of fans back for not back, but behind Dignitas after his play.
Giving him a little bit of hope right there as they try and move into the playoffs on a winning streak. Likewise for Coast, they really have to figure things out, is I think the best way I can put it. They had that nice streak of games. I think they won 5 of 6 going into that Super Week. Not this Super Week, the one before that.
Yeah.
And they went 0-4 from there, and they just really haven't recovered.
Well, it's strenuous to go in a game knowing that it almost depends on the solo lanes. I mean, you can say that about any game, but even more so if those don't go well, Coast just kind of, dribbles away. They're not able to do much in the game, and it just keeps getting pushed on and pushed on. Wiz Fusion will head to the bottom lane and farm as much as he can to try and get back, and it's just slow going from there as the opposing team takes the win. Coast trying to stay away from that pit in this one. Trying to make the leap for the victory as they start off on the map. Dig hovers the bottom side, and Coast is going to go right down the mid.
Level 1 potential. Kiwi Kid charging up his stun. He's going to be looking for some action early on in the game. So he's going to run himself pretty low on mana since they had to get out of the fountain immediately. So therefore,
Cutie Pie on the Corki pickup this time. There used to be a lot of Corki being played. Cop was a Corki player. Cutie Pie's a Corki player. It'd be good to see him back on a champion he enjoys playing. Let's see where Golden Glue decides to go after he laughs his face off. Looks like he's just going to hang out towards Wraiths. Nothing big coming from him. They're not giving too much to the top side. They're saying, we're going for your blue because you're going for our blue. But they're not going for their blue.
No wards out early on in the game, so all of this is blind.
Yeah.
Support's still not trending towards early wards. They are much rather content with the health crystal for better laning power or lane swapping goodness, which is generally the default a lot of these guys have went for.
No invade. Everybody backing off. One of the first games we're going to have this so far, but the late invade, yeah, still stands. We're just not there yet. Looking at the 140 to walk in. And Coast is going to try to get an upper hand, possibly with when we see the 2v1. We don't have a Jinx in this game, and Coast may suffer greatly for that in the top lane if they decide to go through with this.
It really depends on the amount of people they choose to stack in that lane, though.
That's right.
You know, if they do a 4-man push. If any of you guys caught the Challenger game yesterday, Challenger quarterfinals between Complexity Black and Complexity Red, there was a 4-man stack in the top lane by Complexity Black, and they went all the way to the inhibitor turret. They actually took 3 within the first 4 minutes of the game.
It was quite wild. Definitely put the teams in a different pace that they had to organize. Took them a little bit to get back in it as well. We'll see what Dignitas and Coast can do to reassess the situation, as it is going to be the 2v1. We see Cruiser pulling back into the jungle, and that means that we're going to have Zion Spartan roaming around with Nintendo for a bit.
By the way, last game when I mentioned how I feel like a lot of times the laner should just go to lane and help shoving. I got a lot of tweets telling me otherwise. I would have to say, there's pros and cons to all situations here. So basically, what happens now is the jungler gets the double buffs, and then they go to lane, and the double buffs and the superior level they'll have, because the jungle will be level 3 when they go to lane, allows for more threatening tower dives. But what ends up happening when there's 3 people in these lanes anyway is they're not even tower dive opportunities. People are respecting it too much, so they're not even approaching that situation. Therefore, I still think that eventually we will see a team send their top laner there and farm
There's
the
the
jungle.
chance, yeah.
But they're just not doing that because it is a slightly risky maneuver.
Something you got to make sure it works in practice before you put it into play. All these teams going with what's been happening over the past few days and even weeks in their scrims. They're going to keep going through. Level 3 for Shifter here. Able to lock down some damage onto Golden Glue, and that looks like it's going to be a tough lane for him to start off 13-4 to get going there as we see the turrets start to drop on both lanes. Bottom one going down without that champion reduction on it. And the top one is still pretty darn healthy, and they only went with 3.
Coast real slow on this rotation. They spent a lot of time looking through the jungle, whereas Crumbs just went straight to it.
And Zion didn't get too much help. He even took the big Wraith sharing it along. He now gets level 2 as he just soaks up a bit of experience outside of damage range, but that's the first time he gets to.
Yeah, it definitely appears Dignitas is going to get a 2-for-1 if they want it, and if they went back to defend that turret. But for the meanwhile, a lot of it just has to do with that mid lane now, because they're isolated, because the junglers are completely in vision and there's no ganking potential. Shifter is punishing Golden Glue early on in the game. Starting with a mana crystal versus a health crystal start for Golden Glue, Shifter just shoved him right into the turret, so that's going to be very good for Shifter trying to get to tier or Catalyst incredibly early on in the game. And even though Golden Glue has found a lot of success in team fights, quite honestly, his early game laning has been lackluster. He died at level 2 to high in their matchup against Cloud9, and has had some of the lowest CS at 10 minutes amongst mid laners in the LCS. Here, though, the gank finally coming in for Shifter.
He's playing quite strong. He thinks with this 2v1 swap, he's safe to push down in mid lane, but he is not safe at all. A very good call by Crumbs and crew to come in and get the first attack in and first blood. They're not done with this one yet. That Daybreak going out into Crumbs, but they keep it safe. Level 4s to level 2 level 3s.
Yeah, and now the rotation from Dignitas is coming in right clean here. They shoved him back early enough, but it's just not enough because Coast is matching with a rotation of their own.
Looks like Dig is going to get themselves into position for a very early dragon. We saw Curse doing this a lot of level 4s, but we still have some level 3s and 5s here.
Oh, Daydreaming.
This is what they called it out for. They are going to be able to take out Daydreaming now. Crumbs coming up with a help for 2 on that one. He takes him for himself with assist going to Golden.
Dignitas quite a bit ahead there, and Golden Glue's being pushed back really benefited Dignitas in the long run there. Shifter overextended his welcome, and that really chained into 2 of those kills, because once Dignitas fell back, Coach was actually expecting an early Dragon, because that's something Dignitas does a lot of. That's the whole reason Daydreamin is able to get caught as well, granting 2 assists for Golden Glue with that early walk.
Crumbs. He is just waiting for another party, knowing the flash is down onto Shifter, being relentless, and already level 5 in the jungle. He's got a level on Nintendo, who has not seen any presence. No real ganks coming in from him. We actually saw Crumbs walking over to him and Daydreamin in a 2v1 to start off that last fight.
Yeah, and Crumbs finished off his Spirit of the Elder Lizard at 6 minutes, which is quite impressive. The conservation passive on that is going to end up giving him a fair bit of gold before Nintendo can even complete it. The earlier you can get into gold-generating items, almost the more snowbally they become, in a sense, because you had a lot of money in the first place to get the gold-generating item, but then you're generating more gold than the other person on top of that.
Without being hindered as well, Crumbs is probably going to be able to just waltz his way over. Well, he's going through some wards first, so he'll be seen, but he's going to try to give some aggression over to Nintendo. If they have the timing right onto this one, you can see Nintendo hovering bottom side, as well as Coast, sending Daydreamin over there. That's only Wiz Fusion to farm in the top lane. They're just trying to repair what's happened.
And check this out. We're only 7 minutes into the game. There's already 3 sweepers on Dignitas. They're absolutely putting a huge emphasis on controlling vision because they know Kiwi Kid's going to be roaming around so much. In order for Kiwi Kid to find those stuns, he needs to clear out the wards.
He did say he loves that 3-minute Sightstone with the tower pushes that happen now. Supports get vision out a lot earlier with the trinkets being down. 7:22. We'll see what Cruiser can do to push out this wave. He has teleport still, has not used it yet, so it's kind of that ace in their pocket they can still use against Coast. Very low level still on both sides.
Yeah, this game has just been really rotation heavy. Cutie Pie has been pretty much on his lonesome this whole time.
ED carries now to soak up farm in the bottom lane. They don't even want to push themselves into a scary situation. Dig had such a hold on what they were doing in those lanes, but now it doesn't seem like either team has enough sweepers or wards to get themselves into the jungle. You can see how much Coast is putting just on keeping their blue buff to themselves. Pink wards and 3 wards surrounding it. Now returning to the bottom lane, we're going to get the 2v2s to match up here, and Kiwi Kid has to be careful in this situation. He could pop, but Crumbs is there.
Trying for a counter. Cutie Pie got poked down so low, he was hoping the Daydreamin went in.
Won't take the bait just yet. Too much of a minion wave. They know they can't just go in on this. Somebody else has to be there if Dig's playing that aggressive. Crumbs gets himself, they know that 6th Sense coming in, and they set up a nice pink ward.
Crumbs, despite the 2 kills right here, really just trying to take advantage of that. While Nintendo desperately tries to get up to level 6. Crumbs way ahead of him right now. Just a question of what advantage they can take. They're clearing out the pink wards quite quickly, and a lot of expense paid by Coast to get all these pink wards out. But since they don't have the map control to maintain them, it only gives them temporary safety.
Man, if Nintendo could not go and you think of what a Pantheon would do once everybody gathers in mid after the turrets get taken down. So many opportunities to be ganks coming in, but Dig has this much control. Nintendo Dax may be waiting for a lot of those man drops.
Dignitas actually doesn't know that Nintendo's only level 5 here, so they're worried about the Grand Skyfall as far as this Dragon comes down. They're forcing it anyway, though, because they have all 5 people here. Flash!
Quite a bit of damage. Very nice hit. A huge Valkyrie in from Cutie Pie. Whoa, to the front line. Zion Spartan comes in. He is going to be trying to do some big damage off of the teleport. Hits up Cutie Pie for a kill. Not many people have the damage to take on Zion, and he is going to be getting another kill for himself. Twin Bite to come up onto Kiwi Kid. Should be enough. Actually, looks like he's trying to leave it up to one of his teammates. They're not going to make it in range in time, and he does get the final kill for himself. Picking up 1 there. Looks like Coast is going to push a little bit on the bottom lane and relieve pressure to get Dragon.
Yep, Dragon was a very dangerous objective there, and despite not having the Grand Skyfall, look how low Crumbs was before this fight started, and even though they got a clean initiation, they overdumped their damage onto Wiz Fusion. Notice how Cruiser and Golden Glue went onto Wiz Fusion, and then the Deathmark didn't even have to apply. That meant the rest of Coast could just run through the Dignitas team, take advantage of Kiwi Kid's low level with no stun because he had burned it for the initiate, and it ends up pulling Coast back in this game.
Zion Spartan keeping himself off in these lanes, getting as much farm as possible, and just with the Giant's belt is enough to come in and make an impact on that fight. Coast getting a little bit of ground. It's exactly what they needed for momentum in this game. Still down in gold due to all the kills that have been going over to Dignitas and the amount of control they have coming into the map with CS. But Coast doing very good at staving off the bleeding that started.
Yeah, at the moment, item thresholds are pretty even. The worry, if you're Dignitas right now, is Shifter's items. He's completed his Catalyst in his tier and is not being denied farm, which is absolutely critical at this moment. Rise will be able to scale up very well and block most of Dignitas' damage there, since it is a Zed physical damage and Lee Sin also physical damage in the solo lanes.
That was something I was thinking Coast may have had in mind, that the 2v1 swap would pull everything away so Shifter could have his own lane against Golden Glue, knowing he would have a bit of an edge with that play.
This is a counter gank opportunity for Crumbs here.
Here's that level 6. They look for the Q over to I'm a Cutie Pie, but they can't really activate anything. Crumbs shows himself. Not going to be, yes, actually Cruiser did not stop that teleport. Get some flashes out of the team. Daydreaming will go down in this one in the end valiantly, as the rest make it out alive, but Dig is trying to grab back those moves.
Yeah, they had the teleport up from the previous fight, so they took advantage of that right there. Bit of a telegraph gank there by Pantheon with the early movement from Coast, meant the teleport could be crafted down there by Dig. Get the kill and push Coast back.
Shifter still trying to build himself up in mid. Golden Glue's brought himself up in CS with all the chaos that's been happening. He's gotten back to the jungle. He's been farming Wraith as much as possible, keeping himself against Shifter in a position to carry the game. That's a level 9-9, so he's doing just right with the team now off on the wing. Shifter's flash is up, but is it going to be enough? They close the gap way too fast, and Dignitas picks up another one.
Exactly what Dignitas has to do. They have to attack Shifter before he gets huge, and he is pushing up the lane in order to try to get his farm. So another roam by Kiwi Kid really started that, landing the stun post-flash of Shifter and securing the kill for Dignitas.
22 minutes, and Shifter will have that newly purchased Rod of Ages fully charged.
Got that pretty fast, despite all that's been happening.
Still stacking up on that
bypassing
tier.
the boots, playing a very dangerous style of Rise, costing 2 deaths.
Just under 260 on the stack, so we can tell he's been getting a lot of trouble in that mid lane. Cruiser returning to top after wasting, they came up nicely on that gank in the bottom lane, but after using his teleport, Coast tries to regain a bit of the map here so they can at least put some posture back into play. We saw Curse getting just bushwhacks last game on CLG that helped. They could be going back for that.
Pretty critical ward kills there.
Yeah.
You don't think it, but when 2 pink wards get killed, that's 200 gold. It's like one, I want to say, almost half of the kill in gold. Normal kill being 450 gold. Obviously the kill being 300, and then 50% of that is the assist pool, which is divided evenly amongst the people who get assists. I didn't know that for the longest time.
Because math.
Yeah. Well, it also changed in the most recent season.
Right.
So.
And then the whole assist thing. And it's fun.
A lot of craziness.
A lot of numbers. Got 2,000 gold for Dignitas right now. They're not really trying to push too much. They have gotten those few kills, but they don't want to overextend themselves. It all looks good for now, and they're keeping it that way. Two turrets to 1. The bottom lane's not getting much focus, as we're going to see probably a top push to the mid push, trying to open up the map, maybe start focusing on some of the blues. Shifter's going to have a lot of mana, but blue buff is still nice.
Yeah, the blue buff allows him to spam much more, and it's actually critical for getting out damage rotations on Rise mid-team fight. While he gets cooldown reduction from his Q, with the blue buff, it puts him to 25% cooldown reduction. You want to get to 40 on Rise as quickly as possible because it really allows you to machine gun your spells, whereas he can't really do that at this juncture.
Pings into the bottom lane. Looks like Daydreaming and Wiz Fusion are waiting off in the wing for an initiation here, but it would be quite big. Tibbers is up for Kiwi Kid. Knowing Kiwi Kid, he has that stun ready. Crumbs looking for another one in mid, throws down the Agony's Embrace. Isn't enough though, gotta watch out for the Rune Prison right under the turret. Here comes that damage output from Shifter. It's gonna be a little late from Nintendude. They didn't think they were gonna go all the way under the turret.
Yeah, that was just a sliver away from being effective because Golden Glue could never get in range for the death mark.
Playing security here, Golden Glue, knowing that Crumbs was in danger, gets him to safety. Cutie Pie is kind of rotating around the backside here. He's going to be a mid, but I don't think they'll
really
be
wants
quick
to
enough.
dive this one. Therefore, Dignitas pulls far away.
Yeah. He's going to have Cruiser in the top lane doing what he can against that turret. I see him throwing out spells, putting on Iron Will, trying to give himself those 2 hits of attack speed. He should be able to get this down, but he may actually meet Zion Spartan here for a bit before he gets it. Should be a pretty good matchup.
Red team's turret has
Yeah,
been
it's always interesting watching Lee Sin hit turrets because every time he uses a spell, oh, there's a dive.
Coming in very big. Golden Glue gets himself in a sticky situation. He's going to go down. Nintendo gets out with a sliver of health on that one. Wiz Fusion looks to pressure a little bit more with the culling. Can't find a kill.
Yeah, that was a poorly executed dive there by Dignitas, splitting focus between kills and turrets, and the timing could not be worse as this dragon is about to be taken by Coast.
5 seconds. Pieces are already in place, and the pink wards are on the other side for Dignitas. They're really only ready to approach the dragon pit, not be inside of it. And it looks like it doesn't mean the time for Coast to get it either. Wiz Fusion on the bottom half. Crumbs not with red buff on this one, so it's definitely going to be the chase, but he's going to walk right into him. He gets the first hate spike. Now Wiz Fusion realizes there's a fight going on. He was not aware of that right in the first spot, and it looks like Coast will have enough positioning to still grab Dragon. A little scary there.
Nice play by Crumbs to scare him off a little bit, but the team had just forfeited so many advantages with that failed turret dive. The Coast was still able to get that one. So good heady play by them right there. Shifter getting the 1 kill and then also surviving a little bit longer with that blue buff is going to make him a scary threat. His next item is when he starts getting that armor itemization. That is going to be really huge for him.
See how much gold he's sitting on right now. Just about 2,000. Shifter knows he can keep himself safe in lane. He's been ganked quite a few times, and he knows something's coming as well. Runs off that one with the ward coverage. Keeping himself safe, so those buys might be coming in a little bit sooner than we thought.
Yeah, he can pick up his Glacial Shroud right now, but he goes Sorcerer Shoes, so he's going for the move speed, and of course, just a little bit of armor.
Yeah.
This is Zed-proofing.
He skips the mana, something he's already charging very heavily right now. So gets himself into a good position, using that money efficiently. And oh dear, no, you're good. Pink ward on pink ward. Who's going to fight it though? This is going to be a battle and a half. Oh, he wishes he could throw his sword. 2K gold, and it's going to go up a little bit here, Kiwi Kid. They get a good force out just to get the coverage onto Baron. So many Baron attempts have been coming out in this Super Week with the amount of jump it gives the teams and where they've been sitting in the games after these 2v1s. That bit of stat and gold that it provides has been even more than it usually. See where they go with this. Good mid lane push, but doesn't look like they can even get to the turret. They're clear of the Zenith Blade into the Spell Flux and everything Machine Gun Rise does as he puts a new magazine in.
Yeah, at this point, Dignitas is roaming to try and find their opportunity. They're a little bit gun shy right now after Golden Glue died in the mid lane and Coast was able to take the dragon afterwards. At this point, they're just kind of split pushing around. I also noticed the Sorcerer Shoes on AmaCutiePie's Corki. It's something we ended up seeing a lot at Worlds last year when Corki was big, because he does actually more magic damage to champions over the course of a game than physical damage in most situations. His Phosphorus Bomb is magic damage, and his ultimate is magic damage. Plus, he gets true damage shred on his passive. So it's actually really difficult for Corki to itemize penetration properly. But the Sorcerer Shoes are a step to making the rockets and the poke gameplay of Corki more powerful while sacrificing a bit of the physical damage side.
Now, how do they actually start using their composition now that it's getting late game? They have to start considering any engagements. You have the poke of that Corki, but really that's only from him.
I really think it has a lot to do with Crumbs flanking properly. Most of these Eve compositions need the Eve to get the ultimate down first, since it is the percentage current health, and coming in later doesn't really help them. Meanwhile, I also think it's heavily dependent on Cruiser's ability to split push and then force either 5v3s or 4v5s for Dignitas' favor. So a lot of it just has to do with those top two guys on Dig, Cruiser and Crumbs.
Golden Glue taking it upon himself towards the bottom lane since he has the safety of Zed to get that split push on, and Cruiser's going to join with the team. The teleport, definitely a little different, but they're going to try to keep the damage on the turret and the pressure as well, which Zed may have provided more of, but they're doing what they got to do to get themselves ahead, and we see it's actually Golden Glue trying to come around from the side. Hopefully he doesn't get himself in a bad spot again.
Also, when we were talking to Kiwi in the interview earlier, he was mentioning how he picks Annie so much because Dignitas has trouble closing without a hard initiation from a support. So a Flash Tibbers could very well be a start of a fight for Dignitas, but Nintendo starts it for himself.
Flash is about to come up for Kiwi Kid, so they may have found Coast in that choke point we've heard so many players talk about during the disengage. No team bites after the man drop. Golden Glue is going to force someone to come down. That Shifter, you can see him just on the top of the screen. They're going to duke it out Back and forth until this mid turret goes down.
Dignitas actually has 2 solo laners capable of split pushing right now. Zed and Lee Sin are both very potent, but the reason Lee Sin is with the team is because he can disengage for the team better than Golden Glue could with Lee Sin kick.
Making sure everything is safe. Hard hats on for Dig. They get down a turret for themselves and make sure they get a lot of wards swept out. We've been seeing them use those 3 sweepers for the past 10 minutes now. Very early sight stones coming from these 2v1s. And it's just Coast trying to regroup and get their 3 sight stones in.
Yeah.
Golden Glue to safety. Shifter to clean up the bottom lane. And we got a minute 30 on to Dragon. This could actually be a very big fight coming in for Coast. Now that Nintendo does have his man drop up for one of these Dragon fights.
He's yet to find a good initiation with the Pantheon ultimate, but it's tough to lock down this Dignitas team. Highly mobile. Corki, Zed, and Lee Sin all able to disengage fairly well. Eva's invisible, so it's hard to find her.
The longer this game goes, too, Golden Glue doesn't have too many targets. He's going to be able to death mark out. Everybody's getting at least tanky enough to survive an initial burst. But like you said, with Kiwi Kid flashing into your face with that Tibbers, it's going to be hard to get anywhere. Both teams kind of want to gap close on. These late fights should be pretty brutal.
Another one of these games where there's heavy amounts of turrets killed early.
Yeah.
So the mid-game fights actually end up being quite explosive. Teams have relatively close gold totals when they meet, but more gold than you're used to seeing. So obviously, Glacial Shroud being completed on a Shifter gives him a lot of cooldown reduction. If he wants, it would be really great for him if he could get a blue buff before that as well, but his blue is not spawned yet. Since Dignitas has the gold lead, you'd expect them to have an initiation plan here. A lot of it's going to have to do with pink ward control around the Dragon Pit and whether Crumbs can get in a clean ultimate or not, as well as if Nintendo is trapped within the Dragon Pit, or if he ults out, or if he gets caught out there. That was close.
Wow, Nintendo not in the right spot. There, Daydreamer gets a nice solar flare down, and they take down Kiwi Kid. The initiation was used, but now everything after is in defense for Dignitas. Great shots coming from Wiz. They're not able to finish off Golden Glue. A lot of Coast is that front end damage. If they don't have the follow-up in the fight, they're not going to get the kills. You can see it's always that 50% there. Can they follow up on it? No! Once again, just getting out with a sliver of health. Coast get in position on that, though, and they may grab the Dragon.
Yeah, even if Nintendo Dex was initiated upon, it was just the single person that get hit by the Tibbers, and the rest of Coast could pile on. The sustained damage of Rise and Shyvana is greater than what Dignitas can offer with their composition. It's actually not even the Smite that gets it, but a powerful Shifter.
It's that front end burst. Nintendo wasn't even thinking it was going to be that much, but we saw it in this fight one time after another.
Well, check this out. When they initiated, Cruiser and Zed were not in position, so it was actually a 3v5 start to that fight, and Coast collapsed better than the rest of Dignitas did. Crumbs could not flank with the ultimate, and then Golden Glue was immediately shut down with his death mark. The pop doesn't really do much to his fusion there, which meant the rest of Coast could chase down with their sustained damage. We eventually saw a Flash Rune Prison that got another kill for them. And Coast claws their way even farther back in this game.
Yeah, 1.4 thousand gold in the lead for Dignitas now. And that lead keeps shrinking. Coast doing everything right this game, and everybody coming up pretty nicely in the fights too. It's not just one person solely carrying the team. All the kills are across the board.
And even though Coast hasn't turned the corner yet,
right,
them being on a pretty bad winning streak here for Superweek, judging by their earlier game against TSM, they're getting there. You know, this style of game where there's heavy lane swapping and an isolated mid lane really favors them. Daydreamer gets kicked.
Uses the cripple to get a few extra steps by him to kick him back at Crumbs. Very well organized by the team to close in on that kill.
Yeah, nice force there. Trying to not get 5-on-5 team fights against Shifter's Rise, which is very powerful right now.
Now trying to get his roam on.
Jumping on Crumbs.
Oh, this is the man drop that Nintendo's been looking for. Grand Skyfall coming down right onto Crumbs. He uses the W and gets out quick. He knew he could be the one to take brute force if it happened. Dignitas plays that one as well as they can with Cutie Pie pushing the mid lane, trying to do what he can to play off the ball on this.
Terra's burned there by Kiwi Kid, but no kills granted by Coast. Coast burned a fair bit for that. The turret and map pressure is still in the favor of Dignitas, but they haven't been able to close out any big team fights. And that could continue. I really feel like for Dignitas to win this game, they have to catch initiations where Coast is unawares or not there with 5 people.
Yeah.
But if Coast can continually stay grouped and ward off the split push, they will eventually outscale Dignitas.
making sure they definitely have enough HP. And the Saracen brace.
That being completed
25 just completed maybe a little bit ago. But Nintendo, Zion, as well as Daydreaming, getting those Giants belt. Surviving a little bit from Kiwi's burst after watching what happened in that last fight to Nintendo off the bat. His Hex Drinker as well, keeping him healthy. And Coast now trying to reposition, put themselves in a spot here to find the mid lane of Dignitas on the second tier. Once they can open that up, it's really just around the horn, and they can back up for Dragon whenever they want, as long as they have the wards.
So the Cruiser going in for an initiation. Kicks back Daydream.
Nobody's really there to follow up. He's like, hey, I can get this, but nobody else can gap close with me. Still knows he has a bit of life to bait with. Nintendo could go down. He actually takes him, but he takes the Q at the same time as they draw for the kill. Another one going on to Shifter. Great coordination from Coast. Dig trying to put themselves back in the right spot, but Golden Glue too hurt early in the fight. Now it's Kiwi Kid who cannot throw out more of that front end damage to continue the DPS. That was a sweeper just on the other side. Golden Glue, I believe that was his to make sure he wasn't being seen, but Coast still sniffing him out, trying to pursue. There's gonna be the flame, doesn't get it. He's trying to walk his way all the way through. The Randuin's goes down. It's only a matter of time before the Dragon gets its food.
An ace from Coast, showing their team fight superiority. That was another situation where Dignitas tried to get the catch, but it wasn't quite enough. Watch just the positioning of people right here. Cutie Pie and the other AD carrier not in this fight quite yet, and the follow-up on the kick. It's hard to kill a Leona, and it's not necessarily that beneficial when she still lands a great stun. Then when the fight really does break out, Shifter is in the middle, but not immediately focused down. He got a lot of damage off. Then when the AD carries do arrive, Cutie Pie had a tank in his face, so Coast could still pile on through the end of this one. Just a little bit slow on the follow-up for Dignitas would be the story of that fight, and it really benefits Coast in the long run.
Very well played. Dig realizing just how big Shifter has gotten throughout this game. It took him the better half of the early part of that fight.
Yeah, but really,
to take him down.
He's not necessarily the biggest one after the results of that fight. It's Zion's Shyvana, as well as Wiz Fusion now, who has reached carry potential with those 3 items. These are really the moments for Coast to turn the corner. When someone other than Zion Spartan or Shifter gets a triple kill or more in a team fight, you know, what are they going to be able to do with this gold? Is Wiz Fusion now going to be able to become the focal point of Dignitas' focus and survive through it? That'll be the test.
Just in the beginning of the game. Oh.
Another
little miscommunication there.
He's pretty tanky.
Wow, Kiwi Kid gets hit up as well. The solar flare was in front of the screen, and he got knocked right in the nose with it. Kiwi Kid goes down 30 seconds on the death chamber, 40 coming in for Dragon, and Coast is making moves to put pressure in the top lane.
He's actually very close to a Randuin's Omen right now. Just needs 700 more gold on Leona. They need to find a new target of focus to get catches right now. Daydreamin' is out there getting ward control, and every time they try and initiate onto Daydreamin', it has backfired. You got to do something new.
They are just diving past the turret for Coast. It looks like Dignitas is going to have to back off on that one. Inhibitor turret will fall. Coast, like I said, if they have the wards, can easily disengage on this and go back for Dragon, but Dig's not going to let him get too far. Trying to zero them out immediately. Getting himself into a bad spot, using as many of the shadows as he can. And it looks like Golden Clue gets himself out alive of the fight. They're now trying to chase down Coast. Cruiser gets hit up. A nice lockdown coming in from Nintendo and the rest of the team. Chaotic battles. Going in for the 1 for Coast.
Yeah, when Kiwi Kid isn't there for the drop tibbers, there's not the most hard initiation for Dignitas, and Coast is able to disengage fairly well. The reason they dove that turret so confidently is I'm a Cutie Pie was in the mid lane. So it was completely one-sided as far as people in that fight.
I was saying before, ooh, Cutie Pie, they're looking actually Kiwi Kid just on the outside. Any stragglers trying to back that they can get an advantage on, they are going to grab, but they find nothing. And seeing this play style, a lot of teams, not a lot of teams, we hear TSM mainly say 4.4 kind of put a crutch on us in the way we play.
Dignitas said that especially the 4.5 patch, they can't wait for it to change more.
Oh dear, coming in nice. Crumbs gets the lockdown on the smite, but how much is that going to count? They go ahead, get a quick kill on the Golden Glue, get themselves.
I wonder if that's going to force a Baron try. They know that Crumbs was very low, and that they have just killed Golden Glue. They're going to go for this one. They have a little bit of ward control, not the best ward sweeping, but they might just try and fast rush down this Baron.
Sweet ward behind, Daydreamin', making sure he's getting that sweeper out with the upgraded Oracle sweeper, Oracle's lens. And now it's going to be on his Solar Flare.
4v5.
Solar Flare down to start this fight. Nintendude goes in for himself. Still looking for Tibbers from Kiwi Kid. And he looks like he's going to be on the backside, not really able to get anything out for himself with the help of Tibbers.
That was initiated by Tibbers, and Crumbs could not get in range for a nice ultimate from Eve. He did not want to go in there, still trying to hold them off. Coast is a little bit lower, and there's one fewer member on Dignitas. Nice catch.
16, but Daydreamin's level 12, and he gets instantly blown up as they try to go into Cutie Pie. Zion Spartan's been quite big. Shifter's still in the fight, but big damage actually coming out in the area of effect sense. And Coast takes a good hit there as Cutie Pie turns around. Bit of that auto attack damage, red buff on, so Crumbs can also collectively get some damage on. The few more shots, the Seraph's Embrace shield could save him, but he goes down. A big one coming out from Cutie Pie to finalize it.
So all told, they traded 3 kills for 2, I believe, or maybe it was 3 kills for, 3 kills for 2, and they did stop the Baron, which is the most critical thing about that. WizFusion still at 7 kills, but Dignitas comes out of that one actually in the advantage.
It's crazy how the AD carries are staying somewhat even here. Cutie Pie still in the chase at like 75 farm ahead with kills and assists under his belt. But WizFusion, as I was saying before, this patch of rotating a lot and not him just farming in a lane, getting kills with the team is really helping the team altogether. Instead, like I said before, of just having one lane carry. A lot more teamwork coming out of Coast here. 15-11, they finally grab the gold lead back, Jat, and have 6-5 in turrets.
Yeah, this game is really anyone's match as of now. Coast showing some teamfight superiority, and
Alrighty.
Yeah, he jumped.
Looks like he could have been close to Kiwi, but he sees the circle a little too early. Enough walls to play with there so he can play Ring Around the Rosie, and just ward coverage for Coast to come up here. Still 3 sweepers only on each side. Nobody's gone for the 4th one yet, but the highest upgraded, like I said, Oracle Lens is out for Kiwi and Daydreamin'. Yeah! The Randuin's ward.
He didn't want to do that. They're actually down a few critical spells right here. No Grand Skyfall, no Randuins, which is pretty important for Daydreamin'. Dignitas doesn't know that the Randuins, or maybe they did. I think the ward saw him pop the Randuins.
It probably, yeah. It would have. It's right behind the red buff. They are privy to the information of the active use. Seraph's Embrace is coming back up. A lot of things are close to coming back up. Ignite as well for Shifter. They may be just trying to bide a little bit of time here as they walk in a group down mid lane. Finally pressure back onto a turret. We've been hovering out on the map for quite some time here. Looks like Coast wants to make a move. Or not.
Yeah, they're really just going to try and play cat and mouse around this Baron pit. They've done a great job clawing their way back. Shifter now with the Banshee's Veil as well. I keep bringing him up even though he's 2-4 and 8 because you can tell Dignitas really prioritizes killing him. Rise has ridiculous sustained damage in team fights.
Leave him alone for a second, and that's the wrong decision. You see double buffs of blue on both Golden Goo, Glue, and I'm a Cutie Pie, so they're rocking double blues on Dig. See if they can start spitting out a little bit of damage. They don't really want to get close. Daydreamin' has been locking down Solar Flares, and really Coast's initiation, once they take out Kiwi Kid, they can kind of roam free in that fight.
This blue buff on I'm a Cutie Pie, though, is actually spectacular. His missile poke has been keeping Coast back. And Dignitas, in these close games, has really been using Baron as a way of deciding them, for better or for worse. It's been better for them lately, and this is an aggressive force, knowing they force some Coast people back.
Yeah, the Baron is now a problem. Dignitas tries to give the other team the initiation on the Nintendude. Deja vu for Kiwi Kid, keeping the jungler out with Tibbers, and it looks like they try to get a big fight. Cruiser goes down instantly. WizFusion's got some focus down. Cutie Pie takes one as he makes his way out of the fight. That's Nintendude going down. And it looks like Kiwi Kid will be able to get the safety here.
Everybody scatter. We got the Baron. Now get out of there. That's what Dignitas is basically doing. They were all in the pit against that AoE damage, and Coast would have wrecked them. Are they really going to get away from this one? Kiwi Kid, he's got a long way to run and no turns to defend himself.
No flash, no ignite. Hit after. Oh, there's the passive movement speed coming in from Wiz. Gets the Ardent Blaze, gets the last few shots. They get what they work for.
Even so, Dignitas got the Baron.
They did. 2
kills for 1. It's actually worth it for them. And Cutie Pie was going in for some more after that. Nothing much is going to happen there. This was really just all about the Smite Secure. Nintendude was stunned and initiated on, which is what stopped that. And actually, big time kill coming in from out Cutie Pie. Ooh, Crumbs is trying to come around from the back. No ultimate to slow, though. We'll find a dragon.
Oh, I don't think Zion Spartan knew he was going to find that there. Ward in the brush, actually going very hard in. Could he be getting there? Shifter hits it up quite hard. Nintendude gets himself into the fight with Mandrop, but it looks like he is turning tail as soon as he falls. Zion Spartan just says, don't bring him to me! Oh, man. 30 seconds on the clock, and Coast is not going to be in position to be grabbing the Dragon. If it's even what Dignitas wants, they're going to have an open map to run through. But, back fight. Oh! There you go. Had to sidestep real
That was
quick.
a big smile on Amacutie Spy's face. He could have finished him off a little bit earlier, but he wanted to play with his food a little bit.
I feel like I've
8-2.
seen that before in solo queue or something.
Yeah.
The kills are getting quite equaled out here. Dignitas picking up 3,000 gold. With Baron, a very big move for them. Like you said, using Baron now, which was a crutch for them to decide games for them.
Yeah, and this has been much for the better. And it was actually Coast pushing down the bottom lane after the Baron had been taken, trying to get an advantage off the 2 kills that got them into the situation in the first place. And really a spectacular teleport by Cruiser that ended up really catching them for that fight. Gives Dignitas this big advantage. I wonder how much they're going to try and press here, because they still are sitting with that Baron buff. Dragon is up, though. They might just go take that. That's the smart move.
Looks like they'll put themselves a nice chunk of gold up. That Dragon is now at its highest average level of the game. It's going to be spitting out a good amount of gold. And with that gold, Dignitas will continue to move across the map. It's quite stronger right now than we are seeing on Coast. Initiations like this, especially because they have a Talisman of Ascension up and can continue these fights.
Yeah.
Coast does not.
It's turning into a bit of a battle of the 80 carries right now, actually.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm a cutie pie.
He brought himself up this game. He was at like 3, 2, and 4, but he had more CS, and now he's everything.
Yeah, just finished his Infinity Edge, whereas WizFusion has as well. Cutie Pie has more gold overall in items because he has a Negatron cloak as well. You can see 15.8k to 14.7k.
Grand.
However, as we mentioned earlier, Corki has a very big mix between magic and physical damage. So you can see he's trying to make up for that by going with Sorcerer's Shoes and a Last Whisper, but it's just not as efficient as far as the way his damage comes out. And WizFusion will be more efficient with his armor penetration, with his physical damage. As such, I believe Lucian scales better with the equal amount of gold than Corki does. So I'm a Cutie Pie really has to either maintain the small lead he has or just play better in order to out-carry WizFusion.
See how good WizFusion can relentless pursuit and dash around the missiles. If we do get the 1v1, it'd be quite awesome to see. Right now, with nearly 100 CS between the 80 carries, it's interesting to think that both of them could really go toe-to-toe at this point. Looking at quite a gold lead now, 6,000. Actually ticked up 5,000 gold in favor of Dignitas, as they're slow going this one. They don't want to put themselves in a bad spot. The mid is seen by minions. They're not going to walk in the jungle and get any scary positions.
Yeah, this will be tricky. Watch for the flash initiate. The distortion boots have been completed. We're going to want to catch a couple people, and Kiwi Kid goes in. There it is.
Whoa, Kiwi Kid getting very close into the fight. The health bar to Golden Glue, and Kiwi going down very fast. Golden Glue is able to get himself back out to that initial shadow once again. Very good at that. And they are microing in and out, but Shifter's able to find one onto Cruiser. The back and forth leaves it at a 3-for-1 so far, and Coast is using the walls of their base to bolster up, get some kills.
Very tough turret dive if they can't close out the sustained damage for Coast. That is a big step backwards for Dignitas. Cutie Pie is the only one to get out alive. And will he even get out alive?
I don't know. Chase. Ooh. Man drop going down once again. Nice Valkyrie by Cutie to keep himself safe, but it looks like the pursuit, no, it will stop. They're going to start pushing these lanes.
Yeah. Let's take another look at that
fight happened.
Yeah, the flash initiation wasn't necessarily immediately comboed. Watch how delayed Crutch's ultimate was as well. And then Cruiser kicked Shifter back. But remember, the 80 carry as well is WizFusion. He's the one who's going to be finishing off a lot of these kills. Shifter just used his move speed to get back as well. And because I'm a Cutie Pie had to Valk out, he wasn't in there taking turret shots with the rest of his team, or at least taking advantage of Dignitas tanking turret shots. And the sustained damage advantage of Coast is superior. You know, Dignitas is mainly a split-pushing team at their core with this composition, Cruiser and Golden Glue. But that was a straight-up 5v5 that they tried to overforce, and they got punished for it.
It doesn't look like they can do too much unless they get the perfect fight this time. That was with the Guardian Angel. That was with everything they really needed to get in on that fight. Even Golden Glue threw out a shadow, and Kiwi Kid flashed onto the shadow, kind of tried to hide under it. Didn't work too well. Coast took him out right away as he tried to throw down Tibbers.
Hide in Golden Glue shadow.
Just kind of hide there. Almost worked. Looked pretty particle spammy. We'll see what they can do now. 40 minutes on the clock. Coast and Dig going at each other's throats right now as we're over 120,000 gold combined into this game. 7-6 in turrets. Both teams seeing what they can do to each other as Dignitas has it up to the inhibitor turrets. We've seen Coast there a little bit ago, but it's been very back and forth now, and the game's in Dig's hands.
This Fusion completing his Banshee's Veil as well. It's going to help block Kiwi Kid's flash initiation stunts. There's no McHale's, though, on Daydreamin', so if they can somehow land the stun on the Wiz Fusion, they have the potential to burst him down.
Mortius on a Nintendo, take into consideration that damage from Corky
Found
and
someone.
Crumbs.
Zion almost wants to be initiated on.
Everybody piling into the brush, huddling close to close.
Full tank Siobhan and no Blade of the Ruin King.
Nope.
Yet to die. Not too much sustained damage from Dignitas, which is why this full tank build on Zion is great. Again, the Baron Force.
Wow.
They trust their smite. They want this fight.
It's down to half. That's a very scary position. 3 members on the Timbers. Coast Shifter getting hit up quite hard. Wiz Fusion's way too close to the middle of the fight, but he gets in a perfect spot. A very nice culling. Coast is now on the retreat, however, and they can't help him to turn around. There is no peel for the team. Crumbs gets himself in a scary spot. Diggs already turned around for Baron.
It looked like a mess, but the execution from Dignitas was awesome there. Everyone got caught in a ball. All of Cutie Pie's damage hit, all of Crumbs' damage hit. They force them out, and they get the Baron again.
Dignitas coming up big. Dictating fights with Baron now instead of having it cause them
Coast
the game.
thought it was going to be a Baron steal again, which is why they grouped up, and it's exactly what Dignitas wanted. That time, Crumbs was in range for a perfect Eve ultimate, and everyone else could just pile on. As well, Cruiser's kick actually hit everyone pretty much on the Coast team there, which is a surprising amount of damage. It's one of the big reasons they could wreck through there. Coast funneled in, Dignitas punished them.
Perfect positioning for the AoE fight. Dig's very happy with this one. Zanya's now onto Kiwi Kid. His flashes in are going to be a lot safer for himself. I don't know about the situation getting out, but he knows whatever flash in, maybe the last one they have to win this game.
Yeah, the Zanya's is going to be nice for Kiwi.
Yeah.
Real nice.
Do what you can, like Zanya's and McHale yourself, and just run away.
Yeah, McHale yourself's out of the Zanya's. Just be like, whee! Just kidding.
Where's Dignitas going? Golden Glue with the help of Kiwi Kid. Looks like they're going to hover towards the top side as Dig just needs to keep up the pressure right now. Really nothing more to do than make sure Coast doesn't get anywhere that they don't know about.
Yeah, this is a really fascinating game now because Coast has proven that they are a superior 5v5 team unless Dignitas gets a picture-perfect initiation like we did before that Baron. But since Dignitas has been able to control those Baron buffs, they're now sitting with a map advantage and a decent gold lead. However, because we're so far into the game, 74,000 gold on a Dignitas, 67,000 gold on a Coast, max item builds are pretty much getting there. So I feel like Dignitas has this window where they are at least even in straight-up 5v5, like perfectly played fights on both sides that they should try to take advantage of right now. But if they can't, and we get another 10 minutes in or so, or Dignitas has another dive where they get about 4 deaths, Coast will then pull ahead because everyone will hit max items, and it would really be on Dignitas to try to find that advantageous fight. So, I mean, right now, like win percentage-wise, I'd say Dignitas is probably at like 65 to 70%, but the longer it goes, the closer it gets in Coast's favor.
Coast very good at figuring out what happens in the game and kind of organizing themselves around it if they have time. The inhibitor open now, and we'll see if this is something they can adapt to as Dignitas postures to take the top turret. They only have that one ward going down and a few sight stones in the inventories. They're just trying to keep vision of the fight as they are going to try and take possibly Wiz Fusion first, but we've seen how hard it is to get that back line. Kiwi Kid's flash and Tibbers is up. Everything they need right now is up on the side of Dignitas. Wiz Fusion's without a flash or a barrier. This is going to be tough.
You can see these games are longer than average for both of these teams, and Dignitas does not want to overcommit. Corky is not that great of an inhibitor sieger, but at the same time, if Coast loses this fight, they lose the game. It might actually be smart for them to give up this inhibitor. They're hoping that Dignitas overcommits for it, then they can get a clean initiation, but a lost fight here would be a lost game for Coast, whereas an inhibitor means they still have a chance to stall.
Imagine Nintendo could just get back, jump behind them at the stairs right now, and then the team could squish them in. But with Nintendo in their vision, they know the jump's not coming from anywhere. They're almost safe.
Coast either fights them on this next initiation or Dig gets the inhibitor and goes back out because it's a couple hits away.
There it is. It may be a little too close. He pulls it.
He got it.
He actually is not going to go for the jump.
The inhibitor's dead.
Yeah, the inhibitor's dead.
He
called off the jump.
It's dead. Yeah, he called out the jump. That would have been the worst of both situations, giving up the inhibitor and endangering themselves in that type of fight. there's only a small amount of time left on this Dignitas Baron buff. About 15 seconds, if my calculations are correct.
That is about right.
Yeah.
Quarter, 4 minutes on it, so you're good to go. See where they can use it. They have that 15 seconds
Probably
to get
got
on
this
this.
next wave.
As it wears off, watch to see if Coast does think of that advantage to go in. Whereas for the Solar Flare coming out of Daydreaming, and Dignitas loses it, and they're not as close as they were before. They know it's a little bit more dangerous. Turrets still do hurt, even this late in the game. Good damage and harass coming out of Golden Glue, just applying that Black Cleaver over and over for Cutie Pie to get in if he wants, but he's going for the turret right now. Yeah, methodical push.
Nintendo would have to go quite far behind if he wanted to get a real initiation down. But that would probably be a little bit too deep because they'd have to walk through the Tibber stun. And that's what Kiwi Kid has been very reliable at landing, if anything, in these fights. Dignitas wanting the hard initiation to end the game, but a lot of their advantages that they've taken have been if I'm a Cutie Pie pokes down adequately with his rockets. At the very least to get rid of all those Banshees fits.
Definitely a lot preventing them. Oh,
here
could
it
this be
comes.
the one that they want? Nobody's going to be close enough. That's quite a bit of time to wait. Pantheon's ult is not a short cooldown.
Yeah. But at this point, it's not the most reliable of initiations. And Coast has to peel back for this Nexus turn anyway. Shifter popping his ultimate for that. And the initiation on Nintendude.
Nintendude gets kicked away. He may not go down there. The Ignite is on him, and he will live with about 1 HP. The calling comes out. Crumbs is trying to put himself in the front. He knows the Guardian Angel can take the hit. There's the Hex Trigger coming up. They have taken that off, and Crumbs is going to be pierced on now, taken down. Daydream is forced to flash out after the initiation. The big double kill coming out of the big rocket. Cutie Pie tries to stand toe-to-toe. Remember, Wiz's flash and his barrier are down. No, they've just come back up for this fight, and it keeps them alive.
Well, we asked earlier, it's going to be carry versus carry, Fusion versus Cutie Pie, and they're kind of both doing it right now. The double kill from the big one from Amma Cutie Pie to close that out, and the survival by Wiz Fusion. Although, while all that was happening, Nexus turrets fall, and the pressure from Dignitas mounts.
God, I'm sure Cutie Pie and Wiz Fusion are feeling good. A lot of times the AD carriers will say, we don't do much in the game anymore. These guys are the ones that are making the kills.
Well, remember, Rise was off trying to defend that Nexus turret that just fell at the start of this fight, and then the initiation was a little bit scattered here from Coast. It is a big push and pull, and the long-range damage that Cutie Pie can provide is massive right here. Watch how low they are, and I believe he had the big one charged for that big rocket, max range pretty much. But then obviously, the nice baiting right here. Shifter is the one who really surprised everyone coming in there with a huge amount of damage, and Fusion is the beneficiary picking up those last few hits.
Great plays all around. We're getting pretty high up there in farm as well. 445 coming in for Cutie Pie right now. Everybody in the game. Oh, I'm a liar. Nintendude 17.
Skara, Kiwi Kid said he is a great coach, but it is a very stressful situation not being able to impact the game. He can talk to them so much outside of the game. But once they're in there, it's all, why would they do something like that? Scar's down here. I'll throw him a Poro stress ball from the caster desk.
He's like, this is what it looks like from the outside. Oh my gosh. 49 minutes on the clock.
Big force here. Coast can't wait here long because super minions will eventually push their base. So they either have to go for Baron right away or force an initiation right away.
The intensity is building. Final fights are what are going to come of these engagements. Good little bit of harass coming from Cutie Pie. He is shredding out Zion Spartan right now. If he has the ward in that brush, he doesn't want to travel too far here. He's got to be very careful.
Oh no, they're chasing him down. He burns the flash, but he is still not near his team.
Cutie Pie goes down. He gets a little too antsy trying to take down Zion Spartan. This could be Baron, but they may go straight down the mid.
15 kills now on Wiz Fusion. More kills than anyone has had in North American LCS this split in a game, and he is carrying for his team. The inhibitor had respawned, so super minions were not pushing down, but Dignitas is still trying to do something with Zed.
Golden Glue getting where he can. He's got the Guardian Angel so he can buy himself some time to be in that dangerous situation. Now Crumbs on his backside too, but Coast is going hard and heavy on that top turret right now. Going for the inhibitor as well right after Zion Spartan. He's going to try to do a little something here and
That's
really
a very
take the
dragon.
time.
This could just be the game. They're tanking this. There were 2 Dignitas people gone. They're just powering down these turrets. It's just Elise into the base.
They still got Wiz Fusion. He doesn't have the Triforce, and it's not going to do a lot of damage to the turret, but they already have it between the 4 members. They're trying to back. We see that Zion Spartan is trying to stop Crumbs as well. The Nexus is so close to going down. Ghost looks to take a game off of Dignitas in the 4 matches, and they do.
15 kills for Wiz Fusion. Coast Chance coming up for the first time all year here. Big monumental moment for them to take a game off of Dignitas here. They have struggled against every team above them in the standings this year. And to get this one in a 50-minute game, they held off the assault of Dignitas. They got it late enough. And hey, Wiz Fusion, he had his breakthrough game.
Such a fantastic game. Said in the beginning, the bot lane kind of needs to step up. And I think the whole team stepped up, and it showed across the board. 4 kills, 3 kills, 4. Then you got 15 kills.
Look at the smile on Fusion's face right there. And we talked a couple weeks ago about how great this guy was in solo queue when the pressure is not as high. And it's a mental switch, I feel like, in his brain right here. Coming into this game, Coast was locked into the 6th seed. So standings-wise and pressure-wise, this game was just kind of practice for him. And therefore, he performed. If he can just switch that in his head to make every game like that, he would be a force to be reckoned with in the LCS. He carried that game, 15-2.
Making all the right moves. Even when you saw in that last fight, he kind of relentless pursued it in when Crumbs was dying and said, wait a minute. You know, everybody was readjusting. The communication from Coast on that was far better than Dignitas's. How many Tibbers ults did we see that weren't followed up on Dignitas's side of the jungle where they should feel comfortable?
Yeah, well, the interesting thing with Dignitas is they were kind of a composition revolving around finding catches.
Right.
But they kept kind of catching people and then getting collapsed on by a team fight for Coast. A lot of the Zion Spartan collapsed, a lot of initiations onto Daydreamin, who became too tanky on Leona. 0, 8, and 13, but with the Rand wins completed, Negatron Cloak, Ruby Sightstone, so a lot of extra health sitting there on the support. And just strategically, the game stalled a little bit because of the early turret takes. And as we move forward, that's actually a pretty big advantage for Coast. They played TSM really close earlier today, and they came out on top of Dignitas when they can kind of get to that mid-game with the game still close.
And Nintendude having a tough start. Did not see a lot. The junglers, they don't get the best amount of levels in this one. So you're not going to see the man drops coming in. And his Pantheon definitely took a hit. It's 0-2, but now 1-2 coming out of this game with 3 plays. So showing up for himself, making strong plays. The man drops almost acted as kind of like a zoning tool. They may not have hit, but it definitely got Dig out of there when they needed it to.
Honestly, not the best game for Nintendo. But I think the big story for this one for Coast is someone who is not a solar laner had a great game. Wiz Fusion and Daydreamin combined together,
that's a great
were
point.
able to come forward. And if they can actually have diversified threat, it gives them a shot in the playoffs.
Well, Lucian doing very good things. Wiz Fusion was going back to Caitlyn quite a bit. We saw him trying to find that as something that they would use as the staple for Wiz to kind of win lanes safely, not have to bully the lane and put a priority in his pocket and try to do something and push himself too far. But with this, it was amazing. Seeing that the 4.4 has been giving trouble to so many top teams, and now Coast is able to adapt, and it's where their weaker lanes are coming out on top.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting when we get into the playoffs, which will be 2 weeks from now, when we're actually going to be on the 4.5 patch, because even more has changed. It's going to be all about teams' ability to adapt to the present state of the game. It's part of competitive League of Legends, always adapting from patch to patch. That'll be real interesting.
And it is. And remember to send us your favorite highlights of today by tweeting at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. But for now, we're going to send it over to Freak for a first-hand account of Coast's big win.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? We're joined by Wiz Fusion and Zion Spartan from Team Coast. Guys, that game was pretty crazy, very hectic. We'll start with your thoughts coming into the match, facing Dignitas. They still have much to play for. You're locked into 6th. How you feeling coming into the game?
I mean, we weren't. We were taking it seriously, but we knew it wasn't really going to matter in the end. So we just came into it and just felt really confident, actually, and just played our best and we didn't really feel scared at all, I guess.
Yeah, actually, Jat made a comment while casting, actually, that now that the pressure was off, you seem to step up a lot better. We know you do really, really well in solo queue. This is like a big breakout game for you. Was the lack of pressure helping you?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, like recently in scrims, like I tried to play a lot more aggressive because I knew that I played like more passive, or like I was just afraid to die most of the time. So I don't know, I guess I was trying to do it honestly all this LCS Super Week. I tried to do that, but yeah, I guess I brought it out this game.
Yeah, it worked out really well. So, Zion, I want to talk to you a little bit. They banned your Jax this game. Of course, you did get to play it against TSM. I want to actually get your thoughts on just that game real quick, your sort of split push Jax game, and like sort of what it's like when you're like, I have to like 1v2 all the time, like you're diving and making all these plays. Like, how close were you to like taking the game out by yourself?
Well, I could say one thing. There's times when I love top lane, and there's times when I hate top lane. I'm playing Renekton and Shyvana, I'm like, okay, guys, I'm just going to like build full tank items and sit in their team. But when I'm playing things like Jax, I'm just like, this is why I love playing top lane. This is why I picked this lane out of all the lanes, all the 1v2s and all that. Being level 1 until 5 minutes, it's okay if I can play a split pusher like Jax. And it's just really, really fun to just go in there and just not care. I just like dive, just like I can 1v2, I can 1v3, just like bring all of them, but then like the tower kills me half the time and I just like end up trading 1 for 1. But it's really nice to have that pressure on a split pusher like Jax, and it's really what made me love League of Legends, like being that strong where you can actually like take on multiple enemies on a team.
Yeah, well, actually, we're seeing this style kind of overtake the LCS a little bit. Cruiser, first pick Lee Sin for the team, of course, taken away from you as well. How are you feeling about sort of facing against the top lane Lee Sin and seeing more top laners playing playmakers?
I think it's a good step forward. I think that a lot of the times the champions play top lane don't really take that much mechanical skill. Like Renekton, Shyvana, Mundo, like Shen, they're really not that hard to play mechanically. It's all about how you fit into the team on these champions. And where I shine is the champions that actually take mechanical difficulty. And where the other top laners often like outperform me is in these other aspects of playing the more team-based games. So I think that it's really good that the other top laners are also trying to play these top laners that require more mechanical skill, and they're performing well on them. So I'm looking forward to more of those types of champions being played in top lane, and I hope it sort of changes towards that.
Do you have any ideas on what's the next sleeper OP top laner after Jackson Lee Sin kind of settle out?
Yeah, you guys are going to see in playoffs, and it's going to be some fun matches. Just remember Spring Split 2013, guys, bringing it back.
Is that Fizz?
No, not Fizz. The playoffs, not the Spring Split. I went like 0-10 on Fizz, not that game. Don't remind me about that.
Okay, the 2013 playoffs, the top 2 finish. Okay, so let's actually get ourselves into the game and talk about some of the things that happened. Of course, a big, huge Lucian game for you. Let's actually bring up the replay then of about 45-minute team fight. Your guys' bottom inhibitor, actually, if we can get that on your screen. I want you to walk me through how you win this battle here.
Oh, yeah. I think we were really looking to initiate onto them. As you see, we just tried to go at Corki. But in the end, they actually just started running away, and it was mainly towards the end of the fight where we actually started to clean up the kills. I think Zion goes a little bit too ham, and then we just turn on to them. But me and Shifter are looking to turn on them in a little bit. Like right here, this is where we're going to start to turn, just because we see that Crumbs has a GA popped. And it was actually kind of surprising that we won this team fight. But yeah, and then we just, I think after they used everything, we were just able to turn when they followed up. Me and Danny me and Shifter are just going to turn a little bit.
You pretty much push them away.
Yeah, I just knew that I think I was strong enough because I had 6 items, so we just were able to turn on them after they used everything.
Yeah, when Ryze hits that 6 item point, it's just like, I'm an AP carry and I'm a tank. What are you guys going to do? And him and the 6 item AD carry could just clean up the rest of that fight. They kind of had like Lee Sin and Zed and Eve, kind of like a more early mid-game pick-focused comp.
Yeah.
And we kind of had that late game, so we knew, hey guys, it's okay if we get a little bit behind. We got the better late game. But unfortunately, that game ended in the most anticlimactic way. But it was still a pretty good game. It could have been played a lot smoother by both sides, but glad we were able to pick up the win.
Well, you mentioned the way the game ended, actually. That's our second replay here, where I don't know if you intentionally baited Cutie Pie to follow you, but he does that anyway. If we can get that replay up on the screen. Cutie Pie just dives you. What is this one?
I'm just like, guys, all right, I'm going to bait Cutie Pie. I got this perfect strategy planned out, so I'm just going to stand here. He's going to go on me. He just wants to go on that 6 item tank. No. I was just walking like, oh, wait, guys, I'm going up instead of down. I don't know what I'm doing. I shouldn't be splitting away from the team. I'm like almost dead, and then I go into fog, and then he like keeps chasing me. But then what he doesn't realize is my ult is back up, and then we have the rest of our team there, so Wiz Fusion's just able to go in there, pick him up with the culling, and then we're just like, is the game about to end this way? Let's go finish this game right now. It's like even though we're down like a lot of gold, it's just like their AD carry just got caught out, and that's the end of the game when it gets to that late. and we were just surprised that he would tunnel that hard on a tank. But I was really lucky I didn't end up dying there because it could have very well been the other way around, and that's what makes the difference between somebody look really bad and really good. If he had killed me, I would have looked like the bad player. That's like, what's Zion doing? He's running up, but my team was able to follow up in time, and they ended up making me look like the savior that baited Cutie Pie really hard. So I'm really glad it turned out that way.
The intentional move. You just got to claim that it was all your own. Cutie Pie going to double lift school today, apparently. So let's talk about then you're running in a playoff. So you know you're 6th seed. You know CLG's 3rd. I want to talk to you about this first round matchup. Best of 3. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think we're just going to take it like any other match. Obviously, CLG has been looking really strong lately. We're just going to practice and really prep for the new patch. I think that's what's going to be the most important thing. It's just like adapting really quickly. We're seeing like new picks come out almost every single week now.
Yeah.
Like Zed has actually been really popular as of late. Karma too, Corky.
Yeah.
So I think it's just adapting really quickly is going to be most important.
So actually, I want to press you on those. As a duo laner, you actually say Karma and Corky been very popular. What's your read on both these two champions?
I think the fact that Corky, I think Corky has always been good ever since they buffed him, but he lacked in lane phase, and I don't think he's really bad at it, but he just has like, compared to Lucian or maybe Caitlyn, it's just weaker. But when you start to hit that level, like a level 11 ultimate or level 16, he does an absurd amount of damage because it's like 60% of your bonus AD or 60% of your AD, and then if you have Bloodthirster, you're just starting to do a ton of damage through rockets. And the fact that it's mixed damage is also really important.
Yeah, and then Karma?
A lane bully, I think, is like the most important thing. So you have someone who's not as good in lane with a lane bully. I think it just meshes well with each other.
Okay, so then one more question then for you guys. Final one. We've noticed a lot of 2-on-1 lane swaps been happening recently, especially with you guys. Your last 2 games, you go for 2-on-1s. Why is this happening?
I think it's kind of just the way top lane currently is. It's just like, hey guys, I'm going to be level 1 until 5 minutes this game because everybody's running teleport and nobody wants to lane against the Renekton with Ignite. Or if you know you have the bad matchup, it's just like, why lane against someone I can run teleport and 2v1? So it's just kind of like being run every game. With teleport being buffed, it's actually a really strong summoner spell, especially during the early game because the cooldown's reduced to like 3 minutes if you use it on a tower. So not only is it good for laning, it's probably the summoner spell that scales the most into the late game because of how strong it is to have one person in the bottom side of the map who can be on the other side of the map in just 4 seconds. So it's kind of like I think the biggest thing is like the teleport being buffed, essentially.
And interesting that if you actually went with the Ignite Jax game and managed to get a bunch of kills that way, I like that. You had the summoner spell advantage and used it. It was fun.
I'm like, guys, I like getting kills on Jax, so I'm going to run Ignite. I hope you guys don't mind. I'm not going to be able to teleport into fights, though. So, sorry, I'm going to be split pushing the whole game. It's
fine. Ignore team acquire KDA.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, guys, well, of course, congratulations on the win. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks very much for your time. Going to have 2 more LCS games plus the Challenger quarterfinals. Keep your browser where it is right now. We've got more LCS coming your way. When we come back, CLG takes the Rift against Evil Geniuses, so don't go anywhere.
Whoa, Kiwi can get very close into the fight. The health bar to Golden Glue, and Kiwi going down very fast. Golden Glue is able to get himself back out to that initial shadow once again. Very good at that. And they are microing in and out, but Shifter's able to find one onto Cruiser. The back and forth leaves it at a 3-for-1 so far, and Coast is using the walls of their base to both.
From my experience, any team where like in the middle of the season your roster kind of gets messed up. For us, I think it was our very first time in LCS. Chowster couldn't come. He was our shot caller, and it was just 1 week that he couldn't be there, and we played with a sub. And when he came back, everything had changed because we had to like fill the gap that he made in our team, and it was just really weird. I don't really expect EG to bounce back, to be honest, and they've struggled the entire LCS even with their main roster, so this is just going to be another kind of blow to them.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. We have pulled another caster switcheroo, and joining me at the caster desk is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler.
Superweek, Riv. No time for these pleasantries. Let's get to the games.
All right, Counterlogic Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. Let's do it. Kobe, you heard Doublelift talking about how hard it is to rebound when you have had a man out of play. And EG is recovering after having their 3 players out.
Yeah, so EG have been in a little bit of a slump lately. They haven't gotten a win since Yellow Pete, Crepo, and Snoopy returned to active duty. But that slump actually goes even further back. They've only won 1 of their last 12 games, and the last victory being against XDG. So we've really seen everybody trying to step up, though. NACS definitely had a couple of big games on Lee Sin where he showed that he can split push with the best of them. And then yesterday, his Nidalee Spears helped keep his team competitive in the team fights versus TSM. They've had a lot of close games, though. They just haven't been able to close them out.
Right, and now with XDG's loss to Dignitas today, this is an opportunity for Evil Geniuses to take sole possession of 7th place in the standings.
Yeah, and CLG haven't had a very clean Super Week either. They messed around with their bans in their last game, trying to get, that is a strategy, though. They could have been trying to just get more high-priority picks. So we'll have to see what kind of wonky stuff they come out with this time around. They're definitely going to need to make sure that they clean up some of those in-game mistakes, though. Definitely some mechanical mistakes that they can work on. Aphromoo, though, has definitely been a consistent playmaker, and his Thresh is one of the best in the league. And against EG, he has been CLG's top performer, averaging a 12.3 KDA in their last 3 matches.
He's usually able to get that Thresh, too. We'll see what happens in picks and bans as we start into the lineups, the starting lineups. It's hard to talk words. Blue side, it's Counterlogic Gaming. In the top lane is Nien. Dexter's going to be in the jungle. Link getting himself comfortable in mid. Doublelift at AD carry, and Aphromoo on support.
And on the red side, it's Evil Geniuses. Up top is Inox. In the jungle, Snoopy. Pobelter is mid. Yellow Pete on AD carry, and Crepo supporting.
And it is exactly something that Doublelift was talking about, that these guys have had those changes recently. It was Ken ThinkCard, and it was Robert X. Lee at AD carry. And although they kind of did their own in the beginning, teams realized that they could go after the jungle, which they can't anymore, and EG has their voices back. And while Doublelift may think that's not enough, it's been a lot for their early game. So we'll see if they can actually take that over, because it's going to be big versus CLG, who controls everything by rotating.
Yeah, it was very interesting in the last game, too, because it seemed like CLG were a little bit slow in their rotations that they've been talking up so much. EG, though, we'll have to see what they can come out with this time. They are back to the normal squad, and they've had plenty of time to practice with everybody returning back to U.S. soil.
Heimerdinger coming out. Saw him get a bander on the Commander last game. I don't know about this game and the rest of them. Kha'Zix could be kept up. We've been seeing teams drop some bans for high priorities.
Yeah, I mean, Heimerdinger, especially on this patch, turns to quite a bit of damage, and EG have been known to pull out some strategies that are not mainstream. So a little inside intel there for CLG. Target banned. Taking away the Heimerding. He really changes the face of the game. Makes the game a lot slower. Very hard to play against Heimerdinger when you don't have a lot of wave clear.
Or want to gank. You just end up dying to turrets.
Yeah, you really need to coordinate well with your laner if you're laning against Heimerdinger, and make sure that you're not getting counter ganked, because he will win a 2 vs 2. All right, though, locking in though. Lee Sanger, that's a pretty good champion there for Dexter. He had one of the LCS big plays on Lee Sin.
Yep.
He's had a lot of success.
Remember how much trouble he gave Dyrus on Shyvana, kicking him in the dragon mouth over and over and over. Now the Evelynn here possibly locked in. Seeing that twice on Snoopy's list. Olaf has been up there for him at 4 picks, and it hasn't been since the early weeks. I don't really see that one coming in. But EG EG definitely can do something for themselves. Cruiser picked up the Jace today. We've seen a lot of different champions here towards the end of the split, and EG is figuring out what is going to work best for them. These matchups in the past for EG have seen Dr. Mundo, Olaf and Elise, Kha'Zix, Orianna and Zed, some Caitlyn and Jinx, Thresh, Alistar, Morgana. So they've played everything against Counter Logic Gaming. It's just what they want to decide here for Super Week.
Seems the main thing that's staying consistent for EG is that Nidalee pick. It is a flex pick for them. They could easily take it mid, but man, does Inox really prefer that champion. So it's probably going to be an Inox top Nidalee. Now he has also been building it mostly AP though, so he's not going Bruiser Nidalee top most of the time. He's definitely accustomed to doing that, and he could easily switch up the build and go with a Bruiser top Nidalee if the team calls for it. But usually he's been looking for those late game high impact spears.
So what does this kind of tell CLG? Can they infer anything off of that? They say we want gap closers now because we see a Nidalee and we want to get out of poke comp?
Probably they're going to be looking for heavy engage Riv. That is the go-to counter for Nidalee. They picked up one piece of the puzzle here. They have Leona, very, very strong long-range engage. And it looks to be that's what they're going towards. I think CLG just really have a problem with Heimerdinger. Didn't they ban it last the game with Curse as well? This time around though, they do go 2 more mid-lane Pobelter bans.
Let's see what kind of long-range safety and damage EG can put on the team. Caitlyn's been a pretty foreshore pickup here. It is actually a 1-4 for Yellow Pete coming in. His top 80 carry is actually Lucian right now. Doesn't look like it's going to really fit in this one with it being in the hands of Dexter for double lift. They don't get their Thresh though.
Right, so EG are locking in some more long range here. Definitely going heavy poke, and it's definitely not a bad thing that Lucian's already taken, even though Yellow Pete likes the champion. Caitlyn, much, much stronger here in this poke comp. This is very, very heavy siege for EG towards the late game. And Leona does not by herself just crack a poke comp. Just because you have one form of long range engage, we'll probably be seeing Thresh, Krepo rushing a Mikhails. If you get an early Mikhails against Leona, you can take away a lot of her mid-game pick potential. If you're able to cleanse whoever got caught by the Solar Flare, then they should be able to juke out of the Zenith Blade if you do it quick enough.
I think Pobelter blind picking his mid here, feels very confident, but also wants to keep it away from Link. Link more than not will do a level 5 roam, making his opponent think he's backing, get a quick kill off of that. See if Pobelter can produce the same results as Orianna will be locked in this game.
Yeah, CLG going full, hard engage, team fight here.
Got some good delivery.
So once again, we'll be seeing another poke versus team fight. Have to see if EG can keep their distance long enough to land some good bombs and spears. They're also going to be looking to try and take some turrets very early with a Caitlyn Thresh combo. CLG, meanwhile, definitely going to be looking to focus their team fights around things like Dragon. Get away from the turrets so they can make use of the Shyvana Ori combo. Great ball delivery system there. If Leona can land the Solar Flare into a Nien Dragon's Descent with a Link Shockwave on top of it, then that could pretty much destroy an entire EG team right off the bat.
Could be the Elise being locked in. We've actually seen Dominate go for that quite a bit, even not disregarding the changes, but even with the changes, he loves being able to get those smites down, which he's quite prominent at.
And Elise is very important in these long-range, tower-damaging, poking team compositions because Elise is one of the few junglers that is extremely strong at getting those early turrets. Not only can she safely auto-attack them in human form, but she can also poke under turrets if you want to go for a tower dive. If the enemy team gets a little cheeky and they try and leech experience, she's very good at executing people. Plus, attack speed bonus in spider form. If nobody's around, she can do a lot of damage very quickly to the turrets. Like the full long-range team here from EG.
Well, as the team storm the Rift, let's check out your predictions. Second to last game of the day here at Super Week, second day, according to LOLesports.com. 84% of you think that CLG will take the win on this. Definitely a lot of CLG fans hoping that the Super Week proves to be a lot of numbers in the win column coming out here. We saw Nien taking teleport as we head out of Champion Select. How's that kind of work for a poke composition when Italy's one to siege the turret? Who are they going to be sending off to those side lanes once they get the chance?
Did he, what champion is he on? Shyvana? Yeah, so when they go for the team fights, they definitely want Shyvana with them. Because as soon as the Leona Solar Flare lands, they want to be able to get him in there to get the shockwave going as quickly as possible. But towards the end game, it is always nice to have that teleport as well.
Nian been playing very strong lately. Definitely needs a bit of tilt from the jungle to get that going in the top lane. We've seen him kind of sit back, not be one to want to crush his lane unless he's helped out with that advantage. And then he'll push the advantage until he can't push it anymore.
Man, sometimes he gets real deep on Shyvana. He likes to go aggressive. We'll see what he comes up with this time around. Definitely this game, we'll be watching CLG because they're the ones that are going to have to make the moves. They're the team that needs to do the initiating. They have to catch this long-range team from EG and make them pay for being the long-range frail champions that they are. Meanwhile, EG are just trying to get extra damage and avoid any sort of counterattack.
I think we may get one of our first 2v2s, but I'm not going to speak too soon.
So, a lot of the variability in the early game is due to the recent change to the trinkets. This time around, though, EG have invested in a true ward, so they have a little bit of an edge as far as the early game is concerned. We've seen so many of these purple side initiations of the 2 versus 1 lane today, but I do not think that you have to go for that, even though a lot of the teams feel pressured into it since there's so much randomness in the early game now with no vision. There are other options open to you, and it looks like EG are going with a new strat here. They're strong because they have Thresh and Elise. Trying to go for the late invade on red side while defensively warding their blue invade path.
They might be able to spend a little bit longer down here too before they got out of Champion Select. NACS himself took that teleport, so if they decide or do run into any trouble down here, he can teleport back up to that top lane when need be and not lose too much experience.
All right, blind hook. I'll throw that out. Nobody's going to be in there. No, he has not started hook yet. Spear from NACS.
Oh,
Step
are they going to...
One is complete. And it will be a red buff steal without CLG knowing. Can Double Up get it in the bush? Yes, he can. Ta-da. Successful ward, sees the entire team.
Very nicely played. I actually thought they were going to do what they did to Coast and sit in the lane brush real quick while getting vision of red. And then you just pull the AD carry in over and over again before he's level 2. There's the teleport to the top lane for NACS as we get things rolling. Afro move. The Relic Shield gets himself a bit of gold and some damage going out onto EG. Yeah. He goes aggressive.
Hit both of them right there.
Yeah.
Good Lucian Q. Very aggressive early lead here for the CLG bottom lane. However, EG do have Caitlyn and Thresh, so they're not going to be hurting too bad. Classic answer here from both junglers. They're aware of the starting position of their opponents, and each of them gets 2 buffs.
Looks like we may have Dexter hovering towards the top side. Oh, he gets a ward, so he's going to stay at the golem for now, at least. He's going to be very low, so he'll back after this one, keeping himself safe and not in danger from any top lane back that NACS can give him. Maybe he could go for NACS with him pushing out quite far and that ward being there. Yeah.
Dexter has to be real careful now. Not only did he have to get a poor leash on his buff, but he took a spear to the knee.
Nian probably called that ward out as he went over to the golem and says, I'll take a spear. I'll kind of give NACS a little harassment in the top lane. Looks like it's 2 CS for Nian. Great plays. See what Double Lift and Afro have for each other. Very nice, trying to get that 50% kill out on the Relic Shield and give Double Lift a little bit more gold and HP back in this lane. They've already been pushed to the turret. Yellow Pete's kind of peacemakering these lanes and just giving them hell as they're up against the turret. Afro getting locked up there.
What a
Played
trap.
back onto the cupcake. There's a little bit of sugar for you.
Great combo there from EG, the bottom lane. Getting some control now. The Targons is great for some regeneration under turret, and it is also great for making sure you don't miss CS under the turret. Afro saving some charges for when they get pushed under.
So with this top lane, what Dexter's just kind of come back B? He gives himself the option and is always denying for the top lane gank.
He didn't leave much vision down up there, so really just taking the opportunity to go continue counter jungling. It looks like the mid gank here from Snoop. It's going to be some wasted time. Can't get in on Orianna, so venture down towards the bottom.
Yeah.
They call out the wards. Nothing here. There's a ping onto the tri-bush because they're blind.
Oh, the junglers are going crazy. There's no 2v1 swap. They don't know what to do right now.
Another.
Aphromoo locked up again. Can't get the cupcake combo this time, but it looks like they are able to push back a little bit. Gritting their teeth on this one. Dexter coming up just on the backside. EG not with a ward in that forward bush. Krepo did not make it in, but he made it in with the ward. Quickly saving the skin.
Good instincts there from Krepo.
That's a great satchel charge. It's going to be a shield, a last bit of mana for a dissonance. The auto attack does not have the passive on it. If it did, that would have been first blood.
Well, Link could tell, so that's why he didn't flash or barrier.
Yep.
But man,
calculated.
big cojones.
Knew what he was doing. Oh, not too much damage coming from Inox just yet with that Doran's Ring build. And Nien's keeping healthy with the Scepter in the top lane on his first buy. Pobelter now happily in the mid lane. Gonna get a little bit of CS on this. It should be grabbed up by Link as he returns. We'll see if he does decide to rotate, and he does not, where, as I said, Link here would usually go and try and hit up a lane. Pobelter will back.
Yeah, he was real low on mana.
That too, yep.
He got himself a nice CS lead though, yeah, right there. Rushing into the Athenes, pretty classic for the mid lane. Since we're so accustomed to all these 2v1 matchups, we've forgotten how the 2v2s go down bottom lane. A lot of jungle attention being paid here. Pink ward is in the tri-bush, so they've called in Dexter once again. Nothing new here from CLG, trying to get bottom lane going, but because the lane is too far up, no Lee Sin.
Oh dear. Don't think he expected all that damage.
Yeah, Nien on his Shyvana, very happy with the situation. Inox had not gone back to purchase, so Nien knew that he could use the extra items that he just came back to lane with to bully Inox there.
And his teleport back, he won't be too bad on CS missing. He is down by 10, but that can be equaled out by Pobelter's up by 10 here. And he's got to be careful. Dexter can give him a sonic wave over the wall, but he walks off to safety. That would have been quite a cheeky play since that command shockwave is up.
So no early turrets here for EG. That might be slowing down their game plan, trying to group up later with the heavy poke. But again, trying to get bottom lane going. Snoop revisits, only level 4 though.
Very slow. Be able to move up with this wave. Link and Dexter are not going to be a part of this. This is picture perfect for Evil Geniuses if they are able to activate. You can even see the ping saying maybe no ward, but they're still going to back off. Too much of a push on the lane.
Snoop recalling again, full life, full mana.
Yeah.
Still level 4, very far down in CS compared to Dexter. Nien goes aggressive once again.
Hard fight. The no ignite lane, always back and forth at each other's throat. Can't get the kills out though. They don't have that last bit of potential. See, looks like it's just going to be a ward coming out from Nien as he gets himself safe. Actually, he's going to back. So he backs in vision of Inox here, so Inox knows he has free time in the top lane. EG breathes a bit of relief, but they still have to figure out what they're going to do about this first dragon. Both teams have great AoE to set up around the dragon pit.
Yeah, EG never want to get cornered inside a dragon pit, so if they go for it, it'll probably be off the back of a gank. Their champions, as I said before, are fairly fragile. They want to get poke damage down. CLG would be happy to go for a brawl around dragon pits, especially once Aphromoo hits level 6. This bottom lane could get explosive very soon. I expect, again, more calls for the jungle, because once your support hits level 6, it's one of the most dangerous things in the game for dual lanes in the current state of the game. As soon as we see Solar Flare for Aphromoo now up.
Taking quite a bit of damage.
See what they want to do with it.
Snoopy did hit 6 there, so he gets the extra spider, but no surge of power
it's
like
just
the dragon kick.
a ward.
Not going for the gank just yet. Don't have eyes on Snoopy, but he is quite low. Everything these teams are kind of second-guessing themselves on that would be working. CLG still farming up mid lane, 83 to 71. Pobelter keeps his lead there as he tries to Let's just farm out and harass on the Wraiths as Dexter tries to pick up more. Inox's first back gets him the Chalice as well, so that's not going to help him really when he fights.
Good dodge. Nien's doing
that
very
bite
well in
out.
the top lane, by the way.
Yep.
Good lead on Inox.
A little bit of that hybrid damage will be stopped, but Inox will still be taking chunks out of mid league. Looking for those heals. Inox keeps himself nice in the lane. There's the shockwave, but the dissonance was already used, so you don't get the follow-up damage or the slow for the wind to come in. So
Also, Dexter was pretty far out there. I don't know if they're looking to make that gank hit.
That's gonna be big. This is the Mega Inferno going down, but a good shield stops most of that damage on the front end. Both teams kind of figuring out that the fight doesn't work just yet. Not enough damage.
Everybody just using their ultis. Hey guys, we hit level 6. Pop him off. Dexter's got good positioning, but Snoopy jukes him without even knowing Dexter's there. Just changing his mind.
Positioning on the turret now, and they can kind of toy with this. The Lee Syndrome will be activated. Oh, he wants the ball delivery. He says, "You got it, man. I'm shielding you." But it looks like they don't want to go in. Two back and forth in mid. Turn it into a 2v2 lane for now. Inox again in the top lane, trying to hold off Nien. Nien actually has played in this matchup Shyvana 3 times, so this will be the 4th time playing against EG that he takes Shyvana. No stranger there.
Yeah, and he is going magic resist heavy tank build here, which is definitely advised against the heavy poke teams. The only attack damage he has to worry about is Yellow Pete. And if they're able to focus Yellow Pete, which they're going to be doing, take him out of the fight early, and it's an easy late game itemization path. They're going to be just shoving all their CC towards Pete, so Pete will be spending a lot of the late game trying to kite, trying to avoid Leona / Orianna shockwave.
Link in mid lane remembering why he gets Ziggs when he can. Definitely taking a hurt in there, as well as the turret. Nien seeing what he can do. Dragon's Descent is up, but
no ignites though.
That surge allowing Inox to get healed with, like you said, no ignites. Gold's real close though this entire game. Neck and neck still.
I wonder if Krepo will actually look to upgrade his coin and complete a Talisman of Ascension before going with the Mikhails. I feel like Mikhails is extremely important in this team for EG to make sure that even if somebody does get caught, then it's not going to be the end of the poke comp.
Oh, Ward coming down. Pobelter puts it in front. Oh! Whoops. A little bit of sun in Dexter's eyes, but he does get a good kickoff. Still a flash out. So he can't, and then he satchels himself. Well played by both sides, trying to get the kills. And CLG is really putting themselves in position to get these kills. EG's kind of walking into it, so they got to start formulating some stuff of their own.
Yeah, you can tell that CLG are looking towards the Dragon because they have not let Nien use his teleport to get back to lane here. He just walked back to lane this time, not trying to teleport back. They need that cooldown available if a Dragon fight does break out. So right now, just trying to get vision around the area to make sure that nothing sneaky goes around.
Burnout is basey. Some heck of base there. 6.4, 16.4 as it ticks up. Thanks, Gold. 500 gold in the lead is Counterlogic Gaming. Inox now another fight. Throws down the Cutlass.
Active. No
Almost
ignite,
able to get it. Yeah, still not an ignite.
Yeah, how many times do we have to recap that? Hey guys, no summoner switches.
More aggression in the mid lane as they both try to clear. 123 to 108 there. Slight leads in each of the lane. Nobody has really got a huge CS lead. We have seen that Dexter himself, 53 to 38, is pretty good for the jungle. Snoopy's been in these lanes. Full health, full mana. A lot of times backing because the gank's not working.
Yeah, no successful ganks for either of them early. Two of the most prolific early game gankers. Lee Sin. Oh, Snoopy's got vision advantage here. Dexter thinks. Oh, never mind. No action. Return to farming. Everybody calm down.
If they can't find the gank, maybe they can find each other.
He can find the Wraiths.
There they are. They'll be where.
Ooh, do an insect.
Oh, kicks him back. Puts the. Oh, no. Oh, he does get him on the edge of the shockwave. The barrier goes down, though. Both of what they're holding. The clockwork wind up. And he sticks out his big toe and gets the kill onto Pobelter.
They are working hard to get some action going here. Dexter comes up big.
Wow.
Classic Lee Sin over the Wraith camp there.
He found the Wraiths. Oh, through the insect.
They're able to use all of their CC. Now that was a risky play though.
Yeah.
because Elise could have easily turned that one around. We see how low they get. Yeah, and he even uses a pink ward to go for this move. They burn everything, all ultimates, the flash, and they lose a lot of life in the process, but they were awarded that first blood. So CLG increase their gold lead. Snippet looking to answer, does not find anything at all.
Oh, just gives Afromu an easy out on the fight. Very good prediction. Wards coming in as well for these guys to get themselves safe in the bottom lane. They are 139 to 127. See, Yellow Pea just taking free damage to the face there. Double it with the sidestep, and that was definitely a misplay by EG in the bottom lane. Still going on it from the side of CLG. The culling comes out. It is going to be enough on the last shot because of that passive knock on the Solar Flare.
Yeah, Solar Flare into a piece of the culling. Dexter, though, super deep now, and he is by himself.
He didn't want to go that way. Goes back and forth, tries to do the give and go with himself. It's going to be a big bomb coming out from Pole Belter on the passive after the Mega Inferno. The chase is still on. The pink ward's there. The dissonance
Teleport
will
coming
speed up. And they may just give 2 kills now to Link. They actually close it out onto Snoopy before he gets there. CLG is picking up a lot for a little right now.
All right, that's a bunch of kills, but it should mean a bunch of objectives as well. Bottom turret, and then they can also get good vision control around Dragon, if not take Dragon. There's no smite here for EG. However, CLG are fairly low, and they don't have their Lee Sin either, because Dexter died in that fight.
How many people just died for the first turret of the game? That was crazy.
So Dexter does a good job trying to keep the rest of EG interested. Double Lift and Afromu come in hot, kill Yellow Pete, and then it's Pabelter running into enemy territory. So it does force Link to blow his flash. However, the teleport coming in from a Nidalee this early in the game will not have a big impact.
That's big. We saw Link
They
getting
did get
a
Dragon
refresh
too.
on his blue buff there.
Dragon
gets picked up as well. A quick 5,000 gold lead. Last time I talked about it, it was a 500 gold lead. CLG definitely has good accountants coming into this game. Level 11 both in the top lane, so you can see NACS hasn't really been pushed off of that too much, but a very nice shockwave. They kick him back once again. You are not safe from Dexter anywhere close to CLG's base. A nice little wombo combo from long range of the Mega Inferno and ace in the hole.
Yeah, we talked about the long range damage from this EG team. They do get a kill onto Link. However, they're going to need to answer very quickly because CLG took so much in the last 3 minutes here. 2 towers and Dragon down for them. Going for another kill.
Solar Flare locks down Pole Belter and Snoopy for just a second, and he cannot follow up with the DPS from Ziggs. Pole Belter, good spot to make some moves.
A lot of farm actually getting lost on the bottom turret from EG here too. So even though they were getting some stuff back in mid, they were losing farm towards that bottom side. Couple getting pushed, kicked under the turret, but double snipers there. In come the artillery and the sniper shot.
Afromu was so close to being bodyguard on that one, but did not have his flash up. Double Lift now clearing out mid, getting a pretty big gold lead on CS and those 3-0-1 in kills. Starting to finish up or starting to build up, I should say, his Triforce. And that is going to equal this damage. Almost 1v1ing Pole Belter and not worried about the damage from Yellow Pete. Great shields coming in to keep Double Lift alive in a no-regard fight for anything else around him.
The biggest part of that is that Double Lift took out the main wave clear for EG. Now it's very dangerous for Pole Belter to stick around. You can see he's still trying to add the wave clear. He knows how important this mid turret is. DG desperately trying to hold on to their last outer turret.
Crepo kind of being forced out of position instead of being able to group with the team. CLG is putting that rotation into order now. And it's EG to figure out where this perfect chaos is going to end up next. It's Afromu and Dexter right now that are going to be one of that force. As Double Lift, he's in his atmosphere, pushing bottom lane.
Yeah, if these fragile champions of EG do not get early turrets and do not get to group up, then it's really just up to CLG to start picking them off, bring in the hard CC. They close the gaps. NACS is going to be on the run for a while, though. Nidalee, can she do it again? It looks like she'll be fine. And EG make a call while 2 members are chasing Nidalee. They get not only the first mid turret, but they're going on the second.
It's going to be big. Second tier turret opens up quite a bit of vision to split open the map. Top turret isn't going to be top or bottom, I should say. That's going to be an inhibitor turret for both sides. Not too much to guard either. Nobody's backing. Everybody is going forward right now. We finally have Nian and Link trying to come around the side of the base. The inhibitor turret goes down. This will be the inhibitor on one side, as well as CLG going at EG's base. Looks like we're going to be trading buffs, or inhibitors like we trade the buffs.
Yen without a scratch on him, even though right in the middle of the team, everybody trying to get the inhibitor and get back as quickly as possible. CLG threatening at the Nexus turrets, but they just want to shove the wave closer. So more gold is lost from EG.
This is the scary point now.
It's not that scary though for CLG, because look at this ridiculous ward coverage they have over the map. They have so much vision. It's very easy to make the right call when you can see the entire map.
EG getting themselves into a safe spot now. It looked like they were actually walking into the full team of CLG on the retreat into them. Smite, does not get it. Also uses the ultimate. It looks like they won't give too much pursuit either. 2 minutes on Dragon. CLG has quite a bit of time to work with here, but it doesn't look like they want to leave just yet.
Yeah, so CLG basically, the amount of ward coverage that CLG has is almost like playing with a map hack on. They can see the entire map. And so when you invest that much money into ward coverage, you can make the choice to only pick advantageous fights. You don't ever have to fight a losing battle. And they're taking the opportunity over and over again.
I'm almost not going to have enough fingers for how many times Dexter has done that in this game. Easily setting themselves up for everything they need. Not the first time it's been behind a turret either. They're creating these opportunities from thin air.
And there's no reason for them to stop either. I mean, they keep on taking out a crucial piece of this 5-man poke combo. And if they're not all together, then they're extremely weak. So CLG forcing it in once again, another turret down.
NACS is throwing those spears out as well, just inches away from hitting every time. CLG is making the right sidestep, so nothing for EG is really coming together right now, and they're doing all the right things to make it happen. CLG is working around it perfectly, and it almost looks like EG just really hasn't been able to get much.
No, they haven't, and that remember that was against a lane that had no inhibitor for CLG. So they made this push into super minions without their creep wave being strong enough to come by itself. It's just the play after plays. They're catching single members of the poke squad out.
Well, if NACS can start hitting those spears, it definitely changes this fight. No big sustain coming in other than what Doublelift would have for himself in these fights. Nian gonna have that soon with Blade of the Rune King, but right now, if Pobelter can get that poke on, if they can start using the team for the way they built it, they still have a pretty good chance because they don't have to technically fight each time. EG is just getting behind them.
Yep,
or CLG.
Haven't been able to execute the team that they wanted. Dragon is gonna be up though, so we'll see if they can keep safe while poking the enemy at the Dragon Pit. The key there is the keep safe part though. CLG have many tools to pick somebody off. If you're getting close enough to poke CLG at Dragon, then there's also the opportunity for Aphromoo to land a Solar Flare, and that could be explosive. A lot of flashes are up for CLG.
See Nian, he is towards the fight. Still getting spears across. Dragon has been started over by CLG. They're going to get that quite quick, actually. And you can see, actually, Aphromoo not taking that much damage. Hasn't prioritized any bit of magic resistance. Just has the HP. He can still decide to forge on and let the rest of the team come with. Snoopy have to use Repel to get out of this. EG doesn't even know if they can fend off these fights.
Pretty big minion wave up top for EG. It's going to be a little bit of money lost for CLG. But they're rotating up to that side of the map anyway, getting vision control around Baron. I think that pink ward actually will have a very short life. It was just pinged out by EG. Yeah, that one just placed and then just immediately killed. Money down the drain.
So now that it's even harder, the EG's behind. As a poke comp, how do you make a gap close comp, or even any comp when you're behind, do what you want them to?
That's why I kept saying that CLG are the ones in the driver's seat this time, because they're the ones with the engage. When you get behind as a poke comp, it's very hard. You don't get to call the shots. You are the ones that are just hoping for good skill shots, basically. You need good skill shots to land. because when you're behind like this, you don't get to make the first moves. Maybe it's something like a bush, a whole bunch of people camping in one bush and getting lucky. But EG, they're just going to have to settle for trying to get vision around this Baron. If they can get vision in it, that's all they need to poke CLG off of Baron.
Whoa. EG with just the poke surprise. CLG has been dodging out quite a bit. They don't have much to be surprised by, so all of these are really straightforward. Like you said, wards are down with the AKA map hack that CLG is using at the moment. 6-3 in turrets. It looks like the wards will just allow CLG to keep this pressure on. EG spread thin now as they just try to stave off all the pressure. Top lane's going to be pushed in by Link as they start going for the split push in every lane.
Interesting. They're going to have Inox try and hold off this Shyvana here. Zig's ulti will work one time as one wave down. But they're going to need him actually there for the consecutive waves.
Face of the mountain built up on Afro Mu now. He's looking to be pretty big for the team as he gets him into the fight. Snoopy getting good wards out. EG is keeping that idea alive that they have to keep their vision up.
Yeah, there's no Mikhails though, so whoever's going to get hit by this solar flare is going to get locked up. CLG have a very, very high kill potential. EG have to play very carefully with their positioning.
He's teleported. All right, just waiting to see what Nien has for himself. Right now, it's about a 30 CS lead. 0 kills for those top laners, though. They've really just been putting a lot of pressure on the map coming into these fights. No assists, which means they've really just been on the outside during these fights. We'll see Pobelter try to pick up blue, something he's actually lost in quite a bit of battle. See if they can help them. As CLG has full control of the map, full control of Baron to help them get inside the base.
Yeah, EG laps in vision, and that's going to be all that CLG need to go for this one. This is going to be a very desperate steal from Snoopy.
Solar Flare gets locked down, kicked into the pit. They give him what he wants, but he wants back out. Snoopy's going to have a sliver of health here. They are having to get out of the pit. That was Doublelift left by himself. Box goes down, Yellow Pete very low. One last chop, the burnout's going to help. A great dissonance when he landed off of the Dragon's Descent to keep Burnout going for Nien. Great Zenith Blade over the wall onto Inox. That's going to be a 3v1. He gets a quick kill and a swipe over on to Leona. That's going to be enough for the kills, though. 3 for 1 in favor of CLG.
They still have Nien very high, though. He's extremely healthy. He could easily tank this Baron. They'll bring him in eventually. It was a great teleport, by the way, from Nien coming in through the back line. They actually close off EG's exit and take out the damage source, the only physical damage source, very early on, making the itemization path of both Nien and Dexter extremely effective. So much magic resistance.
Ooh.
Child number 2. Oh!
Whoops.
The announcer had it right there. Dominating for CLG right now. We got, take a look at this. How does he get out? He repels, and then he gets
flash
lantern.
Or repel lantern,
and then he just recalls somewhere in this little shadow. But yeah, Nien coming in with the teleport in the back line there. There's no physical damage for EG. Afromo here, he puts an early shield base of the mountain onto Doublelift when Inox goes after him, and then also goes in just try and save Afro. Or I mean saves Doublelift and ends up costing him his own life.
Now with Baron down, EG trying to focus the bottom side of the map. Doublelift with some quick feet, keeping himself safe, and still has time to farm.
Yeah, you can tell EG are getting pretty desperate here. They're trying to find those small picks, the little bush ganks, and it's getting them into trouble. They're already being collapsed on.
This just lit the fuse for an explosion.
Till smush.
Oh, Doublelift, we need vision, get in the bush, but I don't want to die. Way too early, but he is able to solo out onto Crepo. Pobelter's coming in. Doublelift said, I had it, guys. Go do what you were doing. Great play there.
Is that the beginnings of a chant? No, okay. That would have been cool if everyone just backed off and let Doublelift try and 2-1 that, because I'm pretty sure he had that one in the bag. But entire team running towards the inhibitor, and they might just go straight for Nexus turrets after this.
That kind of brute force dominance in a fight will play on the minds of EG. Still 14 seconds on the siege clear, or wave clear, I should say, from Pobelter as CLG sieges onto the Nexus turrets. Spears are not hitting for that much damage or as much as NACS would like. This late in the game, Nien goes in, tries to get the combination on the Shockwave. Not going to hit, but the dissonance still has such an effect on Burnout, and Shyvana can just keep on. But this is the turn from EG. A good ace in the hole and return fire from the Javelins coming out. Is able to chunk down the health bars of Counterlogic Gaming. Look at Link. He's like living inside the team fight of EG, and nobody's really worried about him because they're trying to save the turrets. They're trying to save their base.
3 vs 4 defense here. CLG are not letting up. They want to finish it now.
Great start to the game. CLG with a strong hold on this one. Looking to get some more KDA on this before the Nexus goes down. Snoopy coming in doing what he can. A back and forth. Dragon's alive, but they're not going to need to get it because the Nexus falls just under 30 minutes. CLG takes out EG.
Well, that's what happens when you never let one of those poke siege comps group up.
Yeah.
You don't let them get the early turret that they want. You don't let them group, make use of their long range damage, try and heal. They just dismantled them one lane at a time.
Strong play all around. Double F coming up big in the end of the game, but really a game that wasn't, dependent on any lane for CLG. Again, they all played in a very strategic manner. There were more kills than there were turrets when we started the game. And then that first blood, they kept focusing on Pole Belter in middle, knowing he was down, and then again. And then they came through the Wraith. He did the Insect for Dexter, and then again, one after the other. Dexter's war jumps this game definitely put a lot of the gap closing fights into motion.
Yeah, CLG started out pretty much winning most of the lanes. Pobelter actually did really well in the beginning, so EG won the mid lane in CS terms very early on. But CLG had strong leads up in top for Nien and down bottom as well. They were able to translate it towards the mid game with some moves from Dexter, taking initiative.
That was one of the one times we saw Link not really dominating the lane. The one time he walked out, like you said, he kind of knew he didn't have to put the barrier on.
Yeah, so you can tell the difference between a Ziggs empowered auto attack and a regular auto attack. But still, that was, even the regular auto attack was very close to killing him.
Calculated.
Yeah.
So with that matchup, CLG obviously giving themselves good momentum. The win always helps. They're going to be looking to go strong with what comes up into playoffs. Dexter on his Lee Sin, 3-0 on that now, playing very strong. And it's interesting, Double Lift's comment in the beginning of the season when a team goes through changes and turmoil, they usually don't recover from that. But it seems like Dexter was the thing that CLG needed coming into the split.
He's been the most positive change that CLG have had in a very long time. He's the best jungler that CLG have ever had.
Damn, Kobe.
He is.
But really, strong, inventive play from him. He hugging the top lane. What kind of play why does he do something like that? We saw him at Golem and then hugging top lane, not getting kills on Inox, but he repeated doing it. Why was that okay?
A lot of the early game is determined by the lack of wards early. So everybody doesn't feel safe in the beginning. So that's why we keep on seeing all of these multiple person invades. And so really the early game is all determined about where everyone starts. Once you get information on which buff someone started at, that's going to be the first couple minutes of the game. So Dexter, he goes from his side over to the other side because he knew that there was an invade. And that's kind of why he ended up on the top side there, because he invaded red.
Also, I got to, credit to Pole Belter again, as we said. He kind of blind picked that Ziggs into whatever Link was going to bring to the table. Still knew he could come out on top. And Link got hit up a little bit in Champion Select, too. Not wanting to have him too much of his strong champions. LeBlanc was also out of there. He has been carrying on LeBlanc so well. So not having Link on something that roamed, I think, slowed that down for EG in the early game, especially since we didn't get the 2v1s.
I mean, Pobelter, as we said, he had a good handle on that mid lane early. So credit to him.
Strong play. Remember to let us know what you think are the biggest plays of the day by tweeting at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. For now, we're going to throw it over to Freak and Jat, who are joined by 2 members of the victorious CLG.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hey, guys, we're happy to be joined by Link and Afromu here of Counterlogic Gaming. Guys, congrats on the win. Knowing you came in as 3rd place, you're going to be there no matter what. How are you thinking going into this game?
We were after the loss versus Curse, we wanted to win because nobody really likes losing. And so we decided to try a bit harder, and we pretty much crushed them.
So actually, one thing that was a common trend, though, is the Heimerdinger ban. Are you researching these teams? You know they play Heimer, or are you just still just like the long name to see it in Champ Select?
Yeah, we've seen them played in solo queue a few times, and I'm pretty sure it's really good top lane. It's just super annoying for Nian to play against and for us to play against, and we just don't want to deal with it.
Okay. So legitimate bans then. So coming through then, actually, one thing I noticed from picks and bans is we don't see as much Leona anymore. A lot of people playing Karma, a lot more Thresh and Morgana. After, of course, you play Leona here. Why do you think she's fallen off, and why are you still playing her?
Leona is really good all the time. It's just probably personal preference when people would rather make flashy plays landing a hook. Well, maybe the public think that's more skill-oriented than playing Leona. You just throw your spell. But yeah, Leona's pretty fun and pretty much does the same thing as the other champions do, with just more damage and more tankiness. I just don't think like supports like to be on the front line. They'd rather sit back and just gauge what they should and shouldn't do instead of just going all in.
Yeah, still counts if you get the skill shots on Leona. But I do kind of want to ask you, since we don't often interview the losing team, and you guys were 0-2 on the week coming into this one, what do you think happened kind of high level in those two earlier losses to Cloud9 and also Curse?
Cloud9 was pretty much, we lost division control, and that's a really big reason why we lose a lot of our games, and that's mainly due to us having poor vision around mid.
Okay.
So that's something we're trying to work on and trying to improve on. But Cloud9, messed up, and they kind of threw and let us back into the game because we played some team fights well. And then, of course...
and there's a Curse game.
Yeah, and then there's a Curse game where we were just kind of trying out different things, and there's not a lot of stuff, or you don't really get the opportunity to try out a lot of different things at a very high stakes match without it really mattering too much.
Right.
So, it's like being able to plan in a LAN environment. So pretty much we were just kind of going into it like a scrim, and we were trying out different picks. And we also had like a picks and ban strategy where we wanted to just leave everything up and see what would happen. And they got some OPs and we got some OPs, and we learned a lot from that game despite us losing. And that's something that we're gonna be utilizing for the future.
Yeah, and looking towards the playoffs as well. Speaking of the future, since you guys are locked in the 3 seed, Coast is locked in the 6th seed. Talk to me a little bit about Team Coast, and I mean not what you're gonna do against them, but talk to me what their strengths are.
Team Coast strengths are assassins and snowballing their solo laners mostly. And they pretty much rely on that solely, and the jungler and bottom lane just focus on trying to keep wards up so those guys can do what they want to do.
And of course, that's working for them a little bit. One thing I want to talk to you guys about is your bot lane. We have a replay actually of a big, gigantic dive there. Most of the team got involved in it. If we can get the replay on your screen. Talk to me about how you guys set up all these kills.
Okay, we already killed Crepo. All right, so we kill Crepo. Oh, what the hell? Oh, he's dying right now. Okay, so we kill Crepo right now, and he walks up with his 80 carry back there, and we don't know what he was doing. We're like, what the heck? So we just kill Crepo right away. He flashes, and then I land my ult with Ignite, and Peter hits the last calling right there. That was pretty good. And then Lee Sin is coming around, and we're like, okay, we can do this, guys. Caitlyn's really low, and their mid laner and jungler is coming over, and so is Link, and we know we can fight this. Ziggs has no flash. Link is calling out right here, and we just kill the high priority targets, which is Caitlyn first, then onto Ziggs, who has no flash. And we just clean it up after they try and escape.
Who's calling all the target shots?
Link and Double. Link is focused on Ziggs right now, who has no flash, and Double is just focused on killing Snoopy right now.
Did he yell at you to be like, hey, by the way, I got this. Don't follow him down the cliff?
Yeah. Yeah. We were like, yeah, Link, you got that. Let's kill Snoopy.
Okay. So the in-fight rotation seemed to be pretty strong from you guys. The shot calling comes out pretty well. And it is you two who are mostly balancing the shot calling as a team, right?
Pretty much.
So what?
I mean, if the feature's to be believed, you guys are also developing that synergy outside the game. Is this friendship still coming? I did see some jealousy from Doublelift come out. He almost joined Pain Gaming on April 1st.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what was happening there. I don't know what he's doing.
Would you be sad if he and Dexter left the team?
No.
Not at all.
I would.
Oh, okay.
I don't want Peter to leave. I love him just as much as I love Link.
There we go. You're very neutral. That's a very smart response. Also, we could hear, though, Cloud9 and TSM did come out on the stage, and this game actually holds pretty heavy implications for you guys. If the playoffs are to go according to seeding, you would end up playing the 2nd seed in the second round of the playoffs, which would most likely be the loser of this game. Question, who would you rather play, Cloud9 or TSM?
TSM. Because I think Cloud9 is way superior in terms of team coordination, and they have really good vision control, and I think they're the best at it right now. But I think TSM has superior laners, so it's kind of a toss-up, but it's really more annoying to play versus Cloud9 because if they're ever in that even position and you're not winning lane and it's just an even game, then they just seem to just pressure the map like crazy, and just playing versus them it's really annoying, and it's and it's fun at the same time because it's just a battle of wards.
So then going into a match against a team like TSM who has such a strong laning phase, how do you prepare for something like that? How do you get like, oh, we'll just magically get better at laning?
Well, you generally want to focus a lot of things in scrims. So whether it's like 1v1 practice, whether it's like practicing matchups constantly, whether it's figuring out a picks and ban strategy where you can maybe outdraft them so that they all have losing lanes and you have like winning lanes, or maybe you have a superior team comp. So it all comes down to that. And I feel like a lot of the times when we have a superior team comp, then we usually can pull it off. But I mean, of course, there are times when TSM will have the superior team comp and they'll beat us, like they have 3 times in the past.
Sure. Okay, so let's actually talk about back in the game real quick. We have a second replay we want to get your thoughts on. This is a big climactic Baron fight. It's a pretty big deal for you guys. It actually kind of seals the deal for you guys. If you want to walk me through it.
So we pretty much have complete control over red, and we see Nidalee bottom. And we know that they have no wards, so our initial instinct is to kill Elise that's walking in and face checking. And Lisa manages to get a kickoff, but he manages to rappel onto Leona. And then he basically just misses my ulti. And then Shyvana TP's in, and pretty much this team fight is just a cluster. Like everybody is going everywhere and trying to kill people. Nian's going to go for the Caitlyn, and Lucian and Leona will be going for Ziggs. And then I'm by myself killing Thresh. And basically what happens is Double is really strong, and he can basically 1v9. And that's pretty much what happens in the team fight. And, Afro gets a catch, and I think Nidalee manages to... Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I died, man.
And it's strange. Cluster fights like this are kind of unavoidable in competitive League of Legends. And kind of all your shot calling stuff goes out the window. How do you develop trust with Dexter and all the new guys on the team, since he's only been with you for about 15 games, knowing who's going to go where?
Basically, it's like 2 groups in a team fight. And whoever's around you is what you usually listen to first. Whoever's voice is next to you, and you know who's next to you, and you know what they're going to do. So if you're by yourself, you're just trying to see what you can do and where the high priority targets are if you need to go, or if your team has it or not.
And actually, one thing that you mentioned during the replay actually was that Doublelift was super fed. You said he could 1v9. How do you change your sort of game plan? How do you change your shot calling when you're like, okay, this player is a big key for us? Like, anything involving Doublelift will be a win. How do you change your calls? How do you change your movements?
Basically, if you're the strongest person on the team, that means it's the easiest place to make plays around that person. So if Doublelift is the strongest person, then all we have to do on the top and middle side is to not die and not make the play. And that means that if Doublelift is strong and they manage to 3v3, then they're going to win the 3v3 probably, right? So that's how the game kind of changes. And then, but the game changes when there's like TPs are factored in, and maybe I might lose mid, which means that maybe Pabelter can roam bottom or something like that. Then that all becomes a factor, and we want to rotate and move around so that there's as little factors that can affect Doublelift in dying, or at least the strongest person. So what happens is maybe if they can manage to like 5-man bottom somehow, then we won't send Doublelift bottom. We'll send them like mid or top or something like that, right? Okay. So that he doesn't, die.
Sure.
Yeah. Final question for you here. Knowing the Cloud9 TSM's coming up next, and you hailing from the mid lane, Hai versus Bjergsen is that matchup. Kind of tell me the strengths of each of those players and how you think that matchup's going to go.
I feel like Hai has been kind of more innovative recently with his picks. So he's been pulling out a lot of strong counter picks, and Mios is always a really strong jungler with his, so he can back him up really well. And their 2v2 is insane. And not only that, the third person that is really unnoticed is really Lemon. Lemon is always there middle to back up, and he's kind of like, people don't really notice him because he's just clearing wards and stuff. But when you don't have wards on the middle side, you just feel really scared, and it pressures the other middle laner. So Bjergsen and Odd1 and Xpecial really have to work really well together if they're going to want to control mid, and if they want to get an advantage in the early mid game, because I really feel like if you can control mid, then you're going to win the game.
All right.
Link, thank you very much. Aframe, thank you very much as well. Congrats on your win. We'll see you guys in the playoffs as well as tomorrow. We've got more games. We're going to take a short break first, and when we come back, we'll get to our final LCS game of the day, the battle for first place with Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9. We'll take a 3.5-minute break, turn off the cell phones, close your other tabs, put a D&D sign in your door. You don't want to miss this one. Stay tuned.
This just lit the fuse for an explosion.
Till push.
Oh.
Doublelift, we need vision, get in the bush, but I don't want to die! Way too early, but he is able to solo out on the Crepo. Pabelter's coming in. Doublelift said I had it, guys. Go do what you were doing.
Great play there.
Hey, we're back again. Rapid fire interviews. Now we have Bjergsen here. Now we heard a little listening on Cloud9 strategy, and it was kill Bjergsen. Freak actually suggested that one to them. So what words would you have for Freak?
I think they did pretty well. I did die like a lot, so props to C9 and Freak for like giving them the strategy. That's a pretty good one.
All right, now reflecting back on your first game here at Verve, what would you say would be the biggest takeaway that you have?
I feel like our picking phase was not that good. We had some pretty stubborn players who wanted to...
Let's name names here.
Not naming names, but Odd One wanted the Maokai for the like sapling level 1, but I don't know, man. We didn't really win the level 1, so...
They all flashed over the Dragon Pit, actually. It was fairly spectacular. Well, what would your recommendation be for TSM fans if they want to try and play Earth mode here at home?
If you're going to play the mode, I think like just poke champions or champions with like shields or heals or like or Urgot.
Hello, here's someone who had success actually in Earth mode. He killed Bjergsen several times. What went into your strategy going into this game?
Well, I was going to play Karthus, and then they banned it, and so I panic-picked Urgot in the last second. It actually turned out to be really good.
So what do you think is the strongest part about Urgot in this mode?
Well, he has super low cooldowns, and if you lock onto them, you can shoot like 12 Qs at him while you're still locked on. And he has a shield, which is really good, so he's pretty OP.
All right, well, thank you, both of you guys, for joining us here, having some fun.
Welcome back to the North American Spring Split. It's our final LCS game of the day. It's Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9. And Kobe, we just saw in your interview after the Ultra Rapid Fire match, even when these two teams are having fun, they're playing to win.
Bjergsen looked a little salty after that Earth loss. But this one might be taken a little bit more seriously because at stake is first place. Cloud9 have been looking really good, and you have to give them credit for their excellent control of the early game vision. Whether it's Meteos, High, or Lemonation, roaming through the jungle, they managed to get wards down that allow them to pick advantageous fights and take objectives.
And one of the things that's exciting about this game is it might be the first time fans will be getting a straight match out of these teams. If you look at the last 3 times these teams met, there were always special circumstances. One time it was High picking Teemo. In the second game, TSM jumped on Meteos when he picked Fiddlesticks, and then it was Reginald subbing in for the third game. So we're going to even things out here. Get it.
And fourth time it was Ultra Rapid Fire. That's in the future. Doesn't count yet. The wrinkle this time around is going to be that 4.4 patch. They're starting to get a handle on this patch, TSM have said, but it's still, they aren't quite as comfortable. I mean, Xpecial said, yeah, we've accepted that we're going to have an increased probability of lane swaps and we're going to have to deal with these blind invades. It's still a little bit rocky for them.
Right, according to Team Solo Mid, the 4.4 patch puts a new emphasis on team coordination and map movements, and that may give the advantage to the boys in blue.
TSM is still a scary team. They're tied for first for a reason. They've barely dropped any games. They're extremely strong. Every player on their team is at the top of NA.
Since Riot changed the trinkets in 4.4, it's a lot more about rotations, pushing, pressuring the map, and lane swapping. Those are things that C9 are good at. They're just really good at playing as a team and rotating as a team.
The biggest change in this match is basically level 1, which has historically been a big issue for us. We have historically had lots of deaths at level 1. We have a lot of the same picks, like a lot of overlapping picks. So I think if we can get basically more of the stronger ones, I think we'll have a big advantage.
Against Cloud9, I think a lot of it's down to individual mistakes when it comes to early laning or like people dying or stuff like that. I think if we can get past that, it'll probably be easier, but they're a tough team to beat. I guess we just need to play well the whole game.
Level 1's being a big thing, always have. With what Lemonation was saying, I see like the bottom half from mid to late game is like pristine writing, but the top half is just like scribble, erase. Level 1, what are we gonna do? It still seems to be a big thing for top teams in even the league.
Yeah, a lot of people not too big fans of walking into blind areas, but no supports have started wards yet, so
that's true.
You got to start full wards, get vision of everything.
All of them. You heard it here on stream. But now we're going to send it down to Jack, who's with someone who can give us the inside scoop on this next game.
Thank you, guys. And of course, I am with Reginald, who is the coach, owner, manager of TSM, former mid laner. But I have to ask you about TSM. Even though you guys have been victorious in Superweek, it hasn't looked like the regular TSM. What have you guys been doing to correct that?
So we've just been playing a lot of solo queue and really talking about the new patch, mainly because there's so many changes. And 2v1 was just recently introduced to the game, so we're really trying to get a better grasp on that. But we're really struggling with that right now. So we're constantly trying to improve, for playoffs, which is coming in 2 weeks or so. And we're really just taking one game at a time and really just trying to get solid at our basics.
Yeah, and obviously as well, you guys are playing for first place, so close to the playoffs. Talk to me about the difference between first and second and why this is so important.
Basically, first place means not playing CLG and playing Curse and Dig. Second place means playing CLG. And first place is just really gives you a huge advantage because CLG is a lot better than Dig and Curse. And no offense to them, it's just true.
Yeah, and also, just coming into this match, everyone's always hyped every time TSM plays Cloud9 because you guys have such a relationship with them and you're always fighting for first. Is your preparation unique when you play Cloud9?
Most definitely. I mean, this match is really the deciding factor between first and second place. So it's going to be a tough match overall. And I really feel like it's going to be a toss-up because C9 has always been really good at 2v1s and rotations. TSM has always been about more like individual play and just winning our lanes and snowballing it. So it's going to be a huge toss-up. I think coming in, I'm confident in my team. I think they just need to play a solid game and we can just pull in the victory.
Also, we got a pretty rowdy crowd here. Any final thoughts before we head into the match?
Yeah, so let's hear those TSM chants, guys. Come on.
Well, clearly, Reginald, the support is still there. So good luck, and let's send it up to the guys at the desk to take us into the game.
Thank you very much, Chad. I don't know if it's home court advantage, but it's certainly fan court advantage here. As we check out the starting lineups on the blue side, it's Team Solo mid. Dyrus in the top lane, the Outrun in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle at AD carry, and Xpecial coming in at support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls, Meteos in the jungle. Mid is High, the AD carry is Sneaky, and supporting Lemonation.
And that takes us to our featured matchup in the mid lane. Today it's going to be Bjergsen versus High.
So these are two players with distinct play styles. High said yesterday that Bjergsen's sole goal is to win the lane. And Bjergsen plays a bit more cautiously in team fights. He kind of hangs back, and then he waits till kills are ready and moves into clean house. But High is a very selfless player. His goal is basically to do whatever it takes just to win the game for his team. He's consistently out-farmed by some other mid laners just because he's roaming around the map. He's trying to get objectives for his team. High is also a little bit more aggressive early on. He popularized that level 2 Flash Ignite in North America, and Bjergsen said that he learned a lot from High when he first came over from Europe.
Yeah, a lot of that early aggression that he started to learn and then adapted to quite quickly, becoming one of the most known names in North America. When we heard, I saw D-Man's tweet the other day when he was saying Bjergsen was such a quiet kid over in the EU, and now TSM has just allowed him to blossom into what he is now and really put out the numbers that he has.
TSM has that effect on people. Talking about home crowd advantage.
Yeah.
Pretty much anywhere that TSM go, you're going to hear that chant.
That is true. Even if TSM isn't playing, you can
even
sometimes hear that chant. And into champion select, the team wants the picks and bans, but we heard Cloud9 saying, versus this team, versus Team Solo Mid, we need to get even higher priority picks if that's possible.
Yeah, and they do have a different list. Like, the priorities for each team that they're playing are different. Like, when they're going against Coast, they've got a different set to work with than when they're going against TSM. So, we'll have to see what they are signaling this time around. Early Trundle ban there for Dyrus. Dyrus did play him one time very recently. And Nien especially has been outspoken about how strong Trundle is in the top lane.
Wow.
Sense Balls really likes Renekton. That's not a surprising ban there. Trundle does very well in that matchup.
Interesting. TSM takes it upon themselves to ban LeBlanc. Cloud9 only has 4 bans, so it would be 5 now against that, while TSM has 11. So we're seeing that they actually consider High to take that right away.
All right, so Soraka is still up.
Yeah.
Cloud9 have used it twice already. They love this champion. They've gone back to it so many times, and it really does fit Cloud9 perfectly. It's a strong champion that will be shoving the lane early. Cloud9 love to shove that mid lane early so that they can help Meteos with his jungle invades. They like to shove all lanes early, really. I mean, that's why Balls goes with Renekton. But yeah, it looks like it will be left up this entire time. Last man Lulu here. That would be a problem for anybody.
As well, as you said, Renekton for balls. Dyrus has actually never got Renekton in this matchup. He played NACS as they lost in the first one, and then Mundo for when we still saw Mundo around, which was quite back in week 6, 7, 8. So see what Dyrus can do. First pick coming in. 30 seconds left on the clock. You can see how happy the teams are. Not happy, but ready to be in this game. The smiles. We saw Sneaky give him the thumbs up to high when he was on screen.
So this first pick from Team Solo Mid tells Cloud9 absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
First pick in their AD carry, very generic pick here in Lucian. It's an all-around good AD carry that people fall back on a lot, which allows Cloud9 to lock in the first 2 that they put a very high priority on. Trying to get a jungler for Meteos.
Yeah.
Two bans focused on Meteos from TSM. Locking in the Evelynn and the very important Renekton that we were just talking about.
Making sure Odd One doesn't get that Evelynn, as well as getting something he actually has not played against Team Solo Mid yet. So definitely taking that in honor of the Odd One, and we'll see what he can get himself in the jungle. So far, Shyvana picked up for Dyrus to be safe in the top, and we have Karma for a special coming in. That Thresh banned out quite fast this game.
So, Team Solo Mid opting to use their top lane pick here. They will not get a chance to counter pick mid lane. That will be High's honor, since Cloud9 have the last pick. Locking in the Karma pretty early though. Everybody's been very happy with the speed buff and the utility that she does bring. It also means that combined with Lucian, they have a very high chance of bullying you early if she can land some empowered Qs on you in lane.
Yeah.
You have to watch out when walking to a duo lane and your enemy is Karma. It's very important to avoid the first empowered Q.
Ooh. I like it. Corki has been working with a lot of supports this week, mainly when it's with Lemon Nation and Sneaky, it's Corki Karma. But since Karma's taken out, this will be the first time they put the Corki Morgana composition for Cloud9. But they still lock it in. Sneaky's loving that Corki pick.
Now, Corki is a very, very magic damage heavy AD carry. Pretty much the most magic damage heavy AD carry that there is. And with a split jungler here too, Meteos, on Evelynn. He's got a lot of mixed damage as well. Even Renekton does. So a lot of mixed damage here from Cloud9 coming in very early. And they will be able to save their last pick for that counter pick of the mid lane.
Feels like the mechanics are still flowing from the last game. Get a nice triple kill on Gragas with a chase fight, and they're going to lock it in again. Wild Turtle getting a lease for the Odd One. That's 4-0 in his hands. So he could make it a 5-0 here. It's going to be a tough game, though.
There it is. So, called out the Soraka at the very beginning. Cloud9 do lock it in. This is classic Cloud9. They're going to have Renekton top lane, shove the lane. Soraka mid lane, shove the lane. We're going to see what kind of early vision control they can get in Solo Mid's jungle. See what the counterplay here is from TSM, because TSM, they could go for some wacky stuff early on. There's no vision early, till 2 minutes. There's so many options when you are running a top laner with teleport. You can go for delayed invades. You can get 3 buff starts. Yeah. And then you can have your top laner just teleport up to the tower and not lose out on much.
See what Meteos can do. Like you said, all those lanes will be pushing, and his favorite thing to do is get in the other jungler's face. But the Odd One knows himself how to get around the jungle, what paths to be taken to stay away from an invisible Evelynn. We'll see if he can get himself into that position, because in the jungle, in the mid lane, where our featured matchup is kind of what Link was talking about. The tilt of the junglers to that mid lane is going to have a heavy impact. And with the match just about to begin, we're going to quick take the vote, lolesports.com, and then jump right back into things, because this game is going to be hot. 70% of the vote is tipping in favor of TSM for this one. No, that's a lot behind them. 30% coming in for Cloud9.
Now, you did just mention the mid lane and jungle combo.
Yeah.
Early on, I like Cloud9 for coming out in that duo. Because Soraka's very, very strong in 2 versus 2 situations, and High always running that barrier. If he can draw out the Elise and Gragas, make Cocoon miss, then that should be a pretty strong 2 versus 2 there for Cloud9. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the odd one. If he does go mid, then they will have to hit that cocoon because you need to burst down that Soraka, or else the damage over time from Star Call is ridiculous. Won't be able to keep up with it.
We've seen Cloud9 try to bring a level 1 in, especially with the Star Call going down. And it worked for them quite well, but they already said they're not that good at level 1s at strategically positioning themselves. Because I think that's where they need their momentum. When they get hurt, then that's when they start to fall behind.
Especially in this blind world of the 4.4 here.
Yeah.
Cloud9 have a really good level 1 team. Not only do they have Soraka, but they've got Morgana, who can start binding.
They may not be good, but they set themselves up to at least do better than they think they should themselves.
Yeah, it's very, very easy to do
so modest
an invade that the other team does not expect, come at a buff where you don't think they're going to start, and you can snowball the game because you get so much control over that side of the map. If the other team's not expecting it, then it can turn very poorly for them. Interested to see how Cloud9 will start this one at level 1.
We are on to the Rift. Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid. We are over 100 games into the split now. Game 107 to be underway here. TSM on the blue side, Cloud9 on the red.
And they have started with a real ward here, so Cloud9 could easily make one of those moves I was talking about. They have the vision advantage. They can defensively ward one of their buffs while simultaneously looking to invade TSM. However, the early spread here indicates that it might be a bottom side pile of action.
Instant run to the brush for High. Puts himself in
Meteos
there.
barely able to get in without letting Dyrus know. So not only have they defensively warded for their red buff, but they also are aware of the positioning from TSM so far. Blind ward into this bush, that's pretty much the most common way to start it off. A lot of people don't even sit in that bush behind your red buff anymore, just because everybody throws their blind skill shots into it.
We know Dyrus got hooked out there back at Worlds. Not something they wanted, but they got cover on the tri-brush this time. It's his job. He's saying, don't worry guys, you won't get hooked. I'm in the spot now. Backing on that, he's not going to use his teleport to get back to lane. He will be safe with the walk. It looks like he will be meeting balls in the top. So we get another game that goes 2v2 lanes as we start off the match.
Interesting move from Meteos here. Looks like he might want to solo the blue. This will depend on Dyrus checking here. If TSM do not have Dyrus check this blue buff, then Odd One could very well waste a lot of time early game by going towards his blue second. Dyrus will look for it though. He'll find Meteos down there. So action down here, a little bit of trading damage, but really Dyrus finding this blue buff steal is pretty big for TSM, and the Odd One should be able to counter. It will be an even matchup though, because there was no lane swap to accompany that blue steal from Cloud9, and Meteos is looking to go straight to his blue, cut off the Odd One. Cloud9 always have great game plans coming into the level 1 situation. They know exactly what Odd One's reaction will be to having his blue buff stolen. He's obviously going to go try and answer here.
Also trying to win the fight. If he can do this big, he will be able to walk down and help them. But Meteos is called off. Now on his own blue. They go for High. The flash is not there from either of them. No, High could use it, but he's too low. Odd One does get around. And a little bit of chaos proves useful.
So the move there from Bjergsen draws Meteos back to the mid lane, allows Odd One to get his steal off. So Cloud9's plan of starting with the 3 buff start is foiled. Bjergsen with a very strong play in the mid lane to get early aggro from Meteos and draw out his flash as well.
Meteos also has to be careful if he wants to come out. The counter ganks from Odd One are going to be even bigger with Repel and Flash up. So Meteos just using that smite is going to keep himself in the jungle, and keep himself in the safe zone. Level 3 here as Balls pushes in Dyrus. He'll soak up that experience and hit the same level. But Balls trying to put Dyrus behind already. And Dyrus says Balls will win that lane 85–90% of the time.
Woo. So even though Meteos blew his flash, High still has his barrier and his flash. Very dangerous to go for that 2 versus 2 mid from the Odd One. High's got both summoners, and Bjergsen's burned both of his. So remember that next time you try and fight mid lane.
Bjergsen gets pushed out quite hard. That cooldown on Star Call just not allowing him to keep Drunken Rage up enough and really get himself sustained. So Odd1's going to be soaking up the experience here in mid. But we are seeing, just as Link said, that junglers would be in the back pocket of the mid lane to start off a lot of what is going to happen in this game. So far, so good.
Yeah. As said, Meteos also going to want to hover around that area. Both junglers will be visiting Rays and Wolves more often for this game, especially since Bjergsen burned both summoners early. He's actually vulnerable himself.
And that works out great for High. Being one of the lower farmers in the league, Meteos can take that. High is usually farming, or roaming around to lanes, I should say, so the low farm shouldn't affect him if it does come into play. And Bjergsen feels like he's a little too close for comfort. Takes a few steps back.
So it is fairly difficult to CS with Soraka, spamming Star Call like that. Takes a good amount of practice to get to the point that High is at. Able to keep his CS very well here in the mid lane so far.
Leave it up to Cloud9 to choose a rumble for the top lane hard farmer and a Soraka in the mid lane sometimes. But they put themselves in that position because they know they can come out on top. Lemon Nation, a bit of a two-step here, getting bush control.
5-minute trinket swap for High. He's switched out and he's got a sweeper now coming back. On top of the sweeper, pink and green ward. That's that vision that I talked about in the early game from Cloud9. They invest in it very early.
Not too much of a discrepancy in the bottom lane. There is a bit of a lead for Sneaky, but his Corki has been absolutely on point. It's interesting to see that Wild Turtle isn't able to really bully him out of lane with that Lucian as he would normally. Like we said, that Lucian is 10 times played. This will be the 11th for Turtle, and he's got 8 wins and 2 losses. So no stranger to being against pretty much anything in that lane. Maybe a little bit different, though, without a lot of pressure coming from Xpecial on this one. A lot of the black shields won't allow TSM to get a big hold on this lane.
Yeah. C9 doing a pretty good job getting that early farm in, shoving TSM down to their turret. Morgana does have a pretty easy time of getting gold off of that Spell Thieves as well. A little bit above it, Xpecial there, but they're fairly close. Only 10 gold difference.
Still waiting for jungler presence to really tilt this game. No first bloods have been had, but we've already seen the summoners go down. So the pressure has been added to the lanes by Cloud9. It's really been more of a response from Team Solo Mid so far after the buffs.
Take a look at this. 7 minutes, just barely getting to 7 minutes, and Cloud9 already have 3 wards in TSM's red side jungle. That's where they're going to be wanting to make their plays. Meteos will spend a lot of time towards this side of the jungle.
Be a nice red buff steal for him as High keeps Bjergsen controlled in the mid lane. As the wave pushes up, he's not going to be going anywhere. And you can see High kind of tilting down to the left side. If anybody needs help, he'll be able to come to it.
So the mind games here from Meteos are great. He knows that Odd1's aware Meteos started at his blue, and Odd1, since both of his buffs were taken right at spawn, he has to make a choice. Do I want my blue or do I want my red? And he chose blue for his mid laner because TSM, let's break down some of the blue buff stats here for you guys. TSM have the highest percentage of their own blue buffs given to a mid laner. 74.8% of their own blue buffs are given over to Bjergsen, which is the highest in the entire league. Whereas Cloud9, Meteos takes a lot more of the blue buffs for himself. C9 only gives 62% of their own blue buffs to High in the mid lane. Meteos takes a lot more of them.
Doesn't look like this is one of those percentages. Oh no, it will be. He makes his way over. They were deciding. Taking a little bit of harass from Bjergsen in the mid lane, but he says, I need it. Got to keep clearing just as much as Bjergsen does. And Meteos gets a little bit of a mana refuel on the way back out from Soraka. So they keep themselves sustained and ready to fight. No teleport. Actually, I should say teleports down from Dyrus, but no offensive teleport just yet, as TSM will be setting up for the first dragon quite soon.
Yeah, what Balls likes to do is just shove you into turret when you have teleport. He's almost always taking the ignite instead.
Yeah.
Likes that combat summoner. Puts the kill pressure on the champion with teleport. And he also has the ability to stun you. So you have to be very wary of the all-in from Balls early. Because even if you get away with your teleport, you'll probably be low and he'll get a lot of turret damage.
going for it already. Gets pushed back into the turret, throws down Dominus, so he's going to take instant aggro from the turret. The Ignite is down, and it's not going to be enough on the tick. No first blood.
Yeah, one more hit there from Balls would have done it, but he's got to be scared of Elise coming in at any time. Didn't want to take too much tower aggro. He'll settle for the turret damage. Meteos coming up means that not only does he not have to worry about Odd One, but they also take the turret itself.
Almost expecting this game to be more structures than kills, and if it keeps going that way, I would not be surprised. Bjergsen to get a good push in denial of CS in the mid lane, but it's going to be high right on the backside to soak up all that experience. So nothing missed. 69 to 66 in that mid lane. But looking at the top lane, Balls has been pushing Dyrus into the turret at 90 to 66 in CS.
Yeah, pretty much the story all the time with Balls and Dyrus. Dyrus has said multiple times in interviews he's most scared of Balls as a top laner. And it often has to do a lot with Balls taking the very aggressive early game champions, so he gets an early game lead on Dyrus a lot. I think that plays into his mentality a lot. High still has summoners.
He dodged out a good bit of damage by getting the silence on and not letting them pop the barrel, but gets a nice flash over the thick part of the wall. No follow in from Team Solo Mid, but they will be a return on that flash down.
By the way, High, of course, does max the Star Call. If any of these viewers are trying to try out that solo queue Soraka, max Star Call and then W second for the heal. He only puts 1 point in the silence. Meteos looking to make Dyrus pay for burning his flash. I like this play. It's going to be hard for Dyrus to farm up in this lane. His turret is gone. He would have to invest in pink wards, and even then, very dangerous. So Meteos looks to make him pay.
Stun is down. He uses the Dragon's Descent. Can he get himself to a safe spot and just teleport out of this one? Ball's not really going to be able to do too much to him, but they're too close. He'll have what he needs to stun
And not
up
giving up
Dyrus.
the chase, though.
No.
Cool down on that slice and dice. Okay, Burnout's able to get him to safety.
Bjergsen's had pretty much check on High in the mid lane as High has had to check on Bjergsen. So neither of them are roaming into any of this fighting on the sides of the map. Only when the junglers come to then. Again, back at the turret, High doing what he can with the bananas against the turret. And it's
Odd One has been spotted out right now by the Dragon Ward.
This
2 versus 2, High
this
has a
counter
pretty
is
good
going to be
advantage.
very big. The heal they can put back onto Meteos is going to allow. No, High takes it because he took the brunt of the body slam coming in. Back over to High, another heal. No, the wish coming out on himself, and he is able to keep himself alive. No, did not hit the barrier in time. Meteos now in a very bad spot. Sneaky over the wall, but Expulsal gets him down with a fast Q and turns away from the explosion. Wild Turtle now on the fadeaway calling, but he may go down. The heal, the auto attack does make the distance, and it takes down Turtle in the 2 for 2.
Yeah, I don't know. High did not use his barrier in that. Did not last long enough. The jukes from Odd One, though. Let's talk about this. He goes over, flashes over, and then as soon as Meteos comes over, the repel, High actually comes into range of the circle.
Man.
That was definitely a mistake by High. But High was worried about Bjergsen just soloing him. So he was kind of between a very dangerous special support coming up and the wall there. So not very many options for High there. And he decided to come over towards the end. So in the end, they do trade. They get 2 kills for themselves. Bottom lane does rotate up very quickly as well for Cloud9. Taking down Wild Turtle also cuts into his farm a bit. So the CS discrepancy will grow.
Yeah. I love that neither team let each other get away with any more in that fight. The gold lead is coming from CS, not these fights, but right now the smite goes over to Meteos. Balls may not be able to get out. The slice did not hit any of the options. There's the barrel going down. The ultimate from Bjergsen is out. Odd One and the rest of the team turn tail to get out of here. He's going to go down. The Star Call and Infuse hit on him. A big pickup for Balls, Meteos, and High right after a fight.
Cloud9 love to do this over and over. They pick really strong.
No way.
Oh my God, Lemonation. Now he's got no more damage. Okay, but he hit it. It was cool. Cloud9 love to do this. They pick extremely strong early lanes, and then they force fights at your buffs. Think about where all these fights are happening. These are always on TSM's jungle side. They force fights at your buffs because their laners will collapse, and they are stronger early game. It does not help that Bjergsen whiffs this ulti, though. Let's see here. Does he even touch anyone? Oh, God. No, he does not. So then Dyrus is forced to retreat. Once that's down, they know they can't win this 3 versus 3. End up chasing down the Odd One here. But it's Cloud9 do this over and over. So early game picks so important against them because as a jungler especially, you feel like you should never be giving up your buffs when people are invading. Cloud9 make you do it.
Such good damage going. Agony's Embrace goes down. They're trying to keep Meteos alive. Here comes High from the outside. The Hail Mary heal coming in, and it looks like Bjergsen's forced to turn away from the fight. Xpecial's getting himself into a sticky situation. Explosive Cask is not up yet to break apart this fight, so Bjergsen's just doing what he can with those Qs.
Another fight in TSM's jungle, another kill for Cloud9. The story continues. Early game, they forced the issue early game so hard.
You know, something that still is ticking on my mind was what Bjergsen said in the game. Cloud9 mobilizes very well. They can get her on the map. Even with that knowledge, TSM still is not able to stop this harassment that Cloud9's bringing to the table.
It's such an uncomfortable feeling when you are a jungler and your buffs are getting invaded like that, because you feel like you shouldn't have to give them up.
Oh, man.
But against the early game power that Cloud9 always bring, you do have to give it up. Good binding under turret, almost nets them another kill. Wild Turtle does not have any summoner spells, so this should be more turret damage. It'll be very dangerous for them to stay. He's trying to lifesteal off these golems, though. He's going to stick around. Does get a good chunk of life back off those golems.
Taking all that harassment, still taxing Counter Logic Gaming. Cloud9 getting little things, even though not getting the kill. They're winning their lanes handily. Meteos now to pick up red buff once again. We can see High wearing his blue as Meteos is being generous this game, because he is going to need to keep Bjergsen in check, and Gragas has not been able to roam yet. Bjergsen would love to do that.
Ooh, good cocoon.
One hit back, throws down the barrier for the initial hit on damage. Will he be able to get himself a big heal? Saves it for the end, hoping the initial burst would not be enough to clear through the HP, and they do take him down finally.
Good kill there for TSM, able to answer back. Uh-oh. Tether's going to hit, but there's no extra damage here. Turtle not in range for this one.
Elimination coming in, looking for the Fog of War binding. Once again, gets control of the brush in the bottom lane so they can keep having an advantage there. Dyrus now teleport up. Could be big. Dragon is still alive right now, so we'll have to see if the team fight comes quite soon.
And the reason that Dyrus is getting turret damage right now is because of the kill mid lane on Bjergsen. That caused the rotation down by balls from the top lane, and Dyrus takes the opportunity to start farming between turrets. Very dangerous proposition against Evelynn. Pings are already going down on him. Doesn't look like they will call for the collapse though. Balls can do the exact same thing. Face tank minions.
These guys really mirroring each other. 2 kills to the mid laners. Few assists all around the map, 3 assists to the junglers who would be having a hand in that mid lane action. And now once again, Meteos leaves the lane, but it's a rotation down from balls here.
Yep, calling for Dragon.
It's like they draw it right in. Bjergsen's gonna know, so TSM is gonna be ready for this one. Dyrus gets into teleport position.
Yeah. Now, even if he teleports in, I think TSM would rather take the top turret than contest this Dragon. Not only are the champions for Cloud9 stronger, but they've got more kills in the early game, so TSM do not want to take that fight, much rather go for the trade and objectives.
Big enough wave to take that one down and still get a little bit extra on it. Not a lot of coverage for Dyrus in that top lane though, so I thought Odd One was going to be joining him, so he's probably going to leave this soon after taking those golems.
So, TSM trying to get into the Vision Wars. They've got 3 pink wards down, 2 in inventory. Maximum amount of true sight that they could possibly have. All of them are also placed in their own jungle since they're repeatedly being invaded here. However, it may be too little too late. They're already down 1.5k gold. Against this early game team though, might not be that bad.
Yeah.
It's not like TSM have any crazy scaling to fall back on though. They don't have, you know, some endgame hyper carry there. They've got pocketed away.
Still waiting to see if TSM can make a move. A Dragon going down the turret up top is pretty much all the action we've gotten out of these teams. A fight going wrong for either team. Cloud9 and TSM would both know it will mean more than just a fight. Meteos tries to go in. Agony's Embrace is saved. That's not even going to push Bjergsen out of lane that much. He'll stay, be happy to farm. TSM looking to get a little bit of an advantage here, or at least even the gold back up and open up the map for the bottom turret takedown. Not going to happen. Everything just getting back into place at the right time. Spell immune on that. Soul Shackle is within range, locks it down. Lemonation's gonna be calling in for Meteos on the backside. They're also gonna get the repel in here from the Odd One just on the top side of the screen. May it be enough? The Dark Binding takes down Xpecial. Odd One still wants a bit of the fight as he takes a bite out of Sneaky, but Cloud9 makes it out alive after the long haul fight, and here comes High.
And the Mikhail's rush there. He's able to use it to cleanse the... Oh, Odd One's in trouble.
Had to flash it, then he uses the repel very nicely, gets himself back into turret range, flashes the explosive cast. High getting himself into a perfect position, tanking the turret. He's gonna have to be very careful with the amount of armor he has on himself, using barrier for a last shot so Sneaky and Lemon can get into position.
Oh, that's just a big one.
The Valkyrie to come up soon. No, the last missile will not hit coming in from Sneaky, and Cloud9 takes control of the bottom lane.
Bottom turret goes down. Mid turret is the only outer turret left up. They will rotate over to that. All right, so Lemon Nation looks like a very dangerous play. Man, the second proc of the ulti there, right after, it's as Xpecial is flashing, it goes off. So close. Xpecial very, very close to getting out of that one. That was the Mikhail's activation I was talking about. Getting Sneaky out of the CC. And once High comes in, they corner them. This is a chaotic fight under the turret. See, how long do Cloud9 actually tank turret shots for? It hasn't started hitting champions yet. There's the first one on Meteos. From now on, it just starts stacking up. Yeah. Everybody's trading it. This is why High ends up having to burn his barrier, because the turret damage will stack up
5 shots
over time. Sneaky going super deep here with Corki. Now, Corki, very popular recently. He's just basically a very high damage, mixed damage AD carry, and his Valkyrie is actually 800 range. So compared to the dashes of a lot of the other AD carries, like Lucian is only like 425.
Right.
It's a lot longer range, but it has a lot longer cooldown as well.
I don't know if that gave him the distance he wanted, but the body slams always on point. Sneaky with a bit more health this time. Not going to be enough. The shield also coming in from Xpecial. And Sneaky actually decided to go with Xerxes instead of the pen boots this time. And that was a sliver of health right there.
Yeah. Really, really close. Trying to get more auto attack damage rather than magic damage.
Corki is going swords.
It's a very magic damage heavy champion, but also makes decent use of this auto attack, so both are good boots.
True damage is still pretty good.
Depends on how much poking you're going to be doing.
That's true.
Spell pen boots would be better for poking Corki.
Making sure everything plays into their favor. Lemon Nation has not been afraid to walk the Soul Shackle into these fights. It's been perfect as well. Bjergsen can't get him out with the explosive cast. The spell shield keeps him in perfect range for balls and the rest of the team to get everything they need. So TSM now trying to gain ground on their own side of the map, but there are more wards from Cloud9 in it right now than TSM's wards.
Yeah, all the fights have been taking place on TSM's side. All the wards are over there. Both teams trying to have vision in the battlefield where the fights are taking place, of course.
See what Turtle can do to soak up CS. Pretty good farm all around. 103 coming from Meteos actually, as he's been definitely on the map a lot more, only with 2 deaths, has definitely made sure that time has been used to soak up camps and trying to get himself over where the Odd One is in farm and in kills and assists. So far no kills, just the assists.
Little early here for the Dragon fight. Cloud9. Gonna have to wait a few seconds. Now, they can shove this bottom lane and then have a very easy Dragon because, as I said, they've got so much ward coverage on this red side jungle. They'll see any sort of move that TSM are making. Could be a flank here. There's no Dyrus right now, but he could teleport in.
Soul Shackle once again walked right into the fight. Cloud9 puts themselves in a spot where the fight is already in front of their face. No teleporting necessary even to get themselves in or out. They bring all the fighting summoners and are ready to keep going at it. 8-4 as they set themselves up for Dragon just because they placed themselves well in the mid bush.
Yeah, it's all the money that they invest super early into this vision control. High swapped out his trinket for a sweeper at level 4.
Right, and went heavy consumables.
Yeah.
Doing what they need to keep any part of that snowball rolling down the hill and get it big, very fast. 5,000 gold lead in this game. It was 0-0 across the board just a little bit ago, but we have now exploded in shock and awe.
Wrong base.
Going the wrong way. Could be all right, though.
He's trying to farm 2 lanes at
He is
once.
locking it down.
So you can farm 2 lanes at once. This is something that Singe does very, very well. Dyrus can sort of do it. He let 2 range go. He let 2 of them out.
Yeah, he gave up.
But yeah, similar idea here. He's just trying to cut off the supply lines for Cloud9. It's really, really difficult to push a lane without minions there because the turrets get so much extra armor and magic resist.
He's got to put that minion out of its misery. That's cruel.
This guy's all by himself with 1 HP. Sneaky will protect him. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
Brutal!
He's not fine.
Wow, too much. Too much. We see Bjergsen is putting a lot of consideration into power here at Kobe. The elixirs start to come out for Team Solo Mid this next fight. They need to have it mean a lot for them. Need to gain some ground back into this. At 6,000 gold back, Cloud9. Oh.
The minions this game. With his last dying breath, the ranged blue minion there takes down the turret.
Featured matchup, the minions. But actually, let's take a look at that featured matchup. High versus Bjergsen in the mid lane, 209 to 229. The Rylai's same build every time from High. Athene's into that Rylai's to assist the team in controlling fights.
Yeah, High's basically looking to be as annoying as he possibly can with that Soraka. He's done a great job. He's really the point man as well for a lot of the plays early and mid game. They have to be made from the mid lane, as we saw with a lot of the jungle invades.
Oh.
Ball's coming in.
And Dyrus are tangoing over here, and then they were going to bring the fight to the team. Everybody says, no way, Jose, and they back off. Now posturing face to face.
Basically, Balls and Dyrus are 2 giant men trying to shove their way through a single door there, and neither of them could join the fight.
Just too big. Just too big. Both have Banshee's Veil right now, so they're trying to get that first brunt of damage onto them so they can cancel it out. We'll see how everybody positions for the fight. So far, Elimination, like I said, with that Crucible and the Locket of the Iron Solari for himself, helping with that shield to walk in and get these initiations on point. You can see mid-turret prep for some takedown and some gold for Team Solo Mid. Once they get the wave, it should be falling quite soon. But the whole team of Cloud9 wants different.
Yeah. Yeah, I called out the early Mikhails, but he actually sold his gold generation item. There's no Spell Thieves upgrade here for Elimination. He's going full utility support. As much aura, as much shield, as much heal, as much cleanse as he can get for his team.
Frost Queen will claim 1 less this game. Oh, there's that Valkyrie, the good range to get out.
Yeah.
Nobody's actually going for the turret because Balls is giving him something else to focus on. The Agony's Embrace. Everybody was trying to let that be the initial damage, and now they're flowing into the fight.
5. This is no Soraka for the beginning of that fight.
High does come in.
There.
And it's just going to be too much for Team Solo Mid. Once they reassess the 5-man versus 5 fight, they have to back off.
That was a 4 versus 5, engaged by Cloud9, and they bullied TSM off the map, back into their own turret.
That lane win coming in very big for Balls in the top lane, 249 to 268. The CS isn't there, but the item differential coming in with the damage he has, especially that Banshee's Veil and health that he's starting to pick up, makes Balls just a menace. Turret goes down in the mid lane, but this would be Cloud9 to come in from the side. Somebody could be caught straggling here. They go for High. He's going to have that armor mitigation once he throws it on himself, but only for a while. And they still focus him. TSM doesn't really know who they want to focus in this fight. Split up. They're now taking free damage from the backside as only 1 barrel going back to contest the damage. Now it's going to be Xpecial going down. Is this the turnaround TSM needs? Wild Turtle shuts down on a Sneaky, but he goes down himself by the hands of Meteos, and Cloud9 does come out on top of this one. A slice, a chop, and no dice needed.
Those Star Calls stacking up too.
Yeah.
You got 5 of them going there in that fight. Soraka with the damage over time, really painful, even though Cloud9 keeps starting out 4 versus 5 fights. They come away with the secondary mid turret here. There's only 1 left standing. All right, so TSM, they go in, they try and get the Ignite and focus down High. Then they cancel that strategy. They have to go on the retreat here and Sneaky Valkyries forward to get extra damage. Whew. Heals do come out. Sneaky flashes as well to try and get Xpecial there, and they actually answer with AD carry kills. It ends up being Wild Turtle getting binding to the face as well, though. So both ADs going really ham there and paying for it with their lives.
That's so ridiculous how much havoc High is wreaking with Star Call in the fights. It's not a skill shot you dodge out. You're watching for things to fly laterally and vertically across the map. This is falling on your head just if you're in range. And it's hard not to be in range when you have a Dyrus, an Ottawa, and a Bjergsen that want to get into the fight and do their damage.
Yeah, especially with the Mikhails of his own there too. It was almost saved him. Not quite though.
11-5. Lanes are just trying to be pushed right now. TSM is providing themselves with the wards to do so, but it's a scary situation when we just saw the 4v5 heavily going in favor of TSM, and then the 5v5 being as it should. Cloud9 taking mid turret in the second tier. The map being opened up that much more, and with Dragon alive, that'll be sneaky. He's gonna go ahead and solo that.
Yeah, he has no problem soloing that Dragon. Bloodthirster, plenty of lifesteal for that. I'm really intrigued by the item path from Lemon Nation. I'm definitely a fan. He's now transferring his money into the coin once again so that he can get that Talisman of Ascension, looking for late game speed. You know, he's not a big fan of the Spell Thief's line towards the late game. It's basically a wimpy little glitter lance that you get out of the Frost Queen's claim. I guess it's not that wimpy. It's pretty cool, but well, Talisman is definitely better for the entire team.
It's interesting to see how he plays it as well. Being kind of the main initiator for the team, if Meteos doesn't get around from the outside, it's been a lot of just walk up and fight for Cloud9 when a lot of other teams require that flash hit, something of shock and awe to get themselves into a game. But when Cloud9 knows they're ahead, they know what kind of advantages they can push. And now TSM huddles back into their own jungle. You see Cloud9 is more than happy to go soak up what they want without enough, well, I was going to say without enough vision, but it's like a light bright on TSM's side.
Yeah. I don't think at any point we can say Cloud9 don't have enough vision.
Yeah. I was looking at the top side and I just glanced down for a second. Yeah, there it all is. Well, TSM is trying to put themselves here in a bit of the driver's seat. A Dark Binding coming in. Not going to be too much damage on a Dyrus. He's more than happy to eat that.
As soon as Stinky gets here, though, Cloud9 can take this fight.
They did see him.
This would be a 5 vs 5 fight, in which case Cloud9 would have a tremendous advantage. They do need another binding, though. They have very little hard CC, so it has to be either Meteos flanking in or a binding landing for Cloud9 to actually make the fight happen. Running up the mid lane here because they've outmaneuvered TSM.
What more to dictate a game than to walk through the front door uninvited? Inhibitor turret number 1 about to go down. Dyrus on home guard. He's going to have to drag his descent in or out of this one. They're not able to do too much damage, but they also don't want to just focus it onto Dyrus because they don't know what else is behind that dragon door. The rest of TSM is there, but do they have the damage to take it out? Cloud9 turns and starts to obliterate Team Solo Mid. It's going to be 50-second timers on the clock. 3 are already down without Cloud9 losing 1 member. Kobe, the inhibitor turret hits. The minions are pretty far away, and it looks like Cloud9 is going to back off.
They are just bullying TSM all over the map here. Base tank the turret, take it down barely as TSM get there. Finish off the turret, and they're looking to end the game.
32 minutes into this one, the high pick onto Soraka once again, keeping Bjergsen in check in the mid lane. Everybody else playing very well. Lemon Nation's Morgana with the initiations, and in a 33-minute matchup, Cloud9 staves off Team Solo Mid one more time to go 3-0 in the 4 matches against them. Cloud9 is going to be more than happy to keep sole possession of first place.
Oh yeah, Cloud9, they take TSM in the laning phase with their early game-oriented picks, forcing fights in the jungle where they know they have the advantage. Great vision control from them. They repeatedly play the odd one. First of all, with the starting blue buff, they know that he's going to their blue buff. They were planning on countering that. There was only Bjergsen solo playing mid that actually saved odd one and let him get double buff start. But even with that, they didn't give up. The second round of buffs, Meteos makes odd one choose between red and blue. Right. He takes the other one. Consistent invading from Cloud9.
Like I said before, Bjergsen said it in the early game, and the fact that Cloud9 can continue to do it and control a map strategically, even when you know that's what they're going to do, you can't stop it. You know that's a team that deserves to be in first place.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have to attack that in picks bans, I guess. That power in the early game is so hard. So hard for TSM to deal with. They didn't really get to come out of laning phase without having to go for these fights. Cloud9 just forced the issue so well.
Big play coming out of Corki this week.
Yeah,
in that
lot of Corki
debut,
picks here.
Sneaky coming out, and they didn't even get Karma that time, but they still worked the lane very well.
Just very high damage, mixed damage champion there coming out. You know, he's got magic damage, attack damage, and true damage. So only thing he's lacking is attack speed.
All right, we got a replay to bring up on your screen. It was a 3-for-1 in bot lane. I think we all remember this. They pretty much almost had the turret.
Yeah, look at this.
It was the run.
Look at this, the bold call from Lemonation. He's able to get Xpecial to juke down, so Xpecial loses distance to get off his ulti. And then charges 2 people. Sneaky able to get off the Valkyrie, and the flash in from Meteos. The flash ult is what allows them to get this. It's only 1 kill right now, but the Crucible from Lemonation able to save Sneaky there. And the rest of the team always rotating down. High gets there first. They're able to close off TSM around this inner turret. And Odd One, he does a good job of jumping around. They avoid damage for a pretty long time, but in the end, Cloud9 will be able to take down the General.
Yep.
And then I think that they close out a couple more here. Sneaky again, Valkyring into the face of danger, flashing over the barrel. Woo. Can't finish.
Just on the outside. Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid, that right there is one of my favorite reasons that we have these matchups, because you saw High rotating down, and he was probably saying, Bjergsen is behind me, this is going to be an even bigger fight. Let's go for it. But for now, we're going to set it down to Jat for some post-game perspective on Cloud9's big win.
Thank you, guys. And I'm with High, who broke out the Soraka once again. Talk to me about how that pick and ban phase developed in this game that you guys had a very strong team composition in.
Right, so whenever you're on purple side, you're at automatic disadvantage because you're forced to give them 1 OP champion. So most teams are either given the choice of trading 2 OPs for 1, or rather 1 for 2, or you can just ban all 3 OPs out and give them 1. We had a pretty good pick ban phase, I would say, but I expected them to expect what we picked. I'm pretty sure they knew we were going to pick what we did, but we just got to play our team comp and it just worked better than theirs.
Yeah, and what do you think the kind of breaking point in that game was with you on Soraka in the mid lane?
We just LCO'd them really hard for team fighting. They didn't necessarily have that strong of split pushing, even though they had Shyvana teleport. She loses the lane to Renekton, so she never becomes a monster. As far as team fighting goes, they just straight up lose. Soraka wins team fights. That's what she's known for. And they're picking a team fight comp, and you're just not going to win when you do that.
All right, so your Soraka was very strong, and with the win, it also means you guys have locked down the #1 seed in North America. Talk to me about the importance of that.
So it's awesome to take first, especially against TSM. This entire time we thought they were going to take first. And for us to actually beat them and claim first once again, it feels great. But we have playoffs to go, and obviously first seed here doesn't matter as much as first seed in playoffs. So that's what we're shooting for now.
Yeah, also you guys 23-4, 1 win away from your record last year. However, with the win tomorrow, you guys can tie your 13-game winning streak. Does that in the back of your minds at all?
I have not been paying attention to our win streak at all. We did that last split, and every time we were like, hey, we're at 13 wins, hey, we're at 9 wins, we'd lose the next game. So since you brought that up, it's very, you just cursed us, chat.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, High. But really, now looking towards the playoffs, you guys have the bye. And also with the #1 seed, it means you're going to be playing the winner of the Curse versus Dignitas game. And do you have a preference about who you would rather play, who you would want to win that first round playoff matchup?
I don't necessarily know if I have a preference. If there would be, I guess it would probably be Dignitas, just because they got a new mid laner. That should be easier than laning against Voidboy. And whatever gives us the easiest way to win is what I want. So whoever the weaker team is at the point.
Yeah. And obviously with the #1 seed, you guys have kind of able to relax a little bit. Talk to me a bit more about the challenges of the regular season, because it almost matched the record-setting summer split.
Right. So the season, it's kind of weird. We're in our very last week. We have 1 game left. It doesn't really feel like that. The weeks kind of just pass by. It's so much fun coming every week, just playing games, just meeting people, and I'm kind of surprised that the season's over already. So I don't know. Time's flying.
Yeah. Well, 1 split of many. Best of luck to you in the playoffs as you go towards the future with Cloud9. But that's it for today. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Jat. And with 6 more games down, here's where things currently stand in the North American LCS, brought to you by the new season of Game of Thrones. And first, it's Cloud9 with 23 wins and 4 losses.
Then 1 game back in second place, it's TSM, and CounterLogic Gaming is once again in third.
In fourth, it's Dignitas with Curse, just 1 game back in 5th, then in 6th. it's Coast.
And tied for 7th place is Evil Geniuses and XDG Gaming.
Now let's take a look at our playoff bracket as it slowly takes shape.
CLG has the 3rd seed, and today we added Coast, who is guaranteed the 6th spot.
But after their win, we can now lock in Cloud9 with the 1st, and TSM takes spot number 2. Tomorrow we'll see if it's Dignitas or Curse that takes the 4th. And of course on Sunday we'll be bringing you another 5 matches, kicking off with Dignitas versus Counterlogic Gaming.
After that, it's Evil Geniuses taking on Team Curse, followed by XCG versus TSM.
Then Cloud9 faces off against Coast, and we will close the curtains on the Spring Split and our 2nd Super Week with XDG versus Evil Geniuses in a battle for 7th place. That's all happening on Sunday at noon Pacific Time, 9 p.m. Central European Time. But now let's send it over to Freak and Zyrene for the North American Challenger Series Spring Playoff Quarterfinals.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the North American Spring Challenger Series Playoffs, brought to you thanks in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley. With me again is Aiden Zyrene Noon, and to keep the theme going, what is your favorite color?
Teal.
Teal.
Teal is my favorite color. I like that. I remember back when I was playing Halo, I would always pick the teal back in number 1.
All right.
I was like, I love that color, and that was the first time I was introduced to it.
There you go. Teal, turquoise, and maroon, the colors so far by the casters here. Tonight we're going to be closing out the quarterfinals of the Challenger Series playoffs with a best-of-3 match between Curse Academy and VVV Gaming. Now let's check out the bracket to see where this match fits into it all. The winner here moves into the semifinal match against LMQ, and remember, the top 3 teams here qualify for the Summer Promotion Tournament.
And yesterday, we locked in our first semifinal match as Complexity Black crushed Complexity Red in 2 straight games and will now take on the 2nd seed in the playoffs, Cloud9 Tempest.
And of course, you can always follow all the Challenger playoff action simply by going to lolesports.com.
You'll find stats, scores, schedules, and more under the Leagues and Tournaments tab near the top of the page.
All right, so let's get into tonight's matchup here. Curse Academy versus VVV Gaming. It's a rematch of the 3rd place match that went down just a week ago. Curse Academy came out on top, taking it 2-0. They would really like to see history repeat itself.
Yeah, and although it is a repeat match, VVV doesn't want that exact score again. And one of the biggest keys to their success is the incredible play of their top laner, Rux, on Curse Academy. While fighting for 3rd place against VVV, he went crazy as the Half-Dragon, closing with the double-digit KDA of 15.0 on Shyvana. And overall, he's had an incredible spring, including a ridiculous KDA of 24 in a 2-0 sweep of Complexity Red in the Series 2 quarterfinals. And this guy is crazy good all across the board.
He's a guy to really watch for. Now, of course, shutting down the former LCS Pro is going to have to be a priority for VVV Gaming if they want to avenge that 3rd place loss. That task may actually fall on the AD carry, Tails.
Yeah, and he put up impressive numbers against Curse Academy in their 3rd place match. And overall, he was the most deadly member of VVV during the second spring series. And in the Series 2 quarterfinals, Tails participated in 15 of VVV's 17 kills, and to top it off, he never died. If he can put up that kind of performance today, he'll move his team within 1 series of the Summer Promotion Tournament.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if they can do it here. And of course, another matchup to talk about is the top lane fight as well between VVV and Curse Academy. So we talked about Rux, right? Played support for Curse, like at the very, very end of, I believe, Spring Split. Came back off the team's been playing for Curse Academy for a while. But against him is Chris.
Yeah.
And I know you pointed this one out. Chris actually now the #1 player in Challenger solo queue ladder right there. I got to say, I feel like he doesn't quite put in the same results in the matches than he does in solo queue. But if he can kind of get past the nerves or the anxiety or whatever it is, he's a gigantic threat.
Yeah, overtook Sneaky. We were talking about him all week long. Like, he finally hit #1. Now Chris is #1, and he has to transition it from solo queue to a team play environment. So if you can mesh with that, because he plays things like Jason the top lane, which isn't necessarily a team fight-oriented champion.
Yeah.
Or if it is, you have to completely play the whole game differently. Like, we've seen him whip out many different things. I think he played Shyvana. He's played Riven. He didn't have great showings on his Riven either, which is what the champion, when you hear Chris, you think, you're just like, oh, Chris, Riven.
Yeah.
Like, it's like when you hear, Mega Zero, you're like, oh, Renekton.
Yeah.
You're like, Chris, yeah. He went for that and didn't have great success, which is really, really sad.
Yeah.
Expecting a lot.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he can turn it on this time around in the series. Also in this match, we've got a couple of roster swaps. So VVV have brought back their old jungler Porpoise Pops here into the lineup. I think you've had more experience casting him than me, so if you want to talk about him.
So Porpoise Pops was one of the original members of the VVV gaming squad when they were formulated, alongside Tails and Cheese Beluga, and then Get Snuggled, who was the old jungler here, but he was their top laner then. So they took on Chris, Get Snuggled moved to the jungle, and then they brought on Porpoise Pops now to fill that role. And Porpoise Pop's number 14 in Challenger, and he hovers around that 10 to 14 area. He was up at 8 for a little bit. Very, very good. He's played a lot of things. He's played Nocturne. He's gone for the Pantheon and the Elise more recently in the Cosmic, the OP things. And I think he's going to be a great addition to the team and maybe that little boost of power that VVV Gaming needs. And also talking about roster swaps here, VVV brought on a new support.
Yeah.
Harkua, who is Xiaomei Mei.
Yeah.
In this one. So, which I think is was that little sister?
Little sister.
Little sister.
Like very little, like 6 years old-ish.
Aw.
I had to look it up. Thankfully, someone translated from Firefly, and that allowed me to understand what they're
I hope it's
going for.
accurate.
Yeah, I'm just gonna feel dumb. I trusted the internet on this one.
It's a bad move.
So the problem is now you guys, you have double trust issues. Not only are you trusting me on the internet, but you're trusting me trusting someone else on the internet. So I must be wrong.
Oh boy.
That's how it works.
Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna find out that it's something else very later. We're gonna be like, oh no, that's not what it means.
It's
so
actually super
right
offensive,
now it's
swearing at all of you.
It's a 6-year-old little sister. We're gonna keep it that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing else than that.
So he's an Annie main.
Yes. He plays Thresh and Annie and Karma. Doesn't really whip out the Leona at all, though.
Okay.
That's something that they could possibly use to their advantage on the side of Curse Academy. Because we've seen Karma. We've seen a lot of Leonas lately. We've seen a lot of Morganas. He doesn't play any of those.
Interesting.
He's the Thresh Annie. Well, he does play Karma, sorry.
Okay.
He's the Thresh Annie Karma. Leaves the Leona and Morgana out of the picture. For
Interesting.
So doesn't want to have anything to do with that trifecta, but at the same time, I really like the expansion of the support champion pool.
Yeah.
So at one point we were like, oh, it's Annie, and it's like, oh, they're gonna pick Leona or Thresh. And
True.
now it's like Karma, Morgana. We're just expanding it even more and more, and I love that.
Yeah, and it will keep growing. I think people are sort of figuring out the different types of lanes they can play. I'm always really interested in how all the lanes evolve. I think mid lane, when it came to the beginning of the 2014 season, had kind of the best breadth to it. You had about like 12 champions that you would like, oh yeah, they picked that one. Okay, yeah, I get it, right? Like not surprising picks, like 12 or so, like a good dozen mid laners.
And it really like formulated what the team was about. It's like, oh, it's an Italy poke comp.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Ziggs wave clear.
Yeah, and then now finally I think we're starting it a bit with the top lane. Like Trundle got added in a couple months ago. You see the Gragas occasionally. Lee Sin actually is becoming a common top laner. When you see it, you're like, yeah, legitimately, probably, Lee Sin top's pretty likely here. We even saw Mouse Sports run Elise top to decent success.
Yeah, and the fact that Rise is now in that whole
you're right.
thing. Mundo's out. He's
Rise is one I forgot about. You're right. Yeah,
he
Rise
traded places with Mundo.
That's fine. Rise is cooler looking.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that too.
Yeah.
Now I get to play Rise and use like Triumphant Rise skin. I'm like, I earned that, and now I get to use it. So.
Isn't it great having exclusive skins that other people don't have? Or show off.
That's from winning a tournament, though. I didn't get that from anything else.
I know.
Awesome.
That's why you show off and you say, like, yeah, I'm really good at this
Like,
game.
how'd you get it?
Was. Earned it. Gragas, Ziggs banned away from Peek and Woof. The Needly still not just yet. Lee Sin, the drop away. So Pat Ruck's not going to be allowed to play that one here. Next couple bans still to go through. VVV got to make their choices.
I think they want to ban out Lulu. Curse Academy are going to want to ban out something like Nidalee against Peek and Woof, which is all the time. So these last two bans are probably Nidalee and Lulu, and if they aren't, then the Curse Academy, if they don't ban Nidalee here, I think VVV doesn't ban out Lulu. And they just leave both open and say we'll at least get one of them.
Well, one thing to keep in mind, honestly, and this is the way that I know Cloud9 does their picks and bans. You actually heard Hai talking about it. I know CLG does this somewhat as well. Is you realize, and like, I think it's weird that teams are like, oh my god, red side has a disadvantage because blue gets like a guaranteed first pick. But it's like you can play the pick such that they'll get like one high priority champion, but you get two, which is again what I was talking about here. So, right, you can leave champions like Lulu and Kha'Zix and Thresh, like 3 big priority champions up. We'll see what VVV goes for. Needle is still available right now. So Lulu also, that one's an important champ.
So
we'll see.
Here's the thing: is last time they played each other, Curse Academy 2-0'd VVV, and all of their bans, just like right now, are targeted at Peek and Woof. They targeted his low champion pool, and his last couple games he was terrible. I'm just gonna say it flat out, he's really bad on his B tier champions. He wants the Nidalee, he wants the Lulu, and they are willing to give up one of them if they can secure a safe pick for Peek and Woof.
Well, Lulu is available. Nidalee is first pick there for Duo Sack, so you gotta ask, is Lulu the pick up here? And can you even mind game it and pretend no Nidalee goes somewhere else and get the next champion even afterwards on this one? You could be hovering over Evelyn so far for the jungler of Porpoise Pops. We'll see if it might just be the Lulu to come through here. We do see some teams run Lulu support. We've seen Lulu be a top laner as well.
Don't want to
feel like you secure it.
You don't want to leave it open because Cabagon actually plays Lulu support very well. So they would immediately take that up because their whole goal is to shut out Peek and Woof like they did in the last time they met each other.
Yeah.
In that third, fourth place match. And now I say that VVV actually played this pick ban phase very well because Pekin Wolf at least has a champion in his top tier of play.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like the top tier champion. I feel like I see Lulu first pick more than almost anything else. Very few times do teams give that up, but the Evelyn does come through here for Porpoise Pops. Very few jungle bans went through, just the Lee Sin and Kha'Zix, but Curse Academy already know what they want. It's going to be Lucian for the AD carry, Renekton here for the top lane. So they got a couple of priority picks as well.
Yeah, and Mashme, he loves those carry and those bullies. So he actually plays the laning phase very well, regardless of what he's on for the most part. He's like, I've done it with Caitlyn. I've seen him do it with Vayne and Sivir and Lucian, and he's very good at all of these champions. So he's very well rounded in Tails. It's now in his court. What does he want to pick to at least go even with Mashme? This is a very intense matchup here. Tails is a very skilled player, one of the best Challenger Series AD carries out there, and Mashme, former LCS player, has been putting up amazing numbers all series long.
He has. He's really shined so far this split. I'm actually surprised, though, at VVV not picking up their support just yet, unless they're actually trying to mind game the mid lane support matchup and allowing the swap to go to Xiaomei Mei, even though it's not in his pool, just because I feel like you'd be contesting for a support pick like Thresh right now, but VVV, I guess they want some kind of a counter pick down there.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because now I'm thinking about it and kind of jumbling around in my head. But what else would Pekin Wolf play right now? The Orianna's still available.
Yeah.
Not super fluid on that champion. Feels a little clunky in his hands. I'm surprised that they banned out the LeBlanc, though, actually, for Curse Academy, because when they forced Pekin Wolf onto that multiple times, he kind of flubbed it.
Yeah.
We were watching those games, and it was like he keeps going in, and it's like, oh, I'm dead. Don't
had a rough game.
Yeah, doesn't have the mechanical skills to get in and out and deal his maximum amount of damage. He loves poke champions. He loves those harassment types.
Yeah.
So Lulu is a couple of those things. You know, she's got good wave clear. She's got good harassment. Her poke is really decent. It's not just long range. So.
Sure. Well, see what else they go for here. Curse Academy locking in the rest of their lineup. Capagon gonna be playing the Annie here on support. Pat will get Elise here in the jungle. Of course, with the Evelyn grab so early by VVV, he could take his time to grab his jungle pick. So now we see what the boys in red go for here. Does the Lulu go to Pekin Wolf? Why did they take so long to pick a support champion? And with 30 seconds to go.
And what is the meaning of life?
42.
So many questions. There was 32 seconds on the clock. We were about 10 short.
It's okay. I was predicting into the future. Or the past. One of the two. Hovergun Blitz. You see it once in a while. The Morgana pick surprised me, though. Traditionally, we consider that one a bit weaker against Annie, but
yeah,
thinking about some of the plays available.
And I was talking about it earlier, where I've been looking at his solo queue. He mainly plays AD carry when he's solo queuing. So a lot of the research on him is what does he play when he's in that solo queue environment, not the team environment. And that's typically the Thresh, the Annie, the Karma.
Yeah.
So Morgana, like I said, it might not be in his champion pool, but apparently it is, and we're going to have to see what he can do with that Tormented Soil and the Bindings.
Yeah, well, we'll see what these teams are up to. So Curse Academy, pretty standard lineup overall. I got to say, a lot of early game power. Lucian, Annie for the bottom lane, Renekton up top, Elise jungle. All of these things speak to strong laning phases, getting out ahead early. And then when they get to end game, they're going to rely on basically Duo 6 Needly. Javelins come out there, good poke, they can follow up afterwards. EV on the other side, very far back team, right? Lulu, Morgana, Caitlyn, really defensive here. See how that mixes with Eve and Shyvana.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm going to have to look for, is that synergy in the top and the jungle, and seeing how that works with the entire team as a composition. Like, Evelyn can just get right into the team, and then you can wild growth her and knock multiple people up, and you can have the vacuum from Shyvana. But the damage here is really going to come from a little bit of Pekin Wolves and Tails, who isn't on a hyper late game carry.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to have to see how that shapes up. They do have very good pushing here, up against the squad that Curse Academy had brought to the table, which is a little bit more early aggression with the Nidalee in there for the poke late game.
Yeah, I want to see what happens with the lanes as well. I know with Curse Academy, we know that they're actually a very, very good 2-on-1 team. Their early game is incredibly strong. They will out-rotate you. They'll get more turrets than you. They've just, from the games I've seen of them, have made, time after time, great play in the first 6 to 10 minutes of the game.
I think that their adjustment to 4.4 is one of the best ones I've seen.
Yeah.
Excluding yesterday's match from Complexity Black and that rotation that I had saw. I really like what Curse Academy's bringing to the table. They like those timers. They like we're going to go get the dragon. We're going to go ahead and get these objectives very early on, take the turrets, and then try and close it out. But their follow-up on it is not that great.
Yeah, they lose map control in the mid game.
Yeah.
They drop the wards, or they time out. They actually don't drop the wards specifically. The wards die off, and the map goes black again, and they stop making these moves where they were normally controlling buffs, normally controlling areas of the map. VVV, though, I gotta say, when their lineup was coming through, it looked to me like a team that wanted a 2v1, right? It's like Caitlyn Morgana, great at killing turrets, great at pushing. Morgana, champion that loves to get Spell Thief's edge early on, great turret pushing that way. On top of that, you've got Evelynn, who I know she's actually better in a 2-on-2 sort of setup, but even still has good wave clear, allows your team to push turrets down rather quickly, even regardless. Also lets you play mind games early on with which buffs are we going for, can kind of turn things around there. So champion-wise, I feel like VVV would look for a 2v1.
Yeah.
Especially because some of the matchups there, but I know Curse Academy plays that situation really well.
Yeah, and Rux, once again, in that top lane up against Chris, and that's something that we definitely have to keep our eye on. Like this entire match, all across the board, it's like Mashme versus Tails, very skilled players. How's that going to shape up? Top lane, Chris, Rux, what's going to happen up there? Because we talked about it last time that they fought. They're both kind of wild cards here. They're both the extremes. They either carry the game and spill over into other lanes. It's like, look at that, I'm 10-0, and that's both Chris and Rux do that. Or it's like, I can't really help you guys. I'm split pushing because I'm behind. Like, that's usually the dynamic we see between those two. And so I think it's going to be extremes that one of them is much further ahead than the other. And if they go even, I would actually be more surprised by that.
Yeah, and it's weird how these guys match up because looking at history, you expect that to go Rux's way. His team 2-0'd. He's been having a great tournament overall in the Challenger Series, and you're like, oh man, he's gonna have such a great time overall. But on paper, Chris, #1 Challenger solo queue, that's hard to get. Like, you have to be sneaky to get that, right?
It means that up in that top lane, you've gone against all of those people up in that top 5, top 10, and you've dueled them, and you probably come out on top more often than not.
Yeah, you fought Dyrus, you fought Balls, you fought, even guys like Rux here, and you still managed to climb the ladder. Like, I want to see Chris put on a better performance here. He has not completely wowed me yet so far. I know he's a great player. I want to see him put it on here.
Yeah, and Rux once again back on his crocodile baby. He was having great games with that, building Trinity Force when he got ahead. Still always going to bring that up because I don't believe it.
Well, I actually learned something from Kobe today. When you fight crocodiles, if they're chasing you, you should zigzag.
No, you shouldn't. Mythbusters took care of that.
Really?
Yes, they were like, they're ambush predators. They don't chase you. If they don't get the initial clamp down, they won't follow you.
Really?
Yeah, Mythbusters did it.
So just
look it up.
Move briskly.
Yeah.
In any direction away
As long
from
as the crocodile doesn't bite down on your leg, you're probably fine.
Okay.
And if you zigzag, then you probably just look like an idiot running away.
I would rather look dumb than die to a crocodile, though, to be completely fair. I would take that
Better
any
safe
day
than
of the
sorry.
week. Yep.
So, just in case, zigzag.
Ooh, Javelin's going to land right there. Do a sec. 100% Javelin accuracy this game.
He didn't throw one, though. He missed it. What? He missed one he didn't throw.
I feel like that's hard to track.
You miss 100%, you don't throw. Every time the cooldown could be up.
I think that doesn't count if no one's in range. I think we only get to track that when he's actively holding on to it. Otherwise, it's just not even fair to the players.
Okay, but just to take a step back, looking at the entire game as a whole, this is an extremely important game between these two. Whoever loses this has no chance at getting into the LCS.
Yeah.
The winners of this move on, and then they're one series away. And even if they lose that, they still have to play that 3rd, 4th place match.
Yeah.
So great positions here. Mashme doesn't know that
you
this
can
is
smell
happening.
them.
Annie sees it, though.
All right, so VVV going to take a second Javelin. Chris takes that in the tailbone right here. And the Lizard buff has been started, of course, on the other side of it. Curse Academy with an early press in towards their opponent's red buff, so the buff trade. And interestingly enough, for Pat's Elise, he opened up Pink Ward 2 potions. So he's going to have ward control, I'm guessing, for a while up here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see teleport to the top lane from Chris onto a minion, not onto the turret. So he doesn't have the reduced cooldown, but he doesn't miss any CS because of that.
Good binding from Xiao Mei Mei. Does not take the auto attacks afterwards, so Mashme loses half his health bar already. And Annie just now joins the lane with her Doran's Ring.
Mashme has a potion still in his inventory, so if he pops that, then potion advantage goes over to Tails. And this is one of those matchups that we want to keep an eye on. And the early level 2 will most likely now go to VVV because of it, and that gives them even more lane pressure.
Yeah, there's the level 2 right here. Kabagon and Mashme forced back, but the wave's going to come in. This will give them level 2 on the wave. But the minions, I want to see how injured they are. Does Mashme miss much CS here? So far, none yet. But I want to see. I'm always interested to see if players can set up these lanes to deny CS. You're going to see a couple miss. All right, Mashme losing a lot of his health bar, health potion already used, and no other great way to sustain. Plus a 6 minion lead. This is good for VVV's bottom lane.
And so far, Xiaomei looks like a good pickup here for VVV. They've been struggling through supports. They had Gonti, they had Normalize. Both of those ended with a sub 4 or sub 3.5 KDA. And then when they picked up Normalize, he had about 1.4. So Xiaomei, he's been landing a lot of Dark Bindings, and it looks like they're going to 3v2 in the bottom lane fairly shortly. Because Porpoise Pops is off on the side. He has a very aggressive playstyle.
They've got the buff steal. They've still got the push coming in. It's going to be actually level 3 versus level 2. This is nicely timed until this wave dies. Curse Academy is going to be close to see if Mashme can hit 3 off this. Not just yet. Pat's already waiting in the wings. No gank going to happen here.
They saw him too because Porpoise Pops was leaving the area, and they saw each other. He wasn't completely stealthed.
Oh, I missed that. Thank you. So, no dive, but...
Oh, but he's back.
He's waiting. Elise has left. There's a ward actually by the Lizard buff. They actually know that Pat is now on that side of the map. He's not around to gank just yet.
And that makes him move up a little bit further. If a binding lands...
He's got it! Kevin Gon gonna take a bunch of pain, and down he goes, bursted out during the Dark Binding. Xiaomei hitting incredibly high numbers of Dark Binding.
I think he's 3 for 3 that I've seen. And every one of them has resulted in a ton of damage. But Porpoise Pops...
Wow.
He's going to take a turn shot.
Takes a lot of damage. He's one hit from dead. Forced to flash. Mashme does not chase it.
Wow. Xiaomei right there was taking a lot of damage too. If Mashme had his Light Slinger back up, or if he had Flash, he may have secured one, but it was a very risky play. And they're going to bring Pat down. And Xiaomei is a little too far up, but Porpoise Pops is still here.
Flash binding not going to land. Pat comes in. Porpoise Pops in the back end side. Xiaomei puts the black shield on. Is that going to be enough? The Q isn't going to do enough. The cocoon. Porpoise Pops one hit for dead. Pat, he's going to go down. Tails gets away. 2 kills VVV.
My God. Just such low HP bars and the micro back and forth. Xiaomei lives. That is huge. Porpoise Pops comes up and they support it. Even though it didn't look like the best decision in the world with the low HP bars, they still pull it off, and Tails gets a kill with his flash and gets himself a blue buff for even more lane pressure.
I am incredibly not surprised, but impressed.
Suppressed.
I'm suppressed by the VVV bottom lane. They have picked Urgot, and the ulti has already been used. But honestly, amazing, absolutely amazing play by Xiaomei. I cannot sing his praises enough right here. Of course, Tails getting a very good deal out of this one. We look at the middle lane for the first time this game. As Peek and Wolf pretty much tied with Duosec here, so Lulu versus Nidalee not really going in anyone's favor.
Yeah, Nidalee is regarded as the safe pick against Lulu, because if you take Harass, which Lulu is going to give you in the early game, you can just heal it up with Primal Surge, and then you're just all good to go.
Everyone's happy.
This is the thing here, is last time they fought, it was 2-0 Curse Academy's favor. It was pretty much start to finish. They did a lot of tricky rotations and a lot of lane swaps. This, they're just playing it standard, and Curse Academy does not look as strong in this head-to-head, just one-on-one, two-on-two.
Yeah, individual skill-wise, I mean, pretty much it's the lanes that are winning for them. VVV, especially the new support, playing phenomenally. Chris is down to Rux here in the top lane. About 10 minions. Pat looks for a gank, but he's going to walk right through a ward on his way over.
Here's the thing, Pat is top, they know that he's there, so that's going to cue Porpoise Pops that middle's open. Gonna do some damage there and make his way up.
Did not manage to do much, unfortunately, for him, so it's just the attempted dive here. We're gonna see he's just gonna go for the double golems, though. Rux looks for the stun on a Chris, some good damage here, but just backs off. Porpoise Pops.
He's in the right place. So, reverse the mid. Ooh,
no one pulled aggro. Porpoise Pops goes in, loses half his health bar right there. Rux pops the ulti, Chris runs back. Just the escape now. Duosec in a battle with Peek and Wolf. Ulti used as well. Duosec forced to run. No more damage going to come his way. Peek's going to time out here.
And so I like that they were just stopping each other from going ahead and reinforcing that top lane. And the fact that Porpoise Pops made his way up there was huge, because he was off on the dragon side, and it was a very team-oriented decision to not go for dragons, but instead to help your top laner out, so you don't lose that turret, so you don't lose that pressure. And Porpoise Pops, ooh!
Wow, the flash stun ignite from Rux is enough damage. Level 4 Evelyn's not the most durable. Chris looking to cut him off there. How long till the slice of dice comes up? 4 seconds for Rux. He's waiting around, doesn't want to really get too far away from this one. 150 health, jumps away from Chris. The flash does not get cocooned. A little bit more damage, one more tick. Chris with a beautiful play. #1 challenger skills right there. Now Duosec in a bad spot. Ignite is on.
He's got barrier.
Blocks the auto attack damage. Last tick of Ignite won't take him down. 19 health. The bottom lane turret also going down. Man, this game is nuts.
All across the map, there's just really calculated aggression. And the fact that Duosec was trying to make his way up top and Pekin Wolf was there to stop him just is another piece of the puzzle that was collapsed by VVV. Curse Academy, they're trying to get all their people converged, and they're just stopping it.
Well, Chris and Pat in a bit of a fight right here. 7 versus 5. Half health for the Eve, but she's going to defend, or sorry, the Elise. She's going to defend that turret for a bit, though. Porpoise leeching experience now in the mid lane. 8.5 minutes in, neither jungler yet to hit level 6. They've been ganking too much to get levels.
Yeah, and up in the top lane, Pat's there. He's out of mana. Looked like there were some pings going down on Dragon, but mid lane is the actual focus here for VVV. Oh!
Dark Bindings very nearly hitting right there. Duosec forced to leap away. Mid turret about to go down. Porpoise Pop's happy to tank the turret, and that one is going to fall. Not a lot of place to go for Pat, though. Chris looks for it, gets cocooned right in turret range. Forced to back off.
Blue buff's up too. So if he actually wants to make his way over there, he could do some damage on it, but it looks like they have other plans for the jungler VVV.
It looks like VVV just going to control their own blue buff with this one. Maybe they'll buy enough time to heal back up and contest the enemies, but right now just the recalls here. Worth noting that Chris did go for teleport, whereas Rux went for the ignite. Porpoise Pops. Okay, he's just recalling instead of pressing S. That's interesting. Still no 6 for Eve, though. That's actually an incredibly late road to 6, 9.5 minutes in.
Yeah, he died once, and his stalling and running around the map was good. It helped his team out. He's on pace with Pat, which is very important. You know, he's not ahead, he's not behind, he's just right up there with him, which is good for his team. But then if you look at the lanes here, we see Tails has a BF sword over Mashme.
Yeah.
Turn with the Vamp Scepter. He's going to be taking a lot of punishment in that lane.
35 extra attack damage in that lane. See how it pans out right now. The
Dragon.
Dragon.
They're doing the take no damage Dragon.
Well, they don't do enough damage to keep it from resetting, though. Like, this won't actually go down without someone tanking it, because it'll regen too much when it finally does reset. So we'll see. Eventually they pull the team down. Duosec winning in the wings, though. Looks like Curse Academy is aware of this one. Here they come down. There comes the Evelyn as well. Porpoise Pop's half HP. Dragon reset comes in. Javelin! No one wanted a body block. The smite was good, though. Porpoise Pops does secure Dragon for VVV.
That was scary.
Yeah.
I was sitting here. Oh, my lord. That was so close. The spear does so much damage, and the fact that he just backed and was able to cash in on what he had comes back with the pieces of an Athene's Unholy Grail. And so he can just stay in the lane a little bit longer.
Yeah, but Rux trying to capitalize as much as possible. 87 to 62 in minions, taking double golems right now. Knows no one is around to gank him. So I want to see how much the lane bully Ignite Renekton can do right here. He is the only, I would say, winning lane right now for Curse Academy.
And it looks like they're collapsing on him too. We have Xiao Mei Mei and Pekin Wolf both making their way up there to Rux. Xiao Mei Mei is actually a level behind Cabagon. He's close to his 6, so he doesn't have his soul shackles just yet. But in the bottom lane, you're going to have to see if Tails makes his way back there. Because if he does, he's going to be outnumbered. Or they can go ahead and pull Annie up to the top.
See what the movements end up being right now. Morgana staying for this top lane push, helping Chris to get this one shoved out. We'll see what full purposes this Morgana roam has. Right now it is pressure on the top turret, won't land that binding. Rux takes a bit of damage.
He's got a great wave clear with the Tiamat and the Call of the Meek.
Yeah, he does.
It's really hard to push in on him, and it looks like they're going to rotate Pat possibly up to the top, and Porpoise Pops is going to try to mirror whatever he sees Pat doing.
See what we get with this one. Tails happy to stay in the bottom lane, though. Bloodthirster already done 11.5 minutes in. Quick clip for him.
Yep.
You're going to see the recall back for Mashme just for the BF sword.
That pink ward is still there in that jungle, in that topside jungle that Pat put there. Porpoise Pops, he's been seen out. They've seen his movements all over that side.
Very impressive. Yeah, I didn't fully count.
It's not a bush you check as a jungler.
Yeah, I knew it was a bush that people didn't normally check, but the fact that it is specifically against an Evelyn, where it will actually track her movements better than a normal ward would, that's actually incredibly smart. I didn't think about why a pink ward specifically, but it will last forever here.
It looks like it's 3 men top. 3 men strong in the top, but Cabagon's going to go ahead and back. Pat was seen out by that first ward, so Chris is playing it a little safer while pressure gets applied elsewhere. So they will push that little advantage.
What's the mid lane right now, the target for these guys? 3,600 gold for VVV. A bottom lane under fire right now. BT completion puts Tails above Mashme right now in terms of items. And of course, as you fully stack that Bloodthirster, you're getting about 1,000 gold worth of stats when it's maxed out. So It's a lead that'll pay off for a while, actually, for the VVV AD carry. Right now, just the golems dying. They're kind of doing the same thing that Rux was, saying, we're pushed up so much, we'll take the jungle to accrue a further lead over you. But I want to see if this turret can actually go down.
So Xiaomei off on the side here if he can land a binding. Nope.
Not quite that one. You know, this is a random thought, but when Normalized first played with VVV, he had a crazy good start to the game, and then...
Yeah, fell off.
Yeah, fell off, started getting caught a lot. I don't want to say a couple missed bindings means he's falling off, but for what it's worth, there are some trends that tend to happen here in Challenger. I want to see if Xiaomei can keep up his incredible Morgana play. Rux right now trying to push Chris out. Looks like it's going to be pretty successful. Chris actually forced to ult away on that one.
He's going to walk through the turret, too. He's going to be taking some hits on his way out.
It was a bit greedy then by Chris. Duosek moving up as well, actually. No. I don't remember which way he went through. If it was through River, he would have gotten spotted.
It doesn't look like it.
Jeff won't land the flash stun. Does, though. In comes Cougar form. Duosek, one leap and a Q away from getting the kill. He runs faster than Chris with the leaps.
Got the leap.
There we go. Picks it up with the swipe. Duosek getting the kill. Assist to Rux. Chris went way too hard for that top lane turret.
And they get nothing for it in terms of turrets down here. But now they're going to go ahead and rotate to that mid lane, start applying some pressure. And it's going to be 4 men strong from VVV. And their
good play.
The rotations have been really good.
Yeah.
And very different than last time we played Curse Academy.
Yeah.
VVV looks like they've remedied some of their problems with the 2 roster swaps that they've brought in.
Well, yeah, now that their lanes are so dominant, both the mid lane and the push lead and the bottom lane with the catches and the ganks, they're just kind of moving back and forth between their 2 winning lanes.
And also the thing, too, is that Pekin Wolf has a champion he's comfortable on now.
Yeah.
They gave him Lulu or Nidalee. It was just between those 2. And Duosek opts to go for Nidalee because that's Pekin Wolf's #1 champion. Yep. So they give him basically his #2 champion. And I don't know why they banned LeBlanc in the champions, just going all the way back there. Because Pekin Wolf didn't have a great showing on that, so they changed their strategy even though it was working.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be the this one for now. Of course, Curse Academy did spend as many bans as they could against the champion pool. 3 bans and the first pick. Of course, can only do so much there. I agree that LeBlanc maybe is a wasted ban there and it could be redirected on something else, but we'll see if they change that one around for the next one. Of course, next game they only get 3 bans and can't first pick, so we'll see if that continues to work in VVV's favor. Mashmi gonna grab himself a red buff here. He does have the Bloodthirster, but he's still down Berserker's Greaves and a dagger, so I gotta say, Tails continuing to stay ahead tangibly in items every step of the way.
Berserker's Greaves is definitely going to help him out, and now they're all grouping up here. This Xiaomei sitting on a pink ward, just waiting for that clever binding just out of nowhere. He knows that he's not seen. Just poising himself, getting himself ready, and Mashmi's down in the bottom. Oh, he showed himself for a split second. The jig is up.
It's okay. They're going to keep trying. The Javelin's coming through. Blue buff, the catch. Good damage. Ulti in from Xiaomei. Going in now. Not a lot of play for Duosek to go. He's going to go down. Kill credit. Goes over to the Morgana and Boots of Swiftness.
Yep.
And I got to say, not falling off.
So the Boots of Swiftness is actually just to get him around the map and to create this thing where he doesn't get slowed after he gets hit from the Boots of Mobility.
Yeah.
Because what it does is it reduces the duration, or the effectiveness of slows on you, not the duration. Whereas there's nobody on this team who slows you. They have multiple stuns.
He just wants movement speed.
He wants the movement speed.
Catch up with people in combat with Soul Shackles on.
Exactly.
Here comes Pat, looks for damage on a Chris. 9 versus 11, and the Dragon is running away right now. Burnout does some damage on the retreat, though, and the team is happy to rotate back. VVV, they're up 2 turrets, and they're controlling the Dragons right now. These guys playing a very good strategic game. Off the back of their lanes already winning. They're actually hunting here for Rux. They know he's up there, but I feel like he'll survive this.
Yeah, he's also got a null magic mantle, and Pekin Wolf isn't extremely strong. He's just got some CS. Rux still has the highest CS in the game, which is typical. He's a Renekton. He's going to be doing that. But also, to see if he can scale and take over the game. Because that's going to be difficult for him, especially on that champion.
Let's see where he goes. Mashmi right now. Chillin'. Trying to get the farm back going on. Curse Academy, unfortunately for them, I haven't seen them make moves to get back in. They've been waiting for things to fall into their lap. I feel like outside of Rux forcing the issue, and to be fair, doing well at that, it's everyone else just sitting there trying to catch farm, hoping something goes a bit better for this lineup.
Trying to catch tails, too. You see, Rux, he comes out with the Dominus.
All right, it's going to be the net backwards. The stun comes out, though. Going to be a lot of damage on towards Tails. Ignite is on him as well. Trying to kite with the red buff. Forced to flash. If he... Wow, that was way more damage than I expected. But if Rux had Flash...
Pico was coming around the side. Oh, he gets juked!
Wow, Rux goes through the pink warded Tri-Brush knowing that that was going to be safe, meaning he also saw Tails go, or like saw Pico Wolf go that way.
Yeah, Pico was like, where did he go? And didn't find him in the bushes.
All right, well, the trade right here, both summoners, no, sorry, just one summoner for Tails used, did keep the barrier for a bait, so take it back. Great play by Tails overall, but it does mean top turret goes down anyway for winning the duel. 5,000 gold puts VVV ahead. Porpoise Pops held the mid lane while his team pushed top, but all the outers are now dead.
It looks like VVV, I said it before, they solved a lot of their problems with the new pickup of the support and the jungler. Gets Uncles was very good, but Porpoise Pops is a jungle main, and he has always been a jungle main.
Yeah.
And he's a very high-end challenger, so they're just coming together as a team right now. And Xiao Mei, his movements are fantastic. And the fact that he's landing those dark bindings consistently is very impressive. See a lot of Morganas get over-aggressive when they use Soul Shackles. He was okay with just using it on one person. He's like, I know it's going to work out. And the noodle fight commences.
All right, well, some good damage coming through. Eventually, though, down to half HP is going to be Chris. Actually, Rux still getting the pressure on right there. Chris putting on as much pressure as he can. He can teleport into the fights later on. That is not a luxury that Rux has. Rux needs to keep up the dueling pressure if he's going to do anything with his summoner spell choices. Duosec just killing the minions, does have a 6-minion lead right here. Javelin's gonna land. Pekin Wolf not happy about that one. Flash stun comes in from Cabagon. The burst comes through. Flash over the wall. Good position for Pekin Wolf. Will be safe with Wild Growth. Mid lane siege now.
I like that too, because your first reaction is to flash towards the turret, but it wasn't actually a safe area to go. He flashes over the wall to his friends.
How much damage can they get? Stun on the Tails. Black Shield did not help this one. Minions will get cleared out for VVV, but Curse Academy still looking to play aggressively. They got Mash Me actually pushing the top lane, getting some farm. So CA, they're aggressively seeking gold. This is kind of their way back in, is get the farm in the places, get people off in the lanes, getting the money, catch back up, make plays after.
They did this last time too with Curse Academy, where they would have Mash Me as the solo farmer off on the side. And they're like, all right, you basically have to match whatever Mash Me's farm is.
Yeah.
And now, Curse Academy, they're grouping up, they're trying to use this composition that they've created to their advantage, have Duosec poke with the Nidalee, because he's getting to that point where he's strong, and he can actually do some decent damage when they land. Now he's going to pick up blue. Wouldn't be surprised to see them try to siege up the mid again after pushing out a couple lanes, and then try to rotate the dragon in 2 minutes.
Porpoise Pops does not want to steal away this red from Pat, though. And we're going to see in this 2-minute mark what does happen for the dragon fight. Chris and Rux still squaring off tank Shyvana, actually adding some MR.
Oh, he's getting baited into 3 people.
Well, here comes Tails. Bit of damage. Dragon Form comes in. Damage onto Rux. Porpoise Pops will land the ulti. Flash from Rux. Here comes Mash Me. They're going to be safe.
There's 2 ultis for none. For the flash of Rux.
Yeah. I'm not sure you even needed to flash.
It's pretty big considering Dragon is in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. Those ultimates will be on the verge of coming back up.
Yeah, I want to track this. Of course, Chris, if he can get into combat with either the jungle or a lane, he can get his Fury up for sure in time for Dragon. I think if he just waited on the basic regen, he wouldn't quite get it.
Yeah, he's going to have to auto-attack some things. Let's see, he's got the teleport, but that's not up for about 100 seconds here, so that won't be available either. So a lot of the options that VVV had for contesting the Dragon are now reliant on them getting there first and setting up for vision, as opposed to just brute forcing their way and taking it. Because they would be at a little bit of a disadvantage here up against Curse Academy, who have some really good damage from Rux, and then the fact that they have the AoE stun from Cabagon to come on in there, and Chris wouldn't be able to get into the back line.
Yeah.
But he is right on his way to getting that ultimate back up.
All right, killing away some of the jungle. We'll see if the gold lead is enough for VVV to feel like they're more powerful anyway, even if they're not quite there in terms of cooldowns. Porpoise Pop's ulti still down as well. He will be without that for a short time. Clears away this bottom lane here. Level 12 on him does go Lizard Elder, standard build for Eve. Going tanky afterwards, also pretty much par for the course. Aegis will be coming in pretty soon for Xiao Mei.
So Rux made a very conscious decision. He said, I'm not going to contest Dragon, and neither should you guys. I'm going to push top and apply some pressure. Somebody's going to have to answer for it. Teleport is not up. So they're going to give up the Dragon and try to push mid and top in the meantime. Ooh, big spear there.
So just 2 members of VVV will go for Dragon. The rest of the team will look for the defense. Dragon comes down.
Oh, but now they can pinch Curse Academy in.
There they go. Xiao Mei flashes in. Ulti popped. After a short time, he was waiting for Flash to get burned. The entire team just disengages regardless. Top lane turret actually defended here by Chris. That won't be going, but mid-outer did fall.
It's a base race.
A little bit. Dragon for a turret here. Up at the top lane, the entire team of CA showing up. VVV just going down the mid lane. You're right, here it comes. Top lane under fire. Duisek gonna recall back. Looks like actually Curse Academy, they feel like slow and steady is the way to win this one. They're gonna come on backwards with this.
Yeah, they're gonna get a turret, and the minion wave was not pushed up for VVV, so if they don't get one in return, they're gonna have to try and push this bottom lane out. But Curse Academy knows.
Curse Academy so far played this one right though. They gotta say they fixed some of the issues. They lost Dragon, but gained 2 turrets here without really any much more lost. VVV still staying in the bottom lane here. Porpoise Pop's gonna set some of these minions up. Tails getting a few more. And the wave clear from Curse Academy is stopping really any pushes from actually working here for VVV. CA still sits at a 4,000 gold deficit, but they're not hemorrhaging anymore.
I'm looking around the map here and I'm thinking, these 2 mid laners don't have a lot of wave clear at their disposal, and neither does the team as a whole. A lot of it's very melee oriented. No Ziggs, no Gragas, nothing like that. Lulu can do a little bit.
I think Lulu's great at it.
They'd have to all be in a line. When they're grouped up, it's not as effective.
Yeah, I mean, you have to preempt the wave a bit, but...
Yeah, just a little bit. Nidalee, on the other hand, has to be completely in melee range. So neither of these teams are very good at defending a siege, but they're very good at putting one on.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they can make it happen. I don't know, I just feel like it might require a lot of effort, but like you have like things like the culling that'll kill a full wave. You can body block for it if it shows up. But like Caitlyn Q's great at it too. We'll see. I mean, I think you're right. There's definitely no Ziggs Gragas. The guys that like say, get the heck off our turret.
There's nothing that's going to completely just stop it dead in its tracks with little to no risk.
Okay.
Right.
That's
basically the point I'm making.
Okay. That one I buy. That's weird because like they have AoEs. They don't have wave clear.
Well, they have AoEs.
Yeah.
They don't have anything that's just like, it's gone.
There you go. Okay. Okay. We've reached consensus. The wave clear is dangerous for both teams, and that is what will make the sieges interesting. Mashme solos down the bottom outer turret. These teams now actually equal on turret kills. VVV only up 2 kills of champions, which means the rest of their gold comes from Dragon and CS. We'll see them still pressuring. There we go.
Pushing, just combine the words. It's fine.
Yes. Doing that a lot now.
Xiaomei on top of the wards. The wards here from both teams have been right on point. And now the Baron, it looks like Curse Academy, they're trying to put themselves in a position to do it, but they really aren't with the gold difference here. Oh, but they can do it with spears.
Well, Tails lost half his health bar there. He's going to rely on lifesteal. And you notice that Peek and Wolf allows him to take down the minion wave. Tails like, let me lifesteal. They let him do it. They're going to be okay here. You're going to see the ward control now starting over towards this Baron area.
It's extremely beneficial to the team to let him get his life back up. Otherwise, you're in a just terrible position.
Yeah, but VVV, they don't really have a lot of pink ward control yet. Like, the wards are still difficult for them to kill. Ooh, Pekin will take some damage. Mashme the same. Kavagon taking one for the team there. The heal comes in from Nidalee. Xiaomei in a bad spot. Rux doing a whole lot to push him away. Black Shield pop for fun. Pekin Wolf low. Pops ulti. A little bit more than he needed, but Mashme about to get a range. Jumps forward, flashes, gets the kill one-on-one. Peeking Wolf bit off more than he can chew. Porpoise pops as well. Javelin in the backside. Kavagon low. There's the puddle. Xiaomei goes a little hard. Gets taken down. VVV just hemorrhaged 3 kills.
They just gave those up. Peeking Wolf gets caught. Goes after Mashme, but now it looks like the Baron is in Curse Academy's favor right now.
Well, they're going to move for it. Jumps over the wall from Rux, and here we go. Baron taking a bunch of damage. The AD carry and top laner. The only ones alive for VVV. They're looking to contest a little bit. Chris is pushing Mashme around, doing some damage there. Javelin's going to land, not doing too much damage. Baron getting lower and lower, down below half. Chris still trying to buy some time. Can they get much out of this? Down to 1/4 of the damage coming through. Chris jumps in. The Q from Caitlyn. It is going to be blue team picking up Baron Nashor. Well picked up by Pat. It's going to be Curse Academy. 3 kills and Baron Nashor.
I guess that was definitely worth at least a try because Chris got out of there without dying. And man, Peekin Wolf, Porpoise Pops, Xiaomei, they give up kills for nothing there, and they give up Baron as well. And now Curse Academy, for the first time in the game, have a gold lead and a kill lead.
Yeah, looks like the patient game that CA played was the right call. Looks like CA does not have as many faults as we might have once thought. They're going to move in.
It looked like VVV there, just Peekin Wolf didn't know what he had on his flanks. He's just like, I'm going to re-engage here. I'm going to just whimsy him. And he took a huge chunk of damage from Mashme that I don't think he was expecting. And then Mashme and him both flashed away.
Yeah.
And off on the side, Porpoise Pops is like, I'm coming to help. And Xiaomei is like, I'm coming to help too. And then trickle in.
Well, yeah, they've been fighting so rarely that you kind of get snuck up by the fact that you had most of Trinity Force and a Bloodthirster on Illusion. Like, you're going to chunk the squishy mid laner if that's the case. And Peek and Whoop just did not respect the damage. Absolutely the case. Xiaomei Mei, unfortunately, a bad call in the team fight. We'll see if he can keep it going again. But I also want to point something out weird. I saw it for a little while ago, and I'm thinking about it. Unless he's like super used to 4.5, where the Aegis build is different, grab the Kindle Gem, then stopped and built towards the rest of Aegis. But this is 4.4, where there's no Kindle Gem in that recipe. For like lock.
Oh, you got the Aegis, you're right.
He's just chilling with the Kindle Gem. It's like Spirit Visage is kind of the
Wants
only
the
thing.
CDR.
I mean, it's not a bad, like, health CDR is fine and is actually good on supports. I used to, there's a lot of players that would just buy Kindle Gems for the stats. It's just, it's rare recently.
Spirit Visage wouldn't be completely terrible, but I think a
Yeah.
Basis Veil would be a little bit better.
I agree.
Considering there's Lily on the squad. The squad. Dragon's up. So is this turret. But Curse Academy have one of those.
Not for long. Yep. Turret goes down. Now Curse Academy with the turret lead. They've used half their Baron buff exactly so far. They're now in the lead. Chris trying to scale up still by pushing around on this top lane.
And TP hasn't used it too much. Every time I see it on cooldown, it's usually to get back to lane.
Yeah, it's to get to lanes and hold pushes. Even with that, though, isn't holding a minion lead over Rux, and I haven't seen him get into flank fights either.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that the lane has gone even. I said it before, but, you know, color me surprised. Somebody's favorite color out there.
Surprised.
Yep.
That's awesome. That, you know what? That's my choice favorite color.
Surprised?
Yeah.
But color me surprised. Yep. But I am right now. I'm really surprised that neither of these top laners have gone with something off the wall. They're very consistent, respecting each other a lot.
Yeah.
And respecting what the teams can do. So neither of them have gone very gun-ho.
Yeah.
Chris. Oh, there's the engage.
Corpus Pops gets a whole bunch of shields, stays alive. Rux in the front lines, has turret aggro, flashes out, but goes down. Flash still in turret range. Mid-turret does go down, though. Cash positive for Curse Academy, but they're forced back.
And Chris, once again, doesn't teleport anywhere near the fight. And now Peek and Woof is trying to like at least push up and gain some ground here. They don't have a dragon to take. VVV still down in gold, and the turrets that are available to them are inner turrets and inhibitor turrets. They don't have any of those easy accessible ones on the sides. So they're gonna go ahead and get some ward coverage, get some vision, get these objectives out of the jungle, and what they can find, and then try to go ahead and siege up.
See what they can get for themselves here. Looks like top lane under fire right now. VVV using their 12 remaining seconds of 5 vs 4 to make something happen. Black Shield is on Tails just in case, putting some damage into Kabagon. Look at that. Lucian removes the wave and says, you're going to wait till Renekton's back.
You're just going to keep throwing the wave clear at me, huh?
Yep. It wasn't supposed to be a slight, but yeah.
No, I gotcha. Because it's making me rethink it too. Because I had said it, maybe I was a little hasty. Because they do also have the Renekton, but it's kind of risky wave clear aside from falling, which does have a very low cooldown. So you'll have it about once every 2 waves.
Yeah, about that.
So he can always just clear it out, give himself a little extra CS. He is the highest in the game and using it very effectively. But if he walks up and he piercing lights it, definitely a risky play.
Absolutely, yes. WR, about the best you can do to wave clear without getting caught. And of course, keep in mind, the reflexes and the predictions of Xiaomei Mei are going to be tested here because Morgana into Annie, if you're fighting a Leona, if you're fighting a Thresh, you can see the engage coming in, you can land the Black Shield on the important target, and that guy's probably going to be fairly safe. You fight an Annie, there is very little time to react to a Flash Tibbers. How fast is Kabagon? How fast is Xiaomei Mei? Or the rest of the team if they want to flash to dodge the Tibbers? That's one thing I do want to watch here for a coming fight. Kabagon has his distortion boots. He's going to have the flash engages.
Yeah, that's true. And I actually want to keep tabs on what Xiaomei Mei's build is. If he ends up going for the Zhonya's Hourglass, ends up selling the Kindle Gem, or what he builds that into. Also, the Frost Fang has not been upgraded into a Frost Queen's Claim. So you're just sitting on that. Maybe he'll sell that and get a Talisman of Ascension. We'll have to see how that ends up for him. Because Morgana builds, nobody's really solidified that in stone. Just as support builds in general, too.
Yeah. For what it's worth, it builds in to face the mountain. Corvus Pop's going to jump in here. Rux Spellshoot going to block one. The flash in. Here comes Chris as well. A lot of early disruption. Tibbers onto the back line. Xiaomei Mei taking some damage, and down goes Peek and Wolf already. The Morgana engage going to come in. Lands a couple of stuns, but Mash Me dealing damage down to the back line. 2 kills. Going to be another one maybe coming in. Down goes Tails. Only 2 surviving members of VVV. Curse Academy looking great.
They were just in full retreat halfway through that fight, and Tails is doing no damage. And now with 3 of them down, 2 of them low, this might be the game-winning push here.
See if they can close it out right there. Mid inhibitor turret is down. The mid inhibitor itself is also going to fall. 20 seconds still of 5 versus 2 in this game. Porpoise Pop's still yet to heal. Finally gets the recall in, but now comes the push for the Nexus turrets. 10 seconds from support and backup. Chris in the front lines trying to buy some time, desperately dealing what damage he can, but it might not be enough. Curse Academy take number 2 of the Nexus turrets. Cat gonna force to jump into the air. The engage coming down. Porpoise Pop's low on health. Nexus taking damage. They're still trying to push it down. The fight just ensuing overall. And finally, Mashmi gets the damage in after they lose the Annie. Game 1, 33 minutes in, Curse Academy.
And so Mashmi ends that game 3-0-0, 337 CS, coming up big for his team, very consistent in his play. And Curse Academy take another win off of VVV.
Yeah.
Now it's 1-0 in the series, and loser of this goes home, and the winner goes on.
Yep. And it's going to be interesting to watch because the game started out well for VVV, crushing duo lane. Absolutely phenomenal 2-on-2 by Tails and Xiaomei Mei. They got the lane lead in most places. They got the early turret lead. They controlled the dragons, and then it just stopped. A couple of catches by Curse Academy. They played it out. They slowed the game down, found the catches, took Baron off it, turned the game.
Oh yeah, that game-winning just 3-man sacrifice by VVV was a little strange. Pekin Wolf was not expecting the damage out of Mashmi, and I think he was very consistent in the lane. And if you're VVV, you're thinking, all right, Tails and Xiaomei Mei, they stomped bottom lane. It looked like it in that first little bit.
Yeah.
And then it's like, actually, Mashmi's huge. He didn't die. He got 3 kills, very consistent, very high in his CS. And then it showed there on Pekin Wolf, who's like, whoa, where'd that damage come from?
Yep.
And just got shut down there, and then they picked up more for it as well.
Yeah, slowing the game down, putting the farm on people. I know you mentioned it a couple of times. They dedicate the gold to Mashmi.
Yeah.
When there's the lanes they break down, you have to pick who gets the farm. Teams choose who gets the farm there. When you see guys with really high CS counts, that's usually because the team allows that. They enable it. Mid laners, junglers will give them their Wraith camps or give them the Wolf camps, not farm them and let like a Ziggs or an Orianna get that for more gold. Teams will say, okay, the bottom lane, that's yours. Go solo it, go get the levels, go get the gold and all that. And this is kind of the choice made by Curse Academy. Mashmi got big. Duosec did his job as needily. Worked out quite nicely.
Yeah, it worked out very, very well. So Curse Academy, they have to be happy with that win, especially since it was over VVV with Pekin Wolf on something he's comfortable on.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're going to change their strategy too much. Going to go ahead and ban out 3 mid lane champions again in game 2, I would assume. Nothing was extremely scary that game. And I think Porpoise Pops on Evelyn, you know, he had a pretty good early game. He was decent, but Pat was keeping tabs on him in the jungle a lot. Just following his rotation. Wasn't as strong as him in the early game, which is very deadly as a jungler. Because if you end up in a 2v2 situation, you're just like, I'm countering that gank, but I'm not as strong. So it's kind of like this weird, delicate balance that you have to know when to go in.
Yeah.
And we saw it turned around on them very early on. But I think Porpoise Pops on the Evelyn, it wasn't very convincing for me. And Evelyn is a champion, actually, just in the overall right now. I feel like there's a lot better things on the table. Like there's Pantheon, Elise, Vi.
Yeah.
Still think that those are extremely strong champions. And Evelyn, with this team synergy we were talking about, with the poke mixed in with the engage, just wasn't working out for them.
So actually then want to press you on this real quick with the Vi coming in there. Like, adaptations that VVV should make then. Is it more hard engage to actually just like get a lead and close games?
Especially against somebody like Nidalee.
Yeah.
They had no hard engage, and that is the counter to Nidalee. You need something that can get onto her and just stop you guys from being poked down.
Okay.
And they didn't have that.
All right, well, we'll see what they can fix, guys. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's Game 2 in the quarterfinal fight between VVV Gaming and Curse Academy. Stick around. Well, ladies and germs, welcome back to the North American Challenger Series Playoffs Quarterfinals. It's time for Game 2 in this best of 3 between VVV Gaming and Curse Academy. Now, with one more victory, CA will advance to the semifinals and move within one series of a trip to the Summer Promotion Tournament.
Yeah, and that game started out well for VVV, but Curse Academy turned a couple catches into a Baron and won. And that win means CA have now won 3 in a row versus VVV. And Mashby came up big for his team, 3-0-0, with the most CS in the game at 337. Coming up big there, catching Pekin Wolf off, and then being like, oh, let's go get Baron, turning the game around there.
Yep.
And it was VVV, it looked like from start to almost finish, and Curse Academy picked up the ball when they dropped it.
Yeah.
So battle between Rux and Chris in the top lane was also something we wanted to keep an eye on. And Rux went 2-2-4 with 335 CS, and Chris went 1-1-1 with 296. It's a little bit of an edge there for Rux.
Yeah.
And coming up big for his team there, pulling a lot of attention, and despite not having teleport.
That's a big one for me, is he went all in for lane bully. He's like, I'm Renekton, I am pulling Ignite, and Rux was the one forcing the issue. And that is, I feel like, so difficult to play around, where you're like, not only are we behind, but we do not have the map mobility that VVV has. Curse Academy still were able to force the issue, never give up too much. The one that I really point to, and this is so smart, I love that Curse Academy went for this. VVV was like, we got this dragon.
Yeah.
Guarantee we got this dragon. And Curse Academy says, okay, we'll push mid and top. They got 2 turrets for the dragon, disengaged successfully, and was like, great, we came out ahead, and you had the mobility advantage.
Yeah, and you always talk about hemorrhaging, too. You're just like, oh, they hemorrhaged off more gold. They just gave up more. And Curse Academy, they kept taking things in response. They're like, okay, we had about 1 or 2 bad picks in the early game.
Yeah.
Let's just keep tabs on things. And then in the late game, it paid off because Mashby was right up there with everybody else in gold, coming up big for his team, making some picks for himself, and then they turned that into a victory.
Yeah.
Which is huge. Just for, like, if you would just pause that game at 15 minutes or something like that, it would have been like, okay, there's a gold team here, and VVV, they have a good team comp. I think this will scale really well as well. They have Lulu, they have Shyvana, who is legendary for outscaling Renekton, and is why she's played for the most part.
Yeah.
Because Renekton's so popular. But Rux didn't let that affect him at all.
That never paid off.
No, it did not. We basically didn't see that come to fruition. And it's like, oh, Shyvana versus Renekton. Renekton's still bullying Shyvana by that 24-minute mark.
Yeah, impressive play. Went all the way to the Ravenous Hydra as well. I often see, like, they'll stop at Tiamat and then get tanked so they can get into team fights properly.
That's not Rux.
That was not important for Rux.
No.
Finish the Hydra, bully your opponent, lifesteal up in the battles. There are a couple of fun fights as well. I liked the Rux versus Tails fight, where Rux, like, exactly properly identified how much damage he could take. Like, I think he knew that Tails was barrier baiting him, because once he flashed out, he was like, you still have barrier. Yep. If I fight you, I'll lose. Turns away, 50 health, survives with the ulti. Also dodges the Pekin Wolf rotation. That was cool.
That was cute.
I like that.
Pekin Wolf's just zipping up to the top lane. And there was a pink ward in that bush, too. So Rux knew that if he went that way, he wouldn't have been seen by anything.
Yeah. Smart heads-up play with these guys. And so now the one thing I want to see different from VVV is a different top lane matchup. I thought, okay, sure, right, they gave him Lulu. Pekin Wolf obviously had a good champion here, but, like, you win a lane against Lucian Annie with a Morgana, like, to me, that just speaks to, like, an incredibly skilled duo lane for VVV. I think they're fine kind of no matter what you do. I think VVV needs to set Chris up for success.
Yeah.
And give him something that's going to be lane bully, so he can either pick Renekton or pick a counter pick to Renekton, as opposed to, like, a just wait and out scale. I think you use that skill that he has and let him bully out.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too. I want to think back to the champion select of Game 1, because we're about to see Game 2's. Game 1, what they ended up doing, I know that was really good. That was awesome. That was
not planned, by the way.
I had no angels telling me things that time in my ear, just sweet nothings. So what ended up happening was they first picked the Nidalee, and then it was Lulu and not Lulu. It was Lulu and Evelyn that was first picked on the side of VVV.
Yes.
They locked in the Evelyn, and that was like, we have no hard engage versus your Nidalee.
Yeah.
Which is a huge red flag. Because if you're going to first pick that, you already saw the Nidalee pick coming out, so it wasn't a surprise. So you pick a soft engage jungler.
Yeah.
That should have been something like a Pantheon or a Vi if you wanted to even get on Mashby.
Yeah.
So.
Or at least, like, support Leona. And I know that's not, like, a big pick for him, but, like, when the Anna got taken, I mean, Thresh, I believe, was still available, and Leona is just something that I feel like I think support should learn that champion so you have a different type of champ to bring in the role. Even if it's not your best, know get enough to bring it confidently in a match, I think, is an important thing for aspiring pros. Just to have the types of champs available that if you need that strategic niche, you have it at least in the pool.
Yeah, and just having more options available to you that do different things. Like if you're a mid laner, you're like, I want something that pokes, I want something that assassinates,
want at least
roams,
one.
and wave clears. So you have all these options, and that you can have diverse team compositions.
Yeah.
So,
We'll see what happens here.
Hopefully going to shape up a little differently for both of these teams.
Yeah. We'll see what comes through. Ziggs, the first ban here. Curse Academy last time, Ziggs, Gragas, and LeBlanc were their 3 bans. I think they might change one for Nidalee, maybe Lulu. We'll see what they do with this one. Lee Sin, Kale, I believe, repeated bans here for VVV as well. So far as the bans are concerned, no one making any major differences. Nidalee is added to the ban list, I should say. I know you mentioned that LeBlanc probably shouldn't belong there. We'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, I really thought that was a questionable ban by Curse Academy because there was just so much open there, and they were first pick. So it's like, why'd you ban LeBlanc? Could have banned Nidalee, could have banned Lulu, and then like if you ban Nidalee, you force them to ban Lulu, and then they ended up being able to ban Kale, which is Duo-Sex champion that last time just schooled them on. Did so much damage on that champion, and since Beacon Wolf was on one of his B tiers, he wasn't as effective, especially against that A tier from Duo-Sec.
Yeah. So what happens in this one. Kha'Zix, I believe, also a repeated ban here for VVV, so nothing new for these guys. They'll rely on their first pick if they want to deny anything else from the lineups. Curse Academy taking their time with their bans. Not 100% sure in what they're going to be doing, but they wait till the last second, and they do add Lulu. So Gragas and LeBlanc available since last time. See what Chris picks up for the team. Now, Pekin Wolf, of course, knows with 2 champs available, he gets everyone he wants. Now, maybe he's actually more confident in his LeBlanc than we've been giving him credit for, but it's the hover right now.
Well, he might be confident in it. I'm not confident in his LeBlanc.
Hey, we'll see.
That's just me. I mean, he could possibly blow my socks off, but last time I was a little underwhelmed at that.
Sure.
His LeBlanc was not up to par with his Nidalee. That's always banned out against him.
Yeah.
And Ziggs as well. Just, we want to get those champions away from him. And so once again, he's on LeBlanc. They forfeit the Gragas. And it's funny because the Gragas is actually a flex pick too if they had picked it. Chris plays that in the top lane, and Pekin Wolf plays that in the mid. So even if they left LeBlanc up, they could have gone with like a Gragas LeBlanc composition.
Yeah.
Or they could have just had the Gragas be like, okay, we're okay with that. It's fine. But I mean, they could still do it because no mid laner was locked in here for Curse Academy. They go with the safe picks.
Exactly. Well, they go for the same comp they had last time, actually. They're letting Rux lane bully. Ignite Renekton went well. Mashmi's Lucian lost lane early on, still scaled back up, had a good performance in team fights. You saw him actually dueling Pekin Wolf later on in the game as well. So they say, hey, let's keep picking up what worked for us. VVV gonna make their different choices. I think I agree with this one here, looking at Pantheon. A bit more ability to start fights, because if you trust the team to get ahead early, just add the ability to end the game, and then you're in a really good place as a team.
Yeah, because normally you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs, and you're like, okay, the game will come to us. And it did come to them.
Yeah, in the wrong way.
Defeat.
Or second place.
Second place. But of course, if you get second place here, you go home.
Yeah.
You don't move on.
It's true.
So, second place to the LCS. And go back to Challenger.
There you go. Let's see what happens. Caitlyn, the hover right here. Pantheon as well. So Kate does come through for Tails. He did have a pretty good performance on that champion. Unfortunately, couldn't put it together too much for the team. But Corpus Pops now is going to play Pantheon instead of the Evelynn. We'll see how much his ganks, how much his engages will work for the team.
Yeah, and I like that pick a lot more than the Evelynn on multiple accounts. You have hard CC, you're able to engage, you have a lot of damage that you bring to the table too. So I like that. I just think it's a game too late at this point, especially since they haven't shown what type of mid laner they're bringing for Curse Academy or their jungler. It's a very early pick here. And okay.
Well, you know, Curse Academy are the ones who are going to want the Evelynn on this one. Thresh also comes through for Cabagon. So they've blind picked their top laner, but they're going to save their mid for last, even though they know that VVV is going for LeBlanc here, which means they want to see the rest of the comp. They want to hide what their composition does as well. It's not about the matchup. It's about the team play of the mid laner here for Curse Academy.
Yeah, and see how that synergized with the rest of it. And so when they picked Caitlyn, they already saw Lucian locked in. So they didn't go on up to pick up their support early. They wanted to see what Curse Academy brought so that they could counter it. Now that they have Thresh, it'd be great to lock in something like Morgana, who hard counters Thresh in every regard of that champion.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in this one. Of course, Xiaomei Mei did play Morg last time. We'll see if he goes back to it. However, Tails right now is on Riven for Chris. I know we said he's pretty synonymous with that champion. A great player overall. Riven Renekton is an interesting matchup. When you traditionally say go slightly in Renekton's favor, but you can outplay it. The lock-in does come through. Chris will get Riven here, of course. When you send all your bans to the mid lane, it means the rest of your players get whatever they want. So there's the lineup here. VVV a lot more engaged and better matchups in a lot of places.
This is going to have to pay off, too, for Chris. It's a very risky matchup here. And I have to say, Ryze is still open. He's still open through all of this. And people regard Ryze as one of the best counters to Renekton in the top lane. You can keep him down and give him a really bad time. Doesn't opt to go for it, opts to go for the Riven, who's an in-your-face pick, and has to duel Renekton and trade very effectively with him early.
Yeah.
Because if you lose one of those trades, you have to wait for your cooldowns, try to re-engage, and then hope it goes differently the next time. Basically, it's insanity over and over again until you come out on top, or you get a gank. And with Pantheon, it's very, very possible, and with the assistance in the lockup.
Absolutely, but keep in mind, Evelyn's also waiting in the wings there for Pat in the jungle. So also both these top laners, I think, are going Ignite in the matchup. So they're like, forget the team. I'm going to exert dominance in this lane. It's going to be a fun top lane. I'm looking forward to it, actually.
Gonna try to roast each other.
Yeah.
Cut them up, serve them for dinner.
Crocodile shoes.
And then...
I don't know if there's really anything edible from Riven. Just eat the blade. Like Renekton would be hardcore enough to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, he would. He's the butcher of the sands.
There you go.
Chop her up, serve her up.
With her own sword. Man, this is cruel. Orianna the pickup here for Duosec. Why not? I figured it makes sense there. It's like Orianna, though, puts it in, helping the team engage. Also a great defensive option as well. But I think it's a nice, well-rounded pickup here.
A couple submarine balls going in there. Throw it onto Pat. See if you can go ahead and get a lockup.
Yeah.
You can also slow everybody with the Agony's Embrace, and then go ahead and use the Shockwave right on top of them when you close the distance.
Yeah.
So a lot of theoretical things coming out here. Put a box around them, too. Just gift wrap them for everybody.
Yeah, it is one thing to point out, actually, you know, the gift wrap and all that, because Curse Academy doesn't have a true dedicated hard engage. No. There's not a Leona, there's not an Annie, they're missing that element from last time, which can be a real detriment to the lineup. But at the same time, they have, I think, enough soft engages that it will eventually pan out, right? Evelyn flank into Shockwave. Thresh comes into the box, puts him in gift wrap, Shockwave again, right? There's, I think, enough ways to set up the eventual fight that I think it still works. But it does have to be tested a bit. There's a Morgana on the other side, which can make it worse.
It's a lot of soft engages that come together to form this hard engage. You just pack them on top of each other. Enough soft things, it becomes really dense and hard.
It'll eventually become a diamond of engagement.
Your engage is a diamond.
There you go.
There you go.
Tarek is pleased. We're going to see if they can make it happen. VVV vs. Curse Academy, Game 2, hitting the rift. And we'll see if the lineup changes and champion changes make much of a difference here. Chris on Riven, Porpoise Pops on Pantheon. Peek and Wolf on the Blanc that got banned away last time. Curse Academy picking a couple of champions that they weren't allowed to pick up a little while ago.
Now the early ward start here from Xiao Mei Mei. See what he does with it. See a lot of people opting for that when they go ahead and get the gold generation item early on. And it also typically means that they're going to place it somewhere and then go counter invade the other side so they know they're okay. But it looks like it's just going to be a device to help them with their actual invasion.
Well, Mashmi saw the invade, though. Both these guys know.
Caligon saw the ward go down, too. They're pinging it.
Oh, interesting.
Saw the animation from the Fog of War.
Yeah.
The little light.
As long as you can see where the ward is going, pretty much, you'll know that it went down there. So, a lot of information here. Doran's shield start for Cabagon versus the Spell Thief's Edge here for Xiao Mei Mei. Would give a 2-on-1 lead to VVV, though slight, if they wanted it. Does not seem to be the case here. Chris is going to recall. Riven will be heads up 1v1 versus Rux. Both games here, the team's going into 2v2 matchups.
I don't know. We see Cabagon and Mashmi rotating top. Rux is still in that pile of people.
No, they're going to separate it out. Curse Academy.
Why not 2-on-1 the Riven?
Okay. It's interesting because here's the thought, though, right? Is you opened Doran's shield and opted a 2v1. So unless Curse Academy thought VVV was going for it and tried to mind game it and failed, it's very weird to start Doran's shield in this situation.
Yeah. And now Chris doesn't see this invasion. So, oh, he had an itching. He sees it.
Okay, so he knows about this, which means we should have a pretty safe buff trade here. Porpoise Pops will just go for the enemy blue buff, though he gets very little of a leash here, meaning he'll take some damage on his way on this one. But
here's the thing, too, is that Chris immediately goes to the lane, while Rux is going to go ahead and farm the jungle in the meantime.
Yeah.
So Chris is missing out on some experience if he gets bullied. There's a Thresh who can always hook him in and make him take a ton of damage. And the fact that he started Blade means he isn't going to have that passive regen just from sitting around with the shield.
We'll see if this pays off for him or not. Rux is actually going to come down and take a look over the blue buff steal, though I think there's a very low chance of success. He's going to just check, see what goes on. Puts the trinket ward down. It's going to help him get the timer. And they'll know if VVV leaves one of the little minis there. Pat with blue buff will be safe to take the lizard camp down, though. So level 3 now on the junglers on both sides. And I do want to watch Pekin Wolf versus Duosec here, because I know we said that Pekin Wolf did not have a good game on LeBlanc last time, but the fact that it's drawing bans and he's still picking it means they believe in it.
Yeah.
Both teams do, actually.
And first picking it, too. Make sure that he's comfortable on that. And I hope he's good on it. That's the thing. I'm always up for great games.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I want to see if they picked the best possible one here. Chris already going back. He got 3 CS, so he's even with Rux.
All right, here we go. It's going to be the bottom turret going down right here. 5:27 into the game. A bit slower here for Curse Academy, but they should still be able to take it down. We've seen teams get a full turret lead over the start of the game just by doing better pushing right here. Top lane turret finally goes down. The early recall from Cabagon, it looks like Curse Academy does not want much more than this. Looks like they're going to try to reset these lanes if they can, or at least defend with Thresh.
Chris still off on the side. Hasn't cleared any of the jungle. And now he's trying to absorb experience, and man, just being a top laner is just always brutal in 2-on-2s. 2-on-1s.
Yeah, well, Rock's actually gonna basically chill here on the 3-on-1, taking a bit of harass, but really not losing too much. You gotta wonder, like, Chris is leeching enough XP. He's hit level 2 now that the enemy lane is backed off, but he could have tried to 4-on-1 that lane, for example, get the second turret down. But he was just kind of allocated nowhere.
They were trying to get around to the bad side of Pekin Wolf there. 3 men strong in the middle, waiting for him to use his distortion to try and clear the wave. But he's like, I know this game. I know this game. He's not going to let it happen.
No engage going to be found just yet. Pat with the red buff, looking to flank around Curse Academy.
Oh, he's going to meet Porpoise Pops, though.
Okay, the ward gives away his position. I don't think he saw Evelyn directly, though.
Where did that come from? Just popped out of air.
The sky. The
Grand
summoner
Skyfall
himself.
Ward.
Grand ward fall?
Just a
ward drop? Maybe. That'd be a great ultimate. I guess it's
Throw a
called.
ward anywhere on the map?
I guess it's called clairvoyance or blue trinket.
I was gonna say scrying orb.
Feral flare.
I'm glad you said it was great.
Yeah, there you go. Pantheon's ultimate is now blue trinket. Deal with it.
Or you can just get a blue trinket and have 2.
Oh my gosh, that's just broken. And he could bring clairvoyance. St. Vicious would. There's actually a fun tweet from St. Vicious with the early trinket changes. He's like, man, I have to bring CV to keep my jungle safe. I might as well just drop Smite. I'm not using it anyway. That was great.
Oh wow.
He knows his own. He knows his own joke.
He's just owning up to it.
Yeah, it's fair.
So now we see Porpoise Pops coming in on the side of Duosec right here. He gets
Be a good one. Stun lands, forces the flash. Heartseeker strike. I don't know if it works against robots, but it still deals some damage.
Robots, they probably have some type of gearbox or some central processing.
Central
strike.
processing
there you go.
strike. There it is. Should rename it depending on who he's fighting against. Tails just chilling here with the Caitlyn. Early Berserker's Greaves. 30 CS. Actually, Mashme walked all the way across the map. Didn't even recall. Just showed up to the bottom lane. 39 CS to 31. See if that works well against Tails. Pat looking for the gank on Chris.
I think Chris is in a much better situation here. 31 to 10. 2 levels up over Rux.
Yeah, well, they can't dive him. Like, they can't dive into Chris because the minions would kill him. But at the same time, Rux has a bunch of XP waiting for him.
Porpoise Pops is off on the side, and if they get overly aggressive...
No, Pat was defense.
Yeah.
Porpoise Pops looking to dive, and it was 5v3 in levels. And Pat was like, hold on a second.
Oh, they ping him out. Oh.
Chris, yeah. They reveal him in this one, but Rux really clearing the wave pretty successfully. Though I gotta say, Chris froze the top lane long enough. He's 35 to 19 in minions. It's a big gold lead.
Still some minion wave available to him. Oh, the lantern comes down. They're going on
Cabagon.
Oh, there.
Duosec was just chilling and killing minions instead, though. Pat shows up to push down into Porpoise Pops. Here comes a Shockwave. Flash is going to dodge. Duosec does not have a flash this time. Porpoise Pops can put the damage down, but he's only level 4. There's damage coming through. He will fall down. First blood, the Duosec. Pekin Wolf now forced to dodge away as well. Curse Academy with the start.
Duosec didn't take the lantern. He didn't have a whole bunch of mana at his disposal.
Yeah.
And if he had been coming from the same angle as everybody else, they could just flash away.
Yeah.
And get the distance. So instead, Goes for the pincer maneuver.
It was the correct play. He made it work. Chris actually getting pushed around a little bit. Pat coming down around the angle.
On the blues up. And that's where he wants to go.
Puts the ward down, misses the brush. Dude, I've seen a lot of wards miss the brush this series, but Pat probably in decent shape with this one. Actually in a good angle to have his Q kill all of the little monsters there. And smites away. Hits level 6 with a blue buff steal. Curse Academy looking so much better this game.
No top turret here either, and they're 3-man strong. Oh, the hook!
Great hook onto Chris, the stun as well. Down he goes. Cabagon with the kill secure for the team. It's going to work out nicely. Now Porpoise Pop's getting his own red buff, but 2 levels behind Pat is not good.
No, he ended up getting killed. Didn't get much for his efforts, and the CS is in the lead too. And Duosec eating some chains.
Some good damage, honestly. Picking up with the 2 chains, actually. He mimicked it. Put out some damage onto him, but look at this. Top lane very much under fire. No response, no rebuttal whatsoever for VVV. Looks like it's going to be 2 turrets to 1 in the early game unless Chris can do something special. Not going to be the case. Top laner support jungler. Cross-team synergy right there.
It would have to have been something really special he could pull out. Just Chris.
Suddenly level 18, one-shots everybody.
Somehow.
Quadruples his level. Hits the button. So, that's going to be going down, but the harass coming in from Pekin Wolf off the shield. Pat coming in from the wings. No ulti for him, but Dragon is going down. VVV do answer that on the other side of the map. That's going to give them a bit of experience back. Porpoise Pops hit most of a level off that Dragon kill, so.
He's going to need 1 more before he can start making that pressure on the map, which is really their boon right now. They need that Grand Skyfall. They need to have it in crucial lanes. But right now, Curse Academy all grouped up, 4 men strong in the mid.
Ooh, hook does not quite land right there. Pekin Wolf's going to be safe on this one, but he still can't do anything but watch from the distance. Curse Academy just deciding to push, making the rotations happen. And VVV, honestly, they're showing up a bit late. They're losing so much turret damage. And this time they didn't answer with the Dragon. They just lost turret health.
There's a rotation, they're lower in HP. Also the fact that Duosec, even if Chris had come in from the side like that, I was actually surprised at how scared they were. Because Shockwave was up, they could have put Chris in a very bad position. And they don't go for it. They go for they just back off and play this out. And, oh, Pat's caught, and Riven's gonna chunk him.
Big damage comes out. Doesn't even need to ult. Chris with a nice play right there, the invasion. Pantheon ult as well towards the mid lane. Binding lands, Duosec, Shockwave on the 2, but here comes Chris, has the ulti. Double kill for Riven.
That's Chris's Riven, right there, basically in a nutshell. I'm going to invade the very squishy jungler. He's got no defensive items. Great, that's what I want to take off, and now they're going to get 2 and a turret.
Absolutely great right here. No dragons in this game. The one in the jungle is dead, and no one picked it in Champion Select. Mid lane turret going to be going down. Pantheon making things happen this time around. Chevy May forced a little bit back. Mashby forced to flash. Chain was almost there to pick him up right here. It's going to be the disengage. VVV back in this game. 700 gold puts them ahead here. They've equalized the total number of turrets.
And now they get the blue buff. Theirs was stolen away previously. Oh, the hook and the nothing.
Oh, Chris actually... No, he didn't. Never mind. He got that off Evelyn. Porpoise Pop smites it away. I believe it's actually him carrying it in this one. This was like one of those trick smites where someone else gets it.
It'd actually be good to have it on Pantheon.
Yeah,
the Grand Skyfall cooldown. Also, the fact that he'll be just spamming his spells so much and hasn't completed his Lizard Elder just yet.
I think he will off of this recall.
Yeah, once he recalls, he will be able to have it, or as it stands right now.
True. He's actually missing out on money by not completing the item yet.
Yeah, that's also something too, is when you people have the Lizard Elder, if you counter jungle and take the big creeps, you're actually taking more gold away from the person.
Yeah, if they can't cash in conservation stacks, they just get sadder and sadder here. See what else he can do. Wow, Mashby shot that second bullet behind his back. That was sweet. You see that?
Lucian's arm just like, ugh.
Made it happen. That's kind of the point of that champion.
How is that possible?
You just gotta move. You gotta twist. Chris stuck at a 1v2. No flash, nowhere to go. The ultis pop right there by Pat and Rux, and down he goes.
He used too many broken wings to clear the wave, and they got him on the very last one, and Rux was able to close the distance. Yeah. No flash used either.
Yep. That guy's dead. He's gonna have to come back up into the mix. I believe he was still, I think he might have been still wearing the blue buff actually when he did go down. Pat might have been able to get that one back. Have to check to make sure. Yep, that's buffs back on
jungle,
Pat.
though.
Pekin Wolf finding a bit of harass. Porpoise Pop's nearby. He's gonna get the kill.
Got flash too.
The root, the stun, the damage, nowhere for Pat to go. They give the kill to Pekin Wolf. Buffs transfer for the 3rd time now.
That blue's getting all the love.
Yep.
Everybody gets a piece of the pie, just going all around the map. Flash was still available for Porpoise Pops. He has backed, he has completed his Elder Lizard, and he's about to have Grand Skyfall back up for another play.
Ooh, this is going to be fun to watch. Can Porpoise Pops get anything out of this one. Of course, mid lane turret is dead. Top lane is available. It's going to be Chris pushing towards it right now. And I got to point out, Tiamat done for the Riven versus parts of a Sunfire Cape for Rux. I feel like as far as a power spike is concerned, Chris should be in good shape here.
This is something interesting too, is that typically when we see Rux on every champion I've seen him play in the Challenger Series, he will go for an offensive item first. This is one of the first times I've seen him go defensive right off the bat.
Yeah.
Not going for a Tiamat, not going for a Trinity Force.
He's afraid of the battle against Chris. Chris will land a bit of a stun, but the Lantern is there for Rux, puts some damage down, hops on out. Heartseeker Strike not mattering too much. Peek and Wolf on top of a ward. Looks like Curse Academy won't overextend. Knowing this, Hook comes out, does land. Good read by Cabagon. Flash is going to get him away from the box in this one. No gift wrap this time.
Nope. Just some nice little chuckles there as he walks away.
I don't think those are nice chuckles.
It's a cackle.
Those are very evil chuckles.
Those aren't the chuckles that people give you when they're happy?
No. Yeah. I mean, he might be happy he's killing someone, but not happy with me.
All right, well, Porpoise Pops. Happy with the Wraith.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's happy with his legs too. He's gonna go jump.
Jump into the air. Rux trying to get away from this one. Stunned up near the turret. Porpoise Pops in range. Finds it. Ulti from Rux. Chris forced to disengage though, and here comes Pat.
Predator.
Pat has ulti. Rux puts a stun down. Chris trying to dash away. Ulti comes out. Looks like the last charge of the ulti not going to get used because he just doesn't need it. Nice slice in by Rux. One hit to go. The stun from Porpoise Pops. And the chase down on a Pantheon. Will he give the life for the team? Chris will go down.
Took the long way around. Oh.
The dodge. The
He's
third Q over the turret. Nice.
Gives you a little extra boost.
Nice play by Chris to get out. Porpoise Pops.
They're a little far up now, and now they have Peek and Wolf and Xiao Mei closing in on them.
All right, well, Rux, he's going to get silenced, meaning that it's going to be a little bit easier to land the rest of this one. Gets the burst down. Black Shield prevents the stun. Peek and Wolf gets the kill, but at the same time, they left the mid lane open to Curse Academy. Mid lane outer turret goes down, making it 4-4 in kills, 4-4 in dragons, and the same gold for both, or 4-4 in turrets, same gold both teams.
4-4 in dragons, yeah.
I think 1-1 in
turrets.
dragons. Maybe 1-0.
Yeah, they're very close all throughout, but there's another dragon coming up in 6 seconds here, and nobody's in position to get to it right now. Grand Skyfall not on the field for Porpoise Pops, so he doesn't have that engagement tool available. Chris clearing out the mid lane, has his defensive boots now, and then he's going straight back to offense. All he needs.
Yep, I think it's the right choice, though. He knows he's going to be battling Renekton 1v1, and he'll be diving Mash Me in team fights. Itemizes around that. Damage comes in towards the dragon. Culling comes through. VVV used it to help him kill it faster. And, okay, he smites it properly. That was close.
Uh-oh.
All right, no flash for Panther. He's going to jump and go for the battle. The team comes in as well. Do they have what it takes? Chris, no ulti. Hook on a Xiao Mei. He's going to be going down. Peek and Wolf do have the dashes. Porpoise Pops pretty well screwed. 2 kills coming for Curse Academy as payment for the dragon.
And it's even gold again.
Yep.
Porpoise Pops got really low, sat there and said, I'll back. Nobody find me. Just nobody find me. And then Peek and Wolf brings them back to him.
Well, he had nowhere to go.
He's a good friend.
It's not his fault. Porpoise Pops multiple times now taken one for the team. His last 2 deaths are in place of someone else.
Just gives them his life. My life for my teammates. It's a great jungler, great support motto, too.
It's the way of the porpoise.
The porpoise motto?
Yep. My life for the team. He's the Pops. He's the dad.
He's the Pops? Aw, he's protecting his babies.
Exactly. Protecting his porpoise babies here on VVV.
I always thought it was like a cereal, like Porpoise Pops.
No. I mean, at least it'd be a popsicle, but I think it's the daddy porpoise.
Porpoise popsicle?
Yeah. That was how I always thought of it, but I'd rather it be the daddy porpoise. I think it's just cooler. Ironically, popsicles would be cooler, but you know what I'm saying. Tails! He's got Zergrease, he's got a dagger, we're moving on to the game.
Okay.
Forget that I made that terrible joke. Just kidding, it was amazing. Tails, Xiao Mei, same build actually on Morgana. He really likes this one. Also still rushes the Kindle Gem. So, wasn't an accident, on purpose, wants to see the R in health. All right.
There's still very good abilities to have on a Morgana. You're going to be taking a brunt of the damage when you're running into Soul Shackle. One cooldown reduction, so you can throw up Dark Bindings more often.
Yeah.
Hopefully hit them, sometimes miss them more often.
He's had a lot of them, though.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still impressed by his play. I gotta say, I think that pickup from UV was smart. We'll see if they can keep the pressure going, though. A small goal deficit, but they can, of course, bring it back. We'll see how their shot calling goes in the mid-game as they clear away these minions.
And Pat's been playing the Evelynn very, very well. He's actually put on a clinic compared to how Porpoise Pops was playing it last game.
Yeah.
The early game aggression that he's brought to the table and the rotations. that he has. Because Evelyn isn't a very good duelist at all. She's more reliant on the fact that you can't see her and she appears out of nowhere. That is the basis of her kit, is the surprise factor.
Yeah.
So he's been using that to his advantage. He's 3-2 and 3. He's been involved in every kill on the map for his team. And now in mid lane, they tried to push up, but it's always just this early on in the game, you should create some area so that Pantheon can skyfall into the back line. You don't want to skyfall into a turret either.
No.
So I assume they're going to go back, going to go ahead, get their items, then create vision and create an engage, because that's what this team has from VVV over Curse Academy. They have the engage power and the burst potential from Riven and LeBlanc. Or you can pick somebody off with the Morgana. I mean, there's always lots of options here. Curse Academies, though, are a little limited. They're the team fight, Shockwave, and the split push.
See what they can do with this one. Looks like the catch's going to be on a Cabagon, though. He goes down with the box. Not doing too much. Tails and Mashme in a bit of a battle here up in the upper jungle.
So a little faster than I thought it would be. The Grand Skyfall already came out. And up top, oh, Evelyn's here too, Chris.
Chris will do what he can. Ulti is available. Flash is back. Binding won't quite land. There's a bit of damage coming across, though. The root onto Rux is Renekton. The push still going in. They look for Pat there. The knockup is there. Good damage coming through. Chris ulti should come out soon. More damage comes in. Kate ulti blocked by Rux. 2 kills. VVV catching back up.
Now looks like they're going to back instead of push the issue with the Baron. No real objectives available on the outskirts for them. Still locked up at 4-4 in turrets, 6-6 in kills. Little bit of a gold advantage here for VVV, which is just from mostly the farm of Tails, but that's making up for the farm of Pekin Wolf. So, pretty back and forth. I actually think it's mostly from Xiao Mei Mei having the gold generation item early on. I think that's actually where most of the gold's coming from. And a little bit of the assists.
Yeah, he's getting a good bit of money overall. We'll see what else these guys can do to pay off their debts. VVV are 500 up. Tails. Dagger into pickaxe. Interesting. We'll see if he goes last whisper, if it's just for the gold, or just for the damage before he finishes things like Phantom Dancer. But he's getting a lot of the side lane farm right here. I know last time Mashme got a whole bunch of farm on the sides and caught up. Chris, though, speaking of catching up, finds Cabagon again. Blade not going to stop much. The flash stun comes in as well. Big amount of burst, but here comes the Evelyn. Here comes Mashme. Porpoise Pops bit off more than he can chew. Goes down 1, 4, and 3. Bit too aggressive.
And Chris backed off of that one. Did not have his Blade of the Exile available, so no Wind Slash coming out for the execute. Overextension, great follow-up. Cabagon throws out the hook very calmly. And the flash from Porpoise Pops, I didn't know if he had to use it to get over the wall.
He did.
Wanted to close the distance.
Yeah.
Very aggressive play. Didn't have the burst available to him that he thought he did.
I think he wanted to catch before Cabagon flashed.
Yeah.
I thought if we could burst him out, he'll just die, but unfortunately did not quite have the damage they wanted. Cabagon survived, as we saw. We see the rest of the match play out right now. These guys are trading kills back and forth, 6-7 here. But the point I was saying earlier about Mashme is, last game he got a lot of side lane farm and just got a gigantic minion lead, eventually the highest in the game, actually. But right now, Tails is actually still above Mashme in CS. Right? He's still staying up there. The kills go to Mashme's favor, putting him in a good gold position, but as far as minions go, we'll see. Ward comes out.
Skyfall available. He's going to go.
See what he looks for. Goes on towards the backside. Cabagon has nowhere to go. Pekin Wolf explodes the man with that fire grasp. Here comes the jump in. Pat looking for Porpoise Pops again. He goes down time and again. This poor Pantheon falling over.
That poor Piss Pops.
Yep. Poor Piss Pops.
Okay.
Attempt to steal a Pekin Wolf. Okay, jumps back in time. I was afraid for a second. Blue buff also for Curse Academy, plus the dragon off the jungler kill. This is nice for these guys, but Chris is not done. He wants to push the mid lane up, push the top lane up, maybe even steal a red buff.
Yeah, it'd be great if he steals the red buff away. It'll stop it from going over to Mashme. That's going to be his main objective. Then he'll go clear that wave top. Then they can possibly apply some pressure. But right now, they're just concerned with taking these objectives away.
That was actually really smart by Chris. He knew he had very little time to steal that. He just, okay, they're at dragon, they'll go for their buffs. Popped ulti in order to steal it, and it's the only reason he actually got out in time. It's a really smart move.
Otherwise,
to know the timings on that.
Would have been a little too late.
He would have pulled a double lift.
Red buff, worth
it. Yeah.
It's worth the game. At least I have that red buff around me for a couple seconds. Yeah. Not transferred over, but that's not the issue.
Doesn't matter.
I got it. It's about sending a message.
You got the bling. Sent the message. Not a big deal. Regular SMS rates do apply, but you know what? It's okay. long as they received it. 600 gold. Spinning Curse Academy had these guys trading very small leads back and forth. Duosec, 159 minions on Orianna. 1 completed item so far, going towards, I'm guessing, Death Cap second. DFG soon avoids Steph for Peek and Wolf. He's going to be very good at destroying frontliners. There is not much MR on Rux right now.
Yeah, he's mostly itemized to go up against Chris and attempt to split push still. He has another Giant's Belt for himself. It'll be a Warden's Mail after the Merc Treads, I assume. And then he'll start building some MR. But in the meantime, we're going to have to see, can he get burst down by Peek and Wolf?
It's going to be the thing to watch for.
DFG still available, 401 for Peek and Wolf.
Gotta say, he's answered that question pretty well.
Yeah.
LeBlanc's working for him.
Yeah, it is. It's working for him right now. I want to see how aggressive he gets with it. And how often he can blow up the squishies. They don't have a frontliner. Corpus Pops is pretty far from that right now.
Yeah.
Chris, he's going to be diving in no matter what. He's not really a frontliner. He's just like an aggressive all-in.
Yeah. I mean, he's in the front line.
He's not going to be soaking anything.
He's not a tank.
Yes, he's not soaking anything.
He's going to be up there somewhere.
And if it is, he's soaking in his enemy's tears because he's just completely obliterating them. Yep.
Speaking of obliteration.
Whew, that wave.
Goodbye, minions. WR, and down they go. Peek and Wolf.
Made those minions disappear. It's a magic trick.
Block the illusionist.
The deceiver. They aren't really gone. They're just turned into gold.
They're actually nice. He also knows alchemy. That's wonderful.
You can't create gold.
It's a heavily skilled. I mean, it just happened. Tails, Nash me in a battle, pass
There's
around.
Pat.
Binding's going to land. This is not necessarily great for Pat. Has a lantern to go to, though. And an Orianna for defense. Peek and Wolf, though, on the side lane split push. No one is answering this. 4 attacks till the turret goes down.
And I like the wall that VVV has created with their members to guard Peek and Wolf's retreat.
That's good. When you push, you have to push everywhere. If you don't have complete vision coverage, VVV making that happen. And, to be fair, had wards watching the rotations towards him. A very safe split push there that did pay off. 5-4 in turrets. Close to 1,000 gold, putting VVV back ahead here. And the Void Staff now completed for Peek and Wolf.
I have a feeling that this game is just going to get to that point where somebody has that team fight where 4 people die and it's just like, just one missed position. And the other team's good enough to take advantage of that, whether it's Curse Academy or VVV. So VVV has the burst potential, Curse Academy has that team fight.
We'll see if they can get it with this one. Rock's going to kill it with the double golems, getting himself a little bit more money. 0, 1, and 5 on Renekton. There for the team. All his kills have been with his teammates. Let's see if he can keep playing the tank role here. Chris, of course, on Riven, making a little bit more individual plays, but having kind of a similar performance. Has a couple of deaths, a couple of kills.
And at the same time, he's actually going for that Black Cleaver immediately after finishing the Brutalizer, so he can shred through that extra armor that Rux has.
Yeah.
He's counter-building the counter-build.
Yeah, trying as hard as he can to remove frontliners here. And honestly, it's a bunch of heavy offense.
Oh, it's what you have to do.
Sure.
They have a frontliner, a tank, and you don't. You just have to build more damage and get through it as fast as possible. So it's like, look at that. You don't have a tank either.
Yeah.
And even if you trade 1 for 1, I would still give a little bit of an edge here to VVV in like small skirmishes. If it's a 5-man just group up team fight, then Curse Academy, Shockwave is just too good of an ability.
Yeah, they've got Shockwave, they got the box, they've got Agony's Embrace from Evelyn. There's so many good AoE abilities here. And you're right, VVV are very individualistic. They're gonna look for these sideways engages, the split pushes, the catches.
The tiny power plays from each of them.
Yeah, and keep in mind, VVV, they're the team that have ward control. There are no wards at all on the bottom side of the map. But VVV are stretching wards in. Tails,
that's a
the
prime
blade
target.
comes out, gets away from the box though, gets completely out of that one.
It's a great binding again from Zhao Mei Mei. Must be so frustrating to play against him.
Yeah, but he's doing such a good job. The Aegis, the opening start once again for this Morgana, going for the teamwork.
Oh, they're gonna get MASH.
He's gonna go over towards the left, gonna look towards Cabagon. Lantern comes out, doesn't matter, but Cabagon gets rooted in place. But he's gonna be safe. VVV do not keep going in this one. They do have a bit of an inside track towards the mid lane. Chris has to flash the Shockwave, does just barely.
And the Agony's Embrace.
Yes, that's 2 ultis down. Actually, the only ult up for Curse Academy right now is Renekton's, whereas VVV has, looks like 3 of theirs. Is that going to matter enough for this fight right here? They hold on to an 800 gold lead. They're still the aggressive team, sweeping away wards, getting rid of the pinks, putting wards down. These guys own the upper jungle.
Yeah, so the Grand Skyfall from Porpoise Pops was really good considering it got the flash from Mashme and gave them a positional advantage because he didn't die after. It wasn't like a huge misplay or misposition on his part. And then they just converged, and now they're going to go after this top turret. And Curse Academy, they have to play the next team fight very, very carefully. No flash, missing a lot of ultimates.
See what they can find right here. The dissonance comes out, kills the minions away. Hook onto Pantheon, not where Porpoise Pops wants to be, has to dash away. Chain comes in, not going to complete onto Rux right here. Big minion wave towards the bottom side is pushing in towards VVV. Porpoise Pops low, he might have to back out. Looks like that is the case.
And Dragon's up. If Porpoise Pops backs, that's where they have to head immediately. And Chris, I think he might actually try to head his way over there first, place his ward on his way to that bottom to just clear it out. Because they have to try and beat Curse Academy there if they want to even like try to contest it.
Well, Peek and Wolf still on the retreat away. All of Curse Academy making their way down, but Tails is pushing the top side right here. VVV playing the map, saying, you take Dragon, we'll take something else. Chris takes all the farm in the bottom lane. He's going to get a bunch of golden experience. Turret traded for Dragon right here. These teams still neck and neck. 800 gold game.
Just look at Tails' farm. On that pace for 10 at a minute, giving him that solo farm we talked about. It's a conscious decision at this point in the game. Who's going to split push? Who's going to get a lot of that farm? And it's Chris and Tails. Those ADCs, those damage dealers to turrets, looking for it. Peek and Wolf was off on the side, and he just had like a thing of opportunity where he's like, I'm going to get it down because I can. And look at that. Red pot for Chris, just trying to increase his burst damage in the early game and get down Duosec. Kill Mashme, but first you have to get through Rux.
Yeah.
It's who you have to answer to before you get to that back line.
We'll see what kind of things these guys from VVV can do.
But let's flip it over to Curse Academy for a second. Once again, Mashme 3-0-1 now. So he's having a very similar game and performance to what he had last time. Very, very consistent, not giving up deaths. If they're behind, he's like, okay, I'm just going to be a rock for my team in this bottom lane. I'm going to keep my farm up and not give up any kills, get assists, be relevant in these fights, so that in the late game, I'm not just a pushover. I'm not just a paper doll, and I actually hit people hard.
Well, yeah, and speaking of hitting people hard, he's got a little bit to go till Last Whisper, meaning that Porpoise Pops, who's finished the round with Zoman, and even a little bit of Chris with the Ninja Tabby, going to be just a bit tanky in this matchup.
There's rotational error here from VVV that Curse Academy is exploiting.
Yeah, they're going to move in towards the mid lane here. They're going to have the members available, all 5.
Is Chris going to go straight for the back line? It's a very risky play, especially since that pink ward sees him out.
He's going to get... Didn't go through the brush enough. He's going to actually look for the bottom. He pings it.
They know it, though.
He just wants to split. So the 4 versus 5. Can Curse Academy get the siege in? Tails, the only wave clear here for the team. I don't know if it's going to be enough. The push comes through. This is going to be a dead turret. Rux goes for the engage. Can't quite find the engage, or at least the stun, but the turret does go down.
Here's the thing. Chris got nothing for that. He got maybe 4 minions, and they got a turret on Curse Academy side. And here comes the engage. Chris Academy is not there. Xiaomei Mei going for the engage.
They're going to try Xiaomei Mei exploding quickly before the stun can come through. It's going to be the fight, though. 1 dead already, and hip turret gone as well. Tails trying to run, takes the entire culling, and does go down. VVV 2-man shockwave hits Chris and Porpoise Pops. Distortion slowing them down. Another kill picked up. Pantheon goes. Peek and Wolf stunned up. Goes down as well. 4 kills Curse Academy.
And there's only Chris left, and this could be the game here for Curse Academy. Chris tries to clear out the wave in a desperation move. Now there isn't any minions here. There's just that one.
A single one is going to remove the backdoor bonus. They get turret number 1. They go for turret number 2. Duosec forced towards the back. Ignite comes out. Chris tries to find the kills to save the game. 1 hit till he kills Pat. Won't quite land it. The Dark Binding. The Ignite. 2 kills so far. VVV. Can they hold on to the base? Looks like Curse Academy forced to run, but Xiaomei Mei, he's not done. Looks for the binding. Can't quite find it. Still on the chase, though.
Trap.
He's got boost of swiftness. It's not going to be enough to chase them down, though. VVV hold on to the game.
Just a huge positional error there by VVV in the overall that caused that. Chris, off on the side, gets like 4 minions. He pushes up the wave. No tower for that. They give up tier 2, inhibitor tower, inhibitor itself, Nexus turret. Ridiculous trade-off there for Curse Academy, and great on them to realize their potential in that fight and what they could do. And now VVV, they look like they're going to go for this Baron. No TP on Chris. Chris is about to be up, and they're setting up for it. Can Curse Academy get there?
Let's see what they do. VVV pick up home guard boots onto Chris. He'll get there as fast as he can. Baron down below half HP. Here comes Mashme. Here comes Rux. No jungler available for Curse Academy. They're trying to burn it down. Can VVV destroy it in time? Still losing health. Baron does go down. Shockwave hits Tails. Tails flashes the wall. He's still alive. Down goes Porpoise Pops. In comes Chris into the fight. Gigantic AoE picks up 2. He's going to take down Rux as well. VVV might just hold on to this game. Now Pat and Camigan are around taking damage. Tails helps clean up. 4 kills VVV.
And their base is taking a little bit of damage right now from Super Minions. It goes down. Somebody has to defend that Nexus now.
Only the Nexus holds them on right here, but the new minion wave shows up. Camigan gonna land a bit of a hook there, dodges the binding from Xiaomei. So Chris defends the base. The rest of VVV go to the bottom lane. They've got 15 seconds to try to push this in.
And now Chris, Xiaomei gonna try to clear this out. I think they can get about 1 turret off of this, and they have to back. We're gonna look at this again. They're just stalling here. Baron goes down before Pat's even in range. The Shockwave only hits Tails. He flashes over the wall to get out, and here comes Chris. They're all grouped up right in that nice little spot. Flashes in, uses all of his abilities. The Wind Slash creates so much havoc, and then Rux is just in a bad spot at that point. They take everybody off the field. That is the stacking damage that Chris has been going for all game long.
And they do get the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane for that, so Curse Academy a little overextended there for the game-ending push. Xiaomei and Chris together kept their base alive and then made the plays in the Baron fight. Tails, though, still on the run. Mashme does have the culling. Will he put the damage in towards Tails? Another distortion. Jumps forward, lands a bit more damage, puts the W in. He's going to haste up with this one. Has to dodge away from Dark Binding. But Tails, one hit from dead, is going to survive it.
There was just one right there that was chasing him.
Oh my
gosh.
90
caliber net.
Well, the ulti blocked by Mashme's face. Not maybe the ideal target, but he's life-stealing back up. The bottom lane push now still here. Tails, of course, does not have a health bar. They're going to do what they can to push this one in. Bottom lane second tier turret does go down. Curse Academy back within 500 gold.
And VVV still has the lead despite being down an inhibitor and both Nexus turrets. We're going to look at that again. Look at it, just boom. As he 90 caliber nets, there's one trailing him. Ah!
Those last
it was so
two
close.
Right in front of his face, blinding his sight, but not quite hitting him.
Oh, it was...
Man.
Just he saw that bullet disappear like inches from his nose.
That's what happens in the Matrix when Neo's just like, no. And the bullets all like stop in midair. Picks one up, examines it, and says, nope. Tails is Neo, confirmed. He is...
That make Mash
the one.
Mashme. Well, I mean, there is a Morpheus skin for Lucian.
Okay, then he's Morpheus. No, he's Agent Smith.
No, he can be Morpheus. He was just training him.
No. Okay. Okay.
He's like, I know Kung Fu.
Yes, he does. He downloaded it. That's how the Matrix works. Mashme gets himself the red buff. This one not stolen away by Chris. You know, if he had red buff, Mashme would have killed him.
Yes.
Just saying.
100%. Guaranteed.
It's okay, though. Here we go. 500 gold game. VVV's Nexus has no turrets. Their middle inhibitor, of course, also has no turrets.
They're forced to
VVV
fight.
Are forced to defend Curse Academy. If they win a fight, it's over.
Yeah. It's either way, I assume, right now. If anybody aces the other, that's game.
Well, we'll see. It depends on minion waves, I think, for VVV.
Oh, here comes the engage. It's a good Grand Skyfall.
Who's he going to find? Jumps in, the box is there. Shockwave lands on a 2. This could be it. Who's going to win this fight? Mashme low. Dies the backside. 2 kills so far. VVV pushing. They find Camigan 3 for 1.
Peek with flashes.
And Duosec. Duosec silenced up. Ignite on from Peek and Wolf. The barrier. The chains are there. Duosec is going to go down. Only Pat is alive. Here comes the push for VVV. They've got 30 seconds.
He's going to try to backdoor this. Pat is looking to at least get the inhibitor, but there's no turrets either. If he gets the inhib fast enough, he can go straight onto the Nexus.
We'll see what they do. 20 seconds for the revives. Bottom lane is the siege. Gigantic minion wave here for VVV, meaning they could push the Nexus down. 10 seconds on Thresh. Here comes the push on the inhibitor, making very slow work. Turret number 1 under fire. Peek and Wolf taking some of the damage. Porpoise Pops helping as well. Turret number 1 is dead. They need Evelyn back in this fight very soon. Here comes Thresh. He's alive. Pat going too slowly. The Nexus under fire. Here comes the damage. Tails is trying. Gets hooked up. Has the barrier. The Nexus down to half HP. Damage still coming through. Tails is dead. The push in. All the damage comes through. Xiaomei does not deal enough damage. Pantheon's dead. Caitlyn's dead. Xiaomei can't do enough. LeBlanc dies as well. The flash hook is blocked by a black shield, but an 800 100 health. Nexus stands alive. The kills for everybody. Only Chris remains in this fight. He's chasing out Pat. Will get the kill here, but now he's stuck defending a Nexus against 4.
And there's no turrets at all. Curse Academy come up right in time to defend that. VVV in a desperation move, go for it, but they can't pull it off. And now here comes the push from Curse Academy to end the game. What can Chris do?
Well, he's got the same situation. There are no Nexus turrets and the inhibitor. The Nexus down to 1,500 health, but he can't kill it in time, and he knows it. Cabigan, can he flash play? Can he hook? He stops the recall. No one's here to defend the base. 2 seconds on Pantheon. In comes Curse Academy, and 37.5 minutes in, they take the Nexus down. Crazy end of the game, but 2-0 in the quarterfinal.
And now VVV have to go home after that one.
Oh
and do
my
some
gosh.
rethinking. LeBlanc was a really good pick there from Pekin Wolf. I do owe him a little bit of an apology on that one. He had a great showing on that. So, been stepping up his game since last I saw it. And now, Curse Academy, they move on.
Yeah.
That was huge. That was just explosive, just back and forth there. Just head to head all game long. And just, if you're looking for entertainment value, you didn't go home disappointed.
There you go, guys. Tell your friends, tell your family, post it everywhere. Watch that game. That is a mental game right there. That is hard to play properly. And I was like, oh man, did the Evelyn mid push, was that what's going to lose Curse Academy the game? Because you saw how close the fight was for the Nexus, right? Under 900 health for the Nexus, meaning if that fight went slightly worse for CA, Nexus was gone. Meaning that if that was the case, if Pat was there, they would have won it for sure. But he gambled on the push. That did pay off. He pulled attention from Chris at the end of it all.
They go straight for tails too. Basically, when all of Curse Academy revives, it's like the gates opening. It's like, go! They
Kill
go
the
after-
Caitlyn.
Yeah, they're like, get him! Black Shield goes on to tails immediately.
Yeah.
I think he still had Flash available to him. And just got burst up. Rux is like, not in my house. Not in Rux City.
Yeah, exactly. I want to know if someone sold an item for Home Guard. That'd be the ideal. If you're like, you needed it that badly.
Is the
like
last
sell Aranduins.
Well, you might as well sell your entire inventory if it's going to help you out in that last moment, because those were the last moments of the game.
Yeah.
Gold doesn't mean anything after that if you lose.
Well, it worked out, Curse Academy. Incredible stuff right there. Guys, now that all the quarterfinals are in our match history, let's check out the brackets after that ridiculous Game 2 finish. Thanks to their win, Curse Academy becomes the 4th and final team to qualify for the semifinals and keep their LCS hopes alive, as the top 3 teams will advance to the summer promotion tournament.
And next Saturday, LMQ will take on Curse Academy, while Cloud9 Tempest will face off against Complexity Black, with a trip to the Challenger Finals on the line.
Even though the LCS will be dark next week, the North American Challenger Series semifinals will begin next Saturday, April 12th at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Time. And coming up tomorrow, the North American LCS closes out the spring split regular season with 5 more games. The day kicks off with Dignitas fighting for the 4th seed when they take on Counterlogic Gaming.
And the day finishes with XDG and EG battling to avoid LMQ in the summer promotion tournament. The action begins Sunday at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime.
And with that, our time together has come to a close. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, good night, GG. We'll see you tomorrow.
We'll be right back. at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. I look good, right.